Muzan, is it excessive for you two to gang up on me? In Muzan's left and right irises, two individuals were distinctly imprinted. One person, gritting their teeth and wielding the same breathing technique as Kaneo Tsuyuri, unleashed a flurry of slashes upon him. The other individual similarly employed the breathing technique akin to Kaneo's. However, their combat style resembled that of a cunning trickster, intermittently appearing behind him to deliver a swift strike. As Muzan silently berated them in his mind, that individual materialized behind him, and Muzan naturally sensed their presence. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the words, "What do you consider life to be?" startled him, causing his body to tremble, nearly resulting in his throat being slashed by this trickster. Muzan, I truly admire your cunning. Tanjiro Kamadu. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 1. The Annihilation of Muzan's Family. Nezuko. What happened? What on earth happened? A youth clad in a green checkered coat was kneeling partially outside a dilapidated wooden shack. Beside him lay a girl drenched in blood. When he turned to glance inside the wooden house, a tremor seemed to quake within his eyes, for his family had all been drenched in blood, their bodies marred by visible wounds. In the aftermath of his devastation, he discovered that the girl beside him, his sister Nezuko, still retained a faint warmth. Hastily, he wiped away the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, hoisting his sister onto his back, gasping for breath as he sprinted down the mountain in search of a doctor to save his only remaining sibling. Mere seconds after his departure, a similarly blood-soaked and wounded girl within the shack abruptly opened her eyes, followed by gasping breaths. Pain! It hurts so much. What is happening? Is this blood on me? Breathing is so difficult. I feel like I'm suffocating. As the girl raised her head and gasped for air, she endeavored to calm herself, and as her thoughts gradually settled, fragmented memories and intense emotions surged forth. Kamadu. Kyoko. The world of Demon Slayer. Huh. Wait, is there such a character in Demon Slayer? Isn't Tanjiro the eldest son and Nezuko the eldest daughter? Where did this character account originate? Kyoko gazed upward at the familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling, her blood-stained cheeks trembling slightly. How could she possibly be unaware of the plot of Demon Slayer? After all, this anime has become one of the most popular in recent years, and even those not deeply immersed in the anime culture have at least heard of its existence. Kyoko's gaze wandered aimlessly around her surroundings. Beside her lay her mother, Kaneo Tsuyuri, as well as her brothers, Tako, Shigeru, and Rokata. All were devoid of any signs of life, and the stench of blood made Kyoko feel profoundly repulsed. Enduring the pain coursing through her body, she struggled to move this unfamiliar form. Her movements were awkward, her body stiff, and her actions sluggish, resembling a marionette. Strangely, the sensation of pain was gradually dissipating, yet the wounds continued to bleed. Had the pain merely vanished? Kyoko felt a twinge of confusion, but it was evident that this was not the time for doubt. She endeavored to navigate the wooden shack, each step proving to be a formidable challenge. With her unsteady gait, she arrived in the kitchen, intending to find a mirror to glimpse her current appearance. However, she found no complete mirrors, only shards of glass. The memories that surfaced in her mind were somewhat nebulous, predominantly filled with the intense emotions of the original owner. Chincha pressed one hand against her head, preparing to turn and exit the kitchen, contemplating whether she could manage to leave the wooden cabin. However, this body proved to be quite uncooperative. As soon as Chincha stepped out of the cabin, she stumbled and fell onto the snow outside. How infuriating! Oh heavens, you allowed me to traverse to this realm, yet at the very least, grant me a more capable body. I do not require one as muscular as Mealy's, but I should possess some special abilities, or at the very least, be able to walk normally. This is rather hasty, isn't it? Lying in the snow, Chincha found it difficult to articulate her words, yet her mental realm was bustling with activity. With a mouth that had once spewed blood and anger at those who would exploit her, she vehemently cursed the heavens that had transported her here, employing language that, while not vulgar, struck at the very heart of the matter. Unfortunately, the heavens offered no response. In the tangible world, Chincha remained sprawled in the snow, continuing to hang in limbo until Tanjiro and Ju finished the first plot arc, returning to the cabin with Nezuko, who, though transformed into a demon, had regained her consciousness. Tanjiro had initially intended to return and honor the remains of his family, but upon witnessing Chinsha, who should have been inside, now outside the cabin, his eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly rushed over. What? Sister. Tanjiro reached Chinsha's side, and Nezuko, now a demon, quickly followed suit, her eyes resembling little beans, anxiously stamping her feet beside him. Tanjiro, in a state of urgency, extended a finger to her nose. Although her breaths were faint, they were indeed present. She's still alive. If we hurry down the mountain to find a doctor, there may still be hope. Tanjiro's hands trembled with excitement as tears, as small as beans, cascaded down his cheeks. Now was not the time for tears. Tanjiro quickly wiped away the tears that were streaming down his face. Although he was physically exhausted, he hoisted Chinsha from the snow on his back and, accompanied by Nezuko, hurriedly made his way down the mountain. Before long, they reached the foot of the mountain and found a village doctor. The doctor, upon seeing the severely injured Chinsha on Tanjiro's back, was left utterly flabbergasted. The injuries were alarmingly grave. "Doctor, please, you must save my sister." Tanjiro implored the doctor fervently, while Nezuko's head bobbed up and down like a little motor, desperately agreeing. Yet, the doctor fell into silence, for it was evident, merely at first glance, how severe Chinsha's injuries were. He was just a rural physician, not a miraculous deity. How could he save her? "I'm sorry, I cannot do it." With the doctor's words, even Tanjiro, who had been striving to remain composed, began to show signs of breaking down. Pure despair is often not the most agonizing. The most devastating is the hope that is granted only to be swiftly snatched away. "How could this be?" Tanjiro murmured softly, biting his lip and lowering his head, while Nezuko, unable to contain herself, shed tears as large as beans. Just then, Chinsha, who had been resting on Tanjiro's back, suddenly opened her eyes. Despite her physical ruin, her gaze was filled with spirit. "Don't cry. I'm not dead yet." Upon hearing her words, the others present were momentarily stunned, with the doctor standing before them appearing the most astounded. All the words they wished to express condensed into a singular crude remark, while Chinsha, still being carried by Tanjiro, wore a pair of lifeless eyes. To be honest, she was puzzled as to why she had not yet succumbed. However, if she was still alive, then perhaps her injuries would not be fatal, or so she hoped. Perhaps this was merely a boon of being a time traveler. The immediate concern was to adapt quickly to this body. "Tanjiro, please put me down." Chinsha intended to ask Tanjiro to set her down, but to her surprise, both he and Nezuko's expressions drastically changed. Nezuko shook her head vigorously with her arms crossed, while Tanjiro resolutely declared, "Absolutely not." Understanding the gravity of their expressions, Chinsha began to grasp the reason behind their concern. "Put me down" equated to "you need not worry about me." Goodness, these two were exemplary in their literary comprehension. Chapter 2. The wheelchair girl begins to flourish. I wish to stand. Stando. But sister, can you truly manage it? Your injuries are quite severe. Upon grasping Chica's intentions, Tanjiro released a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, his concern for Chica's well-being lingered, for the extent of her wounds was evident to all who beheld her. Chica shook her head, indicating that she was fine, as she could hardly feel any pain, though movement proved to be a formidable challenge. After a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro nodded in acquiescence, gently lowering Chica from his back. As her feet touched the ground, she found them lacking in strength, nearly toppling once more. Fortunately, both Tanjiro and Nezuko were there to steady her. "This is utterly humiliating," Chica muttered, her gaze cast downward, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She had never anticipated that she would find herself in need of support. In her previous life, she had been an athletic prodigy capable of effortlessly performing acrobatics. "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine, merely weak in the legs." Once she managed to stabilize herself, Chica took deep breaths, striving to maintain her balance. To Tanjiro and Nezuko, her labored attempts appeared to be a result of her injuries. However, to the physician observing them, it was nothing short of absurd. He had already concluded that the young girl before him was not genuinely injured, but merely jesting. Children these days. I shan't be overly critical this time. Now be off, and cease your disturbances." He waved dismissively before retreating into his home and shutting the door. Tanjiro, contemplating knocking to implore the doctor for treatment for his sister, was halted by Chica. "Sister, I'm fine. I want to require the doctor." Though Chica's unsteady demeanor undermined her assertion, Tanjiro chose to trust her, for she was his sister. After bidding farewell to the doctor's residence, Tanjiro still wished to return to their mountain home to gather the remains of their mother and siblings for burial. Both Chica and Nezuko concurred, but Tanjiro first had another destination in mind. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tanjiro emerged from a carpentry shop, hands pushing a simple wooden wheelchair. "Sister, let us use this for now." Tanjiro beamed, determined not to allow his sister to make the journey back unassisted. The wheelchair was his solution, though not inexpensive. And with little money on his person, Tanjiro enjoyed a good rapport with many shopkeepers. The carpenter readily allowed him to purchase on credit, promising payment upon his return from the mountain. Seeing the smile on Tanjiro's face, Chica couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Tanjiro was truly remarkable. While many characters in anime exhibit kindness, Tanjiro's level of compassion was exceptional among leading men. Noticing the faint smile on Chica's face, Tanjiro felt a swell of joy and silently vowed to protect both his sister and Nezuko. As Chica settled into the wheelchair, Tanjiro pushed it forward, with Nezuko joyfully trailing beside them. The trio made their way back to the wooden cabin nestled in the mountains. Upon returning and confronting the lifeless forms of their family, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them once more. Tanjiro silently entered the home, retrieving the bodies of his mother, brother, and sister, and excavating a grave nearby to inter them. With hands clasped and eyes closed, Tanjiro prayed for his family, vowing to avenge them and discover a means to restore Nezuko to her human form. After concluding his prayers, he turned to rejoin Chica and Nezuko. Initially intending to say, "Let us go," he suddenly remembered that he had yet to clarify the events that had transpired with his sister. Thus, Tanjiro recounted his encounter with Ju Tomioka and the words the latter had imparted, summarizing them in his own manner for Chica. While speaking, he cautiously observed Chica's expression, fearful that she might find the revelation too overwhelming. Despite Chica's reputation for being open-minded and gentle, facing the reality of demons could challenge even the most resilient spirits. "So it is, Ju instructed me to seek out an elder named Sakanji Urokodaki. To avenge our family, I must grow stronger," Tanjiro declared, clenching his fists in determination. While Chica, seated in the wheelchair, lowered her gaze. Tanjiro misinterpreted her silence as discomfort or aversion to the subject of demons. Just as he was about to offer consolation, Chica inhaled deeply and lifted her head. "Then let us go, to find Sakanji Urokodaki. I will accompany you to learn." Her eyes sparkled with fervor. Taken aback, Tanjiro had hoped to ensure Chica's comfort while he and Nezuko sought out Urokodaki, not wishing to burden her further due to her physical condition. "Sister, you should rest more." "I will do my utmost," Tanjiro stammered, attempting to dissuade her. However, Chica would not simply remain in the wheelchair while the protagonist ventured forth. Although her sudden arrival in this world had left her somewhat disoriented, she felt a compelling urge to take action. Chica still faintly sensed the overwhelming despair and helplessness the original owner of this body had felt in the presence of Muzan. The feeling of being powerless to save her mother and siblings while witnessing their slaughter was haunting. Muzan, self-proclaimed as a calamity, had asserted that to be slain by him was akin to succumbing to a natural disaster. No one would seek vengeance against such forces, and he was merely one manifestation of disaster. Surviving his onslaught was a stroke of luck. The mere thought incensed her. Seated in the wheelchair, Chica felt a surge of anger, envisioning herself charging toward Muzan, ready to confront him with a fierce declaration, "You are speaking nonsense," and then reducing him to mere fragments. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, reminding herself to remain calm. Presently, she was powerless. Her immediate priority was to adapt to her body and master the Kagura of the fire god. She eagerly anticipated the day she would face Muzan, crimson Nichirin blade in hand, stepping toward him while demanding, "What do you perceive life to be?" Muzan's expression would surely be a sight to behold. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Chica's face, prompting Tanjiro beside her to blink in confusion. What is sister thinking, to smile so ominously? Chapter 3, Swift Assault on Demons on a Rural Path. A young boy, straining under the weight of a basket on his back while pushing a wheelchair, was making his way forward with great effort. The basket contained his sister Nezuko, while Chica occupied the wheelchair. They were en route to the Misty Mountains, and Tanjiro's unrelenting determination had been a blessing on this journey, alternating between carrying and pushing. Chica felt somewhat embarrassed by his efforts. Her recovery was far from ideal. While she could manage short bursts of movement, it was only temporary. She estimated it would take about a month to regain the full capacity of an average person. Seated in the wheelchair, Chica sighed, her gaze lowered. A month could be considered neither long nor short. As Tanjiro gently pushed the wheelchair, his gaze lingered on the seated Chica, his heart heavy with concern for his elder sister's well-being. After sustaining such grievous injuries, could she truly be all right? However, as time passed, It appeared that aside from her impaired mobility, there were no other alarming signs. Could it be that she, like Nezuko, had transformed into a demon or was somehow affected? Lost in these thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by the piercing rays of sunlight filtering through the sky. Mr. Tomioka had mentioned that demons feared the sun, yet Chica showed no signs of trepidation towards it. It left him utterly perplexed. With one hand on the wheelchair and the other scratching the back of his head, the trio continued their journey, soon reaching the foot of a mountain not far from the narrow fog mountain. Narrow fog mountain. To reach it, they would need to traverse this mountain, which posed a significant challenge with such a heavy burden and a sister who could hardly move. It was perilous. At the mountain's base, Tanjiro politely inquired for directions, and the responding woman couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at Tanjiro and his extraordinary entourage. After a brief exchange, Tanjiro graciously thanked her with a slight bow before turning back to ascend the mountain. Time was of the essence, and he was eager to locate Sakanji Urokodaki and hone his skills. As dusk began to envelop the sky, the absence of the harsh sunlight prompted Nezuko's head to suddenly pop out of the basket on Tanjiro's back. Naturally, she preferred to be by her brother and sister rather than confined within the basket. The trio engaged in lively conversation as they progressed, and with each interaction between Tanjiro and Nezuko, the hazy memories and emotions of Chica began to crystallize in her mind. Tanjiro animatedly spoke to lighten the mood, while Chica closed her eyes, rapidly replaying her memories in her mind. Although this character did not exist in the original narrative, in this world, Kamadu Chica was indeed a tangible presence, the eldest daughter of the Kamadu family, who had accompanied Tanjiro and Nezuko throughout their lives. As Chica immersed herself in the ocean of her memories, Tanjiro suddenly halted, his eyes trembling, and his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of blood. The path on the mountain was narrow. Someone must have been injured. The kind-hearted Tanjiro instinctively wanted to rush toward the source of the scent. But before he could take 2 steps, Chica, her eyes now open, halted him. Tanjiro, wait. Sister, someone might be hurt. Calm down. Didn't we hear that people often go missing on this mountain before we ascended? The scent of blood alongside the notion of disappearance. Tanjiro, think carefully. What do you believe could have caused such a situation? Seated in her wheelchair, Chica spoke softly, aware of the potential danger ahead. If Tanjiro rushed in blindly, he would encounter, aside from Nezuko, his first true demon, and would be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. The encounter could be perilous. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he might not have made it out alive. Tanjiro's mind raced with the implication of demons. In the darkness, with someone missing, and the strong scent of blood, the likelihood of encountering a demon was indeed high. He hesitated, torn between the possibility of a demon lurking and the chance of rescuing a genuinely injured person. The thought of failing to save someone who could have been saved gnawed at his conscience. Then, should we just ignore it? Ignore it? Why would we ignore it? We must slay it. Chica's response took Tanjiro by surprise. He had assumed she would advocate for caution. Of course, being cautious was prudent. Yet this was also part of the narrative. As they had not yet acquired the power to alter the plot, it was essential to follow it for a while longer. Chica leaned closer, softly imparting their strategy to Tanjiro. As he listened, a myriad of expressions flitted across his face. 10 minutes later, Tanjiro, along with Chica and Nezuko, arrived at the source of the blood scent, which led them to a mountain shrine. The shrine was aglow with flickering lights, and while the absence of voices could not be deemed silence, it was eerily still. Taking a deep breath, Tanjiro pushed open the shrine's door and called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Of course there is. Upon opening the door, several bloodied corpses lay strewn on the ground, and beside them stood a demon with bloodied hands. Upon hearing Tanjiro's shout, the demon turned its head, somewhat irritated by the interruption. "Of course there is. I'm starving. Don't disturb my meal." Before the demon could finish its sentence, a whirling axe suddenly flew through the air, striking it squarely in the head. The demon was taken aback. Although lower-level demons possessed regenerative abilities, they were not impervious to pain. The unexpected blow left it momentarily stunned, and it let out a series of heart-wrenching cries of agony. However, demons had a high tolerance for pain, and this discomfort would not incapacitate it for long. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro's eyes widened with determination as he charged toward the demon. Before it could fully acclimate to the pain, he yanked the axe from its skull and swung it down again, striking the demon's head once more. For a demon, a blow to the head was not necessarily fatal. To be precise, there were 4 known methods to defeat a demon. The first, firearms with specially crafted ammunition capable of penetrating a demon's neck. The second, sunlight. The most direct method, as even the Demon King feared its rays. The third, Nichirin blades or weapons forged from similar materials, capable of decapitating demons. The fourth, a demon's regenerative abilities consumed stamina, and if exhausted, they could be defeated. At that moment, Tanjiro aimed to employ the fourth method against this low-level demon. Armed with an axe, he believed this approach was indeed feasible. Do not fear, give it your all. With a shout, Tanjiro unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes against the demon's head, honed through years of chopping wood. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The relentless assault rendered the demon incapacitated. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, as the demon succumbed, its last words were merely cries of despair, deprived of any opportunity to retort. Time for slaughter. Wait, that is not fair. Chapter 4, Sakanji Urokodaki. Success. Tanjiro plopped down onto the ground. Though it was not murder in the conventional sense, the sensation of it felt eerily similar. Yet, unlike taking a human life, slaying demons bore no weight of guilt. Tanjiro had executed his actions with remarkable finesse, surpassing even Chica's expectations. She had anticipated a hint of hesitation, but he had proven otherwise. Indeed, in the original narrative, the reason for Tanjiro's hesitation at this stage stems from his belief that the large stone he wielded could not obliterate the demon's head in a single blow. It would require several strikes, perhaps even dozens. However, with an iron axe, just 1 or 2 strikes would suffice, and naturally, Tanjiro would not falter. Just as Chica was about to extend her hands to applaud and encourage Tanjiro, a sound of clapping resonated from behind her. A mysterious elder donned in a Tengu mask appeared silently behind them, precisely as described in the original text. His footsteps were swift and soundless. Clap, 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 clap. Well done. Quick and precise, your agility has surpassed my expectations. You must be the child introduced by Tomioka, far more remarkable than I had anticipated. As he applauded, the masked elder was indeed the individual they sought. The mentor, Sakanji Urokodaki. Sitting on the ground, Tanjiro felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise at receiving praise. Scratching the back of his head with a lowered gaze. This was all my sister's idea. I merely executed her plan. Oh, was it your own idea? Urokodaki inquired, somewhat astonished as he glanced at Chica in her wheelchair. Tomioka had not mentioned the girl in the wheelchair, and it was unexpected that the clever ambush had been orchestrated by this seemingly fragile maiden. I wish to ask, what would you have done if the boy had failed to sever the demon's head? Would you have fled or continued to fight? Naturally, we would have continued to fight. To be honest, Tanjiro's ability to slay the demon was beyond my expectations. Oh, so there was a contingency plan? Urokodaki regarded Chica with interest, believing that if Tanjiro had been unable to defeat the demon, the situation would have undergone a complete reversal. A boy insufficient to contend with a demon, while a girl in a wheelchair appeared to lack any means of action. Just as Urokodaki entertained this thought, Chica stood up from her wheelchair, defying his assumptions about her capabilities. I see, a clever disguise, perhaps? You intended to mislead the demon into believing you were the weak point, thereby providing Tanjiro with an opportunity to strike? Urokodaki, pleased with his own deduction, commended the girl's ingenuity in his mind. However, Chica's response diverged from Urokodaki's interpretation. It was not about sacrificing herself to create an opportunity for Tanjiro. Rather, it was about creating an opportunity for herself. Yet, since Urokodaki had already formed his assumptions, Chica chose not to clarify, believing that this misinterpretation would only enhance her standing in his eyes. Upon hearing their sister's thoughts, both Tanjiro and Nezuko were immediately alarmed. They did not wish for their sister to bear any risks on their behalf. Sister, I'm sorry. Chica clasped her hands together in apology to Tanjiro and Nezuko. Urokodaki observed the trio before him, a vision of his former disciples flashing before his eyes. The sky gradually brightened, sunlight cascading upon their faces. Tanjiro, initially struck by the brilliance of the sun, quickly recalled that Nezuko, now a demon, could not be exposed to sunlight. In a state of urgency, he scanned the surroundings and hurried towards the temple littered with corpses, where he found Nezuko huddled inside. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Urokodaki had stealthily approached him from behind. Young man, your name is Tanjiro, correct? Yes, my name is Kamadu Tanjiro. He replied nervously, turning around swiftly. From their prior conversation, he had already discerned that this masked elder was indeed the Sakanji Urokodaki he had been seeking. If Mr. Tomioka is formidable, then surely Mr. Urokodaki, whom he introduced, is no ordinary individual. Indeed, Sakanji Urokodaki was far from ordinary. He was the former Water Hashira, one of the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Urokodaki fixed his gaze upon Tanjiro, speaking with solemnity. Since you defeated that demon utilizing the combat methods your sister provided, I shall not factor that into your assessment. Soon, I will conduct a rigorous evaluation to determine whether you possess the capability to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although it was not an immediate admission, Tanjiro felt a surge of elation upon hearing this. Understood. Then carry your sister, and I shall be responsible for transporting her. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded along the rural dirt path. An elder in a Tengu mask propelled a wheelchair at an astonishing speed incongruous with his age, while a young boy, laden with a large basket, followed behind, gasping for breath. Tanjiro's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how Urokodaki could run so swiftly. Not only was it impressive speed, but it also appeared remarkably enduring, maintaining a consistent pace over great distances. In tandem with Tanjiro's astonishment, Chica, seated in the wheelchair and being propelled by Urokodaki, mirrored his shock. The gusts of wind from ahead and the powerful thrust from behind made her feel less like she was in a wheelchair and more akin to riding a roller coaster at an amusement park. This is exhilarating. Chica found herself reveling in the speed, even as the wind made it difficult to keep her eyes open. From dusk till dawn, and then from dawn until twilight, Urokodaki finally came to a halt. Tanjiro, panting heavily, leaned on his knees and gasped, "Have I earned your acknowledgement? The test has only just begun. We shall ascend the mountain. During this time, I will attend to your sister and Nezuko." Urokodaki briefly explained the challenges they would encounter on their ascent, and Tanjiro swallowed hard, resolutely stepping into the testing phase of their climb. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro, Urokodaki turned his attention to Chica in her wheelchair, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes beneath the Tengu mask. "Child, may I have a word with you?" Chapter 5, A Unique Body. Within the wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain, Nezuko lay peacefully asleep on one side, while Urokodaki and Chica faced each other. The atmosphere tinged with tension. "Child, could you remove your clothing?" "Huh." Even with some forewarning, Chica's heart skipped a beat, her lips twitching slightly. "Urokodaki, what are you implying? Are you seeking to examine my wounds? This should suffice, right?" Chica, not assuming that Urokodaki harbored any ill intentions, gently pulled back a corner of her garment, revealing one shoulder where a pronounced wound extended beneath her clothing. Urokodaki's eyes widened beneath his mask, although he could surmise the severity of the girl's injuries. The extent was alarmingly grave. A normal person suffering such an injury would likely be incapable of rising from bed. Their aura would be far more feeble. Urokodaki continued to scrutinize the wound, sensing an unusual tendency towards self-healing. "Incredible. Remarkable. Child, it appears your wound is already in the process of self-repair. It may soon heal completely, perhaps without leaving a scar. Such regenerative ability is beyond what a human should possess. So what does that imply? I suspect that you, much like your sister Nezuko, have undergone a remarkable transformation. You harbor no fear of sunlight. If you possess no overwhelming desire for blood or humanity, then this change is indeed extraordinary." Mitsuri paused, feeling as though he was on the brink of losing composure. Yet, it was hardly his fault. Such circumstances are exceedingly rare. Demons acquire formidable powers that surpass human capabilities, but the price is an insatiable thirst for blood and the risk of being reduced to ash under the sun's rays. However, this young girl before him exhibits a recovery ability that exceeds that of humans, shows no aversion to sunlight, and appears devoid of the typical sanguine cravings of a demon. This transformation could easily be described as evolution. For millennia, humans have battled demons, perpetually suppressed due to the grievous, often fatal injuries inflicted upon them, while demons recover swiftly from human-inflicted wounds. Even in victory, members of the Demon Slayer Corps, bearing severe injuries, face the likelihood of retirement or death. If this is indeed evolution, then its dissemination throughout the Demon Slayer Corps could potentially reverse centuries of disadvantage against demons. Of course, if this evolution arises from demon blood, many within the Corps would undoubtedly reject it. Careful consideration is required. Though Mitsuri wore a mask, Chica could perceive the expression that likely graced his face. Her own body was undeniably peculiar. Wounds were healing, pain was scarcely felt, and she harbored no bloodlust. Although her mobility remained somewhat restricted compared to that of a normal person, Chica sensed a unique power hidden within her seemingly delicate form, a strength beyond her imagination. Hours later, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the wooden cabin, and the door swung open to reveal Tanjiro, panting heavily, with droplets of blood trickling from his forehead. "I'm back," he gasped, collapsing weakly onto the floor. Mitsuri turned to Tanjiro and glanced out the window to gauge the time. "It's astonishing. I didn't expect you to pass the test so swiftly." A determined boy, transformed into a demon yet mastering his bloodthirst. Alongside a girl whose evolution was unfathomable, these three individuals presented a fascinating dynamic. "Let us commence training tomorrow." On the following day, Tanjiro arose early and began imparting knowledge about the relationship between demons and humans. He listened intently, his face occasionally betraying surprise, jotting down notes when confronted with complex concepts. Chica sat nearby, attending the lesson. Although she was already familiar with Mitsuri's teachings, it was prudent to act as if she were absorbing the information. After the theoretical portion concluded, practical training commenced. Mitsuri set various traps on the mountainside for Tanjiro to navigate, urging him to increase his speed. Once he met the criteria, Tanjiro was handed a sword to simulate future combat scenarios. Chica could only observe, as her body had yet to fully recuperate, though her recovery was progressing remarkably fast, seemingly improving day by day. Within a mere week, her wounds had healed without leaving a trace, and she felt capable of shedding the confines of her wheelchair. After Tanjiro successfully completed the traps, he began formal sword training. On that day, Chica rose from her wheelchair and gradually approached Mitsuri and Tanjiro. "Could you take me along?" Upon hearing Chica's voice, Tanjiro abruptly turned, startled, nearly dropping his sword. "Sister, how are you standing?" "The wheelchair." Bang! Before Tanjiro could finish, a playful punch landed on his forehead, cutting him off. Both hands clutching his head, he staggered back a few steps. "Stop going on about the wheelchair. It's been a week. I can't be confined to it forever," Chica remarked nonchalantly. Tanjiro blinked in disbelief. Was it truly normal to recover from such severe injuries in just a week without needing a wheelchair? Mitsuri observed Chica, who had risen from her wheelchair, and a glimmer of light shone from beneath his mask. At that moment, Chica bore no resemblance to the critically injured patient she had once been. Her complexion was vibrant, her hair a striking shade of red, distinct from Tanjiro and Nezuko's brown. In terms of beauty, she was a different kind of stunning than Nezuko. Of course, beauty held no weight in the Demon Slayer Corps, where even the insect Hashira and Love Hashira were beauties. Judgments were based solely on strength and resolve. "Then you should train alongside Tanjiro. I have a sword ready for you," Mitsuri said, handing Tanjiro a blade while keeping one for demonstrating sword techniques. With the students prepared, Mitsuri wasted no time. Before teaching them the water-breathing techniques, he aimed to instill fundamental swordsmanship principles to lay a solid foundation for their future skills. Mitsuri anticipated dedicating around 2 years to their training, but the actual time required exceeded his expectations. Chapter 6. A kitchen knife is still a blade. A blade is easily broken. While it can withstand vertical forces, lateral forces are far more challenging to endure. When wielding a sword, one must apply force in a straight line, ensuring the blade's direction aligns with the swing. Any misalignment could diminish the blade's power or even shatter it. As Mitsuri spoke, he effortlessly cleaved a wooden post in two with his sword. Do not underestimate the difficulty of severing a wooden post. After witnessing Mitsuri's demonstration, Tanjiro eagerly attempted it, but his blade failed to slice through, getting stuck against the post's surface. Despite his considerable strength, without mastering the technique, it was futile, compounded by his fear of inadvertently breaking the sword. Mitsuri was not surprised. Yet a reprimand was inevitable. While he addressed Tanjiro, Chica, holding the sword Mitsuri had demonstrated with, turned her gaze toward the post Tanjiro had struggled with. With a swift motion, she sliced through the post effortlessly, causing a segment to roll away on the ground. The sound caught Tanjiro and Mitsuri's attention, their heads turning in disbelief toward Chica. "Sister, how did you do that?" Tanjiro exclaimed, astonished. I just did it like that," Chica replied, blinking awkwardly. In truth, the moment she grasped the sword, she experienced an inexplicable sensation. Trusting her instincts, she decided to give it a try, and the outcome surprised her. After a moment of contemplation, a look of realization washed over Chica's face as she regarded the bewildered Tanjiro and Mitsuri. "Well, a kitchen knife is still a blade. Although it's my first time wielding such a sword, I use kitchen knives every day." Chica's first theory, a kitchen knife is still a blade. Mitsuri listened to this theory, his head filled with dark thoughts. While it was true that a kitchen knife is indeed a blade, it did not imply that proficiency with a kitchen knife would translate to mastery of a proper sword. Mitsuri was exasperated, yet beside him, Tanjiro wore a look of dawning comprehension, connecting with Chica's logic. "Ah, I see. The kitchen knife is indeed a knife, and sister, your skills with it are truly remarkable," Tanjiro explained passionately, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Within the Kamadu household, due to their father's frail health and untimely demise, their mother and the elder children assumed responsibilities at a remarkably young age. Nezuko took on the duty of caring for the younger siblings and performing needlework, while Tanjiro was tasked with chopping firewood and assisting their mother with household matters. Meanwhile, Chica had already claimed the kitchen knife, establishing herself as the undisputed master of the kitchen. Tanjiro had previously witnessed his sister's culinary prowess, which could only be described as a work of art. This led him to draw parallels between the skills of wielding a kitchen knife and those of a sword, and he suddenly found this connection quite natural. Gripping the blade tightly, he resolved that if his sister had achieved success, he too must hasten his own progress. In the original narrative, Tanjiro took 2 years to master all of Mizunoto's teachings in the mountains. However, with Chica's presence, he felt an added surge of motivation that surpassed anything he had previously known. "Let us push ourselves even harder," While Nezuko was in a deep slumber, Tanjiro was fully engaged in his training, and Chica was still exploring the mysteries of her own body. Although she had managed to rise from her wheelchair, she occasionally relied on it, as her unique physical attributes rendered her more susceptible to fatigue than the average person. This must be what they call equivalent exchange. Chica was also diligently practicing the water-breathing techniques. Some might wonder why she wasn't directly studying the dance of the fire god. There was a reason for this. The strength of the fire god's dance far surpassed that of water-breathing, even after 2 years of training in the mountains. When Tanjiro emerged as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and successfully vanquished several lower-ranked demons, he found that even a few strikes using the sun breathing left him utterly exhausted, nearly bringing him to his knees. If one were to attempt the fire god's dance without a solid foundation, it would be akin to trying to use high-level skills without having reached the requisite level. Success would be uncertain and could lead to disastrous consequences. Water breathing is one of the 5 foundational breathing techniques derived from the original, characterized by its comprehensive attributes and gentle nature, making it one of the more accessible styles among the Demon Slayer Corps. First form, water surface slash. Second form, water wheel. Third form, flowing dance. Fourth form, striking tide. Fifth form, benevolent rain from heaven. Sixth form, whirlpool. Seventh form, droplet wave piercing. Eighth form, waterfall basin. Ninth form, water flow splashing. 10th form, flowing life. From the perspective of swordsmanship, these 10 forms are remarkably comprehensive, featuring techniques for evasion like water flow splashing and the nurturing essence of benevolent rain from heaven, which can achieve remarkable results. Chica was earnestly studying these forms, and when she finally mastered them, she was astonished to discover that she could indeed project water. Upon closer inspection, however, she realized that it was not actual water, but rather a manifestation of sword energy, akin to water. If water breathing could truly summon water, and flame breathing could conjure fire, and lightning breathing could unleash thunder, then the true value of these breathing techniques would likely extend far beyond merely slaying demons. As the days passed, the rapid progress of their training exceeded Tanjiro's expectations, disrupting his original plans and compelling him to revise them frequently. One night, Chica lay quietly in bed, gazing at the ceiling, and gradually closed her eyes, slipping into slumber. As anticipated, she once again dreamt of that recurring dream she had experienced countless times since her arrival in this world. In the Kamado household, life continued harmoniously as usual after Tanjiro's departure. Their mother was gentle and kind, and Nezuko had blossomed into a true lady. The younger siblings, Takeo, Shige, and Rokota, though still young and occasionally mischievous, did not bring any trouble to the family. Chica stood in the kitchen, contemplating how to enhance the flavors of the ingredients before her. Just as she resolved to begin cooking, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Thud, thud, thud. Who could it be? Surely not my brother. He just stepped out. I'll get the door. I'll open it. Take it easy, Takeo, Chica cautioned as he rushed toward the entrance. Their mother, Kamado, quickly rose to see who was knocking. With a creak, Takeo swung the door open, revealing a young man clad in a black suit, resembling Michael Jackson. Standing on the threshold, "Good evening," he greeted. Chapter 7. The Tragedy of the Kamado Family. This young man evidently hailed from the upper echelons of society. His attire starkly contrasted with that of the Kamado family, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Takeo, his head held high, gazed at the stranger in a moment of bewilderment, for he had never encountered anyone like him. He hesitantly turned to glance back at his mother, Kamado, who regarded the young man with a look of confusion. "Excuse me, who are you? What brings you here?" she inquired. Muzan scrutinized Takeo and Ki with narrowed eyes. Softly counting, 1, 2, 3, you seem to have quite a few family members. As he spoke, he extended a single finger, his once short nails visibly elongating at an astonishing rate. A sinister atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire house, and even Chica, who was preparing food in the kitchen, sensed the unsettling vibe. Her chest felt heavy, and her vision began to blur. Setting the kitchen knife down, she stepped out of the kitchen, intending to inquire about the disturbance. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, her eyes widened in terror, her throat constricting as if choked, rendering her speechless. A seemingly respectable man had pierced their mother's chest, and her younger siblings, Takeo, Shige, and Rokota, lay on the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Chica did not recognize this man. No one in the Kamado family did. The reasons behind his heinous actions remained a mystery, yet in that moment, all that filled Chica's heart was fury. "What have you done to my family?" Clenching her fists, she charged at Muzan. In her frail state, having never fought before, she was no match for him. She wouldn't even stand a chance against a boy younger than herself. Muzan merely cast a dismissive glance in her direction, casually swiping his arm, leaving a deep, wide gash across Chica's body. She fell heavily to the ground, the pain from her wound overwhelming her senses. Through the haze, she focused on the now blurry figure of Muzan, her heart brimming with hatred and rage. Sister, when I grow up, I will support this family. Sister, look at my muscles. Aren't they impressive? Soon, I'll be able to chop wood alongside brother Tanjiro. Sister, please teach me how to weave clothes. Winter is approaching, and I want to make warm garments for everyone. As her vision dimmed further, Chica finally closed her eyes, collapsing into a pool of blood, losing consciousness as her life ebbed away. In the waking world, Chica suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath as she scrambled up from her bed. Despite having dreamt of this countless times, the distress it brings remains palpable. The original owner's emotions are overwhelmingly intense. And what exacerbates the situation is the dream's absolute first-person perspective, which simulates the pain inflicted by Muzan. Panting, Qianxiao rose from her bed, steadied her mind, and approached the mirror in the Rengoku household. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her cheeks. If Tanjiro were to witness this scene, he might conclude that Qianxiao's illness had flared up again. However, with each iteration of this dream, Qianxia felt her connection with this body increasingly solidifying, the original owner's memories and emotions becoming ever more vivid. Rest assured, I shall avenge you, and I will also ensure the safety of Tanjiro and Nezuko. Taking a deep breath, Qianxia gazed into the mirror, where her current reflection emerged. She bore a striking resemblance to Nezuko, akin to a more mature version of her. With chestnut red hair, eyes that leaned more towards red than pink, and an astonishingly ample bosom. With a resigned sigh, Qianxia turned her gaze towards the window. The sun was gradually rising, heralding the commencement of today's training. Due to the harrowing events of the later plot, Demon Slayer has been colloquially dubbed Hashira Slayer by its fans, with Hashira being the highest title within the Demon Slayer Corps, representing their strongest combatants against demons. Yet, compared to the Hashira, the demons possess overwhelming power. A Hashira can defeat a lower moon demon, while an upper moon demon can vanquish a Hashira with the same ease. This disparity means that ousting an upper moon demon demands an exorbitant toll. Unlike demons, humans lack their extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even if one triumphs over a demon, they may succumb to their injuries. The flame Hashira perished from grievous wounds sustained while battling the upper moon 3. The sound Hashira lost an eye and an arm in his confrontation with the upper moon 6. The insect Hashira willingly allowed himself to be devoured by the upper moon 2 to weaken its power. The mist Hashira met his end during the final battle, bisected by the upper moon 1. Although the serpent and love Hashira survived the ultimate clash, they succumbed to their injuries in each other's embrace. The stone Hashira, aware of his impending demise, relinquished his chance for treatment to others, passing away serenely under the sunlight. The wind and water Hashira survived, but were burdened with the knowledge that the forbidden powers they wielded would curtail their lives before reaching 25. Even the protagonist, Tanjiro, lost an eye and an arm, while his partner, Kane, similarly lost an eye, her remaining vision severely compromised. Look at this outcome. Although the author ultimately introduced a reincarnation arc, such rebirths bear little relevance to the present life. Were one to traverse into the worlds of Naruto or One Piece, perhaps there might be whimsical thoughts of a grand conclusion. Yet, to find oneself within the universe of Demon Slayer, one would need an extraordinary heart to disregard such tragedies. Remaining unmoved, Qianxia, however, could not do so. She vowed to exact revenge and reverse these tragedies. Taking a deep breath, Qianxia grasped her practice sword firmly and departed the wooden cabin, just as the diligent Tanjiro emerged from his room, despite his evident fatigue. He had yet to master the 10th form of water breathing, and if he continued at this rate, Sensei Urokodaki would surely resort to his bone-breaking fist once more. Urokodaki had once warned that should Tanjiro fail to meet the progress expectations, he would break his bones, and he was serious about it, having done so indeed. What made matters worse was not only Urokodaki's ability to fracture bones with a single punch, but also his remarkable skill in healing them rapidly, often better than before the break. Thus, Urokodaki could employ the bone-breaking fist once more. Just the thought of it made Tanjiro shudder. As he resolved to push himself to train diligently today, Qianxia hesitated before offering. How about I teach you? 10th form. Huh. Sister, have you already mastered the 10th form? Yes, quite some time ago. Chapter 8. The Exceptionally Gifted Pair. Tanjiro took a deep breath and, after several cycles of inhaling and exhaling, finally calmed himself. Sister, then I shall rely on you. The determination returned to Tanjiro's eyes. Although he had been disheartened, having his sister assist him was certainly a boon. Rather than feeling discouraged by his sister's slower training progress, Tanjiro wholeheartedly supported her rapid advancement. If Qianxia had a fan club, Tanjiro would undoubtedly be its most fervent supporter. Waving the banner proudly, the two hastened to a clearing, where Qianxia, gripping her ordinary long sword, adjusted her breathing rhythm, causing rippling water-like waves to emerge along the blade. Had this sword been a Nichirin blade, the water-like patterns would have been even more pronounced. Once she completed her breathing technique, Xinxia demonstrated the 10th form of water breathing, known as constant flux, before Tanjiro. This sword technique employs a swirling motion to amplify the power of the water waves, serving as the ultimate technique of water breathing. When sufficiently honed, it can rival the might of other offensive breathing techniques. As this was merely a demonstration, Xinxia did not spin excessively. After conjuring a small water dragon, she struck a nearby tree, resulting in a resounding crash as the tree split in two. Remarkable. Sister, that technique was incredible. How do you feel? Are you tired? Is anything sore? Bang. Before Tanjiro could finish his sentence, Xinxia delivered a swift chop to his head with her free hand. Do not overreact. While I do tire easily, I am not so weak as to become exhausted from a single swing. Xinxia replied, slightly exasperated. Although she was the elder sister, she often felt as though Tanjiro held the elder brother status after spending so much time together. This simply would not do. While Tanjiro's nurturing nature was admirable, she could not allow her dignity and authority as an elder sister to wane. Xinxia acknowledged that although she had inherited the original owner's memories and will, she had no intention of becoming a gentle and refined lady like the original. One refined lady was more than enough with Nezuko around, with her hands on her hips. Xinxia nodded to herself, while Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion. He sensed a change in his sister. Though it was not as if she had transformed into an entirely different person, he could discern that her essence remained gentle, perhaps hardened by the traumatic experience of witnessing their family slaughtered by demons. I must become stronger, Tanjiro resolved, gripping his long sword, and began practicing the 10th form of water breathing, constant flux, as Xinxia had demonstrated. The scenes unfolding before the watchful eyes of Urokodaki not far away filled him with a mix of pride and discomfort. He felt gratified that their diligent training would soon yield results, enabling them to graduate. If they did not meet an untimely fate, they were sure to grow strong, lessening their chances of perishing in demon-hunting missions. The disheartening reality is that the training regimen he meticulously crafted last night has been rendered obsolete. Not only has Chica successfully mastered the 10th form of the water-breathing technique, but it appears that Tanjiro will soon follow suit. This is indeed vexing. It seems I must start afresh. However, I suppose enduring this inconvenience is far preferable to the prospect of these two children perishing at the hands of demons. With a soft murmur, Shinobu turned and returned to the wooden cabin, while Tanjiro continued to practice the 10th form of water breathing. And Chica perched herself on a nearby rock, striving to recall fragments of her past. The Fire God Dance, this sacred dance, passed down through generations of the Kamado family, traces its origins to the mightiest man in the Demon Slayer universe, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Once, Yoriichi and the ancestor of the Kamado family shared a bond of friendship. After Yoriichi demonstrated a complete set of sun-breathing techniques, the ancestor recorded it under the name of the Fire God Dance, deeming it a dance of supplication to the Fire God for peace and safety. Although the dance is not strictly a male lineage, the entire set of movements was witnessed by the Kamado family every year before the ancestor's demise. Nevertheless, the unique breathing technique associated with it is known solely to Tanjiro. After all, a single heir suffices, while the other boys are too young, and the girls lack interest. Chica mused, a kitchen knife is sufficient for me. Nezuko chimed in. Isn't it enough if my brother can do it? Chica diligently rummaged through her memories, managing to piece together only a semblance of the Fire God Dance's movements, with no recollection of the accompanying breathing techniques. Well, let's just give it a try, she resolved. With determination, she grasped her long blade and began to dance, mimicking her father's movements from memory. After merely completing one set, she was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The Fire God Dance is inherently demanding on the body, and in her current state, it felt almost unbearable. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she caught Tanjiro's eye as he approached, intrigued by her earlier performance. Sister, is that our family's sacred dance? He inquired. Since you recognized it, I suppose my rendition wasn't too shabby, Chica replied, still dabbing at her brow. But the breathing technique is not quite right. The Fire God Dance requires a specific breathing method. Father taught it to me, and I can share it with you. Breathing method? Tanjiro's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Sister, do you think our family's Fire God Dance's breathing technique could be similar to the water breathing? He asked, turning to Chica, aware that his suggestion seemed a tad absurd. Why not give it a try? What if it is? Chica smiled inwardly, realizing she had successfully piqued his interest. Tanjiro, no fool himself, began to draw comparisons between the water breathing he had learned and the Fire God Dance's breathing technique, quickly discerning its subtle intricacies. I'll give it a shot, he declared, nodding resolutely. With both hands gripping his long blade, he inhaled deeply, recalling the breathing method his father had taught him. Suddenly, a flame akin to the sun flickered upon the blade. Chapter 9. A stunned shinobu. Seeing the blade seemingly ignited, Tanjiro paused momentarily, his breathing rhythm disrupted, and the flame extinguished as swiftly as it had appeared. Accompanying the sudden fire was a heavy sensation in his chest. Had he continued for even a moment longer or attempted several sword techniques, he might have collapsed alongside Nezuko, exhausted. "Sister, did fire just burst forth?" he exclaimed, despite the discomfort in his chest, overwhelmed by astonishment. Unlike the rippling waves of water breathing, this indeed produced a distinctive aura of sword energy, and any discerning observer could recognize the peculiarity of the flames. It appears our family's fire god dance is also a form of breathing technique. Shall we consult Shinobu-sensei? Chica suggested, feigning contemplation as she lowered her head, then raised a finger to propose the idea. Consulting Shinobu was unavoidable. Chica couldn't allow Tanjiro to conceal this from him. After all, it was not a matter of great concern, and Chica could reasonably anticipate Shinobu's reaction and remarks upon witnessing the sword technique. Upon hearing Chica's suggestion, Tanjiro nodded earnestly, and together they dashed back to the cabin to seek out Shinobu. Initially, Shinobu was taken aback. A family breathing technique? Flames erupting? Was it perhaps the flame breathing? That was a lineage exclusive to the Rengoku family. With these questions swirling in his mind, Tanjiro demonstrated the fire god dance for approximately 5 seconds. Witnessing the flames surge before him, Shinobu remained silent, his expression obscured by his mask. Yet Chica could sense his curiosity. This is inconceivable. What connection does your family have with the Rengoku clan? Kamadu and Rengoku? No. While this flame bears resemblance to that produced by flame breathing, it cannot be flame breathing itself. Could it be a different branch of breathing? Shinobu murmured to himself, struggling to pinpoint the answer to his confusion. Most members of the Demon Slayer Corps had vague knowledge regarding the origins of breathing techniques, with only the Rengoku family possessing a deeper understanding. After several minutes of contemplation, Shinobu still could not arrive at a conclusion, categorizing it instead as a branch of breathing technique. If Tanjiro were to utilize it a few more times or execute sword techniques, perhaps Shinobu would glean further insights. However, glancing at the fatigued Tanjiro, who had already overexerted himself after employing the fire god dance twice in quick succession, Shinobu deemed it best to temporarily set aside further exploration. Should I write to the Rengoku family for clarification? No, that seems futile. For now, Tanjiro, refrain from practicing this technique. It appears to place significant strain on your body. Focus on building a solid foundation first. After some deliberation, Shinobu finally regained his composure, clearing his throat to express his thoughts. Tanjiro nodded, aware that he had indeed been too hasty in attempting to master this breathing technique. As they bid farewell to Shinobu and made their way back to the training grounds, Chica easily extracted the fire god dance's breathing method from Tanjiro. "How did you manage that?" Tanjiro asked, incredulous. "Well, my status as an older sister grants me certain privileges. If necessary, I can employ persuasion," Chica replied cheekily. However, persuasion proved unnecessary, as Tanjiro promptly divulged the breathing method upon hearing her inquiry, saving both time and effort. Yet, even with the information in hand, Chica refrained from immediately commencing her training. After all, Shinobu had warned her of the excessive physical toll the fire god dance exacted, and establishing a solid foundation was paramount. After catching his breath for a moment, Tanjiro resumed his training, fully embodying the title of training fanatic. Before long, a year had passed. Shinobu gazed somewhat numbly at the training ground, observing Tanjiro diligently honing his skills, with Chica even taking on the role of a supportive instructor beside him. A gentle breeze caressed his masked face, causing an unexpected twinge of pain in his cheek. While he had heard tales of individuals ascending to the rank of Hashira after merely 2 months of training, witnessing the results of a year's worth of dedication was astonishing. After all, a typical individual might only master 2 or 3 techniques of water breathing within a year. Has the time for teaching come to an end? Rengoku lifted his gaze towards the newly risen sun and then lowered his head to call the 2 individuals over. The moment Tanjiro heard Rengoku's summons, he hurried over with enthusiasm, while Chica approached with a serene demeanor. The gentle breeze tousled her long hair, prompting her to delicately raise her hand to reposition the slightly disheveled strands behind her ear. Chica remarked, "Behold my aura of sophistication." Rengoku replied, "So, you truly possess a quiet side." As Chica and Tanjiro stood before Rengoku, he cleared his throat, intending to convey that he had little left to teach them. He would suggest they participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps if they desired. However, just as Rengoku was about to articulate this thought, Tanjiro interjected, his eagerness halting Rengoku's words. "Master Rengoku, what shall we learn next?" Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. embodying the essence of a fervent practitioner. Confronted by Tanjiro's fervor, Rengoku found himself momentarily speechless. Deep down, he did not wish for Tanjiro and Chica to face the final selection. Slaying demons was perilous, with 90 of Demon Slayer Corps members ultimately unable to survive until retirement. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, his disciples often failed to pass the final selection. Rengoku harbored doubts about his own teaching abilities and their potential. After witnessing numerous students perish during the selection, he had gradually closed himself off. And if not for Ju's introduction, he would have refrained from accepting new disciples. Should he truly allow Chica and Tanjiro to participate in the final selection? No, not just yet. It was not as if he had nothing to impart. There was still one technique he had yet to teach. Once they mastered that technique, he would consent to their participation in the selection. He could not bear the thought of his disciples meeting their demise during the final selection. Beneath his mask, Rengoku's weary eyes glimmered with determination. He gazed at Tanjiro and Chica and declared, "I have only one technique left to teach you, and once you master it, I shall grant you permission to enter the final selection." This technique is known as Total Concentration Constant. Chapter 10, Leveling Up in the Beginner Village. Total Concentration Constant. Tanjiro, upon hearing this rare term from Rengoku, was taken aback, drawing out a long exclamation. After regaining his composure, he blinked and sincerely inquired, "What exactly is Total Concentration Constant?" He had already learned total concentration breathing, and constant refers to maintaining this state of breathing for an extended duration, ensuring that each strike is delivered with 100 speed and power. Additionally, prolonged engagement in this concentrated breathing state enhances physical attributes. However, this technique is notoriously difficult to master, with few in the Demon Slayer Corps capable of achieving it. Typically, mentors do not impart this technique during the training phase, but clearly, this was no ordinary circumstance. Let us aim high. The first year will focus on establishing a solid foundation in water breathing. In the second year, we will begin the training of Total Concentration Constant. Chica felt as if she were in a beginner village, leveling up to her fullest potential. If she could truly master constant, wouldn't the final selection be as easy as slicing through cabbage? However, training in Total Concentration Constant was no simple feat. It required mental focus and the ability to withstand the physical strain that accompanied it. This was the foundation for employing breathing techniques in swordplay, with constant being the ability to maintain this state as the norm. It was somewhat akin to the difference between a Super Saiyan and a Super Saiyan at full power. Chica and Tanjiro tirelessly commenced their training in Total Concentration Constant. From initially struggling to maintain focus for mere minutes, they progressed to sustaining it for dozens of minutes, even hours. Although it may seem effortless, the passage of time was significant. One night, as Tanjiro engaged in his usual practice of journaling, he pondered, who writes a diary? There are two types of people in this world who keep diaries: the utterly unserious, for whom the diary is merely a facade, and the exceedingly serious, of which Tanjiro is a prime example. After summarizing the day's events into a few sentences, he closed his diary, releasing a heavy sigh. As he turned to glance at Nezuko, who lay sleeping beside him, Chica, freshly refreshed from her bathing routine, entered the room and noticed Tanjiro's unusually solemn expression. "What's wrong? Still worried about Nezuko?" "Yes. Ever since we began our training here, Nezuko has not awakened. Do you think she will ever wake up again?" Tanjiro voiced his concerns, gazing anxiously at Nezuko. After so many days, he had managed to endure her slumber through self-hypnosis and keeping himself occupied, tiring himself to avoid overthinking. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. As the training progressed, his worries about Nezuko surged like a tidal wave. In the original narrative, Tanjiro maintained an optimistic outlook. But whether through anime or manga, one could only perceive what was presented visually. However, Chica's experience differed. She could feel every moment in this world, and the fleeting or unshown content in the anime and manga was a tangible reality for her. "Tanjiro, don't dwell on it too much. Nezuko and I are both affected by the same demon blood. I can sense that Nezuko is merely in a deep sleep and will awaken soon." "Really? If that is the case, then I must strive to find a way to restore her humanity." Tanjiro felt a wave of relief wash over him at Chica's comforting words. However, her claims of sensing something were merely a fabrication. She had no such feelings. Knowing the original plot was far more reliable than any intuition. "It's getting late. Time to sleep. Good night, sister." Days turned into weeks. And while they diligently practiced Total Concentration Constant, they also quietly honed the fire god Kagura. Despite its limited duration, its power far surpassed that of water breathing. They regarded it as their secret weapon against foes that water breathing could not contend with. Soon, 2 years had passed since their arrival for training. In Chica's eyes, this marked the true commencement of the main storyline of Demon Slayer, with the preceding events merely serving as a prologue. The final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps awaited. Successfully passing this selection would grant them entry into the Corps, along with the ultimate weapon against demons, the Nichirin blade. Chica was eager to participate, and Tanjiro had long awaited this day. Upon hearing from Rengoku that they could partake in the final selection, Tanjiro was so elated he found it difficult to sleep. When he awoke the next day, his eyes lacked dark circles, and he radiated an energy far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Chica, too, was not faring much better. While Tanjiro yearned to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chica equally anticipated the official unfolding of the main narrative. Although having traversed into this timeline, many past regrets and tragedies are beyond my reach, I am fortunate that under the formidable influence of Teacher Crocodile, Qianxia is presented with ample opportunities to reverse these tragedies. On the following morning, Qianxia stood before the mirror in the wooden cabin. As she tidied her hair, her gaze fell upon the wheelchair positioned behind her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind about perhaps sitting in the wheelchair for a while in the future, leading her to enact a classic trope from fantasy novels, downplaying her own worth, being looked down upon, mocked, then striking back to assert herself, only to continue being belittled. However, this notion dissipated almost as swiftly as it appeared, as Qianxia dismissed it with a shake of her head. While the thrill of proving oneself is undeniably enticing, she could not endure the incessant mockery that accompanies such a narrative. Even if she were to redeem herself later, the discomfort would linger. Modesty is commendable, but the pattern of feigned humility followed by relentless humiliation was one she wished to avoid. Furthermore, Qianxia did not believe that there existed individuals so brazenly straightforward as to openly express their contempt or disdain, which she would rather label as foolishness. What mattered was to remain true to her authentic self, and at this moment, her name is Kamadu Qianxia. Taking a deep breath, Qianxia gazed at her reflection and swiftly exited the room, leaving the wooden cabin to step outside. Today, she would depart the mountain with Tanjiro, heading to Fujisaki Mountain to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 11. Departure to Fujisaki Mountain. Qianxia and Tanjiro stood outside the cabin, with Sakanji beside them, holding a pair of masks, which he extended towards them. These are disaster-warding masks. They may offer you protection during your time at the final selection. I will take good care of Nezuko, so you can leave without worry, Sakanji stated solemnly. Qianxia and Tanjiro accepted the uniquely shaped masks with a nod. At that moment, Tanjiro donned his blue uniform, symbolizing the water-breathing technique, while Qianxia wore nothing of the sort, prompting a rather exasperating incident regarding her attire. Sakanji had misjudged Qianxia's measurements, resulting in a rather ill-fitting garment that left her feeling exposed. Unlike Nezuko, whose ample bosom was a point of pride, Qianxia's figure barely escaped the flat-chested classification. Upon receiving the outfit, Qianxia even questioned whether it was a cruel joke from Sakanji. His explanation was that the clothing was made according to the average female bust size. Listening to this, Qianxia's lips twitched slightly, though her reaction was not overly dramatic. Isn't having a smaller chest preferable? I can hardly imagine the discomfort of fighting with a large bosom. I feel rather fortunate to be on the flatter side. This statement, while genuine, seemed to echo as a lament in the ears of Tanjiro and Sakanji, and Tanjiro, unsure of how to respond, produced two large buns from seemingly nowhere. However, just before Tanjiro could utter an unthinkable remark, Qianxia delivered a playful punch to his sturdy forehead, silencing him at the cost of her own discomfort. No, don't go too far. This matter was left unresolved, and the clothing was eventually changed. While these garments served to establish one's identity, Tanjiro wearing them sufficed. At worst, she could fold the clothing and carry it with her, presenting it when necessary. Then let us be off. Tanjiro bowed slightly to Sakanji before turning to head towards Fujisaki Mountain, while Qianxia merely nodded in acknowledgement. Just as she was about to turn away, she caught a glimpse of two figures in the distance behind Sakanji. Were those Kanata and Mikomo? In the blink of an eye, they vanished from her sight. Kanata and Mikomo were former disciples of Sakanji, lost during the final selection. If that moment wasn't a mere illusion, it surely mirrored Tanjiro's experience from the original tale, where he saw their spirits. Upon death, pure souls linger in the world, held back by their unresolved desires. Rest assured, I shall rend that demon limb from limb. Qianxia smiled confidently as she waved in the direction where the two figures appeared, then turned to leave Sakanji's side, leaving him puzzled alongside the bewildered Kanata and Mikomo. Kanata, do you think that girl saw us? Perhaps. Tanjiro and Qianxia may just be our avengers. The two stood together, silently wishing for their vengeance. In truth, they, especially Kanata, possessed the strength to defeat the demon that had taken their lives. However, prior to their encounter with the malevolent creature, Kanata had expended considerable energy to eliminate numerous lesser demons, leaving his weapon severely dulled. This led to his blade shattering upon clashing with the demon, resulting in his demise. The demon was drawn to the disaster-warding masks worn by Sakanji's disciples. Upon seeing one, it would disregard other prey to attack them. In the battle at Fujisaki Mountain during the final selection, Shinxia and Tanjiro would undoubtedly become targets of that demon. Yet, Shinxia believed there was ample room to alter the outcome of that encounter. A single strike to slay it would be far too merciful. As they walked side by side, Shinxia kept her head slightly bowed, a devilish smile gracing her face. Tanjiro, catching sight of her expression, couldn't help but sneeze, feeling an impending sense of something significant about to unfold. Fujisaki Mountain was not far. In fact, under their current pace, the distance was negligible. As they sprinted, feeling the invigorating gusts of wind against their faces, Shinxia reveled in the sensation, though she could sense the wind while being pushed in a wheelchair. Running on her own legs provided a wholly different experience. Together, they raced across the ground at a speed surpassing Bolt, and even as they approached Fujisaki Mountain, they showed no signs of slowing down. Those who had also arrived at the foot of the mountain, preparing for the final selection, could only watch in astonishment as Shinxia and Tanjiro appeared like two gusts of wind, barely registering their presence before they faded into the distance. The path was lined with wisteria trees adorned with purple blossoms, which, for demons, were as toxic as poison. It was precisely because of these wisteria flowers that Fujisaki Mountain was chosen as the venue for the final selection, ensuring relative safety. Upon reaching the mountain's midpoint, the two finally paused, joining a gathering of individuals similarly preparing for the final selection, most of whom bore serious expressions, clearly having steeled themselves for the challenges ahead. Shinxia casually scanned the crowd and instantly recognized several key characters from the original story. Their distinctiveness was unmatched compared to the background figures. Golden-haired and grave-faced was Zenitsu Agitsuma. Scarred and fierce was Kaneo Tsuyuri, and with a smile and pink attire was Kanaho Tsuyuri. Sister, we must pass the final selection. Due to his uncertainty regarding the extent of his own strength, Tanjiro felt a slight twinge of anxiety, pondering whether his abilities would suffice to pass the final selection. Thus, he silently encouraged himself. Chica remained silent. Although there was no immediate urgency, it would soon present itself. The two stood together, quietly awaiting the commencement of the final selection. And as seconds ticked by, the gaze of an increasing number of onlookers fell upon them. This was partly due to Chica's striking appearance, as she was not clad in attire similar to that of the others, and partly because those who arrived later recognized that the two gusts of wind were indeed Chica and Tanjiro, drawing attention to their prowess. After approximately half an hour, a pair of individuals adorned in traditional kimonos, one male and one female, approached them, lanterns in hand. Thank you all for attending the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps this evening. Chapter 12, The Final Selection. We appreciate your presence at the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this Wisteria Mountain, demons captured by the Demon Slayers are confined. However, they cannot escape due to the presence of wisteria flowers from the foothills to the mid-slopes. Beyond this region, wisteria flowers cease to grow. The requirement to pass the final selection is simply to survive for 7 days. The two spoke in a monotone, outlining the basic requirements for the final selection. Upon hearing that survival for 7 days was the only criterion, some participants sighed in relief, while others drew in a sharp breath. The expectation was not to slay demons, but merely to endure, which indirectly highlighted the brutality of the demons. As their words concluded, the duo stepped aside, revealing the path leading up the mountain, and the crowd moved forward, one step at a time, toward the demon-infested heights. Sister, what strategy should we adopt? Tanjiro inquired. Strategy? Of course we kill. Rampantly. Frenziedly. Chica declared, her arms crossed, exhaling 2 puffs of air through her nostrils. Tanjiro's lips twitched slightly. He thought it might be wiser to maintain composure at such a moment. Suddenly, a scent of demons caught Tanjiro's nose, and in an instant, he deduced it was coming from above him. Sister, be careful. Tanjiro swiftly drew the blade at his waist and struck toward the source of the demonic aura. Swish. The sound of his blade sliced through the air like a flowing stream. Tanjiro had intended to block the incoming attack from the demon, but in the blink of an eye, his blade had severed the demon's outstretched hand. Is this demon just a fraud? Tanjiro blinked in bewilderment, taken aback by the unexpected ease of the encounter. Were all demons in this place so weak, or was this one attempting to deceive him? Perhaps the latter? Tanjiro gripped his weapon tightly, inhaling and exhaling as he refined the cycle of water breathing. At that moment, he detected another demon's scent. Behind, sister. He turned, intending to warn Chica, only to find her already unsheathing her own blade, swiftly raising it to defend against an attack from a demon that lunged at her almost immediately. Chica took a deep breath and executed a sharp turn, employing the first form of water breathing, surface slash, decapitating the demon in an instant. Tanjiro, you need to speed up over there. Oh, right. Tanjiro replied, snapping back to focus as he directed his attention toward a low-level demon that had lost an arm and was in the process of regeneration. If sister could do it, so could he. Tanjiro inhaled deeply. He did not need to enter a state of total concentration to unleash the full power of his swordsmanship. For he and Chica had already mastered the constant state of total concentration, keeping their bodies in a low-consumption version of it. Fourth form, striking tide. Tanjiro stepped forward, sending ripples of water surging from his blade. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the demon that had previously been in his line of sight. With the sound of water dissipating, the demon's head was severed from its body. Well done. What a fine execution of water surface slash, Chica exclaimed, her eyes narrowing with delight as she clapped. Tanjiro's lips twitched again, although he had grown accustomed to his sister's various nicknames for the techniques of water breathing. He couldn't help but retort. That was striking tide. Despite the banter, Tanjiro was truly astonished at how effortlessly he had dispatched the low-level demon before him. Could it be that I am remarkably powerful now? He tightened his grip on the blade, a look of exhilaration and joy spreading across his face. After 2 years of training on the mountain, constantly overshadowed by his sister, with opponents being either her or Master Urokodaki, Tanjiro had always believed his strength was inadequate. So, I have grown this strong. Just as Tanjiro reveled in his newfound realization, Chica delivered a light slap to his forehead. She did not exert much force. Aware of the resilience of his skull, excessive strength would only invite trouble for herself. Are you still planning to hide until the end? No. Now that I possess the power to defeat demons, I should certainly slay more of them. Excellent. Your spirit is commendable. I'll handle the eastern side, while you take the west. How does that sound? Absolutely. Tanjiro and Chica decided to split their efforts, akin to the legendary Hashira of yore, sweeping through the demons inhabiting Wisteria Mountain, particularly targeting the notably powerful demon that was out of place in the novice village. Employing the fourth form, water surface slash, Chica wielded her blade with precision, swiftly dispatching the demons she encountered as she advanced at high speed. The demons inhabiting Wisteria Mountain were predominantly low-level. Surviving among them for 7 days would qualify one as a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps. This rule had a certain threshold and was quite reasonable. However, a demon that was evidently a level above the low-tier ones had established its dominance over Wisteria Mountain, thwarting the advancement of many promising candidates who should have easily passed the qualification threshold. Of course, for those who had mastered the constant state of total concentration. Both the Demon King and the multitude of low-level demons were merely a matter of 1 or 2 strikes. After dispatching several low-level demons that had foolishly approached her, Chica had yet to locate the Demon King. She pondered whether she had perhaps gone too far or if it lay within Tanjiro's domain. She halted and turned, preparing to backtrack. Just then, her gaze fell upon a girl clad in a pink kimono not far away. Kanao Karika. In the original narrative, this character was the strongest among those in the final selection at this stage, having trained under one of the most formidable Hashira, the Flower Hashira. It could be said that had low-level demons been approaching her in an orderly fashion, she might very well fulfill one of the 2 conditions for advancement to Hashira, slaying 50 demons. Of course, under similar circumstances, had Chica and Tanjiro been in Kanao's position, it would not have posed much of a challenge either, for they could effortlessly eliminate low-level demons one after another, though they might experience some fatigue. That said, demons were rarely pack-oriented. Merely locating 50 demons would consume a significant amount of time, let alone the various dangers that could arise during confrontations with demons, potentially leading to demise. Upon spotting Kanao, Chica momentarily abandoned her intention to flee and instead focused intently on the young woman. Before Kanaho stood a lowly demon, attempting to ensnare her as its prey for a hearty feast. Xinxia remarked that this demon had certainly chosen its opponent wisely, likely mistaking her gentle appearance for vulnerability. The demon opened its maw, revealing sharp fangs, and with a surge of energy, lunged towards Kanaho, extending its equally formidable claws. In Chapter 13, the little demon king of Fujisaki, confronted with such a blatant assault, Kanaho effortlessly anticipated the demon's move with her exceptional vision. She nimbly leaped forward, drawing the blade sheathed at her waist. 5th form of the Breath of Flowers, no result peony. In an instant, she unleashed a flurry of 9 strikes from 4 directions, targeting the same spot on the demon. As her swordsmanship unfolded, it resembled the delicate petals of a peony drifting through the air, breathtakingly beautiful. With a graceful landing, the demon that had received Kanaho's strike disintegrated into mere fragments, scattering into the ether. Kanaho calmly sheathed her blade and suddenly turned her gaze towards an empty distance, remaining silent. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Finally, unable to contain herself, Xinxia emerged from behind a large tree. Kanaho was not surprised. She had long sensed Xinxia's presence. However, due to childhood shadows, she remained a taciturn girl. Upon seeing Qianxia, Kanaho displayed a professional smile before turning to leave. Qianxia had intended to greet her, but reconsidered. Now was not the time. Simply becoming familiar was sufficient. As for warming the heart of this silent maiden, that task was better suited for Tanjiro, who was more appropriate, and besides, he was her pairing. With that thought, Qianxia turned to retrace her steps. Just as she decided to leave, Kanaho, who had taken a few steps in another direction, glanced back at Qianxia. Such an impressive individual, Kanaho uttered, a rare compliment escaping her lips before she resumed her stroll through Fujisaki. Qianxia swiftly returned to their original starting point. Before departing, she had asked Tanjiro to confirm whether any demons lurked nearby, to which he replied he detected no demonic presence. Yet, whether due to the aura of protagonists or the convergence of timelines, Tanjiro ultimately encountered this vile demon, currently guarding a candidate, his expression grave as he observed the fiend. There shouldn't be any demons that have survived for so long here. The demons in this area should only have consumed 2 or 3 humans, and they often battle amongst themselves. Yet, I have survived, having devoured nearly 50 adversarial demons, as well as a considerable number of humans, counting you. I have consumed 14 students of Urokodaki. To earn the title of Hashira, a demon slayer must vanquish 50 demons. While the demon before Tanjiro has not only consumed 50 demons, but has also feasted upon numerous humans, reigning supreme in the Fujisaki region. Its taunts incessantly provoked Tanjiro, whose teeth clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. Just as Tanjiro prepared to charge forward, a series of rapid footsteps and a loud shout echoed. "What are you waiting for? Go!" In that moment, a flash of brilliant crimson fire appeared in Tanjiro's line of sight, the searing flames slicing through the demon's body, cleaving it in two. Dance of the Fire God, Round Dance. The demon emitted a shrill, piercing roar, though this blow was not fatal, having missed its neck. The pain it endured felt almost worse than decapitation. Different sword techniques from various breathing styles invoke distinct sensations of pain in demons. Water breathing, gentle and refreshing, with the 13th form's compassionate rain allowing demons to perish without suffering. Fire God Dance. Wounds that cannot heal immediately, excruciatingly painful. Even the formidable Muzan, the Demon King, shows discomfort. Dealing with this demon, water breathing could suffice, but it seemed too merciful. Sending it to hell would be acceptable, but with a touch of flair. Qianxia Strike. The Dance of the Fire God severed the demon in two, and due to its unique nature, the wound could not heal. Curse it! Curse it! Curse it! As the demon writhed, it unleashed countless arms towards Tanjiro. Qianxia merely waved her blade effortlessly, the fiery waves grazing the demon's outstretched limbs, eliciting heightened screams of agony. Beside her, Tanjiro inhaled deeply. He held his own views on demon slaying. He would not hesitate to eliminate a man-eating demon. Yet he preferred to deliver a swift death with a single stroke, granting them a merciful end. However, facing such a malicious demon, Tanjiro felt that employing water breathing would be too lenient. Taking a deep breath, Tanjiro transitioned from the water-breathing stance to the Fire God Dance. He charged towards the demon, a flash of fierce flames illuminating the air as he severed the demon's head. In its pain, the demon dissolved into particles, vanishing into the atmosphere. Tanjiro exhaled deeply, immediately reverting to the water-breathing stance in full concentration. The demon slayer candidate, whom Tanjiro had shielded, stared in astonishment at both of them. After a moment of shock, he could only stammer, "Incredible! If it were merely a lowly demon." He believed he could triumph after a fierce battle, having been trained by a mentor. A trainer would not have released him without the ability to defeat a lowly demon. Yet the formidable demon they had just vanquished filled him with dread, sapping his courage to even consider fighting. With my strength, it is impossible to conquer that demon. Overwhelmed by an instinctual fear, he chose to flee, while the two in front of him had effortlessly dispatched such a formidable foe. Were they truly new recruits like him? He swallowed hard, his legs trembling slightly. Qianxia, having sheathed her blade, turned towards him and extended her hand. "So can you stand?" "Of course." With trembling legs, he hurriedly rose from the ground. After a brief moment of calm, he felt increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of the two before him. It is well known that the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps ascend from low to high. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Above these 10 ranks stands the most prestigious title, Hashira. Perhaps these two before me could someday become Hashira. Chapter 14. I hope I didn't hurt you. Excuse me. What are your names? The bystander, now upright, looked at the two, hesitating for a moment before deciding to inquire about Qianxia and Tanjiro's names. Kamadu Tanjiro. Kamadu Qianxia. Siblings? No. Sister. Brother. Qianxia, somewhat irritated, immediately pointed her finger to correct the misnomer, startling the bystander with her fervent response, leaving him astonished to discover they were indeed siblings. His gaze swept over Qianxia, gradually descending from her cheek to rest upon her bosom. Noticing the subtlety of his stare, Qianxia's lips twitched slightly. And after she emitted a fierce hostility, the man hastily turned and fled from her line of sight, scrambling away. Truly, how impolite. Qianxia placed one hand on her hip, unable to suppress a TSK from her lips, while her companion, Tanjiro, stood awkwardly by, too embarrassed to speak. She recalled how her elder sister had been similarly affected in the past. Once, their youngest brother, Kaneo, had made a remark about her chest, prompting their usually gentle sister to abruptly set down her kitchen knife and, with narrowed eyes, deliver a series of playful jabs to Kaneo's temples, instilling a lasting fear in him. Following the extermination of the formidable Demon Hand Demon, the demon levels on Fujisaki Mountain returned to those appropriate for the final selection. Although it could be left unattended, Tanjiro, being the kind-hearted individual he is, could not simply stand by while demons wreaked havoc. Meanwhile, Qianxia took the opportunity to refine her swordsmanship against lower-level demons without employing breathing techniques. The final selection lasted for 7 days. The initial days were manageable, merely involving routine monster encounters. However, as the days wore on, the situation on Fujisaki Mountain transformed dramatically. Demons killing humans? Upon sighting Qianxia and Tanjiro, the demons trembled in fear and fled without a backward glance. By the final days of the selection, the demons had resorted to an ultimate game of hide-and-seek, concealing themselves so thoroughly that even Tanjiro's keen sense of smell could not ascertain whether all the demons on Fujisaki Mountain had been eradicated. Upon exiting the demon hunting area of Fujisaki Mountain, the surviving demon slayers gathered, and Qianxia noted that the number of survivors was not significantly greater than in the original narrative, just a few more. After all, the assessment spanned a lengthy 7 days, and the uncontrollable variables were numerous. Ultimately, it was due to their own weakness that those of lesser strength, even if they became members of the Demon Slayer Corps, would not contribute to their fighting capacity and might even become a liability. They would perish. Even if they survived here, they would ultimately meet their end. A boy with yellow hair mumbled to himself, radiating an aura of profound negativity, which caught Tanjiro's attention. Meanwhile, Qianxia focused on Kaneo, whose attire was notably pristine, devoid of any dirt. As Qianxia's attention settled on Kaneo, she soon noticed Kaneo's gaze directed toward her, prompting Kaneo to slightly turn her head and offer a professional smile. Prior to the commencement of the final selection, 2 youths clad in kimonos stepped forth to announce the rules. Their wide eyes and unique irises led Qianxia to internally compare their circular pupils to the Rinnegan from the neighboring world of Naruto, noting the similarities in design. After a brief introduction indicating that those who passed the selection would become the lowest-ranked members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the pair clapped their hands, and a cacophony of crow sounds echoed in the air. From this day forth, the crow will accompany you, serving primarily to communicate with other crows for long-distance transmission of messages. Oh, how could this be? Before they could finish their explanation, an astonishing scene compelled them to halt. Tanjiro and the others found themselves with a crow perched on their hands, while the bewildered Zenitsu blinked in confusion, as the creature on his hand was not a crow, but a small sparrow. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter, although Zenitsu found it peculiar. At least a creature had settled on him. In contrast, Qianxia, standing beside Tanjiro, was gazing upward, where a crow circled above her, flapping its wings, but showing no inclination to descend upon her. Oh, how could this happen? A specially trained crow should not fear humans. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The two spoke in unison, while Qianxia quickly lowered her head. It was fine. If there was no crow, so be it. She could still rely on Tanjiro's crow. Just as she thought this, she turned to Tanjiro, who, upon noticing her gaze, caused the crow to hastily flap its wings and leap from one of Tanjiro's arms to the other. A silence enveloped the scene. Qianxia's expression turned slightly ambiguous as she contemplated how even a crow would not grant her the courtesy she deserved. Observing this spectacle, the two fell into silence. They had intended to continue observing, but a hot-headed individual who had successfully passed the selection abruptly swatted the crow off his arm. He strode forward, exclaiming, "Crows are irrelevant. Give me a sword." The Demon Slayer's sword, the color-changing blade, the Nichirin blade. Just as he reached out to grasp one of the youths by the hair, shadows flitted past him on either side. Tanjiro, with a serious expression, stood to his right, gripping the would-be assailant's wrist, while Qianxia stood to his left. Did you think Qianxia aimed to seize his other hand? No. Qianxia had clutched his hair, resulting in a rather comical scene. Calm down. The man widened his eyes, and at that moment, both began to exert force. Tanjiro, being a woodcutter, possessed considerable strength, further augmented by his enhanced physique from total concentration. If Tanjiro were to apply all his might, he could easily cause a fracture with his grip alone. Yet, despite this pressure, his concern did not lie with his wrist. For Qianxia was also exerting force. He suddenly had a premonition that in mere seconds, his hair would be yanked with a resounding pop. Fine, I get it. Let go of me. Instantly, the conflicting forces ceased. Tanjiro released his grip, and Qianxia let go of his hair. The two immediately donned cheerful expressions, grinning at him. Apologies. I hope I didn't hurt you just now. Chapter 15, Nichirin Blade, in return. How terrifying. Yet that sister is so beautiful, but still quite frightening. Zenitsu gazed at Qianxia, who had just moments ago been tugging at someone else's hair, and instinctively reached up to touch his own. His hair was golden, but it hadn't always been that way. In this fantastical world of Demon Slayer, extraordinary occurrences were entirely normal. Regarding hair color, Zenitsu's golden locks were the result of being struck by a bolt of lightning, transforming his hair to its current hue. A similar tale could be told of one of the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Love Hashira, whose hair was a blend of cherry blossom pink with grass green tips, supposedly due to her consuming an astounding 170 cherry rice cakes daily for 8 months. The absurdity of such events rivaled that of Zenitsu's lightning-induced transformation. After a brief commotion, the twin siblings reconvened, lifting the cloth covering the table behind them. Upon it lay a collection of uneven, uniquely shaped stones known as tamagain, the raw material for forging the Demon Slayer Corps specialized Nichirin blades. Thus, let us commence the selection of jade steel, for this shall be the blade that vanquishes malevolent spirits and protects oneself, hence the choice must be made individually. The two spoke in subdued tones, while the assembled crowd fell into contemplative silence before the array of jade steel, save for one individual. Without hesitation, Qianxia stepped forth from the group, her gaze sweeping over the multitude of jade steel on the table. With a casual glance, she extracted a piece that appeared slightly larger than the others. The reasoning? There was none. The jade steel itself bore minimal differences. The characteristics of the Nichirin blade are determined by the wielder rather than the quality of the raw material. In the original narrative, Tanjiro, utilizing his superior sense of smell, selected a piece of jade steel, leading everyone to assume that, as the protagonist, he would undoubtedly procure a high-quality piece. Who could have predicted that it would shatter shortly thereafter, prompting the higher-ups to provide Tanjiro with a replacement blade? The initial selection of jade steel was merely a ceremonial gesture. I shall choose this one, she declared, turning to Tanjiro. Do not overthink it. Simply select one based on your instincts. Tanjiro paused, somewhat perplexed. But this is the blade we will use to confront demons. Shouldn't we deliberate carefully? Deliberate? Do you even know how to assess jade steel? Qianxia retorted. In any case, if the blade breaks, we can forge another one. It's not as if the Demon Slayer Corps would leave us to battle demons barehanded. The first part of her statement was directed at Tanjiro, while the latter was aimed at the twins, who nodded in tacit agreement with Qianxia's words. If a blade were to break, the headquarters would ensure that members received new Nichirin blades, and considering that the hardness of these jade steels does not vary significantly, it is far more prudent to focus on honing one's breathing techniques and swordsmanship than to place hopes on the jade steel itself. Tanjiro nodded, stepping forward to select a piece of jade steel that felt satisfactory to him, while the others followed suit, each choosing their own. Subsequently, they would return to their respective homes, and the chosen jade steel would be entrusted to skilled artisans for crafting. Once completed, the blades would be delivered, a process worthy of commendation. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a certain man, whose presence was faint and voice eerily reminiscent of a certain devoted protector, had a raven perched upon his arm. Upon learning of the nature of this final selection, he wore a smile of relief. The new recruits possess remarkable strength. The Demon Slayer Corps has a promising future ahead. I hope they grow quickly. After departing from Fujisaki Mountain, Qianxia and Tanjiro retraced their steps homeward. In the original tale, Tanjiro, during this phase, was painfully limping homeward, relying on a wooden stick as a crutch. However, he now walked with an ordinary gait, still somewhat in disbelief that he had passed the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. What are you thinking moving so slowly? Perhaps Nezuko has already awakened, Qianxia mused. Nezuko? Oh Nezuko, have you awakened? Perhaps, just perhaps, though it's merely a hunch. Qianxia pointed to her forehead. Previously, she had mentioned to Tanjiro that her connection to Nezuko's condition might stem from their shared blood of demons, a notion Tanjiro wholeheartedly believed. At this moment, upon hearing Qianxia's words, Tanjiro was suddenly invigorated, exhaling sharply as he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Then let us hasten home, he exclaimed. Agreed. With renewed vigor, Qianxia and Tanjiro dashed back down the mountain path, initially with Qianxia appearing more agile and quicker, leaving Tanjiro slightly behind. However, as time passed, Tanjiro closed the gap and even managed to surpass her. This body was more prone to fatigue than the average person. Perhaps it was a consequence of the equivalent exchange principle, where increased physical exertion yielded a more superior physique. After all, since Qianxia's reincarnation, the original host had been unaccustomed to physical training, possessing a frail body. Yet, since regaining her mobility, Qianxia's physicality had not hindered her progress in mastering breathing techniques. Rather, it had showcased her extraordinary aptitude. If every transmigrator possesses their unique advantage, then this physical constitution was certainly hers, albeit not overwhelmingly formidable. Nevertheless, Qianxia felt it was sufficient. While uncertain if she could become a figure that instilled fear in Muzan, she was resolute in recreating that shade of red that struck terror in him. Trailing behind Tanjiro, Qianxia breathed lightly, her gaze still bright and clear. They rushed from the foot of Fujisaki Mountain to the base of Narukami Mountain, where they finally came to a halt under the rising moon. Perhaps we might return home just in time for dinner, Qianxia mused, tilting her head to gaze at the moon and calculating the hour. It was around 6 in the evening, twilight just fading. As they passed through a village, they caught a whiff of various enticing aromas wafting from the houses. While neither was particularly hungry, they were tempted. Having subsisted on coarse grains for sustenance during the final selection, Qianxia and Tanjiro ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace, their eyes falling upon the small wooden house where Urokodaki resided, now illuminated from within. Qianxia approached the door and gently knocked, while Tanjiro called out, "Master Urokodaki. It's us. We're back." Before Tanjiro's words had fully settled, the door swung open, and a bundle of joy rushed out, enveloping Qianxia in a warm embrace. Wah! With a bamboo tube clamped in her mouth, Nezuko nestled into Qianxia's arms. Tanjiro, overcome with emotion, shed tears of joy, for Nezuko had finally awakened. Qianxia gazed down at Nezuko, who was blissfully cocooned in her embrace. It had been 2 years since they had seen Nezuko awake. Although she had been in a slumber for those 2 years, she had faintly sensed the world around her. Upon awakening, Nezuko looked around, not finding Qianxia or Tanjiro by her side. Despite Urokodaki's presence, the absence of family evoked a sense of unease. Upon sensing their presence, she reacted more quickly than Urokodaki, bolting out of the house. Surprisingly, Qianxia did not feel overwhelmed by the situation. With their father having passed away early due to health issues, the burden of the household fell upon their mother and eldest son, Tanjiro. Often departing home, Qianxia frequently assumed the role of caretaker for the younger siblings. Acquired the ultimate skill of maternal love? Check. Qianxia reached out to gently stroke Nezuko's head, soothingly saying, "It's all right now, it's all right. We're back." Tanjiro watched the scene unfold, memories of his childhood flooding back when the family was still whole, prompting tears to spill from his eyes. Urokodaki, following closely behind, emerged from the house. Upon seeing Qianxia and Tanjiro return, his emotional restraint faltered. He hurriedly approached them, embracing Qianxia, Tanjiro, and Nezuko all together. "It's wonderful that you're back, it's wonderful. You're not hurt, are you?" Urokodaki said, his voice thick with emotion. Every disciple he had trained before had perished during the final selection, a haunting curse that seemed to loom over him. Yet, in that moment, the dreadful curse and Urokodaki's burdens were lifted. His unusual discontent was indeed a facade. If the mask of the Tengu he wore were to be removed, one would surely see the tears streaming down his cheeks. Inside the wooden house, the warmth of reunion enveloped them all. Rengoku presented Chica and Tanjiro each with a steaming bowl of miso soup. Without regard for its temperature, Chica and Tanjiro eagerly lifted their bowls and began to slurp it down. Tanjiro exclaimed, "Delicious," while Chica, feeling rejuvenated, happily returned her empty bowl to Rengoku, requesting another serving. Rengoku, of course, would not refuse. It was indeed a good thing that they could eat heartily. "Did you eliminate that demon?" Rengoku inquired as he ladled more miso soup for Chica. "Yes, not only did we vanquish the demon, but we also eradicated most of the demons on Fujisaki Mountain," Tanjiro replied earnestly. Rengoku's body involuntarily trembled, nearly spilling the full bowl of soup he held. "So many vanquished," he chuckled, his laughter imbued with a multitude of emotions. On one hand, it recalled the promise made by Kaneo when she had ascended the mountain, assuring him that she would pass the examination flawlessly and eliminate the 100 demons within, a goal that Chica and Tanjiro had, in a sense, fulfilled. On the other hand, the demons on Fujisaki Mountain were captured by the Hashira, or elite swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Their disappearance meant a renewed burden for the Corps to hunt and capture more demons. Rengoku remembered well the troubles he had faced as a Hashira in dealing with the capture and dispatching of demons to Fujisaki Mountain, and he felt a small sense of schadenfreude at the prospect of the new generation experiencing similar challenges. Subsequently, Rengoku engaged in a lengthy discussion with Chica and Tanjiro about the diversity of demons and the special abilities known as blood demon arts wielded by certain high-ranking demons. However, he no longer felt any concern for the two, having mastered total concentration breathing in the beginner-s village and breaking the curse of his disciple-s demise. He was confident that they would be safe, survive, and become the new pillars of their generation. Meanwhile, Nezuko, unable to speak due to the bamboo tube in her mouth, sat quietly nearby. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, Chica extended a finger, suggesting that Nezuko should remove the bamboo tube. Rengoku-sensei, while we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of Nezuko going berserk, you are a former Hashira, and we are no longer the naive novices we once were. We won't be easily harmed by demons, and since Nezuko retains her self-awareness, let us allow her to remove the bamboo for now. She can put it back on in a crowded area outside. Upon hearing Chica's words, both Tanjiro and Nezuko gazed at Rengoku with wide, expectant eyes. Tanjiro's expression was one of determination, but it was Nezuko's hopeful gaze that was truly hard to resist, a sentiment Chica shared. Rengoku, under their watchful eyes, ultimately acquiesced to the proposal. Nezuko's mouth was finally freed from its confinement, and she energetically spread her arms wide, embracing Chica once more. Sister. Tanjiro, sitting beside them, observed the scene with a subtle expression, gently poking his finger at himself. Nezuko, me and I too. Rengoku gazed at this picturesque moment, taking a sip of miso soup and exhaling a cloud of warm steam. The bond between the three siblings truly was a beautiful thing. After a nostalgic chat, Nezuko soon lay down again, drifting into slumber. Rengoku surmised that, as a demon, Nezuko, due to her abstention from consuming humans, could not recover her strength as a normal demon would, thus opting for sleep to restore her energy. Listening to this deduction, Chica was struck by her own hypothesis. Since Nezuko's inability to consume humans slows her recovery, could it be that her own frequent fatigue stems from a similar principle? However, she quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that she harbored no bloodlust. Though her stamina waned quickly, she also regained it swiftly without requiring sleep, like Nezuko. Chica gazed at Nezuko, who lay sleeping, lost in thought. In the original tale, Nezuko was one of the fortunate few to attain a happy ending, free from disabilities and early demise. Yet, without Muzan's presence, she could have enjoyed an even more blissful family life. Muzan claimed to be a calamity, thus beyond reproach, but even a calamity must face humanity's grievances against fate. Moreover, he was not a mere disaster but a man-made catastrophe. Chapter 17. Chica's sudden inspiration. The following morning, Chica and Tanjiro awoke as usual. Despite having passed the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps, their chosen Tamashii was still being forged, a process that would take approximately half a month. Naturally, this time could not be squandered, yet mere practice with their weapons had proven insufficient for furthering their strength. Thus, Chica proposed two training options. 1. Go out to hunt demons. 2. Engage in practical training together, using wooden swords. Strictly speaking, the first option promised more immediate results. But due to the challenge of finding demons, it was set aside. Tanjiro resolutely chose the latter. As a side note, Chica and Tanjiro had previously engaged in brief sparring sessions, which had not yielded a clear victor. However, during that short period, Chica had dominated the exchanges. Moving outside the wooden cabin, Chica and Tanjiro positioned themselves about 10 meters apart, each wielding a training wooden sword and gazing intently at one another. Given that they were trained by the same master, they typically found it difficult to break through each other's techniques, so both sought to employ unexpected maneuvers. Tanjiro took a deep breath, adjusting the power of his water breathing to its maximum. Water breathing, fifth form, blessed rain, long-lasting. The blade in Tanjiro's hand erupted with a powerful wave of water, the first move being the most formidable technique of water breathing. Was he attempting a swift assault? No, it appeared otherwise. Chica instantly recognized that this step in Tanjiro's strategy was merely a ruse. As Tanjiro closed the distance, the water dragon coalescing around his blade struck the ground before Chica instead. Boom! The use of the fifth form to create an effect akin to the eighth form's waterfall obscured Chica's view with a tide-like ripple of sword energy. And behind this curtain of water, Tanjiro deftly transitioned his breathing technique, igniting flames upon his blade. A forceful shift in breathing placed a tremendous strain on the body. Yet in battle, it served as a powerful offensive technique, capable of catching opponents off guard. Regrettably, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps mastered only one style of breathing. Dedicating oneself to perfecting a single technique consumed an immense amount of time. The love Hashira, having been the adopted child of the flame Hashira, had acquired an incomplete version of flame breathing and, unable to wield it as freely as her predecessor, ultimately modified it into love breathing. However, The mastery of multiple breathing styles bore no significant advantage over a singular mastery. Chica and Tanjiro, at least at this stage, were exceptions. Water breathing, low consumption. Comprehensive sword techniques. Sun breathing, high consumption, ultimate output. After switching to sun breathing, Tanjiro executed the first form, Dance of the Fire God, with his wooden sword, aiming for a decisive blow. Just as Tanjiro believed he would surely land this strike on Chica, her extraordinary reflexes and physical prowess came to the fore. Before Tanjiro's blade could strike, Chica had already leaped into the air, soaring higher than the arc of Tanjiro's swing, with Tanjiro's attack going amiss. Chica swiftly followed up with a decisive blow that concluded their duel effortlessly. Sister, that jump was astonishing, Tanjiro mused. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he recalled Chica's remarkable leap. He thought to himself that if he had prepared for such a jump, he too could achieve great heights, perhaps even reaching the roof of the cabin. Yet, the crucial distinction lay in the fact that Chica had not gathered any momentum. The transition from water breathing to the fire god Kagura was remarkably brief, indicating that Chica's reaction time was incredibly swift. A rapid jump without preparation is fundamentally different from one with momentum, and Tanjiro believed that if he were in Chica's position, he would not have been able to execute such a quick ascent. Is this the power acquired by my sister through the absorption of demon blood? Nezuko had transformed into a demon, resulting in a significant enhancement of her physical abilities. Tanjiro recalled how, when Nezuko had initially lost her senses and attacked him, this once gentle and delicate sister had overwhelmed him like a wild beast, and Chica's prowess seemed even more formidable than Nezuko's. Tanjiro gazed down at his own blade, gripping the hilt tightly, resolved to strive harder. He knew that more powerful demons would inevitably emerge, and he could not be a burden to his sister. He needed to contribute his share. Sister, we shall continue later. I'm always ready. Chica and Tanjiro trained fervently from dawn until noon, only pausing when Urokodaki emerged from the cabin, calling them back for lunch with the warmth of a caring mother. They turned to look, first spotting Urokodaki and then Nezuko, who cautiously peeked out from the cabin, her head barely visible. Due to her identity as a demon, Nezuko could not expose herself to sunlight, even in her awakened state. She remained nestled within the cabin, fearful of direct rays. Although Nezuko was an exception possessing the ability to resist sunlight, an ability even the Demon King lacked, she was not yet aware of this power. Initially, in the original story, Nezuko suffered harm from sunlight, but her resilience had quickly developed into immunity. Of course, even if Chica were aware of this fact, it was not the appropriate time to reveal it. As Chica and Tanjiro stepped inside the cabin, Nezuko, unencumbered by her bamboo muzzle, joyfully approached them. Sister, brother, you both are incredible. Is this the breathing technique taught by Mr. Urokodaki? Indeed, it's water breathing and our family's fire god Kagura. We have grown stronger, and I believe we will surely find a way to revert you to human form. Trust us. As Chica spoke, she affectionately ruffled Nezuko's hair, finding her irresistibly adorable, akin to a little kitten, and thought how lovely it would be to keep her at home, though, in truth, she already belonged to their family. Nezuko beamed with delight at the affection, while Urokodaki sat in the living room, having prepared their meal, softly murmuring about their tardiness. Just as they finished petting Nezuko and were about to head to the living room, Chica suddenly had a brilliant idea. Nezuko, would you like to learn the breathing technique? Breathing technique? Nezuko paused, momentarily taken aback, before her eyes sparkled with excitement. Every girl harbors dreams of becoming more formidable, and even the adorable Nezuko was no exception. Especially after witnessing Chica and Tanjiro's swordplay that morning. But can I really learn? Will I be able to do it? Nezuko asked softly, her head bowed with uncertainty. Of course you can. We both can learn it. Nezuko, there's no reason you can't. Chica declared, turning to Tanjiro for affirmation. What do you think, Tanjiro? With Chica passing the metaphorical microphone to him, Tanjiro quickly replied, absolutely. Nezuko can definitely do it, knowing that it would provide Nezuko with further means of self-defense. Tanjiro was more than supportive. Hearing their encouragement, Nezuko's eyes sparkled with joy, transforming into little bean-like shapes as she twirled in excitement. Meanwhile, Urokodaki patiently remained seated in the living room, awaiting their return. They sure are taking their time. 10 minutes later, Chica and Tanjiro finally entered the living room. Even with Urokodaki still wearing his Tengu mask, they could sense the palpable air of dissatisfaction emanating from him, as if his aura was scolding them for their delay and warning that their food would soon grow cold. Chica and Tanjiro lowered their heads in embarrassment, with Chica feeling particularly awkward, as she recalled having once spoken similar words at home. Afterward, Chica and Tanjiro conveyed their desire for Nezuko to learn the breathing technique to Urokodaki, who, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his miso soup, his mask lifting slightly to reveal a portion of his face in shock. A demon learning the breathing technique? The physical prowess and regenerative abilities of demons far surpassed those of humans, and humans relied on sunlight blades and breathing techniques to combat them. The notion of demons mastering breathing techniques had never crossed Urokodaki's mind, nor had he ever witnessed a demon utilizing such skills. In that moment, two thoughts raced through Urokodaki's mind. First, could demons truly learn the breathing technique? Second, how powerful would a demon be if they succeeded? Perhaps it was worth exploring. After a period of contemplation, Urokodaki agreed to their proposal. His interest piqued. Nezuko learning the water-breathing technique as a demon. Once lunch was finished, Urokodaki began to personally instruct Nezuko in water breathing. Given that Nezuko was a demon, she could not practice outside and had to learn within the confines of the cabin. Throughout this process, Urokodaki expressed that he felt as if he were once again teaching a normal student. Nezuko had no foundational skills in swordsmanship, and her demon physiology necessitated longer sleep durations, limiting her ability to study for extended periods. However, her eagerness to learn meant that her progress was not particularly slow. Half a month later, a man wearing a straw hat approached slowly from the distance. At that moment, Chica and Tanjiro were engaged in practice outside. Wait, someone is coming. Someone. Could it be that the sunlight blade is finally ready? Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly, turning to the direction Chica was looking. The approaching figure not only wore a straw hat, but also sported a peculiar mask. Upon seeing the mask, both immediately recalled the one worn by Urokodaki, secretly marveling at the aesthetic appeal of their master's mask. Nevertheless, despite their playful banter, Tanjiro approached the newcomer with polite haste. "Excuse me, are you the one delivering the blade?" Tanjiro inquired courteously, to which the man nodded in acknowledgement. His name was Kanetetsu, a craftsman of sunlight blades, and he carried two wrapped blades on his back, within which lay Tanjiro and Chica's sunlight blades. With great joy, Tanjiro welcomed Kanamori into his home. He removed the two cloth strips from behind him and handed over the original versions of the Nichirin swords to Chica and Tanjiro. Observing the eye and hair color of the siblings, Kanamori remarked, "Given your lineage, it is likely that your swords may turn crimson. I eagerly anticipate this transformation." As he spoke, Chica's brow arched slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched with barely contained excitement. "Not necessarily," Chica interjected. "Tanjiro and I have trained in water breathing, and the probability of our swords awakening in blue is quite high." The dignified figure of Sakanji, seated beside them, spoke earnestly in agreement. The Nichirin sword, also known as the color-changing blade, alters its hue based on its wielder. Factors influencing this transformation may include personality and familial background. However, the highest probability lies in the representative color of the breathing technique mastered. Water breathing is azure, flame breathing is scarlet, wind breathing is emerald, stone breathing is earthy gray, and thunder breathing is golden. Under the watchful gazes of Sakanji and Kanamori, the siblings commenced the transformation of their Nichirin swords. Tanjiro's blade turned obsidian black, eliciting expressions of astonishment from both observers. "Black? What an unexpected change!" they exclaimed. Throughout the last few centuries, no black-bladed swordsman had ever risen to prominence. Not even the most elite Hashira, let alone the top-tier swordsman, had emerged, as most had perished in battles against demons. Faced with their astonished stares, Tanjiro regarded the black blade in his hand without a hint of aversion. He felt an inexplicable affinity for it. Following Tanjiro's transformation, all eyes turned to Chica, who they assumed would also wield a black sword if Tanjiro's was so. To everyone's surprise, including her own, Chica's Nichirin sword transformed into a brilliant blue. The clarity of the azure hue was breathtaking, prompting a sense of awe at its beauty. This outcome was one of the expected options, and both Sakanji and Kanamori sighed in relief. A user of water breathing wielding a blue sword was indeed normal. Yet, both Tanjiro and Chica remained astonished, particularly Chica, who gazed at her blue blade with furrowed brows. "Why is my sword blue? Does this mean my compatibility with the fire god Kagura is lacking, and the heavens deem that I should pursue water breathing instead? This is truly perplexing." Chapter 19. The True Color-Changing Blade. The blue blade is quite lovely, given its purity. "Chica, you may very well surpass Tenjin in your mastery of water breathing," Sakanji remarked, downplaying his statement. Tenjin, who believed himself less gifted than Kaneo, had nonetheless created the 11th form of water breathing, showcasing his remarkable talent, earning him the title of the strongest water Hashira in centuries. Chica, listening to Sakanji, wished to retort about the concept of purity. Could it be that the color of the Nichirin sword could indeed possess a measure of purity? Such thoughts brought to mind the visual flair of a certain filming set. "Your purity is too low," exclaimed a certain powerful being. "Get lost. You've wandered into the wrong set." Chica shook her head vigorously, gripping her Nichirin sword and scrutinizing it closely. It must be said, the blue was indeed beautiful. Suddenly, The cawing of crows echoed from outside the wooden hut. Moments later, a crow flew into the room but halted mid-air, sensing Chica's presence, and flapped its wings to maintain distance. Tanjiro, Chica, I bring urgent instructions. Head to the village in the northwest. A girl is disappearing. Every night, a girl vanishes. We must uncover the hidden demon and exterminate it. Please exercise caution. This is your initial mission as members of the Demon Slayer Corps. After delivering this message, the crow flapped its wings and swiftly exited through the window. Since Chica had not summoned the crow, Tanjiro's crow was tasked with relaying the orders, effectively creating a cooperative mission. Sister, our task has arrived. Tanjiro exclaimed. Yes, let us aim for a swift resolution, Chica replied, sheathing her Nichirin sword. She recalled only vaguely the details of this mission, as her interest in Demon Slayer had sparked during the Spider Mountain arc. The preceding plot felt somewhat insubstantial. She remembered a demon with blood demon art that had a penchant for consuming young girls. However, this was of little concern. The demon was not formidable, and Tanjiro could easily handle it alone. Moreover, with Nezuko joining them, they would be a trio. Meanwhile, in a different room, Nezuko, utilizing her extraordinary hearing as a demon, overheard their conversation. Clenching her fists and bowing her head, she steeled herself, despite feeling somewhat drowsy. As Chica and Tanjiro prepared to depart, Sakanji coughed softly and said, In the left room, there is a specially crafted wooden box, lighter and sturdier than a typical one. You may use it to store some items. Given Kanamori's presence, it was best to avoid revealing Nezuko's true nature as a demon. Chica and Tanjiro nodded, understanding Sakanji's implication. After retrieving the wooden box from the left room, Nezuko shrank her form and slipped inside with a training wooden sword. Tanjiro hoisted the box onto his back, ready for departure. Then we shall set forth, they declared. 15 days later, they once again exited Sakanji's hut, who stood outside, watching them go. Take care, he called out. Once they were out of his sight, Chica pondered deeply before drawing her blue Nichirin sword from its sheath. Sister, why did you suddenly draw your sword? Tanjiro asked anxiously, glancing around. For they had just descended the mountain and were not far from a populated town. The world of Demon Slayer is set in the Taisho era, a time when the carrying of swords by samurai had been prohibited. Such a sharp Nichirin sword would undoubtedly incite considerable panic if seen by ordinary people. No need to worry. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. It will be quick and discreet, Chica reassured, gazing at her blade adorned with blue waves. During their descent, she had contemplated an intriguing possibility, and now she was prepared to test it. Chica and Tanjiro maintained their low-energy water breathing, but at that moment, Chica ceased her water breathing and transitioned into the fire god Kagura breathing technique. Her previously tranquil body suddenly felt as if her blood were boiling, and her temperature surged noticeably. The blue Nichirin sword in her grasp emitted a sharp pain in her palm before its hue began to shift. From the base to the tip, the blue blade transformed into black. Gripping her Nichirin sword tightly, she executed a spinning technique, demonstrating power that exceeded both her and Tanjiro's expectations. Sister, your sword has become just like mine, as I had surmised. My blade can indeed change colors in accordance with my breathing techniques. This is what one might truly refer to as a color-changing sword. Chinxiao nodded in satisfaction. As long as the heavens do not confine her path solely to the water-breathing techniques, it is all well and good. After all, in the later stages, she can inflict damage using the fire goddess dance, so who would need the water-breathing? Chinxiao eagerly anticipates the day when she can replicate Yurichi's moves before Muzan himself. What do you take life for? Chinxiao blurted out, unable to contain herself. Tanjiro, standing beside her, was left bewildered, wondering what she meant by that. Chinxiao coughed awkwardly, waving her hand dismissively, signaling him not to dwell on it. Let us proceed and aim for a swift resolution. Understood. The duo advanced and soon arrived at a bustling town, though it was not their intended destination. Traversing through its heart significantly aided Chinxia's understanding of this era. The Taisho period, unlike what she had expected, was not as backward as she had imagined. After all, the Taisho era had trains, and armed factions were equipped with firearms. During the Great Battle, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps had inflicted considerable damage on the demon King Muzan using a substantial amount of black powder in close proximity. As Chinxiao and Tanjiro continued their journey, they passed through town after town until they reached the one mentioned in the Crow's report. Upon entering this town, Tanjiro, relying on his heightened senses and superior olfactory abilities, immediately detected something unusual. The scent of demons lingered in the air. Tanjiro furrowed his brow, although the scent was complex. It was not difficult for him to determine its source. All right, Tanjiro, let us move. Chapter 20. Close the door, release Tanjiro. When it comes to possessing extraordinary physical abilities, Tanjiro is certainly not lacking compared to Chinxiao. His head was so hard that even demons would comment on it. and his nose served as a formidable weapon, capable of detecting the scent of demons and even discerning the emotions intertwined within that scent. Following the approach of close the door, release Tanjiro. Shinxia trailed behind Tanjiro as he unleashed the full power of his sense of smell to locate the malevolent demon hiding within the town. Just to the left, right ahead. Tanjiro urged Shinxia as they sprinted through the town. In the original tale, Tanjiro would have needed to ask locals for directions, but that was unnecessary now. After pinpointing a general location, they decided to wait for nightfall, for demons do not appear during the day, and excessive activity in the area could easily attract their attention. That would normally be the prudent course of action. However, just as they made that decision, Shinxia's gaze fell upon a nearby mansion, from which she heard a woman's voice. An intriguing idea suddenly blossomed in her mind, and a smile spread across her face that she could scarcely suppress. Tanjiro, I have an amusing idea. That night, within a chamber of the grand mansion, a young girl slowly entered, shedding her outer garments to reveal the nightwear beneath. She lay down on the bedding spread across the floor, peacefully closing her eyes. Mere seconds after she shut her eyes, the room was suddenly engulfed by a darkness akin to a swamp, two hands emerging from this murky abyss, attempting to drag the girl into its depths. As the hands reached out, just as they were about to make contact with the girl, her own hands shot out from beneath the covers, firmly grasping the demon's hands with a resounding clap. What? The demon's incredulous voice echoed from the shadows, and it was further astonished to find that it could not break free. The strength of the girl matched its own. How is this possible? I am a demon. How could the feeble strength of a mere human, especially that of a delicate girl, resist me? Initially, it had not paid much heed, but in its state of shock, it became aware that its target had changed. The girl's wig began to slip from her head, revealing beneath it a cascade of brilliant red hair, contrasting sharply with the black hair of its original target. Who is this person? Why, it was Shinxia, of course. Since she had resolved to lie in wait, she decided to delve deeper into her ruse. After confirming the demon's target, she approached the mansion to converse with the girl, to avoid inciting panic. Shinxia refrained from mentioning demons, instead substituting them with references to malevolent criminals who preyed upon women. With their extraordinary presence and striking appearances, Shinxia and Tanjiro quickly garnered the girl's trust. As night fell, the girl discreetly changed rooms to rest, while Shinxia donned a black wig to impersonate the girl's movements, preparing for the demon's arrival. Have you finally noticed? Your demon vision is rather poor. It seems I could deceive you even without the wig. You wretched girl, release my hand. The demon's head emerged from the swampy darkness, intending to frighten Shinxia with its grotesque visage or at least attack her with its mouth. Little did it know that this reveal offered them the perfect opportunity to strike. As the demon's head came into view, the door to the room suddenly burst open with a resounding crash, and Tanjiro, having charged in with a powerful strike prepared, aimed for the demon's head with a swift thrust. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. The swiftest piercing technique of water breathing saw Tanjiro's Nichirin blade pierce the demon's skull, and with a lateral swing, while the demon's neck was not severed, its head was shattered into fragments. However, demons do not bleed, and thus the scene was not particularly gruesome. This demon possessed blood demon arts, enabling it to submerge itself in darkness and even create clones, placing it in the upper echelons among ordinary demons. Alas, it had encountered Shinxia and Tanjiro, high-level fighters still navigating the novice village. Its swift demise was far from unjust. After dispatching the demon, Tanjiro exhaled deeply. To be frank, such an instantaneous kill did not provide much in the way of training, yet one must not be reckless. This demon had claimed the lives of numerous young women. Its sins were profound. However, sister, you were far too reckless. What if this demon's strength exceeded our expectations, and it dragged you into the darkness? All right. I will be cautious. Shinxia waved her hand nonchalantly, though she had chosen to engage in such a risky endeavor precisely because she was confident in the demon's lack of strength. Still, one could not voice that. As it was night, the commotion from Tanjiro's entrance had not created much noise aside from the door being kicked in. Shinxia left behind a note stating that the perpetrator had been apprehended, and the two swiftly exited the mansion. It was only around 7 or 8 in the evening, and the streets still bustled with vendors and open shops. As it was nighttime, Nezuko also emerged from the wooden box, albeit with a bamboo tube in her mouth. Shall we go eat? How about noodles? Anything is fine, as we are not short on funds. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, they received a salary, and those who passed the final selection gained a considerable amount of initial capital. Coupled with monetary rewards for completing missions, they were no longer burdened by financial concerns. 3 individuals strolled along the street, contemplating their next meal. Should they fail to find anything suitable, they would resort to a humble bowl of noodles. Suddenly, Chica caught sight of a small stall selling candy, specifically Confito, and within moments, Nezuko's gaze was drawn to the same stall, her mouth watering at the sight. Nezuko had a penchant for savory soups, but adored Confito, those star-shaped, colorful confections imbued with the essence of good fortune. Chica smiled softly at Nezuko's eager expression and approached the stall, extending a finger to indicate a jar brimming with Confito. Please give me a jar of Confito, thank you. In a swift exchange of cash for goods, the cheerful vendor handed the jar to Chica, who then passed it to Nezuko. Elated, Nezuko cradled the jar, her body swaying with joy. Were it not for their location, she would have spun in circles. Woo-woo. Thank you, sister, exclaimed Nezuko. It's nothing, replied Chica lightly. Chapter 21. The Three Who Stand Out. Having swiftly dispatched a side quest, Chica found herself with some free time. Nezuko trailed behind Chica and Tanjiro as they walked through the bustling streets, drawing the attention of many passersby. With Chica's striking beauty, Tanjiro's scarred forehead, and Nezuko clutching her bamboo tube, it was nearly impossible for the trio to remain inconspicuous. Fortunately, none of them suffered from social anxiety. Although Chica had once been labeled socially anxious, her condition was far from ordinary. She was more akin to a social terror, a being so unfazed by the gazes of others that she seemed to thrive in their presence. Tanjiro, a bright and cheerful young man, was aware of the atmosphere around him but remained unaffected by it, his presence fluctuating between strong and subtle. Meanwhile, Nezuko kept her head lowered, fixated on the Confito in her hands, eager to find a secluded spot where she could comfortably indulge in a piece. Eventually, they decided to visit a roadside stall to each enjoy a bowl of noodles. However, merely consuming plain noodles felt rather meager after successfully completing their first task. So Chica called out, "Boss, let us add an egg and a sausage to each bowl." Understood. The proprietor busily prepared the noodles, adding the requested ingredients. This classic combination reminded Chica of her visits to noodle shops before arriving in this world. Egg noodles, mushroom noodles, vegetable top noodles, pork chop noodles, and seafood noodles. As Chica and Tanjiro savored their bowls, the vendor observed the two enjoying their meal alongside Nezuko, who sat beside them, dazedly clutching her jar. The vendor noted their attire, which did not seem typical for common folk, and the model swords they bore at their waists. In this era, where the ban on swords prevailed, the once noble profession of the samurai had diminished significantly, with the majority vanishing in a matter of years. Nonetheless, even after years of prohibition, some children still found swords appealing and would attach model swords to their sides, the scabbards often made of wood or plastic. Thus, the vendor paid little mind to Chica and Tanjiro's swords, as long as they did not draw their blades, with certain exceptions for specific situations like train stations. As night fell, the vendor urged them to finish quickly and return home, warning that if they were traveling, it would be wise to find lodging soon, especially given the recent spate of missing women in the area, likely the work of a rogue predator. I hope the police capture that scoundrel swiftly, he added while tidying up his stall. Despite his rugged demeanor, the frequency of disappearances had turned the evening crowd nearly non-existent. Had it not been for Chica and her companions, he would have closed shop long ago. It's all right. Starting tomorrow, there won't be any more missing women, Chica remarked between slurps of her noodles, her words half-hearted. If only that were true, the vendor replied dismissively, considering her statement merely the fanciful musings of a young girl. Chica chose not to contradict him, focusing instead on her meal. After all, she could not reveal her true identity as a demon slayer. Nor could she disclose that she was akin to law enforcement. Demons were creatures of darkness, and those who fought them were equally shrouded in shadows. "Boss, your noodles are truly delicious," Chica exclaimed, her compliment met with the vendor's grateful smile. "Thank you, miss. You're quite lovely. Let me guess, this young man beside you is either your boyfriend or your brother." "I would wager on brother." The vendor chuckled, confident in his assumption. Completely unaware that the moment he spoke, Chica had inadvertently snapped her chopsticks in half. Tanjiro quickly interjected, "This is my sister. She is 2 years older than I am." "Sister?" The vendor was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised by his miscalculation. Not only was Chica older, but by a notable 2 years. At 15, Tanjiro was 14, Nezuko was 13. And Chica, as the eldest sister, was 17, an age gap that seemed entirely reasonable, as they certainly could not expect their mother to have too little time for rest. This was not the first time the vendor had misjudged ages. Chica could tolerate many things, but this was one matter she would not concede. "I'm full," Chica declared, somewhat annoyed, as she rose from her seat, with Tanjiro promptly following suit to set down his bowl. "Sister, shall we head back to Master Urokodaki's place now?" Tanjiro inquired as he approached Chica. "Not yet. Let us find an inn to rest for the night first." "There's no rush," Chica replied, stifling a yawn with her hand. "That makes sense." Tanjiro nodded in agreement, realizing that returning to Urokodaki's cabin at this hour would likely result in a late arrival. Although they had not settled on what to eat, deciding where to stay was a straightforward matter. How much money they had on their phones dictated that they seek the best available inn. Eventually, they secured 2 rooms in a respectable inn within the town, with Chica and Nezuko sharing one room while Tanjiro occupied the other. Once back in their room, Nezuko expressed a desire to practice the breathing techniques and swordsmanship that Urokodaki had taught her, clutching her wooden training sword. However, her propensity for drowsiness soon overcame her, and she fell asleep before long, having left her bamboo tube behind, confident that Chica could intervene should anything go awry. Of course, Chica knew Nezuko would not lose control unless someone presented her with fresh blood. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Chica resisted the urge to succumb to the pressures of competition. Yet, she realized that even a slight increase in her efforts, following the initial plot, would not suffice to alter the tragic future that awaited them. The disparity in power levels in the world of Demon Slayer was stark, akin to the hierarchical structure of the Demon Slayer Corps itself. Demons too held their own ranks, upper moons, lower moons, and the general populace of both demons and ordinary swordsmen. In the arc of the Infinite Train, the Flame Hashira, possessing the formidable ability to effortlessly vanquish lower moon demons, encounters upper moon 3, resulting in an utterly overwhelming confrontation. Faced with the upper moon's attempts to persuade him to surrender, the Flame Hashira exerts every ounce of his strength, even to the point of sacrificing his own life. Yet the outcome remains tragically unchanged. As Chica reflects on the pace of her own growth, she wonders if she could truly avert the tragedy of the Flame Hashira's demise, rather than merely adding another body to the feudal resistance. Chapter 22. Chica's Desire for Breakthrough. Within the world of Demon Slayer, there exist 3 remarkable enhancements that significantly elevate one's abilities. The Pattern, which universally enhances physical prowess. The Transparent World, which conceals one's presence and heightens perception. And the Scarlet Blade, which amplifies damage while diminishing a demon's regenerative capabilities. The demon hunters of the Sengoku era were no strangers to these enhancements, having mastered one or even all 3 to varying degrees. Consequently, battles between demon hunters and demons during that time often saw humans prevailing over their monstrous foes. However, as time flowed on, the inability to eradicate the demon king Muzan led to the gradual obscurity of these enhancements. Seated cross-legged on her bed, Chica transitions her training from water breathing to the fire goddess dance, honing her endurance while contemplating ways to accelerate her growth. Rather than focusing solely on defeating Upper Moon 3, she prioritizes saving the Flame Hashira, recognizing that among the 3 enhancements, the Transparent World stands out as the most effective. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, wields his fists as weapons and possesses a variety of formidable combat techniques, with his signature skill being Compass Needle. This ability allows him to precisely sense his opponent's fighting spirit, making his attacks and evasions as irresistibly accurate as a magnet, particularly effective against those with stronger fighting spirit. The Transparent World's ability to conceal one's presence can counter the Compass Needle, rendering it essential for defeating Akaza. Yet, a dilemma arises. The Transparent World is the most challenging enhancement to unlock. Typically, those who achieve the Transparent World have also unlocked the other 2. It seems rather enigmatic. Should she give it a try? Closing her eyes, Chica attempts to shut off most of her senses, concentrating all her energy on perception. Seconds tick by, and she loses track of time, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Her first endeavor to unlock the Transparent World ends in failure. Morning arrives, and Chica sits despondently before the mirror, her face seemingly chastising her for dozing off. The Transparent World appears to be a daunting challenge for the time being, leading her to consider the Pattern or the Scarlet Blade instead. Although the Pattern's comprehensive enhancement of physical abilities sounds enticing, the drawback is dire. It shortens one's lifespan to merely 25 years and has a contagion-like effect, as those who possess the Pattern make it easier for others to awaken it, resulting in a collective shortening of lives. Upon reflection, the Scarlet Blade seems the most feasible option, with 2 methods to activate it. First, increasing the temperature of the Nichirin blade through grip strength, although typically, those without the Pattern lack the requisite strength. Second, causing a series of collisions between weapons to elevate the Nichirin blade's temperature to its peak. This method appears more reliable, yet Chica realizes that her previous sparring with Tanjiro was insufficient to achieve such a temperature. Gazing at her reflection, Chica contemplates how to strengthen herself further. Ultimately, she resolves to continue nightly training with the Fire Goddess dance, striving to enter the Transparent World, and to engage in rigorous sparring with a Hashira, hoping to awaken the Scarlet Blade through the prowess of a Hashira-level fighter. The journey ahead is long. Sighing, Chica muses that her minor Pattern and meager regeneration enhancements are hardly appealing. Perhaps awakening the transparent world from the outset would have been preferable. Regaining her composure and redirecting her focus to reality, she suddenly pauses, captivated by her reflection. Her hair, once cascading freely, is now styled in a loose braid. Known as a side ponytail, a hairstyle that conveys an air of intellectual beauty often associated with mature women or wives. This particular style, however, has earned a reputation as a death hairstyle in anime, as characters sporting it frequently meet untimely ends due to various misadventures. Behind her, Nezuko cheerfully holds a comb, diligently arranging Chica's hair. As the representative of the Kamado family's needlework, Nezuko possesses considerable skill in hairstyling, often taking on the task herself to save on salon expenses. Hey, big sister, you seemed a bit dazed, so I tidied up your hair for you. How does it look? I hope my skills haven't diminished. Nezuko beams with satisfaction at Chica's new hairstyle. Indeed, it is quite perfect. She could likely make a living as a hairdresser. However, if only this hairstyle could be devoid of any ominous implications. Of course, Chica cannot dismiss Nezuko's intentions. This hairstyle will simply have to suffice. Nezuko, it's about time we prepare to head out. Nezuko obediently grabs the bamboo tube, and the portable wooden box is ready at the door. Shortly thereafter, Tanjiro appears at the door, gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Sister? Nezuko? Are you awake? A few seconds pass before the door opens, and Tanjiro enters, shouldering the wooden box as he and Chica step outside to the inn's front desk. The attendant on duty greets them with a polite smile, despite not recognizing them. You two are siblings, aren't you? You seem to have a wonderful bond. It makes me envious. I have a brother who often causes me a great deal of trouble. The attendant's casual banter is standard for an inn. Even departing guests are treated with courtesy, as they may return in the future. While Chica pays no mind to the attendant's small talk, she is pleasantly surprised that the attendant correctly identified her relationship with Tanjiro, not as siblings, but as older and younger siblings. A smile spreads across her face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she begins to piece together the reason behind this shift. Her gaze subtly drifts to her freshly styled side ponytail, her heart brimming with mixed emotions. At that moment, a black crow appears outside the inn. In Japan, crows are considered one of the national birds and are seen as divine messengers, thus eliciting no negative associations. The crow flits anxiously in the air, lamenting the delay of Chica and Tanjiro's departure. Yet surrounded by so many people, it cannot voice its thoughts. Chapter 23, Tamayo and Yashiro. As Chica and Tanjiro exit the inn, the crow flaps its wings joyfully, and upon its cawing, they find themselves in a secluded corner. The crow opens its beak and speaks in human language. Next stop is Asakusa in Tokyo. There are rumors of demons lurking there. With that, it hastily flaps away, leaving no opportunity for Tanjiro to respond. How fascinating, sister. How do you think the Demon Slayer Corps trains these crows to speak human language? As Tanjiro gazed at the distant ravens soaring into the sky, he murmured with curiosity, who knows? This world is filled with absurdities. Chica responded softly, turning her gaze towards the direction indicated by the raven. The place they were destined for was indeed extraordinary. If the narrative followed the original storyline, they would soon encounter Muzan, the demon king masquerading as a human, in Tokyo. Engaging in combat with him was out of the question. Although Muzan exhibited a dismissive demeanor, he was undeniably the second strongest being after Yurichi Tsujikuni. In fact, even all the Hashira combined during this era would find themselves effortlessly overpowered by Muzan. Tanjiro, let us depart, Chica urged. Right, Tanjiro replied, and together they set off towards Asakusa in Tokyo. Fortunately, Asakusa was not far from their current location. According to the original tale, Tanjiro had set off in the morning and reached his destination by nightfall. As they walked, the sky darkened slightly, and they soon arrived at Asakusa. Their initial impression of this place was one of sheer astonishment. Compared to it, the small town at the foot of the Kamado family mountain could only be described as a mere countryside hamlet, evoking a sense of having traversed several centuries in an instant. Although night had not fully descended, the streetlights had already illuminated the town, their flickering glow casting a warm light. Trains occasionally appeared, gliding along the tracks beneath them. Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief at the sights before him. It was truly breathtaking. Has the town transformed into this? He murmured in shock. He longed for Nezuko to witness this spectacle, but regrettably, the night had not yet fully enveloped the world, and it seemed Nezuko was currently fast asleep. The scents of the city were an amalgamation of various aromas. Tanjiro initially thought it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the scent of demons amidst such chaos. However, upon a simple attempt, he found himself remarkably successful. Sister, I can smell the scent of a demon, perhaps? He murmured uncertainly. This was an unfamiliar sensation for Tanjiro. He was accustomed to identifying scents without doubt. especially since the scent of demons was distinctly unique compared to that of other entities. Chica was taken aback by Tanjiro's reaction. She had not expected him to detect the presence of a demon. Regardless of the accuracy, we should investigate, she suggested. Indeed, you're right, Tanjiro nodded. Contemplating the possibility of a misjudgment, they decided to confirm the source of the scent directly. They swiftly made their way through the bustling crowd, which presented its own challenges, including the risk of being stopped by patrolling officers. Eventually, they arrived outside a pharmacy. Tanjiro furrowed his brow, stating gravely, "This is the place. Although it is filled with various medicinal scents, that is not the cause of my uncertainty." He affirmed that his sense of smell would not be misled by mere herbal aromas. The scent of the demon was indeed exceptionally peculiar. Chica nodded and stepped into the pharmacy. As they entered, their eyes fell upon two individuals, a seemingly elegant youth of about 15 or 16 years and a rather stern-looking boy, both of whom were purchasing medicine. Upon noticing Chica and Tanjiro, the two quickly turned to face them. "It's a demon. Those are members of the Demon Slayer Corps." Tanjiro recognized them as demons, while the serious boy identified Chica and Tanjiro by the Nichirin blades sheathed at their waists. Tension filled the air as both parties braced themselves. Yet Chica and the girl accompanying the irritable boy remained calm. "Wait, Yashiro, they are not like ordinary demon hunters," the girl remarked, gesturing to the ever-ready Yashiro to calm down. Her ethereal eyes scrutinized Chica, detecting a unique scent that resembled that of a demon, yet with a predominant human essence. "Are you of the same kind?" "No, the box behind that boy contains the true kin, doesn't it?" She spoke softly. Given that they were in a pharmacy with ordinary citizens around, she refrained from directly mentioning the word demon. Tanjiro remained vigilant, uncertain of the intentions of the female demon before him. Had Yashiro not exuded a palpable hostility, he might have taken a moment to converse with her. "It's not convenient to talk here. If possible, would you two come to our residence? I believe it would be mutually beneficial," the girl proposed, her voice gentle and imbued with an air of sophistication that starkly contrasted with Chica's demeanor. Tanjiro hesitated at the suggestion of visiting a demon's dwelling. Glancing at Chica for her perspective, her expression was inscrutable, leaving him perplexed. "Sister, what are you thinking?" Tanjiro wondered aloud. "That woman seems off," Yashiro interjected. Chica, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Things are progressing swiftly. I was just contemplating how to establish a friendly rapport with Tamayo and the others, and here they are, extending an invitation." "Nice." With a composed smile, Chica continued, "Then, please lead the way. My brother has also sensed an unusual aura emanating from you, which piques my interest." "Unusual aura?" Tamayo and Yashiro exchanged surprised and puzzled glances, contemplating how their essence could be detected by mere scent. Tamayo politely offered to guide Chica and Tanjiro to her residence, while Yashiro maintained a fierce glare upon them, fulfilling his role as a protector. After passing through an illusory wall, they arrived at Tamayo's abode, a grand 3-story mansion. "I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tamayo, and this is Yashiro. Although we are demons, we have liberated ourselves from Muzan's control and are currently evading his pursuit while seeking ways to defeat him." Chapter 24. Tanjiro, remain calm. Tamayo had been deceived by Muzan, transforming into a demon at the tender age of 19. After succumbing to her demonic instincts, she tragically killed her husband and young child. Fueled by resentment towards Muzan and her own formidable spirit, she temporarily broke free from his grasp, conducting medical experiments and modifications on herself to diminish her craving for human blood. Now, by consuming blood bags, she could sustain her sanity for a limited time. Beside her, Yashiro was a young man whom Tamayo had successfully transformed into a demon using her own blood over a span of 200 years. He too relied on blood bags to satiate his hunger. Upon hearing Tamayo's explanation, Tanjiro's expression shifted to one of realization. They consumed blood without harming humans, which elucidated their lack of the typical demonic scent. "Miss Chica, I perceive that you are not a demon, yet you emit a faint aroma reminiscent of one. Meanwhile, this girl is a demon, but her scent is lighter than ours. Please, enlighten us about what has transpired with you," Tamayo inquired earnestly. Almost compelled to bow before Chica and Tanjiro in respect, had Yashiro not intervened. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly impolite for one individual to evoke another's painful memories. However, for Chica, it was a different matter altogether, as these memories often resurfaced in her dreams, and she had long since acclimated to their presence. Consequently, Chica began to recount the tragedy that befell the Kamadu family, a portion of the story so intricate that even Tanjiro remained unaware of its full extent. As he listened quietly by her side, perhaps due to the profound depth of Chica's recollections, both Tanjiro and Tamayo found themselves engulfed by the pervasive sense of helplessness that had permeated that fateful time. Resistance was futile. Their adversary was Muzan. the embodiment of power in this world, a being capable of slaughtering even the most formidable of adults, including Kamado's mother and a multitude of minors. The mere thought of such despair was overwhelming. Tanjiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his already crimson eyes deepening into a more vivid shade of red. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Beside him, Tamayo too pressed her lips together, harboring a resentment toward Muzan that was scarcely less intense than Tanjiro's. Having come to understand each other's circumstances, the two forged a bond of friendship. As a doctor, Tamayo was tirelessly researching a remedy capable of vanquishing Muzan. One should not dismiss her efforts as futile. After all, Muzan was not always the demon king he was today. He had once been human, until he encountered an extraordinary physician who transformed a fragile human into the ruthless king of demons. Chica, could you spare me a drop of your blood? And Nezuko-s as well. I wish to conduct some research, Tamayo inquired. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Thank you so much, Chica replied. She accepted the blood extraction tool from Tamayo, drew a small vial of blood, and returned it to her. Tamayo examined the blood intently, finding nothing particularly unusual at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the wound from which the blood was drawn had begun to scab over, an astonishing feat considering that while it could not compare to the regenerative speed of a demon, it was still far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Incredible, remarked Yashiro, unable to suppress his astonishment at Chica's rapid healing. After obtaining blood from Nezuko as well, Tamayo expressed her hope of collecting some blood from higher-ranking demons in the future, as it would greatly aid her research. Determined to restore his sister to humanity, Tanjiro took the quick-draw blood knife from Yashiro, nodding earnestly at Tamayo. Just as he was about to inquire further about Nezuko's condition and whether Tamayo had any insights, he suddenly froze. A peculiar scent wafted into his nostrils from afar. Though it was faint, he recognized it instantly. This was the second time he had encountered this scent, the first being the night his family was slaughtered. Muzan, Muzan, Muzan. Tanjiro's breathing became rapid and frantic. He stood abruptly, fists clenched, turning towards the source of the scent. He could not mistake it, the strange odor that had permeated his home during the massacre, the unmistakable presence of the Demon King, Muzan. Instinctively, he lifted his foot, ready to charge towards the source of the scent, but just as he was about to dash out, Chica, also standing, grasped his shoulder. Tanjiro, calm down. Sister. That is Muzan. The very Muzan. And even if it is Muzan, do you truly believe you have the power to exact revenge now? It seems your lack of encounter with a stronger demon has led you to misjudge your own strength, Chica replied coolly, observing Tanjiro. The original host's body had felt Muzan's oppressive power, and Chica was acutely aware of Muzan's formidable strength as depicted in their narrative. In the original story, Muzan had encountered Tanjiro and had chosen to retreat, sending two of his subordinates to test Tanjiro's abilities afterward. Yet, a miscalculation could be disastrous. The disparity in their strengths was immense, and if Muzan chose to confront Tanjiro directly, it could lead to an instantaneous defeat. Now is not the time. We must wait and gather our strength. This vendetta must be avenged, without fail. Chica's words gradually calmed Tanjiro, who took a deep breath and returned to his seated position. You're right, sister. He is the Demon King, a foe even the Hashira would struggle to contend with. We have no chance of victory at present, Tanjiro murmured softly. His head bowed. But sister, I have never seen this Muzan. What does he truly look like? After a moment of silence, he asked again. Chica hesitated for a brief second before exclaiming, Michael Jackson? Huh. Not only Tanjiro but even Tamayo and Yashiro displayed expressions of confusion. Who is Michael? Tamayo remarked, revealing that she had never heard of such a name despite her long life. Was he perhaps someone known to Chica? Chica awkwardly cleared her throat, realizing the absurdity of the reference. Let us not forget, this is a world of fantasy, even if it were a world of equal culture. Michael Jackson was born in 1958, which means he wouldn't even exist in this Taisho era. That aside, he is simply a tall figure with black hair, an ashen complexion, and crimson eyes. Just remember these distinctive features. Chica awkwardly pointed out, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Tanjiro and Tamayo did not dwell on it, and Chica's description aligned closely with the image of Muzan that Tamayo had in her mind. Muzan can alter his appearance, though it does not change significantly. I have heard he has even adopted a female guise. Tamayo shared what she knew. As someone who had lived for centuries, Tamayo provided Tanjiro with extensive knowledge about demons, ensuring he had a foundational understanding of the 12 Kazuki's powers, thus avoiding the embarrassment of mistaking a high-ranking demon for one of the 12. As had occurred in the original narrative, the strength of the 12 Kazuki was formidable. Fortunately, it was said that the Hashira of this era were significantly stronger than their predecessors, most having ascended to that rank by defeating lower-ranking demons rather than achieving the monumental task of slaying 50 demons. However, The strength of the upper ranks far surpassed that of the lower ranks, with records indicating they had not been defeated for over a century. Tamayo spoke calmly until Tanjiro's exceptionally keen nose detected the scent of a demon once more. Unlike the faint scent of Nezuko or Tamayo, and devoid of the nauseating blood odor associated with Muzan, the aroma Tanjiro detected was that of a standard demon. The foul stench emitted by a demon that had fed on human flesh. Sister. Yes? Chica and Tanjiro rose swiftly from the ground, preparing to move. Nezuko was still asleep, so they would have to rely on Tamayo to look after her. It will be fine, we will return shortly. The two exchanged these words before dashing out of Tamayo's residence, with Tanjiro leading the way and Chica following closely behind as they hurried toward the location of the demon. At that moment, Muzan was masquerading as an ordinary human within the city, and they had come here following the crow's report of a demon sighting. The crow is certainly not referring to Muzan. If the crow were able to uncover Muzan's whereabouts, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters would undoubtedly treat the crow as a precious asset. The demons discovered by the crow, or rather by the intelligence division of the Demon Slayer Corps, are in fact Muzan's subordinates, accompanying him on his discreet visit to this city. If we categorize the lower-tier demons into low, mid, and high ranks, then the owner of the demonic aura that Tanjiro senses at this moment undoubtedly falls into the high-rank category. In the shadows of the city, two figures appear to be indulging in a buffet, one clutching a human thigh, delicately gnawing at it. How leisurely indeed. Close your mouth and eat quietly. How can I eat with my mouth shut? Are you an idiot? The two demons, feasting on human flesh and blood, consist of a male and a female. The female is named Akasemeru, and the male is called Yahaba. They are subordinates of Muzan, holding a rank lower than the lower moons, but still above the ordinary demons. Both have been toyed with by Muzan, leading them to mistakenly believe they are among the 12 Kizuki. Sometimes I truly wonder what Lord Muzan is thinking. Playing house with humans. Lord Muzan surely has his reasons. Do not speculate foolishly about his intentions. I'm not disrespecting Lord Muzan. I am merely praising him. The two demons chatter leisurely, completely oblivious to the approach of two individuals. The water breathing technique is the most gentle of all breathing styles. With a comprehensive training approach, the silent footfall is a fundamental skill. While it may not entirely erase one's presence like the transparent world, it allows for a more refined control over one's aura compared to other breathing styles. It is only when the two individuals draw within 3 or 4 meters of the demons that the latter sense something moving nearby. They abruptly turn to glance behind them, only to find Chica and Tanjiro's Nichirin blades poised at their throats. At the last possible moment, their necks are grazed, barely escaping what could have been a fatal strike. Demon Slayer Corps. The two demons have no time to ponder further as they swiftly adopt combat stances. Demon of Handball, Akasemeru. Demon of Arrow Patterns, Yahaba. Unfortunately for them, their ambush has failed, and they now face a direct confrontation. Let us finish this quickly. Chica and Tanjiro have no intention of prolonging the fight, and upon hearing their resolve, the expressions of the two demons shift to one of unease. You dare to look down on us. Akasemeru grows 4 additional arms, totaling 6 hands, each conjuring a handball, which she hurls with astonishing force toward Chica and Tanjiro. Yahaba opens his palm, able to manifest numerous arrow patterns invisible to ordinary eyes, manipulating the trajectory of objects through them. In their coordinated attack, the handballs soar through the air with incredible speed. Their trajectories nearly impossible for the naked eye to track. How about that? This is the power of the 12 Kizuki. Akasemeru cackles madly, believing the two surrounded by handballs have become proverbial fish in a barrel, ready for her to claim their lives at any moment. Yet, the two encircled individuals exhibit no signs of despair. They merely lift their heads, observing the handballs with calm composure. Tanjiro, what do you think? I believe I can slice through these handballs, Tanjiro asserts confidently, gripping his Nichirin blade. However, Chica is not entirely satisfied with Tanjiro's response, gently shaking her head. Why bother watching the handballs? As you said, they pose no threat to us, so we need not concern ourselves with them. Chica does not even glance at the handballs zipping around. Her gaze is fixed on the demon ahead. Dance of the Fire God. Hinakami Kagura, Flame Dance. In the demon's line of sight, Chica's figure vanishes from the encirclement of handballs, prompting Akasemeru to anxiously scan her surroundings, attempting to locate the concealed Chica. Yet, Chica is not hiding. She approaches the demon with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving behind mere afterimages. With a swift motion, a vivid arc of crimson flames cleaves through the air, separating Akasemeru's head from her body, which then soars into the air. Simultaneously, a long scar is etched into the nearby wall. When facing a spellcaster, targeting the body first is the only logical course of action. Even a fool understands that. Chica remarks coolly, sweeping her Nichirin blade downwards, splattering the demon's blood onto the ground. Chapter 26. Terrifying Muzan. It is said that a top-tier demon slayer, when slaying a demon, does not even allow his Nichirin blade to become stained with blood. Observing the pool of demon blood on the ground, Chica realizes her swordsmanship still falls short. It is merely the enhancement of her breathing style that grants her blade such formidable power. Indicating further refinement is required in her pure sword technique. Tanjiro, witnessing Chica's instantaneous defeat of a demon, shakes off his momentary daze. However, unlike Chica, he does not employ the dance of the fire god, instead continuing with water breathing. Yet the difference is negligible. Whether facing the dance of the fire god or total concentration water breathing, both yield overwhelming damage. Water breathing, water surface slash. Tanjiro executes two prominent techniques in succession. The water surface slash being a technique of agility. Yahaba's eyes tremble as he struggles to lock onto Tanjiro's form, unable to succeed until Tanjiro strikes with the water surface slash, severing his head with precision. Huff. Tanjiro exhales, recognizing that while the two demons were indeed stronger than the one encountered on Mount Fujisaki, they still fall within the realm of instant defeat. This is the power achievable at the total concentration constant stage, though still not sufficient to meet the standards of a Hashira in this era. Had this been several generations earlier, a demon hunter mastering total concentration constant would have certainly earned the title of Hashira. 4. The Hashira of this time are among the strongest, second only to the Sengoku era. After dispatching the two demons, Chica and Tanjiro swiftly turn and leave, returning to Tamayo's residence. Meanwhile, as Akasamaru and Yahaba are dealt with, Muzan, who is currently holding a little girl and pretending to be a model father among humans, senses the demise of his direct subordinates. If it were merely ordinary low-tier demons being slain, he would remain indifferent. However, Akasamaru and Yahaba are his direct subordinates, having accompanied him to this city, operating within his immediate vicinity. The murder of his subordinates so close by stirs even his typically indifferent demeanor. Daddy? Daddy? What's wrong? The little girl in Muzan's arms gazes up at him with confusion. Instantly, Muzan masks his face with a gentle smile and reassures her. Daddy just remembered some work that needs urgent attention. You should return home with your mother. Okay, but make sure to come back early. The little girl and her mother are ushered into a car, departing under Muzan's watchful gaze. As they leave, his expression shifts dramatically. He solemnly turns and strides into a nearby alley, vanishing in an instant to the spot where Akasamaru and Yahaba met their end. Upon a cursory glance, Muzan deduced that two members of the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived at this location and engaged in battle with Akasandaru and Yabaha. Had they lost in a 2-on-2 confrontation? How utterly useless they are, Muzan muttered under his breath, feeling a surge of irritation. Although the defeat was not his own, these two were, after all, his direct subordinates. And to have them eliminated in his vicinity by the Demon Slayer Corps was a humiliation of the highest order. Muzan's expression grew increasingly grave as he resolved to investigate which two demon slayers had dared to strike down his subordinates, intending to exact vengeance personally. As Muzan contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the scorch marks left on the wall by Chica's flame god Kagura. In an instant, his previously solemn countenance paled. No, pale was an understatement. Deathly white seemed more apartment. The mere sight of those marks sent a chill down his spine. This mark, could it be? Muzan's eyes widened in horror, and, unbeknownst to him, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. The flame god Kagura, originally known as the sun breathing technique, was also referred to as the origin breathing, the most primal and potent of all breathing styles. Muzan had once encountered a swordsman who wielded this technique, and in a mere exchange, the swordsman had subdued him, forcing Muzan to retreat in fear. If Muzan was the pinnacle of strength among demons, then that swordsman stood as the supreme being atop the roof. For his existence had led to the suppression of demons by humanity during the Warring States period, until he ultimately succumbed to the ravages of old age, at which point the demons began to rally for a counterattack. Muzan, Yurichi Tsujikuni, is finally dead. Following Yurichi's demise, Muzan, while elated, also found himself ensnared by psychological trauma, leading him to devote an extensive amount of time to slaughtering anyone associated with the origin breathing technique. Consequently, save for the Rengoku family, no one remained aware of its existence. Gazing at the sword marks on the wall, Muzan felt his vision blur. The terrifying figure of that man reappeared before him, brandishing a black-red Nichirin blade, gazing at Muzan like a malevolent spirit. What do you consider life to be? Muzan's body quivered as he lowered his head, fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. How could this be possible? There is still a successor of Yurichi, who dares to kill my subordinates before my very eyes. Could this be a warning? Muzan felt both disdainful and fearful, a duality stemming from his past encounter with that man. He understood that the current successor of Yorichi likely lacked the strength to contend with him. Yet what if, against all odds, they were to unleash their full potential? Even if the likelihood of being bested was minuscule, he had no desire to test such a fate. Approaching the wall bearing the sword marks, Muzan pressed his hand against it, and in an instant, the wall crumbled into dust. Damn it. Subsequently, Muzan urgently convened a meeting at Infinity Castle, summoning all upper moons. Under normal circumstances, such a meeting signified but one possibility, that one of the upper moons had perished at the hands of the demon slayers. Upon arriving at Infinity Castle, Upper Moon 3, Akaza opened his eyes, his expression heavy with concern as he pondered why he had been summoned there. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Could it be that Doma has been slain by the demon slayers? Hey, don't say that. I'm not so easily killed." Upper Moon 2, Doma, appeared behind Akaza, smiling as he spoke. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. Upper Moon 5, Gyako. Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku. As the upper moons gathered, they stood before their leader, Kabutsuji Muzan. Chapter 27, Emergency Meeting. In the face of Muzan's sudden emergency meeting, the one most perplexed and anxious was none other than Kokushibo, the second strongest demon after Muzan. During your future endeavors, if you encounter an individual adorned with ear accessories featuring Hanafuda-like patterns, wielding a red-black Nichirin blade, do not hold back. Strike with all your might, and bring me their head. Yes, the assembled demons knelt in acknowledgement. While the others were somewhat baffled, they understood it was their leader's command and would comply wholeheartedly. Only Kokushibo's eyes flickered momentarily. He lifted his head to meet Muzan's gaze, and in that instant, he sensed the fear lurking within Muzan's eyes. It cannot be. At the Tsujikuni residence, Chica and Tanjiro soon returned, their swift pace leaving Tsuguko and Yashiro astonished. So fast. Yes, those two demons were not particularly strong. The time was now 10 p.m. Nezuko remained in a state of slumber, and Chica and Tanjiro were fortunate enough to stay the night. Once back in their room, Chica resumed his meditation on the bed, switching to the flame god Kagura breathing technique to continue his training and once again attempt to enter the transparent world. I must hasten to master the three great external powers. If the transparent world proves ineffective, I shall have no choice but to try the mark. Though the mark may shorten my lifespan to 25 years, it is still preferable to the multitude of deaths depicted in the original narrative. That night, Chica unexpectedly fell asleep again, assuming a rather curious position on the bed, drooling uncontrollably. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Ugly girl. The sun is about to shine on your backside. Wake up. Outside the door, Yashiro's words were barely uttered when, in a state of groggy confusion, Chica instinctively grabbed his Nichirin blade still sheathed, hurling the entire sheath toward the door. With a sound of crack, the door was punctured, the sheath wedged in the hole. Mere centimeters from Yashiro's head, Yashiro froze, and the audible gulp of saliva was unmistakable, while Tanjiro, arriving just in time, overheard Yashiro's impolite remark and was about to correct him when he too was startled by Chica's thrown sheath. How terrifying. 10 minutes later. I'm sorry, I was still half asleep. Chica apologized, clasping his hands together and bowing his head in contrition. It's fine. It's merely a small hole. Besides, it was Yashiro's rudeness. Yashiro, you ought to apologize to Miss Chica as well. Tsuguko gently patted Yashiro's back. Yashiro glanced at Chica's face, his body involuntarily trembling, and bowed apologetically. I am sorry. I shouldn't have called you ugly. Chica waved her hand dismissively. It was hardly a significant matter, and she understood Yashiro's situation. Yashiro had fallen head over heels for his savior, Tsuguko, and in his eyes, all other women were deemed ugly. He harbored no favorable disposition toward any female save for Tsuguko. In simple terms, it was not a personal affront. He was merely expressing that all present were unattractive. In summary, it was purely a matter of tactlessness, but one that could be amended. Well then, we shall take our leave. If we manage to defeat any formidable demons, we will collect blood for you. Chica and the others bid farewell to Tsuguko, and shortly after their departure, the relentless crow appeared once more, intent on pushing people to their limits. The tasks at hand were relentless, more insidious than the infamous 996 work culture. The moment Qianxia laid eyes upon the raven, an overwhelming aura of negativity emanated from her, causing the raven to tremble in fear and hesitate to approach. Next target, southeast, the raven exclaimed before taking flight without delay, starkly contrasting its previous behavior in the original narrative, where it clung to Tanjiro after calling out repeatedly for what seemed like an eternity. Subsequently, Qianxia and her companions embarked on the penultimate level of their perilous quest, the Manor of Drums. The sun blazed unusually bright that day, prompting both Qianxia and Tanjiro to don dark cloaks purchased from a box, not so much out of necessity, but primarily to shield themselves from the glaring sunlight. as Nezuko's wooden crate failed to provide adequate cover. They ambled along at a leisurely pace, after executing 2 consecutive missions. Even Tanjiro felt a sense of fatigue and preferred to avoid running. They estimated they would reach their destination before nightfall. As they traversed from morning until noon, they unexpectedly encountered the yellow-haired boy from the final selection. Zenitsu Agitsuma. Please, 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 marry me. In this line of work, I could die at any moment, and I don't wish to perish without a wife. Zenitsu pleaded, nearly kneeling as he grasped the arm of a nearby girl. The girl, however, was unyielding. She promptly delivered a series of slaps akin to those of a furious Fujiwara Chica. Tanjiro instinctively intervened, preventing the girl from reducing Zenitsu to mere shambles. Please, don't resort to violence. Hitting is affection, and this girl must have feelings for me. Zenitsu protested. When did I ever say I liked you? I merely approached to inquire about your well-being. The girl retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she turned away. Zenitsu, struck by disbelief, collapsed onto the ground as if struck by lightning. The girl stormed off in frustration, while Tanjiro stood there, utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Zenitsu, lifting his gaze toward the 2 cloaked figures, noticed that while their faces remained obscured, Chinshia's side ponytail betrayed her gender, making it evident that she was female. Zenitsu harbored a dream of marrying an ordinary woman and had previously dated 7 different girls, beauties, charming maidens, a shopkeeper's daughter, and even a dancer. Yet, due to his timid nature, he had scarcely held hands with any of them, often being treated like a servant and losing a considerable amount of money in the process. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, where death was a constant threat, he yearned to experience the joys of a normal romantic relationship, which had driven him into a somewhat obsessive state. Zenitsu, scrambling to his feet, hurried before Chinchia, his voice trembling with urgency. Miss, I wish to date you with marriage as the goal. I refuse. Chinchia replied decisively, delivering a swift chop to Zenitsu's neck. He felt as though another bolt of lightning had struck him, a phenomenon he had indeed experienced before, which had transformed his dark hair to golden. Why? Wait. Your voice sounds familiar. Could it be you are? Zenitsu's eyes widened as he pointed a finger at the cloaked Chinchia, recalling her from the final selection. As she unveiled her face, her cold gaze met his, and Zenitsu's mind raced back to that fateful day. You 2 were the sword-wielders pursuing the demons during the final selection, he exclaimed, instinctively scooting backward in fright, distancing himself from Chinchia and Tanjiro. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the small sparrow assigned to him during the final selection swooped in, pecking at his forehead with fervor. Tap, tap, tap. Ouch. What are you doing? Are you bullying me too? How unfortunate I am. Zenitsu lamented, eliciting quiet amusement from Chinchia and Tanjiro, who stood by, observing the farcical scene. Is this guy an idiot? Tanjiro remarked. Indeed, it is quite evident he is a fool, Chinchia concurred. Through Tanjiro's remarkable ability to understand the sparrow's chirps, they soon discovered that Zenitsu, too, was on a mission to slay demons and had unwittingly accepted the same quest as Chinchia and Tanjiro. Once Zenitsu regained his composure, he began to share his own story. It turned out that his decision to join the Demon Slayer Corps stemmed from being swindled by a former girlfriend, leading him to become a disciple of a trainer who repaid him and taught him the foundational techniques of thunder breathing, rendering him an unusual talent who could only execute a single technique. Tanjiro, you must protect me, Zenitsu pleaded. Shouldn't you draw closer to my sister? Her strength far exceeds mine, Tanjiro suggested. No, let me whisper this. I'm a bit afraid of her. I feel like if I get too close, she might just lift my skull off. How could that be? Tanjiro replied awkwardly, assuring Zenitsu that while his sister could indeed be intimidating at times, she was mostly gentle. Listening to Tanjiro, Zenitsu was filled with disbelief. He thought Tanjiro was quite admirable. If Tanjiro were a girl, he would undoubtedly pursue him fervently. During their journey, they soon arrived at a grand mansion, where a girl and a boy huddled together, trembling in fear. The trio exchanged glances and ultimately pushed Tanjiro forward to handle the negotiations, which proved effective. With his keen sense of smell, Tanjiro detected a strong demonic presence emanating from the mansion, comparable to the formidable Akaza and Yahaba they had encountered previously, indicating high-level demons. Zenitsu quivered in fear. Lacking confidence against such foes, he recalled the final selection, where he had no idea how he had passed. He only remembered running around aimlessly and losing consciousness at one point. It was sheer luck that he had not been devoured by a demon. Chinchia calculated the time carefully, recalling that in the original story, a boy had been expelled from the mansion during a conversation with Tanjiro, succumbing to blood loss before their eyes. However, since that event had yet to transpire, it seemed there was still time. Perhaps the boy could still be saved. Tanjiro, you stay here. I will handle this alone, Chinchia declared, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword as she stepped toward the mansion. Though Tanjiro wished to accompany her, he reasoned that the demons within the mansion did not pose a significant threat to his sister. Moreover, he felt responsible for protecting Zenitsu and the girl. So he nodded in agreement, merely reminding her to be cautious. Isn't it too dangerous for your sister to go alone? Shouldn't you accompany her? I can look after these two children. I believe I can manage it, Zenitsu said, his concern evident. Tanjiro, hearing Zenitsu's words, began to reassess him. Though he did not accept Zenitsu's proposal. Instead, he smiled and replied, "It's all right. I've mentioned before that my sister is even stronger than I am." Zenitsu was aware of Kyoka's formidable strength, yet he remained oblivious to the true extent of her power. Within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps, the proportion of women was notably substantial, particularly in the main combat units, where the ratio of females could reach an astonishing 1:9. Among his fellow disciples, there was not a single senior or junior sister. Otherwise, he might have opted for internal resolution. Rest assured, my sister is the strongest. Tanjiro brimmed with confidence regarding his sister, while Kyoka raced through the grand mansion, striving against the clock. Lacking Tanjiro's acute sense of smell, she was unable to precisely detect the demon's whereabouts. However, the mansion was not excessively vast, if she truly could not locate them. She could provoke the demons to seek her out, especially since one particular demon was known to allow others to recklessly invade its territory. A faint drumming sound emerged from an unknown direction, and with each beat, Kyoka sensed the structural changes within the mansion. Wandering through the corridors seemed an utter waste of time. Her gaze sharpened as she unleashed the most potent technique of water breathing. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Gripping the sun-shaped blade imbued with swirling water dragon energy, Kyoka charged toward a wall, choosing to disregard it entirely, and instead carving a path through it. Bang, 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 bang. The wall shattered with each resounding impact, the thunderous noise echoing even to Tanjiro and Zenitsu outside the mansion. What on earth is happening? Zenitsu exclaimed, covering his ears in astonishment. A boy donning a pig's head mask within the mansion froze, his head swiveling toward the source of the sound. Moments later, the wall he was fixated on shattered with a resounding crash, and a torrent of water dragons surged forth, demolishing the wall behind him and continuing straight ahead, obliterating several walls until vanishing from his sight. What in the world is that? The boy blinked in bewilderment beneath his pig mask, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 29, A Century of Shock for the Pig Mask. What noise? The demons within the mansion turned abruptly, drawn to the strange commotion. Before long, a water dragon burst through the wall, hurtling straight toward them. Fortuitously, Kyoka had guessed the direction correctly. Gripping her sun blade tightly, she leapt forward, striking at the demon before her, as the countless layers of the water dragon unfurled its jaws, emitting a fierce roar. The constant flux technique of water breathing was a lethal skill, capable of stacking layers through rotation, enhancing both power and speed, rivaling even the inferno techniques of flame breathing. Faced with the fully layered water dragon, the demon's eyes widened in panic as it twisted its body in an attempt to evade. Although a significant portion of its form was torn apart, it ultimately managed to survive. Kyoka halted abruptly, turning to face the demon, now with a gaping wound. The drum demon, once the weakest of the lower moons, had limited potential as a demon. Despite its rapid ascent to the lower moon rank initially, it lacked endurance and was ultimately discarded by Muzan, relegated to its current mediocre status. Who are you? The drum demon snarled through gritted teeth, its body slowly regenerating, albeit at a laborious pace. Brother, take a look at my blade. Aside from being a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, what other possibilities could I possibly have? Kyoka quipped, glancing toward a corner of the room where a boy, covered in wounds, cowered in terror. Excellent. At least he hasn't perished, she thought, relieved. And then redirected her attention to the demon, who was muttering to itself, my blood demon art is exceptional. I am formidable. I am powerful. It pounded its hands against the drums sprouting from its body, producing a series of rhythmic sounds. With each drumbeat, the very structure of the room beneath Kyoka shifted. Fortunately, she was well aware of this technique, preventing her from losing her footing. Your blood demon art can assimilate the surrounding architecture, transforming the area into your territory. From this perspective, it holds significant potential, Kyoka remarked. The drum demon, upon hearing Kyoka's praise, instinctively ceased its drumming, elated by the acknowledgement. Even if it wasn't he from Muzan himself. Yet, in that moment of joy, a crystalline stream of water surged forth, slicing through its neck. Draw, slash, flick, sheath. The drum demon's head tumbled to the ground, and Kyoka did not spare it another glance, calling out to the wounded boy. Can you walk on your own? I can, thank you. There are other children in this mansion. Rest assured, the demons have been slain. This place is now safe. I shall return shortly to search for others, Kyoko assured, gesturing for him to follow as she prepared to exit. That said, the drum demon's blood demon art indeed possessed potential, but without the ability to manifest it, it remained futile. To truly experience the essence of battle, she would need to confront at least a lower moon. Anything beneath that level would barely withstand a full-force assault from Tanjiro in the original tale. After the cacophony subsided, Kyoko was ready to leave the mansion, but just as she was about to step outside, a boy in a pig mask dashed out, blocking her path. You stole my prey. Kyoko stared at him for a few moments before completely disregarding him and continuing her exit. You dare ignore me. The pig-headed boy lunged at her in a wild tackle, but Kyoko merely tilted her body slightly, causing him to crash to the ground instead. As he attempted to rise, Kyoko seized his clothing and hoisted him up as if he were a mere chick. How are you so strong? What did you eat to grow like this? I grew up eating humans, Kyoko teased, but it was evident that her scare tactic had little effect. Growing somewhat irritated, she shrugged her shoulders and, upon nearing the mansion's entrance, unceremoniously tossed him outside. The pig-headed boy soared through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before crashing to the ground with a spectacular spin. Are you all right? Tanjiro rushed over, concerned for the boy's well-being, but before he could intervene, the pig-headed boy sprang up energetically, shouting at the mansion. Kyoko soon emerged from the mansion, accompanied by the injured boy. Sister, Tanjiro exclaimed. There may still be injured individuals inside this house. You should search for them. Kyoko urged Tanjiro. With his keen sense of smell, which was not only effective against demons but also adept at locating people, Tanjiro promptly readied himself to venture back in. Zenitsu and the wounded boy followed suit, sensing that this place was about to become even more perilous than within the mansion itself. Fight me. The boar-headed youth held a pair of sunblades in both hands, their appearance markedly different from the conventional sunblades. The edges bore a series of grooves akin to serrations, a result of the boy's relentless smashing against the blades with stones. Crafted from a unique material, these sunblades could achieve remarkable hardness and sharpness when combined with breathing techniques and exceptional swordsmanship. However, when perceived from the perspective of a blunt instrument, they could be pounded into pockmarks by stone strikes. Chica, observing the boar-headed boy, calmly drew her own sunblade, a stunningly clear azure weapon. The boy, filled with excitement, tightened his grip on his blades, relishing the prospect of challenging a formidable opponent. He initially intended to confront the drum demon himself, but now, with Chica having dispatched it, he set his sights on her. I won't hold back. Beast breathing, second Fong slash, he shouted, leaping into action with a rather unembellished strike. Beast breathing, unlike basic breathing techniques, could be classified as an original form akin to wind breathing, showcasing the boy's inherent talent. Yet, talent alone is not enough. Chica exhaled a breath of concentrated energy, wielding her sun blade against the oncoming youth. The attack of beast breathing was exceedingly straightforward and brutal. Chica effortlessly evaded the boy's dual-wielding assault and, with a swift motion, reversed her blade, delivering a solid blow to the boy's abdomen with the flat of her sword. He staggered and was sent hurtling back to the ground from whence he had leaped. Too slow, she mused. The perspective of one who has mastered total concentration is entirely different from that of one who has not. In the original narrative, Kanaho, who had mastered this technique, could evade even the most strenuous efforts of Tanjiro, who lacked such mastery. Similarly, Chica knew that no matter how hard the boar-headed boy tried, he could not touch her even once. You are no match for me. Even the demon within may prove too much for you. Whether I can defeat it is not for you to decide, but whether I can defeat you is entirely within my control. In the blink of an eye, Chica stood before the boar-headed youth. Aware that verbal taunts would be futile, she opted for a more direct approach. 10 minutes later, Tanjiro and the others emerged from the mansion, bringing with them an injured boy. Zenitsu, looking bewildered, followed closely behind Tanjiro. Upon witnessing the shattered walls within the estate, he finally understood the true meaning of Tanjiro's words about his sister's strength. She is incredibly strong. No, this is beyond mere strength. As they stepped outside, the first sight that greeted them was not the blue sky and white clouds, but Chica standing atop the boar-headed youth. His twin sun blades planted firmly in the ground beside him, leaving behind deep, wide gashes in the earth. Have you surrendered? I concede. Good. It's preferable to avoid cruelty. I have no penchant for tormenting others. Chica exhaled, lifting her foot from the boy's chest. It seemed the boar-headed youth was indeed quite stubborn. Despite Chica holding back, each strike was delivered with the force capable of knocking him unconscious, yet he remained undeterred, his fighting spirit only intensifying. After enduring such a beating for 10 minutes, several bones must surely have been broken, and recovering from internal injuries would take considerable time, efforts that could have been avoided. As the boy rose from the ground, He threw back his head and burst into laughter, leading Chica to question whether she had inadvertently knocked him silly. But upon reflection, she realized he had always been somewhat foolish and could hardly be rendered any more so. Big sister, you're amazing. Can you teach me how to be as strong as you? The boar-headed youth exclaimed, clenching his fists with fervor. Huh. Chica was taken aback by this appellation. Ignoring his injuries, the boy retrieved his sun blades from the ground, mimicking Chica's earlier movements. Having lived in the mountains since childhood, the boar-headed youth had developed habits akin to those of wild beasts. In the realm of beasts, the law of the jungle prevails, strength reigns supreme. Chica had indeed subdued the boar-headed youth, akin to a pack of wild animals recognizing a leader among them. He now acknowledged Chica as his big sister. Chica scratched her head in bemusement, initially intending to correct his form of address, but seeing his enthusiasm, she hesitated and ultimately decided against it. Big sister it is, then. Subsequently, the rescued youths invited the group to their home for a hearty meal. During the meal, the boar-headed youth finally removed his boar mask, and as it came off, everyone except Chica was left in stunned silence. My heavens, what a visage! He possesses a face more exquisite than that of a woman. Were it not for his bare, muscular torso, one might easily mistake him for a girl. Oh no, Zenitsu thought, instinctively perceiving him as a girl despite the exposed muscularity. You're a girl. I'm a boy. The boar-headed youth, whose name was Inosuke, had grown up in the mountains without formal training. He had once seized a sunblade from a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and learned of their existence, ultimately crafting his own beast-breathing technique and passing the final selection. As for why he had not been noticed during the final selection, it was simply because he was too hasty. He entered the mountains first and descended first, completing his task and leaving before others could gather. During the meal, the rescued youths curiously inquired about Chica and her companions' identities. After some hesitation, they disclosed the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, as they had all experienced the terror of demons firsthand, and it seemed unnecessary to keep such vital information hidden from them. Knowing of the Corps' existence would, in fact, provide them some solace. Upon learning of the Demon Slayer Corps, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Except for the boy who had nearly been killed by a demon, who wore a grave expression and earnestly asked, So, can I join the Demon Slayer Corps? The others looked at him in astonishment, perplexed by his desire to do so when he had only just escaped with his life. Isn't living good? The Demon Slayer Corps is perilous, Zenitsu remarked. How interesting. A man must slay demons. Inosuke declared with fervor. That's something you ought to think through carefully, Tanjiro advised. The mortality rate within the Demon Slayer Corps is exceedingly high. Those who join are often from families dedicated to demon slaying or those seeking vengeance for loved ones lost to demons. Earning a living? Please. There are myriad occupations that pay well without the need to engage in such a deadly line of work. Should one indeed join the Demon Slayer Corps, experiences akin to narrowly escaping death would become frequent, if not inevitable, a commitment that requires substantial resolve. The group voiced their opinions. Some encouraged him while others cautioned him. Yet, amidst the discussion, one remained silent. Chica. The crowd turned to gaze at Chica, eager to discern her response. You should reconsider. It's best if you don't go. The young lad lowered his head, somewhat disheartened. I overestimated my capabilities. No, it's not about that. What I mean is, joining the Demon Slayer Corps would be futile. Chica's tone shifted, confidently continuing, for the era of demons will soon reach its end. Even if you join the Demon Slayer Corps, there will be no demons left for you to slay. Chapter 31, A Collective Shock. Upon hearing Chica's words, the crowd was momentarily rendered speechless, as her declaration was profoundly impactful. Zenitsu exclaimed, So cool. Inosuke added, That's the spirit. Boss. Tanjiro vowed, Muzan, I will ensure that we take you down alongside my sister. Hearing Chica's statement, the boy who initially wished to join the Demon Slayer Corps ultimately chose to withdraw, expressing his intent to silently pray for everyone. This sentiment was understood and accepted by all. As the hour grew late, the youths invited everyone to stay the night at their modest home, which, due to its size, could not accommodate one person per room. Thus, Tanjiro and the others huddled together in one room, while Chica carried a wooden box containing Nezuko to another. Upon entering her room and closing the door, the box was pushed open from within, and Nezuko slowly emerged, her expression one of relief at finally being free. With a soft thud, she sprawled on the floor, stretching out her limbs. It had been quite a confinement for Nezuko, unable to speak or move freely in such a small space for so long. Watching her luxuriate in her newfound freedom, Chica pondered how to create an opportunity for Nezuko to practice overcoming sunlight. Nezuko, would you like to train your breathing techniques and swordsmanship? MHM. Nezuko immediately sprang up, sitting upright with an eager demeanor, embodying the qualities of an exemplary student that would please any teacher. Her progress in the water-breathing technique was still quite limited, far from achieving any remarkable effects. However, considering Nezuko had only earnestly trained for half a month, such progress was understandable. Yet, if she truly wished to apply the water-breathing techniques in battle in the future, time was of the essence. In the not-so-spacious room, Chica guided Nezuko in water-breathing, while Tanjiro's room, cramped with 3 occupants, felt even smaller. Move over a bit. It's already quite crowded here, Inosuke grumbled, squeezed between Zenitsu and Tanjiro. Despite the jostling, Tanjiro remained undisturbed, peacefully maintaining a gentle rhythm of breath as he slept. Tanjiro can really sleep, can't he? His breathing is unlike ours. Come on, isn't it natural for someone to have a different breathing frequency? No, can't you sense it? Tanjiro's current state of breathing? Zenitsu, intrigued by Inosuke's observation, propped himself up to scrutinize the sleeping Tanjiro. Moments passed, and Zenitsu's previously calm expression shifted to one of disbelief, even gripped by spasms of shock. Wait. He's in total concentration breathing. Tanjiro is actually maintaining total concentration while asleep, he exclaimed in astonishment. Inosuke, still gazing at the slumbering Tanjiro, suddenly covered his mouth and nose with his hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Tanjiro abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. What are you doing? Tanjiro, tell us the truth. You were definitely pretending to sleep, right? How could that be? I was genuinely asleep. Tanjiro blinked in confusion, and upon realizing the cause of their bewilderment, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. I genuinely wasn't pretending. My sister and I have trained ourselves to maintain total concentration breathing for 24 hours, which is why we are so strong, Tanjiro explained, still smiling. 24 hours. Zenitsu and Inosuke were left dumbfounded. Had they not believed Tanjiro was incapable of lying and had not witnessed him sleeping while maintaining total concentration, they would have never accepted such a claim. Total concentration breathing was exhausting. Sustaining it for even 10 minutes during a fight could leave one breathless. How could anyone maintain it for 24 hours, even while sleeping? Tanjiro, you and your sister are truly incredible, Zenitsu said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Inosuke's eyes gleamed with determination. So, if I can achieve total concentration around the clock, I could defeat the boss, right? Well, the gap would certainly narrow, that's for sure. Tanjiro replied thoughtfully. He wanted to add that even mastering total concentration would not guarantee victory against his sister, given her exceptional physical prowess and the countless times he had failed to defeat her in practice. Nevertheless, it's commendable to have such drive. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, though I'm unsure of my teaching abilities, Tanjiro offered kindly. Zenitsu and Inosuke exchanged glances. Inosuke immediately nodded in agreement, while Zenitsu hesitated but eventually expressed his willingness to try. However, they soon regretted their decision. Forcing themselves to use total concentration breathing beyond their physical limits left them feeling as if they had been mercilessly beaten, their lungs ablaze. It hurts. How on earth do you manage this, Tanjiro? Zenitsu moaned, sprawled on the bedding like a writhing worm. Inosuke was no better off. His foundational skills were the weakest among them, and he could hardly endure as long as Zenitsu. Tanjiro, sitting on the floor and observing the contorted expressions of his companions, smiled. It's perfectly normal, just practice more. Everyone struggles at first. Zenitsu and Inosuke suddenly yearned for the comfort of a peaceful sleep. The next morning, the boys Zenitsu and Inosuke emerged from their room, their bodies aching from the strain of overexerting their total concentration breathing. Chica carried the wooden box containing Nezuko, stepping out of her room with a smile and a refreshed demeanor. Although she had failed once again in her attempts to connect with the world, she had grown accustomed to it. Nezuko had made significant progress in her breathing techniques the previous night, which was the source of Chica's joy. Meanwhile, a crow perched outside the house, ready to announce their next mission, the final chapter before the deadly ordeal, the Spider Mountain. Chapter 32, the Spider Mountain. The crow had actually arrived the night before, but chose not to make a ruckus when it saw Chica and the others resting peacefully. After all, Xianxia and her companions had executed numerous missions consecutively, thus a period of respite was undoubtedly warranted. The crow, after all, considered itself a well-bred and formally trained creature. Upon Xianxia's pushing open of the door, the crow could hardly contain its eagerness to dash inside. Yet, in that very moment, upon realizing it was Xianxia who had opened the door, the crow found itself torn between the impulse to charge forward and the instinct to retreat, resulting in a rather awkward display of movement, reminiscent of a clumsy dance. As Xianxia emerged, Tanjiro and the others also began to file out of the house, with the youthful boys and girls trailing behind. They gazed in awe at the crow soaring through the air, excitedly waving their hands and exclaiming, "Is this the crow that the older brothers and sisters spoke of? How magnificent! Truly a divine bird." The crow, flattered by the children's praise, felt a sense of elation. Were it not for its professional ethics, it might have been tempted to frolic with the children. Ahem. Support. Support. Northeast. Northeast. The Spider Mountain has requested assistance. The crow announced the mission in human speech, causing the children to erupt in further excitement, marveling at the wonders of life. Despite their tender age, they understood this heralded the possibility of encountering even more extraordinary events in the future. Hearing of yet another mission, Zenitsu sighed deeply, muttering under his breath. If I'm not killed by demons, I'll surely be worn out. It is well known that before the Demon Slayer Corps acquired the moniker of Hashira Killing Blade, it was first dubbed the Corporate Slave Blade. Support? It must be urgent. We need to hurry. Tanjiro emanated an aura of diligence, distinctly contrasting the others around him, even possessing a subtle ability to inspire those nearby. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group bid farewell to those remaining in the house and swiftly set off in the direction indicated by the crow. The ominous Spider Mountain concealed a lower moon demon. Chica and Tanjiro led the way, Inosuke ran in the middle, while Zenitsu brought up the rear, his breath already unsteady as he grumbled about how swiftly the others were moving. Soon, they arrived in the vicinity of Spider Mountain, where a formidable member of the Demon Slayer Corps named Murata was crouched in the underbrush, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. It must be noted that Murata was no ordinary individual. In the narrative, he is referred to as the king of passers-by and has repeatedly encountered peril yet miraculously escaped. Although he currently held a rank of Kan, during the Grand Battle's leveling phase, he had nearly reached the level of a Hashira, engaging in combat with lower moon demons and surviving without any loss of limbs. Upon seeing a group of competent allies approach, Murata immediately inquired, "What are your ranks?" "I am a Kui." "What's the matter?" "I am also a Kui." Murata was dismayed to discover that the newcomers were all of the lowest rank, Kui-level swordsmen. He felt utterly helpless. What use would a bunch of Kui be to someone of his kin rank? Where were the Hashira? Shouldn't they be here? What? Are you looking down on me? Inosuke seized Murata by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Murata, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly replied, "And no, how could I ever underestimate the swordsmen of my own team? It's just that this place is exceedingly perilous." As he spoke, a figure clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform appeared in the distance. Murata instantly recognized this person as his comrade, but before he could call out, the individual turned stiffly and rushed towards him, wildly swinging their Nichirin blade. A large red exclamation mark seemed to materialize above everyone's heads. In a split second, Chinsha had reached the individual, delivering a swift kick that sent them sprawling to the ground and firmly pressing their face into the earth. Meanwhile, Tanjiro swiftly severed the spider silk, entangling the individual with his Nichirin blade, executing the maneuver with remarkable precision. A demon is manipulating this person with spider silk. If we cannot sever the silk, we must find a way to restrain the controlled individual, Tanjiro astutely observed. Although Chinsha had not previously alerted him, he instinctively recognized her actions and detected the spider silk binding the person. He has truly grown, Murata thought, staring in astonishment as he blinked repeatedly, struggling to comprehend how they had managed to pin the person down. How had they identified the spider silk? How had they sliced through such fine threads? It was utterly absurd. Murata gawked at them, swallowing hard before repeating his earlier question. "What are your ranks?" "Kui." Oh, what kind of Kui are you?" Murata forced a strained smile, mentally categorizing the two before him as advanced swordsmen disguised as Kui-level fighters, possibly even a level. Within the hierarchy of the Demon Slayer Corps, a level represented the highest caliber, possessing the capability to defeat any demon beneath the 12 Kizuki. Amidst Murata's astonishment, Zenitsu could not help but pat him on the shoulder, earnestly stating, "It's normal. Those two don't conform to conventional logic." Murata turned to face Zenitsu, only to realize that the blonde-haired boy was currently concentrating on his breathing. "What are you doing focusing on your breath when we're not in battle?" Murata thought, then glanced in the other direction, noticing that Inosuke, too, seemed to be engaged in focused breathing. Wait a moment, could it be total concentration constant? I've heard of that technique, but I thought it was only mastered by the Hashira. Murata's shock intensified. In reality, Zenitsu and Inosuke were merely still in the process of training, able to maintain total concentration breathing for no more than 20 minutes. However, in Murata's eyes, they were akin to Chinsha and Tanjiro, concealed identities of a level swordsman. Murata resolved to cling tightly to the legs of these formidable individuals, hoping not for soaring heights, but at least to survive the perils of this mountain. Chapter 33, The Purge of Spider Mountain. Cling to the strong. Determined to attach himself to the legs of these esteemed individuals, Murata sought to ensure his survival amidst the dangers of the mountain. As Chinsha and Tanjiro severed the spider silk binding the controlled individual, they were quickly ensnared again. Yet, almost instantaneously, Chinsha sliced through the strands anew. A demon is manipulating these spider threads, We must eliminate the demon behind this. Let's split up and swiftly resolve the anomalies in the area. Understood. Sister, please be careful. Tanjiro and Qianxia resolved to part ways and address the surrounding demons as quickly as possible. Noticing Qianxia and Tanjiro preparing to separate, Inosuke and Zenitsu hurriedly approached, insisting they wouldn't be left behind. In the end, Zenitsu fell in behind Tanjiro, while Inosuke trailed after Qianxia, forming pairs to begin the sweep of the area. Leaving Murata in a state of bewilderment, he had intended to follow. But the speed of Qianxia and the others left him unable to keep up as they swiftly covered the distance he could not reach. Murata, trembling with trepidation, gripped the Nichirin blade tightly, casting wary glances around him, fearful that another assailant might emerge to strike him down. Meanwhile, Zenitsu trailed closely behind Tanjiro, who utilized his extraordinary sense of smell to detect the presence of demons. In no time, he pinpointed the demon that manipulated threads to control humans. Tanjiro exclaimed, "I found it." Zenitsu eagerly inquired, "Found it? Where? Where?" With remarkable agility, Tanjiro leaped forward, using the trees as footholds to propel himself at an astonishing speed toward the female demon perched upon a branch of a large tree. In a swift, horizontal arc, he executed the water surface slash, an unadorned yet lethal strike. The demon had no time to react. Had she summoned her full concentration from the outset, she might have managed to counterattack, but she underestimated Tanjiro's prowess. As her head fell, the threads controlling the nearby victims slackened, causing them to collapse one by one to the ground, their mouths filled with dirt. On the other side, Chica recognized this shift in dynamics. Inosuke had been poised to eliminate a demonized member of the Demon Slayer Corps, his blade raised, only to be startled by the sudden turn of events that unfolded before him. Hey, I hadn't even struck yet. It appeared that Tanjiro had achieved victory. Chica surveyed the surroundings, realizing she needed to expedite her own progress. However, her target was not the lesser demons on this mountain, but rather Rue, the fifth lower moon of the 12 Kazuki. He was the true power behind this mountain, and despite being ranked fifth, he possessed considerable potential and attracted Muzan's attention. If left to develop for some time, he might very well ascend to the strength of one of the upper moons. Thus, Chica resolved to utilize him as a means to gauge her current capabilities. As if summoned by her thoughts, a sharp thread suddenly flew toward her from a distance. Fortunately, Chica's reflexes surpassed the ordinary. Otherwise, the thread would have marred her cheek. Do not interfere with our lives. Judging by your abilities, Mother should not be able to kill you, so I shall have to take matters into my own hands. As the voice echoed from afar, Rue appeared suspended in midair, anchored by taut threads beneath his feet. Inosuke, witnessing such ostentatious display, leaped up with the intent to deliver a couple of strikes to this show-off. Rue, standing upon the threads, cast a disinterested glance at the boar-headed boy, his eyes narrowing, causing Inosuke to abruptly halt, ensnared by the threads encircling him from all directions. "Who are you?" Rue asked, dismissively flicking his wrist, sending Inosuke crashing to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop, gasping for breath. "How strong?" Inosuke exclaimed, his eyes widening beneath his boar mask. Since leaving the mountains, he had encountered numerous demons, yet none could compare to the one before him. The oppressive aura was overwhelming, akin to a powerful elder sister. Struggling to rise, Inosuke turned his gaze toward Chica, while Rue, observing the resilience of the boar-headed boy, exhibited a hint of surprise. His previous strike was aimed to shatter Inosuke's ribs, and he should have been incapacitated by the pain. As Rue pondered how such a sturdy physique could exist, Chica had already drawn her Nichirin blade from her waist once more. The blade shimmered a clear azure, and as it was unsheathed, Rue's attention shifted back to her. The water-breathing technique was the most common among the Demon Slayer Corps, and he had witnessed many blue Nichirin blades, yet none possessed the beauty of this one. It could serve as a collector's item, Rue thought, raising both hands as flexible. Sharp threads rapidly coiled around his palms. Chica maintained a tranquil breath, opting not to switch to the fire goddess dance, but instead utilizing the water-breathing technique in response. Rue remained confident, believing Chica could not defeat him. In the demon world, he was still a novice, having never encountered the advanced combat prowess of the Demon Slayer Corps. In his mind, the members of the Corps were mere weaklings who could be dispatched with a flick of his threads. As Chica took a step forward, Rue entered a battle stance, spreading his arms wide as countless threads surged toward her. Yet, instead of leaping as would be expected, Chica surprisingly restrained herself, even closing her eyes. From a distance, Inosuke, seated on the ground, watched Chica's actions, his expression exaggerated beneath his boar mask. He flailed his arms and shouted, "Open your eyes. What does she intend to do? Is she seeking death?" In truth, Chica merely wished to conduct a simple experiment, to see if Rue's thread attacks could trigger her latent potential, even if only to graze the surface of that higher realm. Very well. Let the experiment commence. As Chica stood with her eyes closed, the oncoming threads surged toward her at an alarming speed. With the threads rapidly approaching, Chica executed a swift sidestep to the right, narrowly evading Rue's attack. Is this the transparent world? She mused, recognizing that it was not. She had simply relied on her exceptional senses to evade danger at the last moment. This was not the transparent world. Rather, it was merely a response to the imminent threat. To illustrate, the transparent world allows one to perceive movements from all directions even with closed eyes while concealing one's own presence. In contrast, her recent evasion was simply a reaction to a sensed danger, a fundamental difference. After dodging Rue's threads, Chica attempted to suppress her primal instincts, wishing to provoke her potential through his attacks, yet she faced repeated failures. Rue, observing his threads miss time and again, felt a surge of frustration. Why? Why can't I hit her? Is this woman a monkey? Rue gritted his teeth, manipulating the threads with increasing intensity. Despite their capacity to slice through iron, missing rendered them utterly meaningless. Inosuke, watching in astonishment, found himself rendered speechless. Chica's movements were strikingly familiar to him, as someone who had spent years in the mountains. She's like a beast. Having lived alongside wild animals, he understood that such encounters were rarely amicable. Conflict was inevitable. While beasts lacked human wisdom, their physical prowess surpassed that of humans, and their instincts were paramount. Inosuke had made countless attempts to ambush wild creatures, lowering his footsteps and remaining out of sight, only for the most perceptive beasts to evade his lethal strikes at the last moment. Meanwhile, Chica, her brow slightly furrowed, grew increasingly frustrated with her repeated failures, gaining a deeper understanding of her instincts rather than achieving the transparent world. The perception of danger resembles that of a spider's instinct. 2. Danger assessment. When confronted with peril, the body instinctively executes optimal evasive maneuvers. 3. The desire for retaliation. After evading an attack, one cannot help but sound the horn of counteroffensive, yearning to launch an immediate strike back. TSK. Chica could not restrain herself from clicking her tongue. When another strand of web hurtled toward her, she chose not to evade this time, but instead sliced through it with a decisive stroke, reducing the silk to mere fragments. Abruptly, she opened her previously closed eyes and declared, "No more." After severing the web, Chica lifted her chin to face Rue, her aura transforming instantaneously. Renowned for her gentle demeanor as a practitioner of water breathing, she now exuded a formidable sense of oppression. Her primal instincts were overwhelming. Achieving clarity in the world required intense concentration, discarding superfluous perceptions to enter a state of selflessness. Yet, the enhanced beastly intuition sharpened Chica's senses to an extraordinary degree, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. She had attempted to suppress her heightened senses, but all endeavors had ended in failure. Following the recent combat trial, Chica was now certain of one thing. The beastly instinct clashed with the pursuit of clarity. To master the state of clarity, one must relinquish the beastly intuition. Yet such relinquishment proved impossible. Gripping her Nichirin blade tightly, a fierce water dragon coalesced before her. Rue, observing the drastic shift in Chica's demeanor, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his face, unbeknownst to him. The originally white strands of silk were forcefully tugged, transforming into a vivid crimson. Their hardness and sharpness elevated to new heights. Surrounding trees bore the brunt of the disturbance, each slice leaving wide, deep gashes. If Rue wished, these robust trees could indeed be toppled with a mere flick of his wrist. Blood demon art, killing eye cage. Rue's hands wove a unique spiderweb, and as the web materialized, a plethora of blood-red strands erupted around Chica, ensnaring her completely and swiftly constricting, attempting to strangle her from within. Although Chica lacked the self-created 11th form of water breathing like Tomioka, such an extent of silk posed no challenge for her. Cascading water splashed as the crimson threads were cleaved into fragments. Indeed, as the 5th lower moon, Rue proved to be unlike the other demons. Chica remarked nonchalantly after shattering Rue's high-density blood threads, her words devoid of any taunting intent, yet they resonated with palpable mockery in Rue's ears. Damn it! Blood demon art, engraving line rotation. Rue maximized the hardness of his blood threads, intertwining them into a vortex that surged toward Chica, perfectly executing the cycle of water breathing. Chica decided against attempting clarity. Instead, she would confront this lower moon using water breathing. With her azure Nichirin blade in hand, Chica charged fearlessly at Rue, initiating a battle that left the nearby boar-headed youth speechless in astonishment. As Chica and Rue clashed, the entire Spider Mountain sensed the fierce combat. The intensity of the battle alerting Tanjiro and his companions. Who is Rue battling with such ferocity? Who is my sister fighting against with such intensity? Both sides felt incredulous, The demons were acutely aware of Rue's strength and had submitted to him due to his formidable might. Tanjiro, drenched in cold sweat, understood his sister's prowess. Ordinary demons were no match for her, and the ferocity of the clash was alarming. Could the opponent be one of the 12 Kazuki? Tanjiro's eyes widened in panic. Despite having defeated numerous demons, none had been a member of the 12 Kazuki, whose strength remained unknown. Though Tanjiro was confident in his sister, concern lingered. Zenitsu, we must hurry. As Tanjiro spoke, a massive, muscular demon leaped in front of him and Zenitsu with a resounding crash. Tanjiro believed in his sister, and these demons trusted Rue's power, vowing to prevent any interference in his battle. This was for Rue, and for their own survival, for if Rue were displeased, those he deemed family would be swiftly eliminated, bound, and exposed to the sun until death. Chapter 35. The Malicious Demon Extermination. Rue was an exceedingly devoted demon to his notion of family, serving as the youngest within Spider Mountain, yet he was, in truth, the genuine ruler of the Spider Mountain clan. The familial bonds among them lacked blood ties. All were forcibly gathered by Rue to satisfy his obsession, engaging in a game of make-believe family. Regardless of the circumstances, parents must protect their children, and siblings must safeguard one another, even at the cost of their lives. This was Rue's belief, as well as his fixation. Rue's family and subordinates stood in front of Tanjiro and Zenitsu, intent on slaying them there. But Tanjiro would not allow himself to be manipulated. Bowing his head, he maintained total concentration, breathing, the Nichirin blade in his hand glimmering subtly in the moonlight. Spider Father, Spider Brother, Spider Sister. Spider Father struck first, his physique far surpassing that of a typical demon. He clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow aimed at Tanjiro. This strike, accompanied by a fierce wind, could surely create a crater upon colliding with a tree. Bang! Tanjiro! Zenitsu exclaimed in terror, his mind racing with thoughts of doom, believing Tanjiro had been reduced to pulp. Yet moments later, as everyone regained their composure, they realized the truth was far from their assumptions. Spider Father's punch had not obliterated Tanjiro, but had been halted by his Nichirin blade. Though not invincible, the Nichirin blade withstood the pressure of Spider Father's punch, and this scene illuminated Zenitsu to the true height of Tanjiro's breathing technique. For the blade's hardness was directly correlated to the mastery of the technique. Observing her father's attack thwarted, Spider Sister hurriedly advanced, seeking to exploit the opportunity. She approached from behind Tanjiro, aiming to decapitate him as the Demon Slayer core would. Just then, however, the wooden box Tanjiro carried shifted. Bang! The box opened, and a cute beast sprang forth, delivering a swift flying kick to the unprepared Spider Sister's abdomen. In an instant, she expelled a large volume of saliva, her eyes trembling. Spider Sister was sent reeling as the cute beast landed gracefully. Upon touching the ground, Nezuko instinctively donned the bamboo tube she had previously removed for comfort. For in the presence of others, she must adhere to the promise made with Master Urokodaki. As Nezuko appeared, Zenitsu stood momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as though his very soul were being drawn away by her overwhelming cuteness. Though Nezuko and Chica bore a resemblance as sisters, the aura surrounding them left Zenitsu utterly devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. However, Nezuko is different. Her gentle and endearing demeanor resembles Cupid drawing back his bow. And Zenitsu feels as though he has been pierced through the heart by a single arrow. Much like Tanjiro's extraordinary sense of smell, Zenitsu possesses an acute sense of hearing, allowing him to discern that the box behind Tanjiro contains a living being, one that is a demon. Yet, Zenitsu did not anticipate that this demon would be so adorable. In his excitement, he momentarily lost awareness of his surroundings, allowing the Spider Brother to circle around and position himself behind Zenitsu, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the weakest among them first. In the theater of battle, one must capture the king before the thieves. In a fight with so few participants, prioritizing those with lower defenses is the optimal strategy. Spider Brother, gotcha. Nezuko, not a chance. With a determined step, Nezuko charged forward once more. But this time she wielded a training wooden sword that was slightly shorter than a typical katana. Water breathing, first form, water surface, slash. It was a rather rudimentary strike. Yet it could undoubtedly be classified as a technique of the breathing forms, especially given Nezuko's strength, which far exceeds that of an ordinary person. The Spider Brother sustained a long, wide gash across his body. Had that strike landed on his neck, Nezuko might have dazedly claimed her first head, not a human's head, but a demon's. A swordsman carrying a demon skilled in the breathing forms, and an even more formidable elder sister. Zenitsu felt a headache coming on, pondering the peculiar combination he had stumbled upon. Each individual in this trio seemed far too formidable to encounter casually. If Chica were present, she would undoubtedly cross her arms and deliver a precise quip. Young man, you will encounter demon hunters wielding firearms, monks with meteor hammers, and a Sakura maiden whose muscle density is 8 times that of a normal human. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood back to back, vigilant of their surroundings. Although Nezuko longed to boast to Tanjiro about her recent successful execution of a sword technique, she understood that the moment was not opportune. The immediate priority was to vanquish the demons encircling them. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ju and Shinobu, it is now up to you. Understood. With the command from the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, the two most formidable swordsmen, bearing the highest accolades of the organization, prepared to rush to Spider Mountain for reinforcements. Water Pillar, Ju Tomioka. Insect Pillar, Shinobu Kocho. 1. A genius who has developed the 11th form of water breathing. Currently the strongest practitioner of this technique. The other, a specialist in toxins, capable of concocting poisons that can even slay lower moons. Their departure was prompted by news of a potential presence of the 12 Kazuki at Spider Mountain, and indeed, a lower moon does exist there. However, they must hasten, otherwise, they may arrive too late to encounter any demons at all. While Tanjiro was fervently slaying demons, Chica was embroiled in a fierce battle with Rue. Although she did not employ the fire god Kagura, she held her ground against Lower Moon 5, even gaining the upper hand. Chica's beastly instincts allowed her to evade all of Rue's lethal strikes, while she remained indifferent to the minor injuries that would heal swiftly. This very resilience instilled fear within the demon. As Rue manipulated his highest grade threads to assault Chica, he found himself retreating repeatedly. With Chica's azure Nichirin blade grazing perilously close to his neck, instilling sheer terror in him. What on earth are you? Are you even human? Rue snarled through clenched teeth at Chica. Chica remained silent, her calm, almost icy demeanor unyielding as she swiftly wielded her Nichirin blade, posing a continuous lethal threat to Rue. Although victory had yet to be determined, it was merely a matter of time. Chapter 36, The Birth of the Pillars. Hey, you think humans and demons could understand each other and coexist peacefully? What do you think, Mr. Tomioka? That is impossible. As long as demons continue to consume humans, peaceful coexistence is unattainable. Shinobu and Ju hastened toward Spider Mountain, their speed surpassing even that of Usain Bolt. Ju's legs moved as though powered by electric motors, while Shinobu glided with an ethereal grace alongside him. For pillars of their caliber, traversing from one location to another for mission execution was hardly a challenge. Relying on their own legs was far more reliable than any mode of transportation. To onlookers, the two appeared like a gust of wind, suddenly materializing and just as swiftly vanishing. Both were eager to reach Spider Mountain. Every additional saved soul mattered. Recently, the number of members in the Demon Slayer Corps had been steadily declining, with their average strength waning, making it crucial that no member be carelessly sacrificed. In Ju and Shinobu's minds, the situation at Spider Mountain must already be chaotic. Upon their arrival, Shinobu prepared to tend to the injured members of the Demon Slayer Corps, while Ju focused on confronting the demons at Spider Mountain. With their roles clearly defined, the two quickly reached the foot of Spider Mountain, expecting to encounter demons, even if they were merely lesser ones. However, they found none. Though there are no demons, there are clear signs of battle. Mr. Tomioka, that mark appears to be a sword wound from your faction, Shinobu said, pointing to a large tree bearing the scar of a blade. A high-level swordsman can identify the style of sword technique merely by the mark left behind. Ju raised an eyebrow at the scar. He discerned that the swordsman who made it was no novice and likely possessed the skill of an A-ranked swordsman. Had an A-ranked swordsman eliminated the demons in this vicinity? As Ju pondered, he noticed numerous other sword marks that did not belong to that A-ranked swordsman. Some were from less skilled individuals wielding peculiar techniques, while others bore the high-level proficiency of water breathing. At least 2 A-ranked members were present. Their swift arrival as pillars was to be expected. But had A-ranked members become this fast? If they were young, they might just become pillars in the future. As the two contemplated, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distant forest, the sound of trees crashing to the ground. Ju and Shinobu quickly turned their attention to the source, hastening toward it. As they sped forth, 3 figures gradually came into view. Ju's eyes narrowed as he accelerated, leaping ahead to confront the group that had just vanquished the spider family, Tanjiro and his companions. I wish to inquire about the situation, Ju stated succinctly. Shinobu soon joined him. And it must be noted that, in terms of rapport with bystanders, Shinobu indeed exuded a more approachable aura. However, Tanjiro recognized Ju, for it was Ju who had once recommended him to train under Sakanji Urokodaki. Mr. Tomioka, it's me, Tanjiro, he exclaimed, patting his chest in excitement as he looked at the long-absent Ju. Only then did Ju realize who stood before him, while Shinobu's gaze fixated intently on Nezuko, who stood beside Tanjiro. She is a demon, isn't she? With a gentle smile and narrowed eyes, Shinobu Kocho raised her Nichirin blade. Although she often spoke of the possibility of befriending demons, the shadow cast by her sister's death at their hands left her perpetually angry. The dream of coexisting peacefully with demons belonged to her sister, not her. She merely donned the facade of her sister's existence. As Shinobu lifted her Nichirin blade, her sudden action startled Ju Tomioka, who swiftly reached for his own blade to assist in defense, but drawing it and wielding it proved too late. A sharp metallic clang jolted everyone back to reality, revealing Tanjiro Kamado, wielding his Nichirin blade to intercept Shinobu's strike. Nezuko was certainly not a malevolent demon. She had yet to consume a single human, and now was not the time for such discussions. His sister could very well be battling the 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Upon hearing the term 12 Kazuki, both Ju and Shinobu's expressions turned grave. Even a lower moon demon was not to be trifled with. Let's assist first. We can discuss this matter later. Very well, I concur with your viewpoint. Nodding in agreement, Ju and Shinobu set off towards the source of the earlier commotion. Although Tanjiro and the others hurried to follow, they could not catch up to the two ahead of them, the distance widening with each moment. Such were the capabilities of the strongest among them, the Hashira. In mere moments, the duo arrived at the site of the earlier disturbance. Trees lay felled, and the ground was in utter disarray. Their gaze quickly fell upon the demon, whose eyes bore the kanji for 5, marking him as the lower moon 5 of the 12 Kazuki. In the next instant, their eyes shifted slightly upward, revealing a scene they had never anticipated. A girl, wielding a cerulean Nichirin blade, stood upon the demon's body, the blade poised at his neck. Her once orderly hairstyle was now disheveled, swaying in the wind. Although her attire bore traces of blood, she appeared entirely unscathed, exhibiting no signs of weakness, save for her gentle, labored breaths. I'm just tired, that's all. Ju observed Chica in this state, his typically icy demeanor momentarily shattered, revealing astonishment. His mouth agape, he exclaimed. Incredible. She actually defeated a lower moon demon. Shinobu shared a similar emotional reaction. The criteria for becoming a Hashira required slaying 50 demons or defeating a lower moon. And by this standard, they had just witnessed the birth of a Hashira. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can you be so strong? I am a demon who has received power from that esteemed individual. You are merely a human. The defeated Rue lay on the ground, unable to accept his defeat. Chica, regarding him with a slight shake of her head, interrupted his monologue, stating, This world is vast. You are merely ensconced upon a small hill. Do you truly aspire to achieve invincibility? Unlike Tanjiro, who might offer kind words before dispatching a pitiful demon, Chica felt no compassion, if he were indeed pitiable. It was not her place to be merciful. Judging your sins is the work of a higher power. My duty is to guide you to meet that power. Chica would not deliver a gentle strike akin to Canton's benevolence, nor would she inflict the agonizing pain of the flame god's dance. With a swift motion, the sound of slashing echoed as Rue's body was severed, his head rolling to the ground, where his eyes stared blankly at the sky. You've lost, thoroughly. After a brief glance at Rue, Chica turned away, only then noticing Ju and Shinobu standing at a distance, observing. Who are you? Chica feigned confusion in her inquiry. Just as Shinobu was about to respond, Tanjiro and the others arrived on the scene. Sister, are you all right? Tanjiro rushed to Chica's side, as if to conduct a thorough examination. I'm fine, you know my resilience. It's just a minor injury, though I am a bit tired. Chica replied while stifling a yawn and rubbing her eyes. Recalling his sister's remarkable recovery, Tanjiro felt somewhat reassured. Ju and Shinobu stood nearby, both wearing puzzled expressions, especially Ju. He recognized Tanjiro and his demon sister, but how could this sister exist when the Kamado family had been slaughtered by Muzan, leaving only the two of them? So many questions swirled in his mind, yet witnessing the harmonious exchange between the siblings left him uncertain of how to interject. Fortunately, Zenitsu arrived, breathless, moments later. You two ran too fast. Wait for me. He arrived beside Ju and Shinobu, bending over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. When he looked up, he saw Shinobu before him, her narrowed eyes fixed on him as she smiled. Could you introduce us to them? She gestured towards Chica and the others. Zenitsu's mouth twitched slightly. How could he summarize their group? He endeavored to convey the events from the final selection to the recent occurrences in as concise a manner as possible. He had heard of the two prodigies, Ju and Shinobu, from the final selection, and upon learning they had mastered total concentration breathing, their expressions clearly shifted. Such talent would undoubtedly lead them to become Hashira in the future. One has already achieved that status, Ju stated matter-of-factly, having witnessed the recent events. Upon returning to the headquarters and reporting to their master, there was no doubt that Chica would be recognized as a Hashira. Shinobu regarded the group with a nuanced expression, especially towards Nezuko. She was indeed a demon, yet there were no signs of malice. Did benevolent demons truly exist? Shinobu lowered her head slightly, her thoughts in turmoil. Ju approached Chica and the others, who turned to face him, both parties seemingly waiting for the other to speak. This silence stretched for a full minute. Finally, breaking the stillness, Ju spoke, "Please accompany us back to the headquarters." Chica and Tanjiro were destined to become core forces within the Demon Slayer Corps. Thus, Nezuko's identity as a demon could no longer be concealed. It was necessary to return and introduce her to the Master and the other Hashira. The reactions from the other Hashira would likely be manageable, especially from Love Hashira, but the Wind Hashira. "All right, we'll go to the headquarters." Chica agreed to Ju's request, and Tanjiro and Nezuko naturally followed suit. It was time to authenticate Nezuko's identity within the Demon Slayer Corps and gain broader acceptance for her. Zenitsu felt a mix of emotions. Lying to the side, Inosuke, feeling utterly disregarded, expressed his frustration, insisting that he was merely silent and should not be treated as if he didn't exist. After a brief period of organization, the group made their way to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Prior to their departure, the situation within Spider Mountain had been relayed to the headquarters by a raven. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps displayed a joyful smile upon receiving this intelligence. Though he soon succumbed to a fit of deep coughing, nonetheless, this did not impede his spirits. Having vanquished the lower fifth, a new star had emerged. Perhaps Muzan could finally be eliminated in this era. It was imperative that he be brought to an end. The delay could no longer be tolerated. Muzan Kibutsuji, the disgrace of our family. Muzan Kibutsuji and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps belonged to the same lineage. A millennium ago, Muzan, a youth plagued by severe illness, had been deemed untreatable by numerous doctors, save for one peculiar physician who refused to abandon his efforts. However, during this process, Muzan murdered the doctor and, upon doing so, discovered that he had transformed into a demon. In rummaging through the doctor's notes, he uncovered that a special potion concocted by the physician had granted him demonic powers. This potion endowed Muzan with formidable strength, but also instilled in him a fear of sunlight and an insatiable thirst for blood. Ultimately, he discovered that the potion was not perfected. If he could locate a flower known as the blue spider lily, he would be able to overcome his aversion to sunlight. Following his transformation into a demon and his subsequent massacre of humans, Muzan's family fell under a curse. The ancestors swore to exhaust every effort to eliminate Muzan, and this curse could only be temporarily alleviated through each generation marrying the daughter of a priest. Yet, none could live past the age of 25. The only way for the curse to be truly lifted was for Muzan to be slain. The leader, weak and gasping for breath, bore extensive burn-like injuries across his face. This generation must not falter. Chapter 38, The Headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is situated in a concealed location, rivaled in secrecy only by the Swordsmith Village among the Corps' various facilities. Only elite swordsmen and the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps are permitted to operate within the headquarters. Having defeated the 12 Kazuki and Nezuko, Chica and the others followed Ju Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho to the headquarters. Upon their arrival, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps appeared before them, their expressions grave as they fixated on Nezuko, particularly the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Truly a farce if demons do not consume human flesh and blood. Sanemi grit his teeth, declaring that had the leader not instructed them otherwise, he would have drawn his blade to slay Nezuko on the spot. Most of those who joined the Demon Slayer Corps harbored a direct animosity towards demons, and Sanemi stood out among them. With 3 long scars adorning his face and hair resembling that of a hedgehog, he donned a white haori emblazoned with the character for kill. Sanemi hailed from a modest family, the eldest of 7 siblings. Following the murder of his father by an enemy, he took it upon himself to protect his family. One day, when his mother failed to return home, he instructed his younger brother to safeguard the rest of the family while he went to search for her. However, upon his return, he discovered his family being slaughtered by a demon. He rushed to confront the beast, battling through the night until dawn broke. As the first rays of light illuminated the scene, he finally recognized the demon he was fighting. It was his mother, as she began to disintegrate under the sun's rays. His younger brother, arriving just in time, mistakenly perceived Sanemi as a murderer. In the aftermath of this devastating battle, Sanemi's heart shattered, leading him to pursue the path of demon slaying. Though years have passed, his hatred has not waned, for he has witnessed countless tragedies wrought by demons during his missions. Sanemi glared fiercely at Nezuko, who instinctively hid behind Chica. Chica raised her head slightly, sensing the approaching dawn, and suggested that Nezuko return to her box. Nezuko nodded and crawled back into the box, temporarily evading the gaze of the others. Before the Hashira, they were ushered into the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Present were Kaijiro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, the Sound Hashira, Muchiro Takedo, the Mist Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the Love Hashira, Iguro Abanai. The serpent Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. The wind Hashira, Ju Tomioka. The water Hashira, alongside Tanjiro Kamadu and Shinobu Kocho, the insect Hashira. These were the mightiest among the Demon Slayer Corps, second only to the original Hashira of the Warring States era. As they entered the headquarters, the leader emerged slowly, leaving Tanjiro taken aback. Leader. The Hashira knelt on one knee in a customary gesture of respect, and Chica followed suit. This act of kneeling, though not prostrating, signifies a deep respect. Given the leader's history of attempting to bring Muzan into his home and using a vast quantity of gunpowder in a bid to perish alongside him, Chica genuinely respected him. Tanjiro, seeing the others do the same, hurriedly followed suit, but before he could hold the position for more than a few seconds, the leader urged them to rise. I trust you are all aware of Nezuko's circumstances. I hope you can extend your trust to her. The former Water Hashira sent me a letter stating that both he and the current Water Hashira would stake their lives on Nezuko's behalf. The assembly gasped in astonishment at Ju Tomioka's bold assertion of life as collateral. Leader, I still cannot trust her. Allow me to test her. Sanemi gritted his teeth, drawing his Nichirin blade and lightly slicing his own arm, causing droplets of blood to flow. Sanemi's blood was of a rare quality. For demons, a single drop equated to the nourishment of 50 ordinary humans, and his blood was the rarest among the rare. Even lower-ranked demons would lose their senses upon smelling it, while upper-ranked demons would experience a sense of intoxication. As the blood dripped, Nezuko instinctively salivated within her box. You scoundrel, give me that box. Sanemi beckoned to Tanjiro, demanding he relinquish the box containing Nezuko, intending to use his blood to provoke her into action, if necessary. He contemplated wounding Nezuko further to induce a state of weakness that would heighten her thirst for blood. However, Tanjiro would never hand over Nezuko to Sanemi, as he held a poor impression of him. Just as Sanemi attempted to forcibly seize the box, Chica stepped behind him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Just use your blood to entice her. There's no need for anything more. Chica possessed a strength surpassing that of an average person, and his grip clearly conveyed his power to Sanemi. The latter's expression turned complex, pondering how this strength rivaled that of the love Hashira, who had 8 times the muscular density. Are there really so many muscle-bound women now? Sanemi, merely using your blood to entice her will suffice. Everyone is aware of its unique properties. The leader echoed, prompting Sanemi to abandon his ulterior motives. Despite his fiery temperament, he held profound respect for the leader. Subsequently, Tanjiro placed the wooden box within the structure, while Shinazugawa raised his arm above it, allowing the blood from his wound to drip onto the box. The crimson liquid seeped through the box's air gaps, and what was once merely unbearable to smell from a distance was now dripping onto Nezuko's face. The nutrient-rich essence, akin to the blood of 100 individuals, proved exceedingly difficult for Nezuko to resist. Despite the saliva pooling around her, she ultimately managed to suppress her urges, a feat attributable not only to her nature as a demon, but also to her formidable mental strength. The onlookers were left astonished as they witnessed Nezuko's remarkable self-control in the face of Shinazugawa's potent blood. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Chica's expression shifted subtly, and a small amount of saliva began to drool from her mouth, though thankfully not excessively. Indeed, the allure of such extraordinary blood was quite overwhelming. Chapter 39, The Pillar of Sealing. Seeing Nezuko resist the temptation of his blood, Shinazugawa clicked his tongue, somewhat reluctant, yet begrudgingly acknowledging her strength. Before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he had not even acquired a Nichirin blade. He solely relied on his rare blood to intoxicate ordinary demons, binding them until dawn so that they could be slain by sunlight. This method had never failed him, and thus he held great confidence in the effects of his blood on demons. Nezuko's ability to withstand it earned his belief in her capabilities. Shinazugawa possessed a hint of pride. In the original narrative's conclusion, after defeating Muzan, he apologized to Nezuko, who had reverted to human form, stating she had long forgotten and urged him not to dwell on it. In the years following his transformation, the two had forged a friendship. The leader, with a smile that narrowed his eyes, was the only man present capable of diffusing the tension and redirecting the conversation. He clapped his hands gently. By the way, Ju and Shinobu mentioned in their letters that this young lady single-handedly defeated the Lower Moon 5. According to our Demon Slayer Corps regulations, she has clearly qualified to become a pillar. The implications of his words were previously unknown to the assembled pillars, and their gazes towards Chica shifted instantaneously. Flame Pillar, what an impressive young lady. Sound Pillar, truly magnificent. Love Pillar, so cool. Serpent Pillar, though merely a lower moon, it's still commendable. Wind Pillar, defeating a lower moon? No wonder. Chica could distinctly sense the peculiar glances directed at her by those around, which was, to be frank, quite uncomfortable. She had never enjoyed excessive attention, a sentiment shared by her original self, which was one reason she preferred to remain at home dealing with domestic matters. The leader continued with a smile. It seems there are no objections. In that case, let us elevate her to the rank of pillar. Who would have thought that in our era, we would have 9 pillars, and now we can welcome a 10th, with the prospect of an 11th in the future. We reside in the worst of times, yet it is also a golden age. The leader grew increasingly animated as he spoke, nearly coughing up blood from the strain. This era was deemed the worst because the average strength of Demon Slayer Corps members had been declining sharply, and the upper moons had not been slain for centuries. There were whispers within the Corps that it would not endure much longer. Conversely, it was a golden age because, despite the decline, this generation had remarkably produced 9 pillars, most of whom had risen by vanquishing lower moon demons. Within the ranks of the pillars, the Corps was nearing its peak since the Sengoku era. This generation must annihilate Muzan, the leader thought, for if such powerful pillars could not defeat him, the increasingly weakened and dwindling Demon Slayer Corps would inevitably succumb to decline, easily overrun by demons. Chica, is that your name? You wield the water-breathing techniques, but there is already a water pillar. You may choose a title for yourself. The leader addressed her. Chica paused, momentarily taken aback. A title? Oh no, she had not considered that aspect at all. Water pillar? That won't do. Flame pillar? Sun pillar? Day pillar? Chica? Summer pillar? A flurry of hastily conceived titles flashed through her mind, each one promptly rejected. Observing her predicament, the leader chuckled gently. There's no need to respond immediately. You can keep it in mind for now and decide later. With the leader's concluding remarks, the commotion at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters swiftly came to an end. Chica and the others were assigned to a small residence within the headquarters, akin to the other pillars. However, unlike the others, who had attendants or disciples, Chica was accompanied solely by Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. By the way, how did you all end up here? Chica inquired, casting a subtle glance at Zenitsu and Inosuke. Zenitsu, who had been fixated on Nezuko, was startled back to reality by her question. The reason he had followed along was quite simple, purely instinctual. He had subconsciously tagged along, and no one had objected, leading him to this place in a daze. Of course, he couldn't respond that way now. I'm currently learning from Tanjiro. I want to become stronger, Zenitsu declared. His fists clenched and his spirit ignited. Chica almost believed his fervent declaration, just a hair's breadth away from being convinced. Realizing his proclamation lacked sufficient conviction, Zenitsu quickly glanced at Tanjiro and Inosuke for support. Tanjiro, sister, Zenitsu is indeed learning total concentration breathing. I'm teaching them. Inosuke, what are you squinting at, you weirdo? Are you getting eye strain? Seeing the expressions of the group, Chica found it amusing and let out a soft laugh. In truth, whether she explained herself or not, she could very well send them away like a demon. Well, you should keep at it. With Tanjiro here, I believe you'll surely master it, Chica said, exhaling gently. I'm a bit tired now. I think I'll take a nap. After waking, I'll seek out the other pillars. The storyline of the Infinite Train is approaching, and I need to devise a plan to ensure the Flame Pillar's safety. After bidding farewell to the others, Chica turned and entered her room within the residence, immediately succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, after Chica returned to her room, Zenitsu pressed a hand to his chest, exhaling deeply. Thank you, Tanjiro. What are you saying? I'm just speaking the truth, Tanjiro replied with a smile. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Zenitsu and Inosuke. Zenitsu understood Tanjiro's sincerity, despite his eyes being squinted. If they were opened fully, they would undoubtedly be ablaze with determination. At that moment, Nezuko sat beside them, fiddling with her training wooden sword. Zenitsu felt a pang of anxiety. He knew that if he chose to evade now, his standing in Nezuko's eyes would plummet. He resolved to press on. Zenitsu clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath in preparation to boldly proclaim his fervent determination to Nezuko. Just at that moment, Inosuke, from behind, forcefully pinned Zenitsu to the ground, excitedly brandishing his dual blades and shouting, Come on, I must master that thing. Chapter 40, The Encounter with the Love Hashira. Awakening early in the morning, Chica groggily rose from her bed, noticing the gentle rays of light filtering through. She realized she had indulged in a 12-hour slumber. It seems the more I sleep, the more I crave for rest, she mused. With a few yawns, she stretched widely and stepped out of her room, only to find Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko sprawled across the floor, lost in slumber. What on earth did they do last night? Chica wondered, crouching down to observe the sleeping Tanjiro. Initially, she considered playfully tapping his face but thought better of it. Disturbing someone so dedicated to their rest felt quite impolite. She couldn't help but empathize, were someone to awaken her mid-slumber with a face tap. She might very well unleash a swift strike in retaliation. Let us do our best. Now is the time to enhance our foundational attributes. If we can avoid activating the mark, it's preferable, Chica murmured softly to the slumbering Tanjiro before turning to exit the residence. The mark, a significant boon in the world of Demon Slayer, allows one to enhance all foundational attributes at the cost of lifespan. In the later stages, it becomes common among warriors, resulting in few enjoying a tranquil life even after surviving the final battle. If only one could compensate for the physical enhancements that come with the mark through sheer training. Chica pondered, but her thoughts quickly shifted to the imminent storyline involving the Flame Hashira, which stirred a sense of urgency within her. In this battle, the Flame Hashira would face an upper moon, and not just any upper moon, but the third. Better to avoid the elusive mark and focus on activating the Nichirin blade first. As she contemplated, she ambled through the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters in search of Rengoku Kaijiro. The Flame Hashira. Though she couldn't find him, she stumbled upon the Love Hashira instead. There, Mitsuri Kanroji sat gracefully upon a long stone bench, savoring the pink sakura cakes resting on her lap. So delicious, I could eat them endlessly, she exclaimed, her enjoyment evident in her blissful moans. Chica stood quietly, not wishing to interrupt Mitsuri's delightful indulgence. If Mitsuri noticed her, that would be ideal. If not, she could wait until she finished, as the few cakes on her lap wouldn't take long to devour. In merely a minute, the sakura cakes were consumed entirely, and as Chica prepared to greet her, Mitsuri's next move halted her foot mid-step. Eating these sakura cakes truly lifts one's spirits. Now that I've had my sweet treat, it's time for the main course. With a cheerful grin, Mitsuri produced a towering three-tiered bento box from her side. The first layer was sticky rice. The second contained pork cutlets, and the third was a variety of char siu meats. I'm ready to eat, she declared, diving into her meal with the enthusiasm of a whirlwind. In about 5 minutes, she polished off the bento box, only then noticing Chica standing nearby. Oh, when did you arrive? I hope I didn't scare you. I do have quite an appetite, Mitsuri said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Chica quickly waved her hand, reassuring, I was a bit surprised, but you need not explain. There's nothing wrong with having a large appetite. I can eat quite a bit myself. If I really dig in, I could outpace even 2 Tanjiros. Chica was not merely comforting Mitsuri, her appetite truly was substantial. The robust physique she possessed not only granted her impressive stamina, but also led to significant energy consumption. To replenish that energy, one could only eat or sleep. And in terms of consumption, Chica's capacity surpassed that of 2 Tanjiros combined. Upon hearing this, Mitsuri lifted her head, her innocent face alight with excitement. While the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not judge her for her appetite, encountering someone similar was a delightful surprise. Unlike others in the Corps, Mitsuri bore no deep-seated grudge against demons. Her sole purpose for joining was to seek a strong protector, a husband who could shield her. Though this reason may appear flimsy, in the original work, Mitsuri stood resolute on the front lines, never once wavering in her resolve. Chica felt an undeniable closeness forming between her and Mitsuri. With a cheerful gesture, Mitsuri patted the space beside her on the stone bench, inviting Chica to sit. Naturally, Chica preferred not to stand and settled beside Mitsuri. As she turned to speak, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Mitsuri's exposed chest. From a distance, the sight had been subtle, but now, in closer proximity, the stark contrast of Mitsuri's fair skin was undeniably striking. Mitsuri's uniform was unlike those of her peers. Upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps, a rather brazen tailor had crafted her attire, leaving her with an open front design that revealed a portion of her chest. Initially, Mitsuri believed it to be the standard female uniform until she saw the attire of Shinobu Kocho and realized she had been tricked. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it and continued to wear it. Observing Mitsuri's outfit, even without any intention of her own, Chica found herself momentarily envisioning what it would be like to wear such a garment, an image that was rather unflattering. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Mitsuri, misinterpreting the cough as discomfort, quickly produced a bottle filled with miso soup and offered it to Chica. Chica politely declined, internally marveling at Mitsuri's admirable nurturing instincts. The two continued their conversation, growing remarkably closer, as if their bond had skyrocketed. After about 10 minutes, they left the stone bench and approached a stone table, one on the left, the other on the right. Both rolled up their sleeves and placed their elbows on the table, their hands clasped together. It was evident what they were preparing to do. A woman with muscle density 8 times that of an average person, a girl infused with demon blood. The arm wrestling contest between them was about to commence. Chapter 41, The Clash of Strength. 3, 2, 1, go. Seemingly demure, the two seemingly delicate women unleashed their strength in an instant, and as Chica exerted herself, her eyes widened in astonishment. Mitsuri was indeed putting forth her power. Before her stood a figure of remarkable physical prowess, with perfectly sculpted muscles that would astound any fitness enthusiast, all unveiled from Mitsuri's petite frame. For a fleeting moment, Chica was beset by an illusion, perceiving not Mizuri, but rather a colossal rock face towering 100 feet high. It was utterly absurd. Chica's arm faltered, nearly succumbing to Mizuri's overwhelming strength. But she managed to steady herself at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have faced the embarrassing fate of being defeated before even mustering her power. Upon witnessing Chica summon a force that could rival her own in a moment of dire tension, Mizuri's expression shifted, revealing a spark of excitement. They consumed the same amount of food, yet possessed equal might. Truly, they were kindred spirits. Elated, Mizuri exerted herself once more, but Chica, having regained her composure, also began to increase her strength. What had initially seemed a one-sided contest began to draw closer, and after approximately a minute of grappling, they found themselves in a stalemate. Unable to budge each other's hands even a centimeter closer to the stone table, Mizuri exclaimed, "Incredible! I've exerted all my strength." Chica replied, "The density of your muscles is fearsome. This is merely the power derived from pure talent. If you were to channel this gift into targeted training, I fear that within the Demon Slayer core, you would be unmatched save for the Stone Hashira." Although Mizuri possessed 8 times the muscle density, she was not the strongest in terms of arm wrestling, merely of moderate capability. After all, Mizuri was a beauty who had once felt insecure about her formidable strength. Her current prowess was entirely a result of her innate talent, without any specific power training. Observing her palm, which could not advance further despite her utmost efforts, Chica felt a surge of joy. After all, she had effortlessly defeated Tanjiro in an arm wrestling match within mere seconds, and now, facing someone of comparable strength, her blood surged with exhilaration. Her potential had yet to reach its peak. Chica's eyes seemed to ignite with fervor, and Mizuri could distinctly feel the increasing force Chica was applying. Mizuri bit her lip and closed her eyes, refusing to yield, and matched Chica's exertion. Both were determined not to concede, and as they intensified their efforts, an unfortunate outcome unfolded. The stone table beneath their elbows began to crack. With a resounding crash, the table shattered under the pressure of their combined strength, splintering into countless fragments. With no support beneath them, both Chica and Mizuri stumbled forward, colliding heads with an audible thud. Their strength was indeed formidable, but their skulls were not as resilient as Tanjiro's. With a shared expression of pain, they both sat on the ground, rubbing the spots where they had bumped heads, and exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Chica, you're incredible. Such strength. Your appetite must surpass mine. Next time, we should dine out together. I've heard of a new restaurant in the city where, for a fee, you can eat endlessly for a set time." Mizuri's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Chica eagerly agreed, promising to take her up on it. They rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from their clothes. Though the stone table lay in ruins, it was a trivial matter to report. Their leader would not fault them for such a minor incident. In their recent arm wrestling bout, both Chica and Mizuri had surpassed their limits, even if only slightly. Indeed, grappling with formidable opponents bolstered one's strength. It was not that Chica looked down upon Tanjiro. He had mastered the total concentration breathing technique in both the water and Hinakami Kagura breathing styles. The disparity lay primarily in their foundational attributes. Logically, even if their training sessions did not yield immediate breakthroughs, prolonged practice would enhance their abilities significantly. Yet, Chica found herself in a period of stagnation. The reason was simple. Tanjiro was simply too gentle. In combat against demons, Tanjiro unleashed his full strength, but when sparring with Chica, he unconsciously held back, leading to outcomes where Chica would easily overpower him, concluding their sessions. Should they engage in foundational training, Tanjiro would serve as a commendable partner, his cheerful demeanor inspiring those around him. However, in genuine confrontations, the results were quite the opposite. Lost in her thoughts, Chica fell into a brief silence. Just as the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, happened to pass by. With her head bowed in contemplation, she remained oblivious, but Mizuri, ever cheerful, raised her arm to greet Rengoku. "Master Rengoku." Upon hearing Mizuri's call, Rengoku turned, noticing the two girls not far off, and approached with purposeful strides. "Mizuri, as I've mentioned before, we are all Hashira now. There's no need for the term master," he said with a warm smile. "Hee, I can't help it sometimes," Mizuri replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Before becoming the Love Hashira, Mizuri had been a disciple of the Flame Hashira, training in the art of flame breathing. However, lacking the talent for it, she ultimately forged her own unique style, the love breathing, and was named the Love Hashira upon her promotion. As Rengoku joined Chica's side, her train of thought was abruptly interrupted. She looked up in surprise at the Flame Hashira standing to her left, her gaze trembling slightly. Kaijiro Rengoku, 20 years old, standing at 177 centimeters, a master of flame breathing, had self-studied through books, gaining immense respect and power within the Demon Slayer Corps. His fighting spirit was lauded by the upper moons as nearing the apex of strength. Chica's gaze grew fervent, and this intensity did not go unnoticed by Rengoku. "Rengoku-san, are you free at the moment?" she inquired. "I have some trivial matters to attend to, but if you wish to spar with me, I can postpone those matters." Rengoku replied with a gentle smile, reaching for the sheath of his Nichirin blade at his waist. He could sense the girl's intentions and had no desire to refuse. He was curious to gauge the strength of the girl who had bested an upper moon demon. He had a faint premonition that Chica might just surprise him and the entire Demon Slayer Corps with her abilities. Chapter 42, Chica vs. Flame Hashira. 1. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the training grounds, Chica and Rengoku stood opposite one another, their gazes locked. The Nichirin blades in their sheaths were drawn, revealing a crystalline blue blade and a fiery red one, each glinting in the air. Rengoku, admiring the azure blade in Chica's grasp, couldn't he help but exclaim, "What a remarkable sword." The Nichirin blade is originally colorless. However, when wielded by a practitioner of breathing techniques, it transforms in hue, and the color itself signifies varying levels of power. In Rengoku's eyes, Chica's clear blue blade was a testament to her strength. With rhythmic breaths, Chica fixed her serious gaze upon Rengoku, preparing to engage with water breathing, eager to discover how many of his strikes she could withstand. At the edge of the training ground, Mitsuri stood, leisurely surveying the states of both participants. She raised one arm high, took a deep breath until her cheeks puffed out, and then shouted, "Begin." As her voice echoed, both combatants widened their eyes, stepping forward and swiftly charging at one another. Bang! The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the training field, reaching even the residential area some distance away, where it could be faintly heard as the clash of Nichirin swords. This strike was executed without any sword techniques, a purely raw collision. Droplets of water splashed from Chica's side, while flames blazed fiercely from Kaijuro's. The Nichirin swords met, their energies colliding. Kaijuro, surprised, felt a tremor in his wrist at Chica's strength. Meanwhile, Mitsuri, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed loudly, "Master Rengoku, be careful. Chica's power is no less than mine." Kaijuro nodded slightly upon hearing this, having fully grasped the implication. The two locked gazes, and in silence, their Nichirin swords clashed multiple times, producing a myriad of lighter metallic sounds compared to the initial impact. The offensive stance of the Breath of Flame had now shifted to a defensive one, as Kaijuro adeptly parried every attack from Chica. This was not a case of Chica overpowering Kaijuro. Rather, Kaijuro was demonstrating his solid swordsmanship, capable of defending against Chica's full-force strikes even in a realm where he was not at his strongest. Indeed, Kaijuro Rengoku was formidable. However, Chica had long been aware of this fact. If he weren't strong, he would not be here to spar with him. The breath of water is considered the balanced style among the basic breaths, where strength could be described as versatility, while weakness could be viewed as mediocrity. The breath of thunder is the swiftest, the breath of wind boasts the sharpest attacks, the breath of flame is the most potent in offense, and the breath of stone possesses the most overwhelming strength. Although Sakanji believed Chica's talent in the water breathing could even surpass Ju Tomioka in the future, at present, Chica had yet to reach the level of creating the most powerful defensive sword technique like Ju. Chica relentlessly unleashed a series of sword techniques against Kaijuro, yet each was steadily blocked. Stepping back to catch his breath, Chica inhaled deeply, while Kaijuro bowed his head to sense the slight tremor in his wrist and raised his gaze, offering his assessment. "Chica, your strength is indeed impressive, and your sword techniques are quite refined. It's not merely about brute force. In the realm of water breathing, I cannot provide you with guidance on how to advance. You may consult Ju." Despite his usual stern demeanor, if you approach him for advice, he will surely teach you earnestly. "I believe your strength will significantly increase in no time. You possess that potential." Chica readily accepted Kaijuro's praise, though he felt it was somewhat premature to discuss evaluations at this juncture. Lowering his head to stabilize his breathing rhythm, Kaijuro noticed that Chica's previously unwavering state of total concentration had now faltered. Was it exhaustion that caused him to lose focus? Surely it was too soon for that. Having only exchanged a few strikes, Kaijuro was perplexed, and in the next moment, he observed Chica's azure, crystal-clear Nichirin sword begin to fade, transforming into a colorless blade akin to a freshly forged weapon. Fading? Both Kaijuro and Mitsuri were astonished, but what happened next was even more surprising. The azure Nichirin sword shifted to a colorless blade, which then gradually revealed a black hue emanating from the hilt, engulfing the entire sword. "A black blade," Mitsuri gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. She had never heard of a Nichirin sword changing colors and then reverting back. Chica grasped the black Nichirin sword with one hand, and his breathing technique transformed as the black blade ignited with flames reminiscent of yet distinct from, the breath of flame. Kaijiro's expression shifted through confusion, astonishment, shock, and uncertainty. But as Chica opened his eyes, an aura of fighting spirit erupted from him, transcending all previous levels. Kaijiro felt a swell of joy and excitement. Gripping his Nichirin sword with both hands, his pupils reflected the fierce flames erupting from Chica's blade. He refrained from immediately inquiring about the breathing technique Chica was now employing. All he desired was to immerse himself completely in the battle against this formidable opponent. As Chica transitioned from the water breathing to the dance of the fire god, he underwent a transformation akin to that of a Super Saiyan, experiencing a monumental surge in power. The second phase commenced. Chica also gripped the Nichirin sword ablaze with flames and softly uttered, "Dance of the fire god, sunlit rainbow." In Kaijiro's line of sight, Chica suddenly vanished into thin air. Even with his confidence in his dynamic vision, he could not discern Chica's whereabouts for a fleeting moment. To the left? To the right? Above? Behind? After confirming that Chica was not in the initial directions he checked, Kaijiro swiftly turned around, only to find Chica had appeared. Neither to the left nor the right, not above, nor in the direction he was now facing. As Kaijiro turned, what was once in front of him now became his rear, where Chica stood, his eyes glowing crimson, gripping the flaming Nichirin sword and slicing downward toward Kaijiro. Dance of the fire god, first form, radiant light. The flames on the Nichirin sword surged and erupted, as if alive, hurtling toward Kaijiro. Bang! The explosive sound of steaming flames echoed, causing the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to resonate with excitement. Within Chica's temporary residence, Inosuke and Zenitsu sat cross-legged, their eyes covered by black cloth, diligently maintaining their total concentration breathing. Tanjiro paced around them, deliberately creating noise with his footsteps to disrupt their focus, even occasionally resorting to more direct forms of annoyance, such as ruffling their hair or tickling their feet. Inosuke handled the interruptions relatively well, but for Zenitsu, each attempt to disturb him seemed to shatter his concentration, leaving him on the verge of a breakdown thanks to Tanjiro's antics. Tanjiro awkwardly scratched the back of his head. This method of training was not his own invention. Originally, when they were training under Sakanji, the master had simply instructed them to calm their minds and maintain total concentration breathing. However, if anyone's breathing was interrupted, a heavy club would come crashing down. Tanjiro recalled the impact of Sakanji's club and involuntarily shuddered. Just then, Chica, seated beside Tanjiro, raised her arm with a serious expression. "Master Sakanji, I don't think this is a good approach." Sakanji's face displayed a look of confusion, and he gestured for Chica to continue. Tanjiro initially thought his sister shared his fears of Sakanji's relentless strikes, but upon hearing Chica's subsequent words, he realized he had indeed overthought the matter. "Master Rengoku, we understand that mastering the art of total concentration is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. While you may train us during our waking hours, what becomes of us while we slumber? Can you truly stay awake, vigilantly watching over us day after day?" Chica's words were resolute, and Rengoku, realizing the weight of her statement, could not help but lower his head and emit a faint, bitter laugh. If only he had an assistant, or even another disciple who did not require the same level of concentration to alternate shifts with, the plan he envisioned would be feasible. Alas, he found himself without an aide or additional disciples. Observing the despondency on Rengoku's face, Chica continued, "Therefore, Master Rengoku, let us two support each other in our practice of total concentration. We are still young, and alternating night shifts would pose no issue." Hearing Chica's sincere concern for Rengoku's well-being filled Tanjiro with a sense of shame. He regretted not realizing it sooner, grateful that his sister had. "Indeed, Master Rengoku, allow us to manage this ourselves. We will motivate each other. We promise we will not slack off," Tanjiro declared earnestly, fixing his gaze on Rengoku. A wave of emotion surged within Rengoku. How thoughtful of these two children to consider their master. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Chica's proposal, sharing with them the principles of total concentration and a few supplementary techniques, leaving the rest to be executed by Chica and Tanjiro on their own. Recalling his own experiences of practicing total concentration under the watchful eye of his sister, Tanjiro shook his head in resignation. Had he not wished to dampen the enthusiasm of the two, he would have been tempted to point out how much gentler their current trials were compared to his own. "Everyone, keep it up. Your ability to maintain concentration has already improved significantly. I believe it won't be long before you all master it," Tanjiro encouraged, smiling as he clapped his hands together. Zenitsu and Inosuke felt a twinge of reluctance. Had they been training alone, they might have given up long ago. However, now that they were two, they became each other's motivation, thinking to themselves, "If the other hasn't given up, how can I?" Thus, under this positive reinforcement, their progress became notably evident. Since waking that morning, their practice of total concentration had not faltered. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room. Inosuke and Zenitsu jolted. Their previously stable concentration shattered, and both tumbled backward onto the floor. Tanjiro, what happened? Unable to see due to the blindfold over their eyes. They were left in confusion, their queries met with silence from Tanjiro. Anxiously, they reached up to remove the blindfolds, but Tanjiro had tied them far too securely. And without sight, it took considerable time to free themselves. Once the blindfolds were lifted and their surroundings scanned, they found no trace of Tanjiro. But the distant sounds of commotion soon clarified the situation. Grabbing their Nichirin blades, they hurried towards the source of the noise, while Tanjiro had already arrived at the scene. His keen sense of smell detected even the faintest of aromas, and he could sense emotions, too. He had sensed something amiss before the explosion occurred. Is my sister using the dance of the fire god? Tanjiro pondered, just as the sound of an explosion echoed, originating from Chica's position. Sister. His heart raced as he turned and sprinted away. Just as Zenitsu and Inosuke shouted for him, he had already left their vicinity, and as they began to run, Tanjiro reached the training ground. There, amidst swirling black smoke, stood Chica at the center of the training area, wielding her Nichirin blade, while Rengoku stood on the edge, poised defensively with his own blade. Chica's recent strike had been narrowly intercepted by Rengoku, who was now slightly out of breath, his grip on the sword trembling. The power behind Chica's attack was leagues beyond what he had faced previously. Although both wielded flame-infused sword techniques, Chica's flames were undeniably superior. Rengoku contemplated this while gradually lowering his guard, gripping his Nichirin blade firmly as he resumed a combat stance. Was he afraid? No. His heart was filled solely with excitement and admiration for Chica. Their eyes met, and without a word spoken, they simultaneously surged forward once more. Their Nichirin blades clashed at a rapid pace, sending rippling waves of energy that detonated upon contact with the ground. As they engaged in this frantic exchange, their blades began to glow with a crimson hue. Chapter 44, The Crimson Blade, Unveiled. Breath of Flame, Flame Tiger, Dance of the Fire God, Sun Halo Dragon. The fierce clash of Fire Dragon and Flame Tiger erupted, and this time there was no explosion. Instead, the flames intertwined, dissipating like water across the ground. The ground beneath Chica and Rengoku became unbearably hot. Had someone possessed a raw egg, they could have easily fried it on the surface. The sizzling sound resonating as soon as the egg made contact. Both combatants, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Chica especially, were pushed to their limits. Her physique relied on expending more stamina for extraordinary physical prowess, and the dance of the fire god drained her energy at an even greater rate than typical breathing techniques. After such sustained clashes, she had reached the brink of exhaustion. Rengoku, too, was not faring well. Initially trembling hands had given way to an entire body aching from the impact of Chica's overwhelming strength, which only seemed to escalate with each strike. Neither was aware of how many exchanges they had made, for at that moment, their swordplay was so rapid that every strike could have effortlessly felled high-ranking demons, even the lower moons. Rengoku gasped slightly, and after a few seconds without further action from Chica, he finally sensed something unusual emanating from himself. He glanced down at the hand gripping his Nichirin blade and was astonished to see that the once merely crimson-striped blade was now entirely engulfed in red. Interestingly, without unleashing any sword techniques to generate fiery waves, Rengoku felt the blade still burning with an aura that struck fear into demons, amplified several times over. This was the Crimson Blade. While Rengoku had activated his Crimson Blade, Chica had also awakened hers, though her Nichirin blade remained partially black, resembling that of Kaneo Tsuyuri. As Chica felt the demonic dread radiating from her blade, a radiant smile blossomed across her face. The Crimson Blade, one of the 3 great enhancements, had finally manifested. What is the greatest disparity between demons and humans in battle? Blood demon arts? No, demons possess special abilities. Yet the sword techniques of the Demon Slayer Corps can also be regarded as extraordinary powers. Physical prowess? Indeed, while the physical prowess of demons is formidable, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, upon utilizing total concentration breathing, find their corporeal strength to be comparable, if not superior, to that of demons. The most significant disparity between humans and demons lies in the latter's regenerative abilities. Should a human suffer the severance of both arms, in this contemporary era, there exists no means to reattach them. Even if reattached, it would require considerable time, and the restored limbs would not be capable of engaging in high-intensity combat. Conversely, demons, when an arm is severed, can regenerate it with a mere snap, as exemplified in the battle between Kaijiro Rengoku and Upper Moon 3, where the regenerative capacity of demons was vividly illustrated. However, under the Crimson Blade, a demon's regenerative prowess becomes a mere nuisance. For to be struck by such a blade is no ordinary pain. After the ceasefire between Chica and Tanjiro, the assembled Hashira outside the training grounds became acutely aware of the transformation occurring in the Nichirin blades of the two combatants. How could Rengoku-sensei's and Chica's swords have changed so dramatically? Mitsuri exclaimed, her hands pressed to her cheeks in astonishment. Shinobu tilted her head in confusion, while Ju remained silent. Kanroji's eyes narrowed in contemplation, and Sanemi was preoccupied, turning the beads in his hands. Meanwhile, Mitsuri stepped forward briskly to Kaijiro's side, leaning in closely to sense the aura emanating from his Nichirin blade. Rengoku, this matter must be reported to the master without delay, Sanemi urged earnestly. Indeed, I too can sense that this change in the blade will herald a monumental shift for the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaijiro concurred, nodding in agreement with Sanemi's assertion. The other Hashira also expressed their tacit approval, while Chica reveled in the joy of finally unlocking one of the three great powers, the Crimson Blade. I've finally managed to create it. This will certainly give us an advantage in our upcoming battle against Upper Moon 3. You think your fists are weapons? Come and face my Crimson Blade, Chica announced, her head lowered yet a devilish grin stretched across her face. The others exchanged bewildered glances at her expression, and Tanjiro awkwardly urged them to disregard it, stating that it was quite normal for his sister to exhibit such a smile from time to time. The group was left in a state of confusion, internally questioning the normalcy of such a grin. Sanemi turned to Chica, who was still smiling with her head down, and with a twitch of his mouth, he shouted, "What are you dawdling for? You need to come over here." At this call, Chica snapped back to reality from her elated reverie. Although she currently bore no official title, she was akin to a Hashira. And given that this Crimson Blade was the result of her and Kaijiro's efforts, it was only right for her to join. Taking a deep breath to steady her resolve, she decided to go. After all, not participating would only disrupt her plans. Her confrontation with Kaijiro at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was not solely a test to see if she could unlock the Crimson Blade. She also aimed to propagate the concept of the Crimson Blade throughout the Corps, encouraging all Hashira to unlock it. In the original narrative, all the Hashira first unlocked the Crimson Blade during life and death battles, often bearing wounds of their own. Imagine if all the Hashira had access to the Crimson Blade from the outset. They could catch demons completely off guard. The demons, believing that the Nichirin Blade would pose no threat, would approach, only to be met with a swift activation of the Crimson Blade, delivering a decisive strike. The demons would be left momentarily stunned, allowing for a follow-up attack. Chica believed that such tactics could significantly enhance their chances of victory against any demon. Knowing that the Crimson Blade not only counteracts a demon's regeneration, but also greatly amplifies attack power, causing even the most numb of demons to flinch from pain. A dual assault on both body and spirit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chica and the others hastily approached the Master's residence to inform him of the Crimson Blade's developments. Inside, the Master paused, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he beckoned the group to enter, promptly convening a meeting of the Hashira. Chapter 45, The Experiment of the Crimson Blade. Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. Water Hashira, Ju Tomioka. Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Rock Hashira, Jiomi I Himejima. Master of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yurichi Tsujikuni. And our protagonist, Chica Kamadu. The group gathered in a chamber, with Chica and Kaijiro seated at the center, closest to the master, with their blades positioned even nearer. How extraordinary that they have truly transformed, the master exclaimed, astonished by the two blades. Having previously perused all the family's records, he was confident in his memory. There had been no documentation of such phenomena whatsoever. What are your thoughts? The master inquired, regaining his composure as he turned to the assembly to gather opinions on the transformation of the Nichirin blade. Though the gathered Hashira were not craftsmen of blades, they were seasoned warriors who had wielded Nichirin blades in life-or-death struggles against demons, thus they each had their own insights on the matter. The blade has become heated due to continuous clashes. The reason the Nichirin blade can slay demons is that the ore used to forge it harbors the power of the sun. Given the current state of the Nichirin blade, I believe it poses an even greater threat to demons. Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai was the first to voice his opinion. His keen senses allowed him to perceive the intensified aura emanating from the Nichirin blade before him. I concur with this assessment. However, I propose we conduct an experiment first. Perhaps by testing its effectiveness against a demon, Shinobu suggested, her eyes narrowing as she raised a finger to propose her idea. The others nodded in agreement. An experiment was indeed essential, for without it, their discussions would merely be conjecture. The activation of the Crimson Blade is not permanent. It is essentially a Nichirin blade heated to extreme temperatures, amplifying the sun's power within the forged ore. Once the blade cools, it will revert to its ordinary state. After a thorough discussion, The experiment regarding the Crimson Blade commenced in an orderly fashion under the Master's guidance. The Hashira paired off, attempting to replicate the battle style of Chica and Kaijiro, seeking to see if they could also transform their blades through a series of high-frequency clashes. After a series of loud experiments, all the Hashira, save for Shinobu, successfully unlocked the Crimson Blade. Shinobu, unfortunately, lacked the strength to endure the intense duels, which was a pity. Once it was confirmed that the Crimson Blade was not a mere coincidence, they began to test its capabilities. In a narrow alley of a certain town, a malevolent demon was presently fleeing in a frenzy. Was he pursuing humans? No, he was being hunted by them. Behind him, Sanemi charged swiftly, his expression more fearsome than that of the demon itself. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. With a flash, Sanemi moved like a horizontal tempest, in the blink of an eye appearing before the fleeing demon, who, having lost both arms, could no longer run, standing there in agony and letting out a series of anguished roars. In a typical scenario, such a level of injury, no matter how agonizing, would regenerate swiftly. However, the demon's arm exhibited no signs of regeneration, leaving it utterly perplexed. Why? Why can't my arm regenerate? It hurts. It hurts so much. Suddenly, Shimi wielded the Crimson Blade, executing a swift upward slash that extinguished the demon's life amidst its excruciating pain, reducing it to smoke. As Shimi brandished the Crimson Blade, a smile graced his lips, and a fervent spark flickered in his eyes. 3 days later, upon returning from the experiments with the Crimson Blade, Shimi relayed to the gathered crowd that the blade could indeed suppress the regeneration of demons. The Hashira and the leader clenched their fists in elation. The ability to thwart a demon's regeneration was an unexpected boon. Initially, they had only anticipated an increase in damage. Amidst their joy, they did not neglect to analyze the blade's drawbacks. First, its duration was brief. Second, activating it through collision was cumbersome, necessitating paired coordination and time, making it challenging to stabilize the Nichirin blade against formidable demons. As the discussion unfolded, Chica tentatively raised her arm. How about we test our grip strength? Her suggestion momentarily stunned the assembly. Grip strength? Did she mean to exert force on the blade's hilt? Such an esoteric notion. Observing the perplexed expressions surrounding her, Chica maintained a serene smile. Esoteric? You're critiquing this idea as esoteric? I too find it rather mystical, but the author depicted it this way. What can I do? Had Chica believed her grip strength met the necessary standards, she would have demonstrated it herself. In the original narrative, the Serpent and Mist Hashira had succeeded in activating the Crimson Blade through grip strength, while the others had relied on paired collisions for activation. Therefore, was the grip strength of the Mist and Serpent Hashira superior? Certainly not. Moreover, when they activated the Crimson Blade, they had the assistance of their markings, which enhanced their power post-suffering. Presently, none of the Hashira had activated their markings. Could anyone truly activate the Crimson Blade solely through grip strength? Chica held no confidence in that. As the atmosphere grew silent, the strongest man of the Demon Slayer Corps stepped forward, Kagaya Ubuyashiki. He was hailed as the mightiest of the Demon Slayer Corps, deemed by the Upper Moons as the strongest human body encountered in 300 years. The author had not publicly ranked the Hashira, leading to various interpretations among the ranks, though the Stone Hashira firmly held the title of the strongest. Allow me to test this method, he declared. As he advanced from the ranks, the others watched in anticipation. It was well known that the Stone Hashira possessed the mightiest grip strength. If he could not activate the Crimson Blade with his grip, they certainly stood no chance. At least not at this stage. As he emerged, he unsheathed his Nichirin blade, which was notably distinct from those of his peers. With a resounding clank, he drew forth an exceptionally long and heavy chain, one end attached to a sharp axe, the other to a massive mace, larger than his own head. Chapter 46. The Handcrafted Crimson Blade. Kagaya Ubuyashiki's Nichirin blade was a unique creation, its form diverging significantly from conventional Nichirin blades. The ore used in forging this blade possessed a purity far exceeding that of standard Nichirin blades, rendering it harder and more powerful. In the original tale, Kagaya had not attempted to handcraft the Crimson Blade. He had instead utilized the chain to rub the axe against the linked mace to activate it. He gazed down at the hand gripping the chain, an act symbolic of his focus. Though he was naturally blind, he had nonetheless navigated life and honed his physique to remarkable levels, a testament to his formidable willpower. Taking a deep breath, he began to concentrate all his strength, ultimately coalescing it in his palm, releasing the chain slightly for a moment. He then gripped it tightly again, channeling immense force into the chain, a warmth that signified not only his grip, but also his awakening. As time ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on his earnest face. Handcrafting the Crimson Blade was a daunting task. In the original narrative, the Mist and Serpent Hashira had activated it in life and death moments, a notion that could be deemed as metaphysical. Their indomitable will had infused the Nichirin blade, eliciting a response. Was it impossible to activate it without such dire circumstances? As Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, they had spent years battling demons on the precipice of life and death. Such moments had left indelible marks upon their bodies. The realization of life and death infused with the spiritual and physical strength surged into his Nichirin blade. At last, Kagaya's blade began to react, vibrant red hues emerging, enveloping both the axe and mace entirely. Handcrafted Crimson Blade. The crowd gazed in awe as Kagaya Ubuyashiki successfully activated the Crimson Blade alone, their expressions transforming to one of astonishment, soon giving way to joy. His success signified the method's feasibility. Even if their grip strength was not yet adequate, they now had a target to strive towards with unwavering determination. The manually activated Crimson Blade bore greater strategic significance than one requiring prior preparation, capable of catching demons off guard. Observing the fervor in their eyes, Chica lowered her head slightly, a smile of contentment blossoming upon her lips, akin to a mother witnessing her children's growth. Excellent, this is precisely what we needed. The atmosphere in the leader's chamber was electric until the smiling leader gently clapped his hands, prompting those around him to realize their fervor. Some sheepishly closing their mouths and falling silent. I understand everyone's excitement. I share it too. This is a monumental discovery that will undoubtedly alter our future endeavors in exterminating demons. However, until everyone has mastered this technique, it would be prudent to refrain from demonstrating it in the presence of demons. As he spoke, the leader raised a finger to his lips, and the assembled members immediately understood, their faces reflecting a villainous demeanor. Traditionally, only demons engaged in ambushes and underhanded tactics. It was time to sound the horn of retaliation. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, the leader turned slightly, directing his gaze towards Kaijiro and Chica. By the way, this state of the Nichirin blade lacks a name. Since it was born from your battle, you too shall have the honor of naming it. Naming it. In the world of Demon Slayer, the three great augmentations, Marking, Transparent World, and Crimson Blade, were only recorded for the markings, while the latter two were merely narrative constructs. No character had ever declared, "Taste my handcrafted Crimson Blade." During battle, Kaijiro raised his head slightly, lost in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Chica with a smile, passing the naming privilege to her, while the surrounding Hashira regarded her with anticipation. Now, Chica had the freedom to rename the Crimson Blade at her whim. If she were audacious enough, she could even incorporate her own name. For instance, Chica's Blade? Perhaps that was best left unsaid. This essence is akin to the sunlit blade forged under extreme temperatures. Let us christen it the Crimson Blade, a name that is both straightforward and resonant. Chica extended a finger, her countenance adorned with a smile. Crimson Blade, what a splendid name, murmured Kaijiro, standing beside her, as he repeated the name several times. He then crossed his arms and tilted his head back, exclaiming in admiration, while those around them echoed their approval of the name. Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps fully embraced the concept of the Crimson Blade and commenced rigorous training to enhance their grip strength, aspiring to wield it single-handedly like the formidable Kokushibo. Chica, too, was no exception. However, following Kokushibo's success, she found herself filled with newfound confidence in this endeavor. Chica's physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and she showed no signs of reaching her limits. In the company of so many superhuman individuals, her grip strength improved by leaps and bounds. Within a mere span of 1 to 2 weeks, she advanced from barely surpassing the love Hashira to confidently eclipsing even the male Hashira. Second only to the strongest human physique, Kokushibo. Under the intensive training regimen, Chica became the second to successfully master the art of wielding the Crimson Blade, closely followed by the Flame Hashira, Sound Hashira, and Water Hashira. The Serpent Hashira and Mist Hashira began to grasp the concept as well, and with continued practice, they too would likely unlock this skill. After achieving mastery of the Crimson Blade, Chica exchanged greetings with her fellow Hashira before distancing herself from them, as she intended to return and check on Tanjiro and Nezuko. What splendid weather today, she mused, gazing up at the sky, lamenting internally that Nezuko was unable to experience such a fine day. Nezuko was unique. She did not fear the sunlight, though she remained unaware of this fact, embodying a state of mental trepidation while her body remained unafraid. As Chica pondered ways to coax Nezuko into stepping outside reasonably, she suddenly halted in her tracks upon reaching her quarters within the headquarters. What did she behold? To her astonishment, she found Nezuko standing in the open space of her residence, basking in the sunlight, even tilting her head slightly to face the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds and the sun itself. Upon noticing Chica's approach, Nezuko lowered her gaze momentarily, only to brighten with joy upon recognizing her sister. Sister, Chapter 47. Nezuko overcomes the sunlight. With a radiant smile gracing her face, Nezuko hurried towards Chica and leapt into her embrace. Chica was taken aback, contemplating how, after only a few days apart, Nezuko had suddenly conquered her fear of sunlight. Surely, she hadn't whimsically decided to venture out on her own? Nezuko, how is it that you suddenly fear not the light? Chica inquired, looking down at her jubilant sister with a puzzled expression. At that moment, within the residence, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out to witness the scene. Sister, you've returned, Tanjiro exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. For Nezuko and Tanjiro, even a mere week apart felt like an eternity. As they were family who had grown up together, they had scarcely been apart for even a couple of days. Tanjiro, filled with excitement, attempted to dash toward Chica, but she swiftly raised her palm, effectively blocking him from advancing. With a deadpan expression, Chica glanced between Tanjiro and the delighted Nezuko in her arms before stating, "Aren't you two going to explain to me what is going on with Nezuko?" Tanjiro, caught off guard, momentarily froze, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he turned his head aside, scratching his face with his fingertip. Nezuko stepped back from Chica's embrace and moved to Tanjiro's side. Raising a finger, although she felt a twinge of nervousness, she resolutely positioned herself to protect her brother. "Sister, the situation is actually like this." Rewinding time to the moment when Chica and Kaijuro's swords clashed and an explosion ensued, Tanjiro, worried for Chica, instinctively acted before his mind could catch up. He pivoted and dashed toward the training grounds where Chica was. Zenitsu and Inosuke, having removed their eye coverings, also sensed the commotion and hurried toward the training area. Just as they departed, Nezuko emerged from a nearby building, scanning her surroundings and realizing that her sister and brother, along with Zenitsu and Inosuke, were nowhere to be found. A surge of anxiety flooded her heart. Since her transformation into a demon, her physical abilities had significantly enhanced, which included her heightened senses. The uproar from the training grounds suggested that a battle was taking place. Surely, her sister and brother were involved. Nezuko approached the edge of the building, peering outside where stepping just one pace further would expose her to the sunlight. Biting her lip and clenching her fists, she thought, could something have gone awry? Would my sister and brother be in danger? While she longed to assist, the reality of the daylight loomed over her. Though she had never experienced sunlight since becoming a demon, the mere concept instilled a primal fear within her. At that moment, a memory surfaced from her time in the Wisteria house, recalling a conversation with her sister. "Sister, perhaps you and brother should leave me here. Look at me. I'm so weak and afraid of the sunlight. I would surely be a burden to you both." Back then, Nezuko had felt a pang of inferiority due to her slow progress with water breathing and sword techniques, coupled with the impending time when Chica and Tanjiro would embark on their first mission. Sensing Nezuko's inner turmoil, Chica approached her and gently stroked her head. "Nezuko, you would never be a burden. You've overcome your bloodlust. You are truly unique. Perhaps one day, you shall conquer the sunlight as well." Chica's words, though perhaps lacking in eloquence, resonated with Nezuko, who looked up at the closed window and whispered, "If only I could truly be unafraid of the sun." As these memories washed over Nezuko, an absurd and perilous thought emerged. Should I try? Just extend my hand to see? If it hurts, I can swiftly retract it. If Tanjiro had been present, he would have vehemently dissuaded her from such a reckless venture. However, at this moment, he was not, which explained his inability to respond to Chica's inquiry. With a nervous gulp, Nezuko's trembling hand crept toward the light. The instant her hand brushed against the sunlight, she lowered her gaze, a grimace of pain crossing her features. The sun's rays, gentle yet lethal, seared her skin. Just as she felt the urge to withdraw her hand, she suddenly realized that the pain was diminishing. Is this a trick of the mind? Slowly, Nezuko opened her eyes, cautiously examining her outstretched palm. Her outstretched palm no longer bore the searing touch of sunlight. The initial burns she had suffered were gradually healing. Nezuko's astonished eyes transformed into wide, round orbs as she retracted her hand, gazing in disbelief at the palm that had just endured the scorching rays. Is it really fine? Could it be that I am truly unafraid of sunlight? Nezuko blinked in a daze, resembling a child who had just received a delightful new toy, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Shall I try the other arm? The sting seems to have dissipated, only lasting a mere 2 or 3 seconds before vanishing completely. Upon this realization, 2 radiant stars sparkled in her eyes. Subsequently, Nezuko began to perform an exuberant dance, one that would surely elicit tears of envy from Muzan Kabutsuji if he were to witness it. One leg, the other leg. 3, 2, 1. Here I go. Taking a deep breath, Nezuko stepped out of the room, fully exposed to the sunlight. The pain from the burn was fleeting, and once it vanished entirely, she raised her arms in jubilance, celebrating her newfound freedom. From Nezuko's exuberant expressions, Kyoka could almost envision the scene, Nezuko, with a finger pointed in triumph, cheerfully boasting of her cleverness, only for Kyoka to swiftly deliver a chop to her forehead. Ow! Sister, what are you doing? Nezuko winced, eyes squeezed shut, as she weakly raised her hands to shield her head. Kyoka regarded her with an exasperated gaze, at a loss for words. While it was indeed a positive development that Nezuko had discovered her ability to overcome sunlight, her mischievousness this time was rather excessive. Even Kyoka, who was familiar with the original storyline, felt a shiver of anxiety. The narrative of the original tale could merely serve as a reference. Since her existence had altered the course of events, this world was no longer the original one, but rather a fanfiction of sorts. What if her interference caused the entire plot to shift, and Nezuko's body became incapable of withstanding sunlight? The mere thought sent chills down Kyoka's spine. Ultimately, Kyoka remained skeptical that everything would progress as smoothly as she envisioned. She was not a deity. She had merely stumbled into this world, becoming a unique entity within it. Countless unpredictable variables needed to be considered and approached with caution, all to ensure that this story could lead to a delightful conclusion for everyone involved. Chapter 48, Creating Miracles. This is a one-time occurrence. There will be no second chance. Kyoka sighed in resignation. Though she verbally declared that Nezuko was forgiven, her hands showed no signs of relenting. With the precision of a wooden fish being struck, her hand chop rhythmically tapped against Nezuko's forehead, leaving her dazed. Of course, Kyoka would not spare Tanjiro either. Despite his hasty departure out of concern for himself, that was neither here nor there. Kyoka turned her attention to Tanjiro, along with Zenitsu and Inosuke standing behind him, and said, "Given your appearances, it seems your training has been progressing well. If so, you should be able to handle a bit more coursework, correct?" Zenitsu's heart sank at her words, a sense of foreboding washing over him, just as he opened his mouth to protest. "Wait, are you serious?" Tanjiro quickly covered his mouth, while Inosuke seized him by the throat. "Ha, of course, no problem. Zenitsu and Inosuke are nearing the end of their training, and I too wish to increase my training regimen." Tanjiro laughed heartily while keeping a firm grip on Zenitsu's mouth. Yes, just tell us what you need, big sister. I will do whatever it takes to grow stronger," Inosuke declared, one arm still clutching Zenitsu's throat, his other fist clenched with determination. "Excellent. Such enthusiasm." Kyoka nodded with satisfaction, while Zenitsu could only whimper in response. Was there any chance for him to resist now? Clearly, there was none. Zenitsu whimpered, "I'll do my best. I'm going to outdo you all." In the following days, the training regimen for Tanjiro and his companions was nothing short of grueling, particularly for Zenitsu and Inosuke, who had not yet fully mastered their training. While juggling Kyoka's newly assigned tasks, they were also required to maintain their total concentration breathing, which proved to be quite challenging. The additional training Kyoka prescribed was relatively simple: grip strength exercises and mock combat training. As for the Hashira, it was unrealistic to expect these three to master the art of the Hecato in a short span of time. So Kyoka primarily guided them toward utilizing friction to generate heat and unlock their Hecato abilities. While the three boys were subjected to this merciless training regimen, Kyoka, with a warm smile, was beside Nezuko, instructing her in the water-breathing techniques. Water breathing is the most gentle of all breathing styles. One should not rely on brute force to wield its sword techniques. Water is capable of transforming into all things. Use your heart to master the sword techniques of water breathing. All right, I understand, sister. Kyoka may not have been the best teacher, but if water breathing were graded out of 10, the strongest practitioner, Tomioka, would undoubtedly receive a perfect score, followed closely by the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokodaki. However, he had aged, and in his prime, he might have earned a 9, with the missing point due to his inability to perform the 11th form, created by Ju. Following them were Kyoka and Tanjiro, both rated at 8. It was more than sufficient for the two 8s to guide Nezuko, who had yet to fully grasp the water-breathing techniques. Nezuko was diligently learning, as this training felt entirely different from her previous sessions confined in dimly lit rooms. Bathed in sunlight, her spirits soared. If she were to entirely lose her craving for human flesh and fear of sunlight, what then would distinguish a demon from a human? The atmosphere surrounding Kyoka and Nezuko could be aptly described as warm and cozy, while merely a short distance away, a suffocating tension lingered. "I can't take it anymore. I need to rest," Zenitsu panted, halting his training as he made his way back indoors. However, he tripped over a small stone and fell to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. Tanjiro and Inosuke immediately abandoned their training and rushed over to assist him. Zenitsu, are you all right?" Before they could finish their calls, Zenitsu suddenly rose from the ground, eyes closed, as if possessed by a demon. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, exuding a sense of pressure, and his previously unrefined total concentration breathing became remarkably fluid. "Zenitsu?" Tanjiro and Inosuke instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard in confusion. A sense of danger? Zenitsu sprang to his feet, transforming into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from their sight. They quickly turned their heads to where he had been training. And there he was, executing his training exercises at lightning speed. "I'm going to outdo you all. I'm going to outdo you all. I'm going to outdo you all," he muttered frantically as he continued his rapid training. Tanjiro and Inosuke stared at the scene before them, their minds swirling with confusion. However, it seemed that, at least for the moment, everything was all right. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief in unison, then proceeded to stretch their muscles, resuming their training. Although the regimen was exhausting, the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger was undeniably gratifying. Observing the two, now smiling as they continued their training, Chica felt a sense of comfort, while the prospect of rapidly gaining strength to vanquish formidable foes appeared enticing. There was something far more rewarding about diligently constructing a solid foundation through perseverance, blood, and sweat, allowing one to surmount previously insurmountable obstacles. As she guided Nezuko in the water-breathing techniques, Chica firmly gripped her Nichirin blade, continuously channeling warmth from her palm into the sword, honing her ability to wield the crimson blade. It was through such relentless practice that strength was cultivated, enabling her to elevate the temperature of the Nichirin blade swiftly, thus unlocking its potential. Currently, Chica had trained herself to the point where she could activate the crimson blade with just 5 seconds of focused effort. This was impressive. Yet she felt it was still insufficient. Within the confines of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, everyone was diligently training until the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, arrived. He raised his arm and opened his mouth to greet Chica in the courtyard, but before he could speak, he noticed Nezuko beside her, a demon practicing water breathing under the sunlight. Rengoku's words faltered, and after a moment of silence, he placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed with a grin, "Chica, you have truly created another miracle." When Rengoku arrived, Chica sensed his presence and, turning to face him, overheard his astonished remark, "Chica, you have truly created another miracle." Chica's expression transformed into one of bewilderment, filled with questions. What does he mean by saying I created another miracle? Rengoku, wait. You've misunderstood. Nezuko's situation has nothing to do with me. As Chica gazed toward Rengoku, it took mere seconds for the others to also notice him. With the exception of Zenitsu, who remained in his lightning-like state, everyone else gravitated toward Rengoku. "Mr. Rengoku, what brings you here?" Chica inquired, her heart fluttering with apprehension, wondering if the plot of the Mugen train had finally arrived. If possible, she wished to delay it a bit longer. Although she had a reasonable chance of defeating Upper 3 with the activation of her Crimson Blade, she desired to continue her cautious development. Even if her chances were 90%, she aimed for a full 100% before engaging, especially since she was far from confident in that estimate. "There is a matter regarding your unique breathing technique. Although I am not well acquainted with it, I believe my father might have some knowledge of it in our family archives. If you are in a hurry, I can take you to my home right now." Before Chica could respond, Tanjiro, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly interjected, "Can I come too?" "Oh, you must be Chica's brother. Have you inherited her unique breathing technique as well? Then let us all go together," Rengoku stated, hands on his hips. Taking one person is one thing, but taking two is still manageable, even if it includes a demon. Following Tanjiro's excitement, Nezuko raised her arm high. Even standing on her toes, her expression earnest. They agreed to depart at this time tomorrow, and if they moved swiftly, they could set off in the morning and return by evening, allowing them to be back at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters by the next morning. They could have left immediately, but considering Nezuko's fearless demeanor in the sunlight, it was essential to report this matter before their departure. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the leader's chamber. The familiar atmosphere enveloped the room. It had only been half a month, yet they had convened 3 Hashira meetings, each discussing extraordinary matters that warranted the entire assembly. A demon that was unafraid of sunlight. What does this even mean? "Nezuko, you are simply magnificent." The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, could not help but exclaim. Nezuko's abstinence from human flesh was a positive sign. Her lack of fear toward sunlight was also a good thing. However, Nezuko's nature implied that other demons might similarly refrain from consuming humans, and her immunity to sunlight suggested that others might share this trait as well. The significance of the latter was far greater than the former. While the members felt a mix of shock and concern, even the leader displayed a look of melancholy. This oppressive atmosphere was unsettling. Chica sensed the morale of the group, which had just surged with the activation of their crimson blades, beginning to wane. She insisted that they must not let their spirit falter. They could not afford to lose momentum. "Ahem, I believe we need not worry excessively. Nezuko is merely a unique case. If there were truly demons capable of moving in daylight, we would have already witnessed incidents of daytime attacks. I trust in the Demon Slayer Corps intelligence capabilities. Since we have yet to receive such news, we can temporarily dismiss this potential threat. However, we must not entirely disregard this possibility. Leader, although I understand the Corps is currently understaffed, I still hope you can find a way to bolster our ranks and enhance our vigilance during the day. Chica earnestly expressed her thoughts. She genuinely wished for the leader to increase daytime alertness. Her attitude astonished those around her. The leader could not help but chuckle, not at Chica, but rather at himself. You're right, we have become a bit too somber. I will work on increasing personnel and enhancing vigilance. If it requires additional funds, so be it. In the pursuit of defeating Muzan, money is but a trivial concern. He was the kind of person who would not hesitate to expend a fortune in a final battle against Muzan, demonstrating that wealth was merely a means to sustain the operations of the Demon Slayer Corps. The meeting unfolded swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Nezuko, having overcome her bloodlust and fear of sunlight, left a profound impression on the Hashira, making them more vigilant in future battles against demons. Her existence reminded them that demons, much like humans, possess boundless potential. They must never underestimate them or rely solely on conventional wisdom in their encounters, for demons might defy all expectations. After the meeting concluded, Kaijiro Rengoku, accompanied by Chinatsu, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, began to gather their belongings. Initially planning to depart the following day, they decided to set off early since the meeting had ended sooner than anticipated. The Rengoku family, known as the Rengoku clan, is a lineage steeped in the lore of the Demon Slayer Corps, being one of the 5 foundational families of the Breath of Flames. Each flame Hashira has hailed from this esteemed clan, which preserves ancient texts and a wealth of historical documents regarding the Breath of Flames, including records of the Kagura of the Fire God, the progenitor of the sun-breathing technique. Tanjiro had learned of this destination from the dying Kaijiro after the events on the Mugen train. At this moment, Chinatsu and the others had arrived ahead of schedule. Chapter 50, Kaijiro Rengoku. On the winding paths of the countryside, Kaijiro and Chinatsu were sprinting at a speed beyond that of ordinary mortals. As the flame Hashira, Kaijiro could even keep pace with a moving train. Chinatsu, possessing an extraordinary physique, could easily match Kaijiro's speed without concern for physical exertion, her basic attributes being second only to the stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima. Although Tanjiro and Nezuko lagged slightly behind, they were not far off, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from the leading pair. Chinatsu, when we arrive at my home, you will undoubtedly meet my father. He has been rather despondent since my mother's passing, so if I inadvertently offend you, I hope you will forgive me, Kaijiro said, glancing at Chinatsu as they raced onward. His father, Shinjiro Rengoku, the previous flame Hashira, had once been a cheerful and optimistic figure akin to Kaijiro himself. In fact, the current serpent Hashira had been saved by Shinjiro in the past. However, during one of Shinjiro's prolonged missions, his wife, who had already been in poor health, fell gravely ill and succumbed to her ailments while he was away. This devastating loss shattered Shinjiro, leading him to struggle with the balance between his duties as a husband and his responsibilities as a flame Hashira. He began to blame himself, succumbing to despair and relinquishing his position. He spent his days in a drunken stupor, haunted by the fear of losing another loved one, isolating himself from his 2 beloved sons, including Kaijiro upon his ascension to the role of flame Hashira. What a tragic fate, Chinatsu murmured, recalling Shinjiro's plight. Kaijiro, perplexed, blinked at her. The wind had drowned out her words. Realizing she had spoken aloud, Chinatsu awkwardly replied, "And no, it's nothing. We've come so far. We should be nearing the destination, right?" "Yes, we should arrive in about 2 to 3 kilometers," Kaijiro responded, dismissing any further thought on the matter, as that distance was indeed considered close for them. Soon enough, they arrived at the Rengoku family estate. Outside the residence, a boy resembling Kaijiro almost identically was sweeping the ground. "Chinatsu," Kaijiro called out, prompting the boy to turn towards the sound. "Brother." Chinatsu's face broke into a smile. He was Kaijiro's younger brother, but lacked the talent for breathing techniques. Despite his years of training, he could not even manage to change the color of a Nichirin blade, relegating him to menial tasks at home. Overjoyed to see his idolized older brother return, Chinatsu dashed into Kaijiro's embrace, who affectionately ruffled his hair and introduced his companions. "Chinatsu, we have guests. This young lady is Chinatsu, the most radiant new star of the Demon Slayer Corps, who recently single-handedly defeated a lower-tier demon. The others are her siblings. They wish to consult our family's historical texts, so I brought them along. By the way, is father home?" As soon as Kaijiro finished speaking, the door of the Rengoku residence swung open, and Shinjiro emerged, holding a sake jug in one hand. "What is all this noise? Kaijiro, you're still alive?" Upon seeing the deadened look in Shinjiro's eyes, even Chinatsu felt compelled to refer to him as senpai. He had sunk so low that he could barely be considered alive, let alone in a state of vitality. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of lethargy can enter the realm of the truly lifeless. Shinatsu internally scoffed at the notion. But Kaijiro brushed off his father's words with a jovial retort. Father, I am quite strong. There are still many demons in this world. I won't be meeting my end so soon. Shinjiro, observing Kaijiro's youthful exuberance, couldn't help but shake his head, just as he was about to respond with indifference. He caught sight of the earrings dangling from Tanjiro's ears. His pupils dilated in shock, while others were oblivious to the significance of those earrings. Shinjiro understood all too well. Sun breathing, the original breath. It was a technique only bestowed upon those chosen by the heavens. While all other forms of breathing were mere derivatives of this primal source, whether flame, wind, or water, they paled in comparison to the sun breathing. A conflagration of emotions ignited within Shinjiro's eyes, overwhelming him to the point where he could scarcely control his own body. Before he realized what he was doing, he lunged toward Tanjiro. Father. In the blink of an eye, Shinjiro stood before Tanjiro, his speed so remarkable that Tanjiro's mind processed it, yet his body lagged, causing him to take a step back. Shinjiro's hand was mere inches from Tanjiro, but Kaijiro grasped his father's shoulder, while Chinatsu firmly held his wrist. Mr. Rengoku, please calm yourself, Chinatsu said, her gaze steady upon Shinjiro. Both Shinjiro and Chinatsu were acting on instinct. And how could he dismiss his aggression towards his younger brother under her unwavering stare? Such audacity, Chinatsu thought. With both younger generations restraining him, Shinjiro slowly regained his composure. But the revelation of sun breathing continued to shake him profoundly. His gaze remained fixed on Tanjiro, and after a moment of silence, a torrent of words condensed into a singular admonition. Do not be arrogant, do not be complacent. Even the creator of sun breathing during the Sengoku period could not vanquish the Demon King. You, who can barely react to my movements, are woefully weak. After delivering this admonition, he shook off their grips and retreated into the confines of his home, drowning his sorrows in solitude. Chapter 51, A Sad Figure. I truly apologize. Ever since our mother's passing, Father has been like this, his mental state somewhat unstable, Kaijiro said, expressing his regret to Tanjiro. Tanjiro hurriedly waved his hands to indicate that he was fine, while he also felt that Kaijiro's father spoke with considerable wisdom. He realized that he was indeed too weak. Despite the fact that his opponent was the father of Rengoku, he should not have reacted so sluggishly. Merely retreating a single step and ultimately requiring assistance from his sister and Rengoku himself. He must become stronger. After exchanging pleasantries outside, the group finally entered the Rengoku residence and made their way to Kaijiro's room. Shortly thereafter, Shinjiro approached, holding the Book of the Flame Pillars, which he handed to Chica. This tome could only be inscribed by each generation of flame pillars, while the contributions of the other pillars were relatively insignificant. The writings of the first flame pillar were of paramount importance, containing the chronicles of the dance of the fire god. Tanjiro, standing beside Chica, was overwhelmed with excitement, as he would finally learn the origins of his family's dance of the fire god. Meanwhile, Chica, holding the book, wore an expression of indifference. He knew the outcome of flipping through its pages without even needing to look. As Chica casually turned the pages, the specific page number was inconsequential. For much of the content had been torn away by Shinjiro. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand caused Chica's lips to twitch slightly, reflecting on the impressive skill of the tearing, rendering it impossible to discern a single complete sentence. Noticing this, Kaijiro and Shinjiro immediately displayed expressions of regret and explained, "It appears that our father must have torn it. However, do not worry. Although he has done so, he certainly knows what was lost. I shall inquire with him right away." Kaijiro rose from his seated position and began to move toward Shinjiro's direction before Chica could utter a word of protest. As Kaijiro strode along the corridor of the residence, he sought not only to clarify matters for Chica, but also to have a heartfelt conversation with his father. At his core, Shinjiro was a good man who had taken meticulous care of them in their childhood. Despite often being away from home, in Kaijiro and Shinjiro's eyes, he was the greatest father. At that moment, Shinjiro sat outside his room, drinking alone as he gazed into the distance. The breath of the sun, the origin of all breathing techniques. In the Warring States era, demons ran rampant. A man named Yurichi Tsujikuni was born during this tumultuous time, marked by the birthmark of the chosen. While ordinary individuals with such markings could not live past 25, he lived to a ripe old age, gifted beyond measure. He created the breath of the sun and its associated sword techniques. Yet, even his followers, despite their attempts to imitate, could not grasp its essence, relegating themselves to practicing the derivative breathing styles that would later be referred to as foundational techniques in the forgotten annals of the breath of the sun. The Demon King was immensely powerful, a formidable force within this narrative universe. Yurichi Tsujikuni was even stronger. a being who stood atop the very pinnacle of existence in this realm. When the once arrogant Demon King encountered the vigorous Yorichi, a mere glance from Yorichi resulted in the Demon King's dismemberment into countless pieces, instilling in him a profound psychological scar that compelled him to flee in terror. Yet, despite such strength, Yorichi could not vanquish the Demon King during his lifetime. He once sent a letter to the first Flame Pillar, detailing his experiences, and this account was subsequently recorded in the Book of the Flame Pillars, which Shinjuro had perused. Even that formidable figure, who had created and wielded divine techniques, could not slay the Demon King. How could those of us who lacked such abilities, relying only on crude imitations, hope to defeat such a foe? As Shinjuro continued to drink, he could not help but reminisce about the contents he had read in the Book of the Flame Pillars, his mood growing increasingly somber. He did not wish for Kaijiro to join the Demon Slayer Corps, believing that he, along with Kaijiro and all those unable to wield the breath of the sun, were cursed by fate. The path of exterminating demons only led to death awaiting them. While resigned to his fate, he still clung to a flicker of defiance against it, which only intensified his suffering. Just as he contemplated taking another swig from his flask, he discovered it was empty. With a heavy heart, he rose to refill it, only to find Kaijiro approaching him. "Father." Kaijiro held out a cup of sobering tea to Shinjuro. Before his despair, Shinjuro had enjoyed drinking, but back then, his wife, who had a fiery spirit, was there to oversee him. If he drank too much, she would pour him a cup of sobering tea. Shinjuro glanced at the tea Kaijiro offered but did not reach for it. Lowering his head, he spoke in a low voice. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be entertaining guests? Don't linger here, it's bothersome." Kaijiro smiled, unperturbed by his father's words. He placed the sobering tea on the floor beside him and sat down. Rather than immediately discussing Chica and Tanjiro, he chose to engage in simple conversation as son and father. "I will fulfill your dreams, father. Until then, I will not die." Kaijiro did not turn to face Shinjuro but continued to gaze ahead as he spoke. "It is foolish to think that those of us without talent have only death as a path. Even the chosen of the Warring States era could not defeat the Demon King. How could we possibly succeed?" Shinjuro remained unconvinced, though his tone softened considerably compared to before. Kaijiro fell into a brief silence, his smile fading, replaced by an unusual seriousness. "Father, the chosen ones of the Warring States era, in my eyes, are truly pitiable." Kaijiro's words startled Shinjuro, who turned to him with wide eyes. "Pitiable? Who? The chosen ones?" Kaijiro continued. "Father, according to your perspective, the pillars of the Warring States era must have felt inferior for being talentless. Out of this inferiority, they entrusted the burden of slaying the Demon King entirely to the shoulders of the Chosen One. How lonely must the Chosen One have been? Is that not pitiable?" Yorichi Tsujikuni, the Chosen One of the Warring States era, was neglected by his father due to the ominous symbol of being a twin. Though his mother loved him, she succumbed to illness shortly thereafter. After leaving home, he met his one true love, only to have her brutally slain by demons as she was about to give birth. Burdened by profound guilt, he took up the sword and became the strongest swordsman of the Warring States era, standing atop the mountain of swordsmen. Yet, even this strongest swordsman could not save his beloved brother from becoming a demon and turning against him. In his youth, he could not save his ailing mother. In adolescence, he could not save his beloved wife. In adulthood, he could not save his cherished older brother. In his old age, faced with the brother who had become a demon, he hesitated to deliver the killing blow, only to pass away from natural causes before he could strike again. Throughout his long journey, he once had family, friends, and comrades, but ultimately found himself alone, a solitary strong man. How could that not be pitiable? Chapter 52, The Infinite Train, Prologue. Shinjuro fell silent as he listened to his son's words. Talentless individuals, pitiable. The chosen, equally pitiable. No matter how hard talentless individuals strive, they can hardly touch the heights reached by the chosen. The 12 Kazuki are formidable foes, and how could one even contemplate slaying the Demon King? The chosen one ascended to heights unattainable by the unskilled, yet he stood alone. From the perspective of wielding power, he could effortlessly slay the Demon King. Yet his life culminated in failure. One must ponder, had Tsujikuni Yorichi encountered Muzan Kabutsuji with reliable comrades by his side, even if they were not of his extraordinary caliber, perhaps the Demon King would not have escaped unscathed. Shinjuro raised his gaze to the azure sky above, contemplating from a different angle, and suddenly perceived a vista previously unseen. Or perhaps he had noticed it before but chose to ignore it. As he glanced at his son, Kaijiro, for the first time, he felt the undeniable truth of his son's growth, surpassing even his own accomplishments at that age. He picked up the cup of sake that Kaijiro had brought earlier, hesitated for a moment, then drank it all at once, a refreshing coolness washing over his previously heavy mind. Kaijiro, if you have any questions. Now is the time to ask, Shinjiro said, placing the empty cup back on the floor. This marked the first time he had partaken in sake since the untimely demise of his wife, signifying a farewell to his once despairing self. Rengoku, I apologize for allowing you to witness such a pitiful version of me. Subsequently, Kaijiro successfully extracted the knowledge regarding the Hinakami Kagura from the ancient records of the Flame Hashira. How do you feel after hearing that? Do you still possess your confidence? Shinjiro turned to gauge Kaijiro's reaction, hoping to see that glimmer of optimism remaining. Observing Kaijiro merely furrow his brow briefly before relaxing once more, Shinjiro felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, his son was unlike him. As Shinjiro mused, Kaijiro suddenly spoke up. Father, I want to show you something. Something? What is it? Shinjiro instinctively inquired, only to see Kaijiro swiftly draw his Nichirin blade from his waist. Shinjiro's brows twitched. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of alcohol. But the absurd notion of Kaijiro attempting patricide flashed through his mind. Fortunately, he quickly calmed himself and asked, What is the purpose of drawing your sword? Father, just watch closely, Kaijiro replied with a smile, withholding the mystery for a moment. He grasped the hilt of his Nichirin blade, his eyes shimmering with intensity. And Shinjiro could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from his son. What was he about to do? Shinjiro found himself utterly bewildered by Kaijiro's actions, but resolved to remain patient. After approximately 10 seconds, the blade in Kaijiro's hand underwent a transformation. The crimson patterns of the Nichirin blade deepened to an even more vibrant red, as if imbued with a soul, climbing from the hilt and enveloping the entirety of the blade within mere seconds. What is this? Shinjiro exclaimed, astonished. As the former Flame Hashira, he recognized that this altered blade was no mere color change. The aura that instilled fear in demons had exponentially intensified. One could only imagine the devastation it would unleash upon a demon. During his time of despair, had the Demon Slayer core technology advanced to such an extent? Kaijiro rose from the floor, his eyes fervently fixed on his father. Father, we shall eradicate the demons in this era. From day to night, Kaijiro and his companions, including Chica, did not linger, for their mission was accomplished. The Demon Slayer Corps was perpetually understaffed, and their pivotal roles afforded them little time for rest. In the past, upon returning home, it was only Chishiro who waved goodbye. This time, while Chishiro was indeed present to bid farewell, a careful glance would reveal Shinjiro Rengoku watching them depart from within the residence. In their haste to arrive and depart, Kaijiro and the others discovered that their best moments of rest occurred while traveling, as the journey demanded only the focus of moving forward, with all other matters to be addressed later. During their travels, Kaijiro learned that the Hinakami Kagura was the origin of the breath of the sun, leaving him in contemplative silence, while Shinjiro's words echoed in his mind. Despite wielding the most powerful breath, he still felt weak. He must become stronger. Meanwhile, Chica, walking alongside Kaijiro, wore an expression of indifference, even solemnity, which puzzled him. Yet, recognizing it was her personal matter, he refrained from inquiry. Indifference? That stemmed from Chica's prior knowledge of the history of the Hinakami Kagura. Solemnity? It arose from the understanding that, according to the timeline, events about to unfold would require her utmost seriousness. Soon, they returned to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. After a fleeting respite of a day or two, the gears of the hell-level arc of the Infinite Train began to turn. To the west, within the expansive garage housing the Infinite Train, a dark corner echoed with the sounds of flesh being devoured. If one listened closely, they might even hear a faint cry from a girl. Delicious, delicious. Your flesh is truly exquisite, and the blood intoxicates me. Are you the rumored rare blood? It shouldn't be, right? The legendary rare blood should be even more intoxicating. The sounds of devouring and the voice did not go unnoticed, soon capturing the attention of a staff member within the train car. Curiously, he paused his work and moved toward the source of the faint sounds. What is that noise? Is someone there? If so, respond. The staff member called out as he approached. Upon reaching the source, he found no one in sight, and the previous faint sounds had vanished. The dim light prevented him from noticing the blood on the ground, though he felt a slight stickiness on his shoes. Just as he pondered this, a shadowy figure appeared behind him. Chapter 53, Onward to the Infinite Train. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaijiro and Tanjiro received their mission regarding the Infinite Train, as per the original storyline. Naturally, Tanjiro had not explicitly named Chica to accompany him. However, in the original tale, it was Tanjiro's crow that notified the three companions, which did not hinder Chica from considering herself included. The master is not foolish. He surely understands my situation. Since no specific names were mentioned to assist, I must be included. Chica thought to herself, and even if Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were explicitly named without her, she would find a way to validate her own involvement. Regardless, she was determined to be part of the infinite train arc. Are you ready? Hurry, hurry. Kayajiro has already set off. We must catch up, Chica shouted, waving her arms. Her demeanor resembling that of an elementary school teacher urging her students not to fall behind on a field trip. As for Kayajiro, he truly departed ahead of the others. As he received his mission prior to Tanjiro's group, Chica was reluctant to compel Kayajiro to stay, and could only forewarn him to wait a moment, suggesting they would set off together shortly. They had to hasten their journey, but fortunately, this portion was inconsequential. The real drama lay ahead. After a spirited call from Chica, Tanjiro and his companions hurriedly emerged, with Nezuko joining them as well. Initially, Chica considered leaving her behind, but Nezuko's vehement objections compelled her to acquiesce. Thus, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Nezuko, and Chica cast their gazes towards the west, swiftly advancing towards their destination, the Mugen train. Before long, they arrived at a station along the Mugen train's route. However, they refrained from entering the station, as their attire was too conspicuous, and the swords at their waists were genuine blades. Since the Meiji era, a sword prohibition had been enforced, and now in the Taisho period, the Demon Slayer Corps, though appearing formidable, was merely a civilian organization. Should they be apprehended by the police, it would be no trivial matter. If captured, would they expect their lord to extricate them? If they managed to escape, a bounty would surely be placed upon them. In short, it was best to avoid any entanglements with the authorities. The group dined at a ramen shop just outside the station, adhering to the adage that one must be well-fed and hydrated to tackle serious matters. Incidentally, the ramen shop was hosting a promotion. For a set fee, patrons could order any dish and enjoy unlimited servings. This irresistible offer caught Chica's attention, who often grappled with indecision, and she promptly decided on this establishment. Boss, we all wish to partake in this promotion. Is that acceptable? Chica inquired, rummaging through her coin purse. Absolutely, no problem at all. The ramen shop owner beamed at the influx of youthful patrons, who, despite their appearances, seemed unlikely to consume a substantial amount. Observing the owner's struggle to contain his delight, Chica couldn't help but smile. Your joy is my joy. Everyone is happy. That is splendid. With that sentiment, Chica began to savor the ramen. After finishing her first bowl, the owner, still grinning, promptly refilled her bowl. Upon consuming 5 bowls, the owner's smile began to waver, his hand trembling as he served her once more. After 10 bowls, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Although the noodles themselves were inexpensive, the generous accompaniments he provided for promotional purposes meant that he wouldn't break even after 5 bowls. His expectation had been that a normal person would struggle to finish 3. Yet Chica continued to devour the noodles. Delicious, delicious, delicious. It wasn't until the distant sound of a train whistle echoed from the station that Chica finally slurped down the broth, letting out a small burp. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall return if the opportunity arises. With the owner left in stunned silence, Chica wiped her mouth with a few napkins from a nearby table and departed with her companions. Having filled their bellies, they were brimming with energy. The group hurriedly ran. Having opted not to purchase train tickets to avoid being searched for their swords, they planned to stow away instead. As the train began to move with a resounding whistle, the police's vigilance relaxed, believing that with the train in motion, there was no need for further scrutiny. Surely, it was improbable that anyone could sneak aboard at this point. Shrugging, the officers turned away, only for a group of individuals to burst forth from one of the station's entrances. The train had started? This was the moment they had awaited. The group darted forward like a gust of wind, easily catching up to the train that had only just begun its journey. With a series of thuds, they leaped aboard the rear car. The righteous act of fair evasion. Once on the train, the group felt a surge of excitement. Chica cleared her throat and shushed them, signaling for silence. Instantly obedient, they quieted down, allowing Chica to open the door to the rear car and step inside. The interior was eerily tranquil, with some passengers resting with their eyes closed, others engrossed in books, utterly unaware that this train was under the watchful gaze of a demon. Of course, the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps was to ensure that those oblivious to the existence of demons would continue to live their lives in peace. Chica and her companions maneuvered through the carriages until they finally located Kaijiro, who was already on board. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Before his presence was seen, his voice enveloped the car, a testament to his exuberance. He was enthusiastically devouring his bento box, only pausing when Chica approached his side. Chica, and everyone. What brings you here? Is there a mission? Kaijiro exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them. Yes, the number of victims on the Mugen train continues to rise. So we have come to provide assistance, Chica softly replied, finding an empty seat nearby. Kaijiro set down his bento box, folding his arms with a grin. Is that so? That is wonderful. If we join forces, this matter will surely conclude splendidly. His hearty laughter echoed in the car. just as the Lower Moon One was commencing its own sinister actions aboard the Mugen train. Chapter 54, The False Dreamscape. Inside the Mugen train, Chica and her companions sat quietly, awaiting developments. They were at an impasse. Until the demon made its move, they could not ascertain its location, rendering even Tanjiro's keen senses ineffective. Chica rested her head on her hand, gazing out the window at the rapidly shifting scenery, her heart filled with contemplation. Tanjiro, Nezuko. Once all of this is over, let us go on a family trip, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the landscape outside. Yeah. Nezuko enthusiastically raised her hands in agreement, but after a moment's pause, Chica noticed that Tanjiro remained silent. Curious. She turned her head to find Tanjiro and the others had leaned against one another, fast asleep. What is happening? In the original storyline, Lower Moon 1, Enmu utilized train tickets tainted with his blood to ensnare those who touched them into a deep slumber. However, the issue was that they had entered without purchasing tickets, having evaded fare lawfully, thus never having touched the tickets. How could they have fallen victim? Was it the convergence of world lines? Or did Enmu have other tricks up his sleeve? While Chica pondered, she glanced over at Kaijiro, relieved to see he was merely dozing with his eyes half closed. She breathed a sigh of relief, then placed her hands on his shoulders, shaking him gently, while calling out, Kaijiro, don't sleep. This is a demon's blood demon art. Startled, Kaijiro's eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet. What? A demon? Where? His gaze darted around the car, hands instinctively resting on the sheaths of his swords, ever ready to draw. As Kaijiro surveyed his surroundings and found no trace of demons, he hazily turned his gaze back to Chica, only to see her and Nezuko staring at him with vacant eyes. To clarify, I never claimed there were demons present. Chica shrugged and pointed towards Tanjiro and the others, and upon discovering that they were enveloped in slumber, Kaijiro instantly comprehended the situation at hand. Finally settling into his seat, he awkwardly remarked, to think I fell victim to a blood demon art that induces sleep. How embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Blood demon arts. These are the exceptional abilities possessed by high-ranking demons. The higher the demon's status, the more formidable the effects of their blood demon arts. The ability to affect a Hashira indicates the involvement of one of the 12 Kazuki. Pondering this, Kaijiro found himself puzzled as to why Chica had not succumbed. Assuming that Nezuko, being a demon, was immune to the blood demon arts, he decided to let the matter rest for now. Given Nezuko's precedent of resisting sunlight and her bloodlust, even if Chica were to confess her own demonic nature, Kaijiro would only be momentarily astonished. After all, it was unequivocal that Chica was not an enemy. The adversary lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. This indeed presented a challenge. Yet Chica was aware of the original plot's trajectory, where one of the lower moons, Nightmare, sought to merge with the entire train and devour all the lives within it. When it believed victory was assured, exposing its neck, both Chica and Kaijiro would be able to easily vanquish it. However, prior to that, Chica turned to the trio peacefully sleeping nearby, smiling as she walked toward them step by step. In Tanjiro's dreamscape, he trudged through the snowy terrain, head bowed and seemingly devoid of energy, as fierce winds howled around him. When he finally regained his senses, he hastily drew the Nichirin blade from his waist, warily scanning his surroundings. What is happening? Where am I? Tanjiro gasped, his perspective shifting erratically. Just when he thought he had calmed himself, he suddenly turned to look behind him. It's my brother. Welcome home. Tanjiro's eyes widened as he beheld a boy and a girl, his younger siblings, Takeo and Hanako. Overwhelmed by emotion, Tanjiro's Nichirin blade slipped from his grasp and fell into the snow as he rushed forward, the two of them tumbling onto the ground in excitement. I'm so sorry. Tanjiro's feelings poured forth, and without him realizing, his attire transformed back from that of a demon slayer to the humble clothes of his earlier life as a charcoal seller. Following his siblings home, he found his mother, Tanjiro, along with his younger brother, Takeo, and his sisters, Nezuko and Chica, all gathered together. Mom, brother suddenly cried and knocked us to the ground. It scared us so much. How strange, Tanjiro said, glancing at Tanjiro with concern. Perhaps he is just tired. Tanjiro, are you all right? Tanjiro smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. I'm used to it. In that moment, Tanjiro had entirely forgotten the harsh realities surrounding him. Not merely mistaking reality for a dream, he had truly forgotten everything. As if time had reversed itself, rendering everything so normal and harmonious. He turned to his sister, Chica, who smiled warmly at him. Indeed, this was his home. It seemed he had just awakened from a nightmare he could not recall, yet all was well among them. As Tanjiro entertained such thoughts, Chica's expression suddenly shifted as she stepped closer to him, and he opened his mouth in confusion to speak, when, slap, a resounding smack echoed across his face. Stunned, Tanjiro stared at Chica, who who had transformed from her casual attire into the uniform of a demon slayer, while he realized his own clothing had changed as well. With the Nichirin blade now secured at his waist. Wake up. This is not reality. Immersed in a false world, Tanjiro, you cannot be such a coward. The glimmer in Tanjiro's eyes ignited as he fully recalled everything. Simultaneously, in the real world, a fiery red handprint appeared on his cheek as he sat in his seat. Beside him stood Chica, whose own palm throbbed from the force of her strike, flailing her hand in the air in an attempt to alleviate the pain. A psychological hypnosis? No, it was physical. Brute force conquers all. Of course, their time spent in the dream world was brief. Otherwise, a mere slap would not suffice. Sitting in his chair, Tanjiro's brow furrowed and relaxed in rapid succession as the illusionary mental realm shattered. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He scanned his surroundings, noticing the red handprint on the faces of Zenitsu and Inosuke seated beside him. I suddenly feel more composed. Chapter 55, The Despair of the Nightmare. Approximately 10 minutes later, a group of youths entered the carriage where Chica and the others were situated, carrying cones and ropes as they approached the slumbering figures. They should all be asleep, right? Huh. Why are these few faces so red? Have they been struck? No matter, let us finish this quickly. I want to have a beautiful dream. I can hardly hold on any longer. The youths reached Chica and the others, whispering as they prepared to act. However, this action was not a physical assault on Chica and her companions. The blood demon art of the lower moon, Nightmare, did not merely trap its victims in a pure dream space. The dream realm is not boundless. It is limited to a finite area centered around the dreamer. And exceeding this boundary leads to a void in the dreamer's subconscious, where a core representing their spirit lies hidden. Destroying this core would equate to annihilating a person's psyche, rendering them a mere husk, more incapacitated than a vegetative state. At this moment, these youths were poised to do just that, intending to enter Chica and the others' dreams through a special ritual and obliterate these cores. Just as a girl reached out towards Chica, she suddenly opened her eyes. Startled, the girl barely had time to scream before Chica swiftly knocked her unconscious with a decisive strike, leaving no room for pain. The others also subdued those who had approached them, laying their assailants across the seats, exhaling in relief. Tanjiro, with his keen sense of smell, detected the aura emanating from these individuals and turned to Chica, saying, "Sister, most of these people are patients." These individuals were not directly controlled by the demons. They served them only because the demons promised them a beautiful dream upon completion of their task. In the Taisho era, many ailments had no cures, such as the tuberculosis afflicting the boy Tanjiro had just knocked unconscious. Although tuberculosis was no longer considered a deadly disease before Chica's reincarnation, it remains a significant concern during the Taisho era. Tuberculosis was only vanquished in 1952, and at present, it is an affliction that is utterly incurable. Those who contract it are doomed to suffer excruciating pain day and night, making it understandable that they seek to numb themselves with beautiful dreams. They are a pitiful lot indeed. Chica sighed in resignation and remarked, "Let us inquire about their circumstances once this ordeal concludes. If there are those who are unable to seek treatment merely due to poverty, perhaps we could offer some assistance." At that moment, the Infinity Train hurtled forward at an alarming speed, with one of the masterminds, the Lower Moon Demon Dream, standing atop the carriage. His face flushed as he relished the rush of the wind. "Once I have devoured everyone in this carriage, my power will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. If Lord Muzan is pleased, perhaps he will grant me a bit of his blood, making me even stronger. I shall challenge the upper moons to a blood battle. I want to become one of them." Dream chuckled with excitement until he sensed powerful footsteps approaching from behind. Confused, he turned to see Kaijiro Rengoku, his gaze ablaze with intensity, watching him intently. "This presence, you must be a Hashira, right? I have heard that each of the upper moons has slain numerous Hashira. You should consider yourself fortunate to be the first Hashira I will kill," Dream declared, turning to face Rengoku, confident that defeating the flame Hashira would be a trivial task. He slowly raised a hand, which bore a gaping mouth. Just as the mouth began to stir and utter words, a flash of intense flame darted across his vision. Before he could speak, his head was severed from his body by Rengoku's blade. There was no sensation. Rengoku glanced down at the decapitated body of Dream, which did not dissolve into nothingness. As expected. "Ha ha ha, I bet you're curious as to why I'm still alive, even though you're a Hashira. Surely, you have never witnessed such a phenomenon." Dream's voice echoed from all directions. A mass of grotesque flesh sprouted from the train before Rengoku, elevating Dream's head, now connected to these unsightly masses. "The one you just killed was merely a clone of mine. I have long since merged with the Infinity Train itself. The entire train is my body, and everyone aboard will become my sustenance. Flame Hashira, if you possess any capability, then go ahead and protect them. Ha! Dream's head was hoisted high by the repulsive flesh, and he cackled with glee, eager to witness Rengoku's panicked expression. However, upon seeing Rengoku's calm demeanor, his smile faded. Why do you appear so unfazed? Why are you not in the least bit anxious? Do you not care that I have devoured everyone on this train? Just as Dream contemplated this, his face contorted with intense spasms. The Infinity Train comprised 8 carriages, and since he had merged with it, the walls of the carriages were his flesh and blood. At that moment, led by Inosuke, several others were creating havoc within the carriage. While Chica and Tanjiro were simultaneously striking the flesh walls and using Tanjiro's heightened sense of smell for navigation. Even though Dream had completely merged with the train, the vulnerability of his neck remained. The demon's neck was merely concealed within the train structure, and under Tanjiro's keen sense of smell, its location was exposed. Sister, right above us. Let us strike together. Chica and Tanjiro abruptly halted, shifting their breathing technique from water breathing to the dance of the fire god. Sensing a potent threat near their most vital area, Dream finally realized he had been outmaneuvered. The Hashira before him was merely a distraction. While they sought to strike at his neck during his moment of inattention, Dream hurriedly attempted to redirect his consciousness toward Chica, but Rengoku would not allow him such ease. With a decisive step forward, he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Despite the excruciating pain, Dream managed to channel a fragment of his mental energy toward Chica. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from her and Tanjiro, which continued to escalate, he frantically proliferated the flesh around his neck, constructing layer upon layer of defensive barriers. Alas, it was too late. Chica and Tanjiro had gathered their energy, and in unison, they cried out, "Dance of the Fire God, Sunflower." Their Nichirin blades shot forth straight at Dream's neck. Boom! An inferno erupted from the tips of their blades, a blazing fire capable of incinerating all. The immense force surged forward, instantly penetrating Dream's neck, reducing the entire region to nothingness. Chapter 56, Dream's Final Counterattack. Regardless of how a demon merges with something immense, the weakness of the neck persists. At this moment, as Chica and Tanjiro's combined attack pierced through Dream's neck, the entire Infinity Train reverberated with his agonizing screams. The Infinity Train was in turmoil. Just before Chica and Tanjiro's assault could fully breach Dream's neck, the demon realized that the hastily constructed flesh barriers he had created were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from these 2 seasoned fighters. Why? He had initially envisioned devouring the life within the entire Infinity Train, enhancing his power, earning Muzan's favor, obtaining more of his blood, and challenging the upper moons to a blood battle, aspiring to ascend to their ranks. Such a splendid dream had been so easily shattered. If he had lost to a Hashira in a one-on-one battle, it could be attributed to a lack of strength. However, the thought that he had been ambushed by 2 seasoned fighters before he could unleash his full potential, his neck severed, filled him with humiliation and resentment. In the final second before his neck was severed, Dream's hatred enveloped the entire Infinity Train, causing countless grotesque tentacles to sprout from all 8 carriages. Intent on slaughtering everyone on board since he could no longer consume their lives, as if seeking to prove the fragility of humanity. Numerous tentacles lunged toward the slumbering passengers in their seats, but just as Dream's desperate final counterattack was about to succeed, a roaring inferno engulfed 5 of the 8 carriages, severing the tentacles in an instant. Breath of Flames, Flame Tiger. Kyojiro Rengoku exhaled fiercely, unwilling to allow the demon's tentacles to threaten these innocent lives. As for the remaining 3 carriages, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko were not idly watching the spectacle. Inosuke swiftly employed his beast breathing, executing rapid, unadorned cuts against the encroaching tentacles. In contrast, Zenitsu's use of thunder breathing was remarkably flamboyant, as the carriage he was responsible for crackled with lightning, slicing the tentacles into fragments. Zenitsu, half kneeling on the ground, gradually sheathed his Nichirin blade. So cool. If only he weren't sleeping without bubbles coming from his nose. Zenitsu remained half kneeling with his eyes closed, snoring peacefully. Despite Chica's earlier slap to Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, the latter 2 quickly roused from their slumber, while Zenitsu continued to sleep. Initially puzzled, Chica soon realized that this boy had grown up being beaten by his master, rendering such a slap inconsequential to him. Lowering her gaze to behold her own crimson palms, Chica was no longer inclined to deliver another slap. Moreover, in a certain sense, the sleeping Zenitsu proved to be far more dependable than his awake counterpart. Meanwhile, Nezuko, wielding the Nichirin blade with fervor, hastily slashed here and there. Her mastery of water breathing was still lacking, resulting in a noticeable deficiency in her offensive capabilities. Leaving her utterly preoccupied, tentacles had grazed her, leaving superficial wounds that, while not grievous, caused droplets of blood to splatter around. with several drops landing upon her Nichirin blade. Nezuko cast a glance at her wounds, disregarding any hesitation, and removed the bamboo tube from her mouth, letting out a fierce growl akin to that of a starving wolf directed at the writhing tentacles before her. Gripping her Nichirin blade tightly, she stepped forward and swung at the chaotic appendages once more. Suddenly, flames unlike those of the fire god Kagura or the breath of flame erupted from her Nichirin blade, engulfing the feeble water flow effect produced by her water breathing. Caught off guard by this sudden occurrence, Nezuko swung her ignited Nichirin blade at the nearest tentacle. Boom! The entire carriage was set ablaze by the flames, and upon witnessing this, Nezuko's eyes widened in terror, transforming into tiny dots as she frantically scanned her surroundings. With a sudden stomp of her foot, the peculiar flames dissipated as if scattered by the wind. After the flames vanished, she realized that the passengers within the carriage were unharmed. They remained as they were, unchanged. Letting out a sigh of relief, Nezuko collapsed onto the floor of the carriage, feeling a sudden clarity regarding the origin of the flames. Rising from the floor, she turned to inspect the wounds inflicted by the tentacles. Initially hoping to draw a few drops of her own blood, she was astonished to find that the wounds had already healed within mere seconds. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the Nichirin blade in her hand. In a moment of agony, she lightly sliced her palm, allowing drops of blood to flow and stain the blade. Bloodburst! She exclaimed softly, and instantly, the Nichirin blade ignited with that extraordinary flame. Nezuko's mouth formed a large O, and she began to play with it like a child. The blade erupted with a bang, extinguished with a pop, and then reignited with another bang. How delightful! At this moment, the severed head of Enmu swayed in the air before finally tumbling from the Infinity train to the ground. It was a complete and utter failure. Even in its dying throes, it could not claim a single life. A blend of unwillingness and resentment merged as Enmu's head gradually disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the air. He relished in granting humanity a beautiful dream before bestowing upon them a nightmare so profound that it would eclipse the memory of the former. At this moment, he longed for nothing more than to believe he was merely dreaming, even if it were a nightmare. The lower moon one, Enmu, had entirely dissolved into particles, and the Infinity train, having lost its connection to him, began to lose momentum, gradually slowing down until it finally came to a halt. As the train ceased its motion, the hearts of those within the carriages sank, save for one, Chica. Although she could bypass the trivialities of confronting Enmu by knowing the plot and targeting the vital points for a swift resolution, the next adversary would indeed require genuine effort to confront. There was no escaping. The enemy's objective was to annihilate the Demon Slayer core within the Infinity train, a command bestowed upon him by Muzan. Unless dawn broke, he would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Chica took a deep breath, steadying her heart rate and preparing herself to face the formidable foe ahead. Upper Moon 3 Akaza. Chapter 57. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Sis? Are you alright? Tanjiro inquired. Observing Chica, who stood lost in thought with her head bowed, he waved his hand in front of her face, only to find she remained unresponsive, which ignited his concern. Sister, please. Don't shout so loudly. My ears. Chica exclaimed, covering Tanjiro's mouth with her palm while gently touching her own ears. She had been so engrossed in thought that she had momentarily overlooked Tanjiro's presence beside her. Let us regroup with everyone first, she suggested. Okay. Tanjiro sighed in relief. Grateful that his sister was unharmed, he certainly did not wish to lose another family member. After the Infinity train came to a halt, the group gradually convened within the same carriage. When Nezuko entered, wielding her Nichirin blade ablaze with bloodburst, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Don't be afraid. This fire is my doing, Nezuko hastily explained, prompting the others to recollect themselves and realize that Nezuko was a demon, one unafraid of sunlight, and possessing a uniquely insatiable thirst for blood. This fire was likely a blood demon art. It was not unusual for a demon of her caliber to possess such abilities. Chica was somewhat surprised that Nezuko's blood demon art had awakened at this moment, but it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Nezuko's blood demon art was formidable, capable of inflicting immense damage on demons and bestowing effects akin to the Nichirin blade, while also clearing the negative effects imposed on individuals, such as poison. Bloodburst. The all-purpose divine technique, Chica thought, noting the keen perception of Kaijiro Rengoku beside her. Though he was yet to discern the full extent of Nezuko's abilities, he recognized their exceptional quality, indicating it was far from a mere ignition. As the group rested and chatted within the carriage, they were relieved that the cleanup after the battle was not their responsibility. Though it felt inappropriate to think so, they acknowledged that the burden of worry was not theirs to bear. Their sole responsibility lay in enduring the physical toll of the combat. However, this leisurely interlude did not last long. Suddenly, Chica and Kaijiro's expressions darkened, each seizing individuals from either side, urging them to leap away. In the next moment, the roof of the carriage above them erupted as if struck by cannon fire, forcibly splitting the carriage in two. Fortunately, Chica and Tanjiro reacted swiftly. Otherwise, even if they had not been directly hit, they would have suffered significant collateral damage. The center of the split carriage billowed with thick smoke, and a figure emerged from within, stepping forward with deliberate strides. Though devoid of background music, the moment Akaza emerged from the smoke, Chica couldn't help but recall the haunting theme that accompanied his entrance in the anime. As the music played in her mind, Chica felt a surge of tension. Akaza, Upper Moon 3, the demon of combat, stepped forth from the haze. His hair was a vibrant pink, eyes glimmering gold, clad in a crimson short-sleeve shirt, and adorned with deep blue tattoos symbolizing sinners. Chica had envisioned various grand entrances for him, but his sudden descent through the carriage roof caught her completely off guard. As Akaza emerged from the smoke, his gaze swept past Chica, landing on Tanjiro, whose aura was enveloped in formidable fighting spirit, piquing Akaza's interest. Yawazawa harbors a profound admiration for the strong and displays an utter disinterest, even disdain, towards the weak. As he gazed upon Tanjiro, who stood poised for battle, he extended a hand with a smile and remarked, "You must be a Hashira, am I correct? I can sense that your aura is on an entirely different level compared to others. Embrace the path of a demon, whether it takes a century or two. You will have ample time to hone your skills, and I am certain you will grow to stand alongside me." Hearing the invitation from a demon, Tanjiro furrowed his brows and replied decisively, "Aging and death are the beautiful aspects of human existence. I have no interest in immortality, nor will I join your ranks. Furthermore, you claim my aura is unmatched? That is simply inaccurate." Yawazawa offered a faint smile, not turning his body but instead glancing sideways toward Chica behind him. "You refer to her, do you not? Her fighting spirit is indeed formidable, a rarity among women. However, I have no interest in females. I neither slay nor consume them. If you are wise, you may leave now, and I swear I will not pursue you." "How gracious of you," Chica replied. "However, I must decline." In an instant, Chica's demeanor transformed, becoming strikingly resolute, leaving Tanjiro and others bewildered by the sudden shift. With a calm demeanor, Chica smiled and recited a famous line from the JoJo series. Having long desired to engage in such banter, but lacked the opportunity until now. Yawazawa paused, his head seemingly adorned with 3 large question marks. As Chica's unique presence continued to unfold, "One of my favorite pastimes is to declare an ode to those I perceive to be stronger than myself. I emphasize those who consider themselves stronger than me. Upper Moon 3, you shall soon regret your earlier words." With one hand gripping her Nichirin blade, flames igniting along its length, Chica lunged fiercely toward Yawazawa with a resounding thud. Although slightly displeased, Yawazawa responded to Chica's assault by activating his blood demon art, summoning the 12-petal snowflake array beneath his feet. Technique unleashed, destructive kill needle. At the moment this skill was activated, the fighting spirit from all directions converged effortlessly upon him. As Chica struck from behind, Yawazawa nimbly evaded her attack with a swift turn of his body. Under the influence of this technique, he became a compass, with surrounding energies morphing into pointers, rendering his offensive and evasive maneuvers as precise as if attracted by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the more acute his reflexes became. Chica's strike was easily dodged, prompting Yawazawa to let out a sigh of resignation as he reached out to seize Chica by the collar and hurl her from the battlefield. Yet, at the very moment his hand was about to grasp her, Chica executed an astonishing maneuver, evading his grasp with an agility that defied human capability. "What?" Yawazawa was taken aback. Though his intention was not to directly attack, his speed remained undiminished. As Chica swiftly launched her second strike, Yawazawa chose to leap into the air, distancing himself from her. Landing a short distance away, he gazed up in astonishment at Chica, who stood poised, having missed her strike, and exclaimed, "What was that movement?" "You are human." With her blade held aloft, Chica turned to Yawazawa, a smile gracing her lips as she responded, "Ah? It appears we are both akin to stand users." Chapter 58. You should also become a demon. The technique capable of countering the needle is known as the transparent world, achieved through intense concentration and the relinquishing of superfluous perceptions to enter a state of selflessness. In this state, one's murderous intent and fighting spirit vanish, allowing one to perceive all movements around them, even with their eyes closed. However, Chica does not possess the transparent world. Due to the infusion of Muzan's blood, her senses have been altered, resembling that of a beast. While she attempted to suppress this heightened perception to learn the transparent world, her efforts were in vain. Fortunately, this ability, which she has temporarily dubbed Beast Instinct, is not without merit and bears a certain similarity to Yawazawa's needle. Thus, Even if Yuwazawa can evade Chica's attacks, he should not presume he can strike her effortlessly. With her Nichirin blade aimed at Yuwazawa, he reflected on her earlier words. Regret? A smirk crept onto his lips as he acknowledged that he indeed felt a twinge of regret. Among those present, he had initially only been interested in Tanjiro. For even without engaging in combat, he could sense the potent fighting spirit emanating from him, nearing the pinnacle of strength, with boundless potential for growth. Should Tanjiro choose to become a demon, Yuwazawa was confident that, given Tanjiro's talent, he would ascend to stand beside him in no time. Who was Upper Moon for again? Ah, yes, that fellow Hantengu. If Tanjiro were to join, he would surely overshadow him in the future. However, after witnessing Chica's inhuman reaction speed, his interest in her intensified considerably. He found himself unable to harm a normal woman, a sentiment he could not quite comprehend. Yet he simply could not bring himself to do so. This reluctance set him apart from Upper Moon too, who relished in devouring women. At this moment, Yuwazawa contemplated whether he could harbor a fighting desire towards a unique woman, one who, even after defeating him, could become a demon and his ally. After all, despite being a woman, she was a formidable adversary worthy of battle. Uncertain of his own feelings, he deemed it worth exploring this notion. He wished for Tanjiro to become a demon, and he also desired for Chica to join that path. Allies, today the ranks shall swell by two. What is your name? Woman? Yuwazawa straightened his posture and inquired with a smile. Chica, Kamadu Chica, she replied. At this moment, Chica finally shed the JoJo persona, her expression turning serious as she sensed the shift in Yuwazawa's demeanor. Despite Yuwazawa's formidable strength, both she and Tanjiro had not been idle. Their training had yielded significant enhancements to their abilities, and they had a hidden ace in the form of their Nichirin blades. Even if the battle became arduous, it was worth noting that Tanjiro and the others also possessed hidden blades, capable of forming a combat power that Yuwazawa could not afford to dismiss. There was a chance, and a considerable one at that, maintaining a steady breathing rhythm to sustain the enhanced state of the fire god dance. Chica acknowledged that while she could achieve the water breathing's total concentration, the fire god dance was beyond her. Upon hearing Chica's name, Yuwazawa murmured it softly to himself twice before straightening his back and extending his hand towards her once more. Chica, you should also become a demon. Chica remained silent. Yuwazawa, undeterred, continued with a smile. Is it not appealing to become a demon? The human body is frail, and lifespans are so fleeting. As demons, what humans deem grievous injuries are but trivial wounds in our eyes. There is an abundance of time to cultivate strength and grow ever more powerful. Chica continued to remain speechless. In the face of adversity, Akaza remained undeterred, adopting a combat stance as he addressed Kaneo and Rengoku, declaring, "Allow me to impart upon you the formidable power of a demon. I am confident that once you experience my might, you will surely reconsider your stance." With an air of self-assurance, Akaza summoned a 12-pointed snowflake formation beneath his feet. Technique deployment, destructive kill, Luo needle. After enveloping himself in a layer of power, he clenched his fist and struck the ground with tremendous force. Destructive kill, fragmentation style, 10,000 leaves, flashing willow. His fist crashed down upon the earth, creating fissures that radiated outward like the veins of leaves, spreading with astonishing speed in all directions. Within mere seconds, the ground around Akaza, extending several dozen meters, was concave by his strike. This was merely a demonstration of his power. Had it struck a person, it would have shattered them into pieces. This technique, aptly named fragmentation style, was merely an appetizer, intended to showcase the extent of his capabilities without expending his full strength. He raised his gaze towards Kaneo and Rengoku, and with a swift motion, the ground beneath him collapsed again as he surged towards them with astonishing speed. Destructive kill, aerial style. Just when the onlookers anticipated a close-range assault, he leapt into the air, gathering power in his fists to unleash a barrage of air blasts towards Kaneo and Rengoku. Flame breathing, fourth form, scorching blaze. The seasoned Rengoku immediately activated the defensive fourth form of his flame breathing, creating a vortex of flames that coalesced into a protective shield. Meanwhile, Kaneo, relying on her keen instincts, evaded the invisible air blasts without a defensive stance. Akaza was not surprised. He would have lost interest in Kaneo had she failed to evade such attacks. Descending from the air, Akaza approached Rengoku at blinding speed, launching a wild punch. Rengoku braced himself, wielding his Nichirin blade, barely managing to block Akaza's fist as it collided with his sword. Flame breathing, third form, fire's breath. Rengoku, gripping his blade tightly, executed a fierce downward slash, sending a torrent of flames toward Akaza. Remarkably, Akaza did not evade. Instead, he absorbed the blow, leaving Rengoku momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Akaza would willingly take such a strike. Though Akaza's arm was cleaved in two, It swiftly regenerated as he nonchalantly flicked his arm. Did you see that, Rengoku and Kaneo? This is the regenerative ability of demons. What would be a mortal wound for humans is but a triviality for us. Akaza continued his fervent recruitment, his eyes brimming with sincerity, nearly pleading for them to join him as demons. The rapid regeneration of upper-rank demons was vividly displayed by Akaza. Had he encountered a demon with such regenerative speed months ago, Rengoku would have appeared gravely serious and troubled. Yet now, standing before Akaza, with Rengoku positioned to the front and Kaneo behind, they exchanged glances, while Akaza passionately extolled the virtues of becoming a demon, completely oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Chapter 59, Muzan's Remembrance. In his fervent pitch, Akaza failed to notice the silent exchange between Rengoku and Kaneo, nor would he have cared had he been aware. What do you say, Rengoku Kaneo? Become a demon, become my comrades. I refuse, Rengoku declared, tightening his grip on his Nichirin blade as he leaped backward, altering his battle stance. Flame breathing, secret art, ninth form, purgatory. The aura of combat emanating from Rengoku resonated with the energy of his blade, igniting a roaring inferno that surged forth like hellfire. In Akaza's view, Rengoku's fighting spirit surged dramatically, prompting him to lower his body and clench his fists in excitement. Destructive kill, annihilation style. A powerful force coalesced in his fists, and in that moment, Akaza was exhilarated. He relished the prospect of battling a strong opponent, particularly in direct confrontation. Excellent. Rengoku, I knew I had not misjudged you. Come, witness the power of a demon. I am certain you will change your mind. Akaza shouted with fervor, and as he stomped his feet, the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him forward like a blue comet toward Rengoku. Anticipating Akaza's rapid advance, Rengoku inhaled deeply. Instead of charging at Akaza immediately, he gathered all his strength into his palm as Akaza approached. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed the full force of his attack. Life and death moment, Thousand Gene grip. The crimson aura of the Hecato surged from the hilt of his blade, and Akaza was momentarily taken aback, sensing a profound threat emanating from Rengoku. This is coming from Rengoku, he thought, realizing it was not the case. His gaze fixated on the blade in Rengoku's hand, which radiated an overwhelming aura that intensified exponentially. If I am struck by that sword, it would spell disaster. Akaza's instinct screamed in alarm as he abruptly halted his charge, desperately skidding to a stop. Observing the scene, Rengoku's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward with a powerful strike aimed at Akaza, closing the 10-meter gap between them in an instant. Rengoku swung his blade downward toward Akaza's head. In response, Akaza activated his Luo needle, narrowly evading the strike by tilting his body at the last moment. However, before he could regain his composure, Kaneo appeared behind him with a swift motion. The Luo needle did not guarantee absolute evasion. It merely facilitated the most optimal and rapid escape when possible. Caught between Rengoku's second strike and Kaneo's swift approach, Akaza's mind raced. He realized he could not escape unscathed. He would have to endure at least one blow. In weighing his options, Akaza chose to absorb Kaneo's attack, for although he had never encountered Rengoku's unique blade before, both his warrior instincts and demonic nature warned him to steer clear of Rengoku's sword. After narrowly avoiding Rengoku's subsequent attack with the Luo needle, Akaza spun around, ready to unleash a punch at Kaneo, fully prepared to lose his hand, knowing it would regenerate in a heartbeat. As Akaza's punch barreled toward her, Kaneo, wielding her ordinary Nichirin blade, couldn't help but smile faintly. She had succeeded. Rengoku required 3 to 4 seconds to initiate his Hecato, which allowed Akaza to react. But Kaneo needed no such time. Through her relentless endeavors, she has significantly reduced the time it takes to activate her Crimson Blade, now requiring only a fraction over a second. Such arduous dedication has been aimed solely at this moment. Just before the clash between Awazawa and Chica's Nichirin blade, a streak of red began to emerge from the base of the blade, swiftly creeping upward. At the moment when Chica's Nichirin blade made contact with Awazawa's fist, it had transformed into a crimson blade, one that was far from ordinary. The edge of the blade glowed a vivid red, while the unsharpened body behind it was a deep black, creating a striking red and black contrast. Upon witnessing this version of the Nichirin blade, Awazawa's pupils quivered as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth. A brown-haired man with a grave expression flashed through his vision, and with each subsequent flicker, deeper memories were stirred. What joy is there? What pleasure can be found? What do you consider life to be? This brown-haired man wielded a Nichirin blade identical to Chica's, advancing step by step toward the main perspective. Is this a memory from Lord Muzan? Awazawa's consciousness abruptly snapped back from Muzan's memories to reality, and the instant his mind returned to his corporeal form, he distinctly felt the searing pain of the crimson blade slicing through his arm. Such agony had not been felt by him in over a century. Gritting his teeth, Awazawa endured the torment and severed his own arm, breaking free from the encirclement of Chica and Rengoku, creating distance between them. Awazawa gasped for air, turning to gaze at his severed arm, which Chica had cleaved, although he had deliberately willed the severed limb to regenerate. The speed of regeneration fell far short of his expectations. This blade can actually suppress a demon's regeneration? Awazawa uttered in disbelief. After so many years as a demon, he had never encountered such a situation. Recalling the sudden memories that had surged within him, cold sweat trickled down his brow. This memory, this emotion, all stemmed from Lord Muzan. Awazawa struggled to comprehend the fragments of this memory, and at that moment, even Muzan, residing in the Infinity Castle, bore an expression of incredulity, his body trembling slightly. Awazawa had accessed a profound memory from Muzan's demonic essence, while Muzan had glimpsed the identical Nichirin blade wielded by Chica, reminiscent of Yurichi Tsujikuni. Indeed, the sword marks that had appeared on the wall last time were left by a swordsman of the sun breathing. This era still harbors the successor of Yurichi Tsujikuni, a breathing technique akin to Yurichi's, a Nichirin blade identical to Yurichi's. Muzan's pallid visage had turned even more ashen. Awazawa, from afar. Muzan's voice resonated in Awazawa's mind. Awazawa, initially taken aback, swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. Lord Muzan. Hearing Awazawa's voice, Muzan inhaled deeply to steady his emotions. And after regaining his composure, he coldly commanded Awazawa, use all your strength to annihilate the Demon Slayer swordsman before you, especially the one wielding the red and black Nichirin blade. Muzan maintained absolute control over his subordinates, even over the upper moons. The distinction lay merely in ease versus difficulty. Muzan understood Awazawa's troublesome nature of sparing women, typically turning a blind eye, but now was not the time for chivalry. Under Muzan's distant yet forceful intervention, Awazawa's gaze underwent a subtle transformation. In his mental assessment, Chica had been stripped of her femininity, and while Rengoku still felt a twinge of regret, he resolved to fulfill Muzan's command with unwavering determination. As Awazawa's foot struck the ground, a 12-pointed snowflake formation materialized beneath him. Regrettably, it seems you all must perish. Chapter 60, Fierce Battle, Awazawa 1. Awazawa is formidable, truly formidable. Though he had engaged in a fierce battle with Rengoku during the Infinity Train arc, in the climactic battle within Infinity Castle, Awazawa held his own even against both the Water Hashira and Tanjiro, who had both activated their marks. It was only through immense struggle that he managed to sever Awazawa's head. If, at this moment, Chica and Rengoku both activated their marks, with the Crimson Blade in hand, Chica would undoubtedly declare with confidence that they could swiftly finish him off together. However, the challenge lay in activating the mark. Body temperature exceeding 39 degrees. Heart rate surpassing 200. In such a state, overcoming the sensation of being scorched by fire, their latent potential would awaken, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of physical prowess. With their lifespan capped at 25, and their skin adorned with unique patterns, this is the mark. This power, purchased at the cost of shortened life, made Chica reluctant to see her fellow demon slayers activate their marks. Her dream was a beautiful conclusion where everyone could live peacefully after vanquishing Muzan. In the original outcome, many had perished or were left maimed. Despite the theory of reincarnation, would they truly be themselves without their memories? Some might deem Chica's perspective overly narrow-minded, but she would resolutely respond, if I do not intervene, why did I join the Demon Slayer Corps? After all, with protagonists like Tanjiro and the others, the demons would eventually be eradicated, albeit in a few short years. Is it merely a matter of enduring? I did not join the Demon Slayer Corps to invite demons to strike at me. I am not a masochist. Having interfered with the original narrative, why not continue to do so, striving for a beautiful ending for all? With this thought, Chica tightened her grip on the Crimson Blade, suddenly experiencing an indescribable sensation emanating from within her body. Meanwhile, in Awazawa's eyes, a slight change occurred in the fighting spirit radiating from Chica. What a curious manifestation of energy. Chica lifted her gaze to Awazawa, inhaled deeply, and softly instructed Rengoku at her side, I'll take the lead in the attack. You wait for the right moment to strike him from the side. Rengoku nodded in agreement. Awazawa possesses the ability to manipulate, and Rengoku's overflowing fighting spirit had become a vulnerability. Even wielding the Crimson Blade, if he could not land a hit, it would hold no value. Moreover, there remains a considerable time before dawn, rendering the possibility of enduring until sunrise slim. The only option is to fight. Just as Chica prepared to launch her attack, Awazawa's eyes widened, suddenly shattering the ground beneath him as he charged forward with the speed of a demon. In Awazawa's perception, Chica had been stripped of her femininity. Not only would he not spare her, but he would unleash his full power from the outset. Destructive annihilation style. A fist imbued with the essence of annihilation surged toward Chica, who reacted swiftly, raising the crimson blade in defense. A thunderous crash resounded as Chica was propelled into the air, her feet leaving the ground, and she was forcefully struck by Awazawa's punch, crashing heavily into the distant Infinity train. The surface armor of the train crumpled inward, with Chica embedded against the train's exterior, her hands trembling as they gripped the Nichirin blade. So fast. After sending Chica flying, Awazawa showed no inclination to grant her a moment's respite, ignoring Rengoku's attempt to counterattack. Intent on slaying Chica, his keen battle instincts warned him that if the two were allowed to coordinate, given the power of their blades, they would become a formidable challenge. Beyond this, he harbored an inexplicable feeling. If he could not render Chica utterly incapable of battle, he might soon find himself confronted with a situation beyond his control. Observing Akaza poised to strike again at Chica, Kaijiro's eyes narrowed decisively as he stepped forward, flames raging upon his blade. First form of the breath of flames, unknowable fire. Sensing Kaijiro's movement through his blood demon art, Akaza furrowed his brow and lifted one foot. Destruction killing, foot style, flashing light. Flames and light erupted instantaneously, propelling Kaijiro back several meters, his feet scraping against the ground, sending countless fragments flying. Akaza's kicking foot landed with a resounding thud, his expression twitching slightly. The effect of the Nichirin blade on a warrior who wielded his own body as a weapon was strikingly evident. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate one of them beforehand. Although Akaza was currently gathering strength with one hand and one foot, an aura erupted from him that was of an entirely different caliber than before. His blood demon art, named Destruction Killing, was centered around the piercing power of the Destruction Killing Needle, giving rise to a series of precise, rapid, and potent martial arts techniques. The techniques included the rushing style, utilizing fists for high-speed assaults, the empty style, employing fists for distant strikes, the foot style, executing rapid consecutive kicks, and both the fragmented style and the annihilation style, which unleashed earth-shattering impact. Moreover, above these 6 techniques lay a final, ultimate technique known as the end style, which Akaza had unleashed during the climactic battle in the Infinite Fortress. Even the water pillar, empowered by the strongest defensive technique he had created, could not fully withstand it. In that moment, Akaza unleashed the end style. Such caution was uncharacteristic of him, partly influenced by Muzan's explicit instructions, but primarily stemming from his instinct as a fighter. Destruction killing, end style, azure silver chaotic light. What appeared to be a mere swift punch from Akaza, in actuality, unleashed a barrage of hundreds of fist-sized projectiles aimed at Chica, radiating destruction from his very being. Each projectile was brimming with destructive power. A small fraction struck the train's armor, causing it to cave in, while the majority accurately struck a particular train car, tearing it asunder amidst explosions and billowing smoke. Akaza exhaled, realizing this strike was not merely an ordinary 100, but rather 120, enduring both the annihilation style and the end style as a fragile human. Even if she survived, she would undoubtedly be unable to rise again. Contemplating this, Akaza suddenly sidestepped to evade Kaijiro's fiery blade coming from an angle. His eyes glinted with determination. Despite the Nichirin blade restraining his regeneration, it did not completely prohibit it, as he had already healed nearly half of the arm that Chica had wounded. He gazed at Kaijiro, who was charging valiantly, and smiled. Kaijiro, it is truly regrettable that I could not turn you into a demon, but I shall exert my utmost effort to end your life. Chapter 61, Fierce Battle, Akaza, 2. Akaza and Kaijiro engaged in a fierce clash. Despite Kaijiro wielding the Nichirin blade, it was evident that facing Akaza at full strength with just that blade was somewhat daunting. Within mere minutes, Kaijiro had utilized all the sword techniques he had mastered, yet the results were lackluster. The Breath of Flames comprises 9 forms. Yet Kaijiro was not proficient in all. This was not due to his inability, but rather a lack of resources to learn. Ever since his father, Shinjiro, had fallen from grace, he had ceased to guide Kaijiro's training, leading him to self-study from a few tattered books on the Breath of Flames, ultimately mastering only 6 out of the 9 forms. Akaza had discerned this fact, lamenting that Kaijiro's incomplete mastery of the sword techniques indicated he still had room for growth. Both physically and in terms of swordsmanship, he possessed potential for further development. How wonderful it would have been had he consented to become a demon before Muzan issued the kill order. Alas, such a pity. As Akaza lamented, he relentlessly attacked Kaijiro with his fists. The Nichirin blade could indeed restrain a demon's regeneration, but under the influence of the needle, Akaza adeptly evaded Kaijiro's strikes. A blade that could not land a blow held no value whatsoever. 5th form of the Breath of Flames, Flame Tiger, Destruction Killing, Annihilation Style. Boom. An explosion, infused with roaring flames, reverberated as Akaza emerged composed from the inferno, while Tanjiro, panting, fixated on Akaza, or more precisely, on the ruins of the train car behind him. Tanjiro's momentary distraction did not escape Akaza's notice, and his expression turned grave as he declared, "Tanjiro, do not concern yourself with that person. She has endured my annihilation style and end style consecutively. Even if she survives, she cannot rise again. Your focus should be solely on me." Tanjiro took a deep breath. Thanks to the presence of the Nichirin blade, Akaza fought with extreme caution. Coupled with his unwavering defense, he bore no mortal wounds. However, the toll on his stamina was severe, and he was uncertain how much longer he could endure this excruciating stalemate. Yet, Tanjiro exhaled deeply and earnestly replied to Akaza, "If it were anyone else, perhaps your earlier words would ring true, but Chica is no ordinary individual. She embodies miracle itself." Tanjiro believed with all his heart that Chica would not succumb so swiftly, absolutely not. Listening to Tanjiro, a sense of unease stirred within Akaza. Yet, that was the annihilation style combined with the end style. In Akaza's demonic existence, not only had few survived 2 consecutive attacks, even fewer could withstand a single annihilation style. Now, it was Tanjiro who discerned the turmoil within Akaza's mind. As he gripped his fading Nichirin blade and smiled, "Then let us await the outcome." Their intense confrontation continued, due to the Nichirin blade in Tanjiro's grasp. Akaza adopted a more conservative approach, allowing him to endure for such an extended period. However, prolonged combat favored the demons, and with Dawn still some time away, hoping to prolong the fight until then seemed impractical. Meanwhile, as Akaza and Tanjiro clashed fiercely, Tanjiro and the others hurriedly made their way toward the ruins of the infinite train car. Previously, they had been unable to intervene in the battle, relegated to being the Nichirin blade's vessel, biding their time to unleash their strength at a critical juncture, thus becoming a formidable force that Akaza could not overlook. But upon witnessing Chica being hurled away, Tanjiro could no longer remain composed. He rushed toward the ruins. The Kamadu family, though not affluent, was harmonious, once capable of living a blissful and tranquil life. Yet, with Muzan's arrival, their mother had perished, their brother was lost, their sister gravely injured, and their youngest sibling transformed into a demon. Amidst such overwhelming devastation, the surviving sister and brother had been Tanjiro's sole motivation to persevere. How could he remain calm after witnessing that scene? He hastened to the vicinity of the ruins, engulfed by thick black smoke. The scent of the train's remnants saturating the air, rendering Tanjiro's keen sense of smell utterly ineffective. "Sister, sister, sister." Tanjiro's voice rang out loudly, while Nezuko behind him was in a state of frantic agitation, glancing left and right, utterly at a loss. "Tanjiro, do not fret. Allow me to give it a try." Suddenly, Inosuke, who had arrived closely behind, shouted for Tanjiro to remain calm. He drove his 2 Nichirin blades into the ground, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing. Having grown up in the remote mountains, Inosuke possessed an extraordinary sense of perception, which was further heightened through the complementary practice of breathing techniques. By concentrating his focus, he could even detect the faintest tremors in the air, enabling him to ascertain the positions of surrounding entities without direct contact. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial perception. In an instant, everything around Inosuke unfolded in his mind like a blueprint. As he opened his eyes and turned to point in that direction, a sudden cacophony of metal being pierced erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The debris of iron clattered as it was overturned, and from the depths of the wreckage emerged Chica, her hair disheveled. As her feet landed on the metal, another crisp metallic sound echoed. Exhaling heavily, her pupils shifted from a reddish-brown to a blood-red hue, and her stature surged from being comparable to Tanjiro's to towering over him by a head. Even the fierce battle between Akaza and Tanjiro, which was still some distance away, drew their attention towards the source of the commotion. The aura of the demon fell off, although it was mingled with demonic essence. It was unlike any demon he had ever encountered. Muzan himself was left in shock, speechless, as he had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a phenomenon. Amidst the billowing smoke, Chica emerged in her new form, astonished by her transformation. Yet, amid her surprise, she felt remarkably invigorated. Clutching a now faded Nichirin blade, it transformed back into a crimson blade under her grip. The Nichirin blade was designed to vanquish demons, as they feared the power of the sun, and the materials used in its creation contained solar energy. However, Chica was unafraid of the sun. Wielding the Nichirin blade, even the crimson blade posed no threat to her. Slowly, she raised the crimson blade and gazed into the distance at Akaza. "Come, let the second phase of the battle commence." Chapter 62, Fierce Battle, Akaza, 3. Demonification? It appeared to be, yet simultaneously not. Nezuko's demonification manifested in the form of inhuman horns sprouting from her forehead and unique patterns symbolizing her demonic identity appearing on her body. However, Chica exhibited neither. Her eye color transformation and physical changes still fell within the realm of humanity. Nonetheless, the power she wielded undeniably stemmed from the domain of demons. The specifics of her transformation could be analyzed later. For now, Chica felt in the best state she had ever experienced since her rebirth, with her crimson blade in hand. Her blood-red eyes fixated on Akaza, who was now looking her way. At that moment, Akaza's gaze trembled, contrasting sharply with Chica's sense of well-being, which he found to be profoundly unsettling. The aura she emitted was neither fully demonic nor entirely human. It unmistakably crossed into the territory of the upper moons. This alone was not alarming, for many had reached such a level, yet the unique oppressive presence Chica exuded was extraordinary. This overwhelming sensation was unlike anything he had felt from Muzan. "What on earth are you?" Clenching his fists, Akaza disregarded Kaijiro behind him and launched himself forward with a powerful step that shattered the ground. Countless fragments of rock erupted from the earth, propelling him with immense force towards Chica at a demon-like speed. In response to Akaza's rapid approach, Chica's expression was neither one of tension nor ease. A wild, fervent look adorned her face as she raised her head, gripping the crimson blade tightly, and charged headlong towards the oncoming Akaza. Destruction, kill style. Akaza coiled his fist, blue energy swirling around it, and as he swung, Chica did not attempt to defend. She allowed Akaza's punch to strike her directly. Whoosh! The impact erupted, blood spraying forth, with several drops splattering onto Akaza's face. From a distance, Tanjiro could not contain himself, shouting, "Sister!" Everyone present was taken aback by Chica's audacious choice to take the hit, including Akaza himself. "Why aren't you using the blade in your hand?" Akaza's face was etched with disbelief as he gazed at Chica, who maintained her wild grin. At that instant, she lifted the crimson blade. Whoosh! Without employing any special sword techniques, the blade's nature as a crimson blade spoke for itself. In a moment of astonishment, Akaza's other arm was severed at the wrist by Chica's blade, a searing pain radiating from the wound. Akaza's expression changed instantly, and he quickly retracted his fist. Chica offered Akaza no respite, launching a flaming horizontal strike. Dance of the Fire God, circular dance. Akaza's face twitched as he narrowly avoided the blow using his evasive maneuver. Clenching his fist, he prepared to retaliate against Chica, only to find himself staring into her blood-red eyes. The memory of her earlier maneuver flashed through his mind, and in a fleeting moment, he abandoned his attack, leaping backward to distance himself from her. At that moment, Akaza was engulfed in doubt about his demonic existence. Chica had severed his entire left arm, the searing pain coursing from the freshly cut surface. Meanwhile, Chica's wound from Akaza's punch was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. And most notably, there was no sign of pain etched on her face. Was Chica's willpower exceptionally strong? No, that was not quite the case. Chica merely felt no sensation of pain at all. Since her rebirth, having sustained severe injuries left by Muzan, Chica had discovered she could hardly feel the pain from those wounds. Initially, she assumed it was a fleeting moment before death or merely the adrenaline coursing through her system. But as days turned into weeks, even as she rose from her wheelchair, she still struggled to perceive normal sensations of pain. The absence of pain was not inherently a good thing. Human pain perception serves as a self-protective mechanism, alerting one to their injured state. Thus, prior to this moment, Chica viewed her lack of pain with a mix of optimism and pessimism. However, now it felt magnificent. With the crimson blade in hand, feeling an unending surge of power within her, Chica perceived the world around her in an entirely new light. How could one possibly describe Chica in this moment? Powerful? Dominant? Such terms seemed inadequate. If one were to insist, only the term madness could vaguely encapsulate the essence of Chica at this moment. The wounds upon his body regenerated at a visibly rapid pace, rendering Yawazawa's assaults utterly ineffective against Chica. In stark contrast, Chica wielded her blade, each strike ablaze with ferocity, each blow a critical hit. Transforming into a tempestuous beauty, she planted her foot on the ground, the earth shattering beneath her, and swiftly charged towards Yawazawa. "Yawazawa, let us engage in a Hollywood-style duel. One punch from you, one blade from me. Let us see who falls first." As Chica surged towards him with astonishing speed, Yawazawa instinctively took a step back, a surge of intense anger coursing through him as he realized his retreat. Am I retreating? Am I afraid of her? Impossible. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Clenching his teeth, his fighting spirit surged once more, even surpassing his previous limits. In that moment, the words "I cannot lose" consumed his thoughts, and suddenly, the image of a girl flickered before him. Who is she? In that instant, confusion flooded Yawazawa's mind as he reached out for the girl's hand, But in the next moment, she was swallowed entirely by the darkness, and his bewilderment abruptly ceased. He had no choice but to fully immerse himself in the relentless advance of Chica. Destruction Kill, Final Style, Azure Silver Chaos. This strike was even more potent than the previous one. If the former was at 120 power, this one surged to at least 150. Countless pressure waves erupted like a meteor shower, hurtling towards Chica. Die. Before launching his assault on Chica, Yawazawa had felt an ominous premonition, which compelled him to employ both the Annihilation style and the Final style, intending to either slay her or incapacitate her. Who would have thought that rather than rendering her immobile, he would awaken her instead? Is there such a principle in this world? Regrettably, there is. Under his Final style, a series of violent explosions erupted before him, dust and debris swirling into the air. Even the shockwaves reverberated with an unsettling tremor. Did I succeed? A fleeting thought flickered in Yawazawa's mind, but at that very moment, Chica emerged from the haze, rushing towards him. Yawazawa's expression turned ghostly, and gritting his teeth, he roared at Chica, fists clenched, charging at her with determination. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. I must grow stronger, so strong that. Why do I need to grow strong? Suddenly, Yawazawa's golden eyes dimmed. He had nearly reached Chica, his fist raised high, but at that moment, his focus wavered. In battle among the strong, distraction is a grave sin. Yet here he was, distracted before Chica. She understood that this was Renyuki severing his connection to reality. Though she felt somewhat unfulfilled, given the opportunity presented, Chica could not simply say, "Stay alert. Let us continue fighting." With her blade poised, she unleashed a fire god Kagura round dance, slash upon Yawazawa's neck. As the blade grazed his skin, Yawazawa finally regained his senses, but alas, it was too late. The combination of the fire god Kagura and the blade was overwhelming. Despite his immediate attempt to seize the blade and halt its momentum, it was the Hecato. Upon grasping the blade's hilt, he was instantly struck by an icy heat. If he exerted force, his fingers would be severed. If he refrained, his head would be lost. With a cry, Yawazawa was engulfed in flames as the arc of fire severed his head, his eyes glazing over in shock as his head soared through the air before plummeting to the ground. I lost. I cannot end here. I must become stronger, stronger, stronger. After being decapitated by Chica, Yawazawa's head began to disintegrate, crumbling into dust like any decapitated creature. Yet, astonishingly, his body showed no signs of collapse. Yawazawa's body remained upright, even without a head, as he lifted a foot to the ground, and the 12-pointed snowflake formation symbolizing the compass reappeared beneath him. Witnessing this, Chica felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Wielding her blade, she assumed a combat stance, internally pleading, "Renyuki, please sever the connection more thoroughly." The headless Yawazawa tensed his muscles, drawing back a fist to strike at Chica once more. Just as he was about to unleash his punch, a girl, her eyes glistening with tears, appeared behind him, embracing him from behind. "Mr. Koji, please stop." Yawazawa's body faltered. This girl was no living being. Hearing her voice caused his fighting spirit to wane. "Let go of me." "Who are you?" he demanded. "Please, cease your actions. Move on to the next realm," she implored. "I have not lost. I must defeat them. I must grow stronger. Why do you so desperately seek strength?" Because of me." Yawazawa's body sank once more, as memories long sealed by Muzan began to resurface, gradually spilling forth. In the Edo period, there was a boy whose family was impoverished. His father fell gravely ill, requiring money for treatment. Yet, given Koji's age, he could not earn money through legitimate means, forcing him into a life of dishonor. With 3 marks of sin already for theft, one more could lead to the loss of a hand. Bound and beaten, young Koji was mercilessly struck by 2 burly men wielding stout wooden clubs. His body marred with wounds, blood staining his skin. Although he recognized the shame of his actions, he felt no regret, compared to his ailing father. What value did his dignity hold? I must grow stronger, stronger, stronger. Only through strength could he snatch a wallet from the hands of adults, endure the retaliation of fists and feet, and escape capture. Koji felt no remorse, even if it meant sacrificing his own hands and feet. After enduring a brutal beating, Koji staggered back to his village, only to learn from the villagers that his father had hanged himself. "Koji, live honorably. You can still redeem yourself. I do not wish to survive through the stolen money you acquired. Forgive me for the trouble." Upon receiving the letter, Koji knelt before his father's grave, weeping bitterly, lamenting the injustice of the world. Were the impoverished not even allowed to live? Curse this world. Koji wandered aimlessly, devoid of purpose, until he encountered the benefactor of his life, Master Keizo. Instantly recognizing Koji's potential, he easily defeated him, then coaxed him into joining his dojo, where he met his beloved, Master's daughter, Renyuki, who, like his father, bore a grave illness. Under the tutelage of his master and the companionship of Koyuki, Kazuki regained his determination to fight for the protection of others. After turning 18, he and Koyuki established their relationship, with Kazuki vowing that he would protect her with his very life. "I shall become stronger than anyone else, safeguarding you for all eternity." Once their bond was confirmed, Kazuki visited his father's grave to share this joyful news with his late father. However, on his way back, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within him. Upon returning to the dojo, he learned from a neighbor about the tragic demise of his master and fiancée. It turned out that a nearby kendo dojo, envious of the only student of the Suryu dojo who possessed vast lands, had cowardly poisoned the well of Suryu dojo, unable to defeat Kazuki and his master. Clenching his fists in despair upon realizing he had failed to protect those dear to him, Kazuki ventured alone to that kendo dojo, unarmed, and annihilated its members. Yet, what was the point of vengeance when his loved ones were already gone? Once again, he wandered the streets in a state of desolation akin to when his father had died, and it was then that he encountered Muzan. Intrigued by Kazuki's formidable strength as an ordinary human, Muzan thrust his hand, piercing through Kazuki's skull, forcefully injecting his blood into him. "I wish to create 12 powerful demons. Can you endure the blood I offer?" Kazuki did endure, transforming into an immensely powerful demon. Yet under Muzan's influence, he lost all memories of his human life, seeking strength without understanding his purpose, as he realized he had no one left to protect. Stunned by a recollection of his humanity, he stood frozen in place. What a tragic, absurd, and tedious tale. In Chapter 64, The Infinite Train, and Akaza reminisced about his past, reflecting on his pursuit of power and his disdain for the weak. The headless Akaza stood motionless, utterly defenseless at that moment. He could easily be shattered into fragments. Yet, Chica would not do so. Although she was the sixth, this aspect of her was directed towards enemies. Now standing before Chica was Kazuki, no longer an adversary. Rengoku approached slowly from a distance, refraining from drawing his blade against Akaza, instead walking beside Chica. He scrutinized the immobile, headless Akaza, inquiring with curiosity, "Why is he not moving?" In response to Rengoku's question, Chica earnestly replied, "A demon's head has been severed. It is abnormal for it to move." Rengoku let out a dry chuckle, aware that Chica was concealing something, yet he recognized her allegiance to their side and chose not to probe further. At that moment, within Akaza's spiritual realm, Koyuki tenderly caressed Kazuki's face. Under her gentle touch, Akaza gradually reverted to Kazuki's form, embracing Koyuki and pouring forth his emotions. Koyuki simply listened quietly. And after Kazuki had expressed his feelings, tears glistened in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Welcome back, my dear." Meanwhile, in reality, Akaza's headless body began to disintegrate before Chica and Rengoku, gradually transforming into dust that scattered into the air. Kazuki would descend into hell, but fortunately, he would not bear the visage of Akaza in the afterlife. Koyuki would await him until he redeemed himself in the depths of hell. Naturally, what transpired thereafter was unknown to Chica. After Akaza's dissolution, Chica exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for Koyuki's assistance. However, with the enhancement of the red blade, even a decapitated Akaza was not insurmountable. The regeneration of demons consumed energy, and the red blade diminished their regeneration speed. They could continue striking until Akaza reached his limit. Chica felt invigorated and capable, especially as dawn was approaching. Following Akaza's collapse, Tanjiro and the others hurried over, concerned about Chica and Rengoku's conditions, their eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. They had ultimately been unable to lend a hand, while their inaction was fortuitous in retrospect. Witnessing the battle against an upper moon had deeply underscored their disparities. Chica immediately discerned their sentiments and smiled, saying, "What is this? Have you lost confidence already? You've just gained invaluable experience fighting a formidable upper moon opponent. Others would envy you for this opportunity." Although Tanjiro and the others had improved since the original timeline, their opponent was Upper Moon 3, yet they should manage against Upper Moon 6.5, Daki. As dawn began to break, this battle had lasted longer than Chica had anticipated. Initially, she thought that with the red blade, a surprise attack would severely injure Akaza, allowing her and Rengoku to resolve the matter without incident. Yet, reality proved more troublesome than her thoughts. Chica scratched the back of her head, unable to suppress a sigh. Suddenly, she felt someone tugging at her clothing. Turning to look, she discovered it was Nezuko. "Sister, are you truly all right?" Nezuko gazed at Chica with concern, for her clothing was in tatters, far beyond mere disarray. No matter how resilient Chica's body could regenerate, her attire could not possibly regenerate alongside it. The Demon Slayer Corps uniforms were specially crafted, incapable of being breached by lower-tier demons. However, Akaza's punches rivaled the force of explosions, leaving Chica's garments in ruins. It was evident what she had endured, yet thankfully, she felt no pain. Chica smiled as she affectionately ruffled Nezuko's hair, saying, "I'm fine. Apart from my shredded clothes. I assure you, I am otherwise unharmed." Before Chica could finish her sentence, her eyes narrowed as a wave of intense drowsiness washed over her, fatigue enveloping her entire being. "Sister? What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a bit tired. Since this has been resolved, let us hurry back," Chica replied, frowning slightly, forcing herself to rub her eyes while stifling a yawn. Her constitution was naturally more susceptible to exhaustion, and after such a fierce battle, she felt drained. Although she had anticipated fatigue, the intensity of the drowsiness caught her off guard. The group nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to return. However, Rengoku lacked the energy to sprint back, so they could only walk. At that moment, dawn was merely minutes away, and the infinite train, spectacular in its grandeur, stood halted midway. Fortunately, no one was injured. They had ensured the safety of all passengers aboard the infinite train. Yet, in such a dire state, it was uncertain how the Demon Slayer Corps would manage the aftermath. The collective slumber of the train's passengers, combined with the catastrophic explosion of the carriage, would surely give rise to another urban legend, regardless of whether the existence of demons remained concealed. However, this was not a concern for them. Even those who had not participated in the battle against Akaza felt the toll of prolonged tension weighing heavily on their bodies. Rengoku, who had faced Akaza directly, bore several wounds, but fortunately, none were fatal. He understood his body well, contemplating that he would likely need to rest in bed for a while after returning. As the sun gradually ascended, the group embarked on their journey back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro and his companions took the lead, with Kaijiro trailing behind them, while Chinatsu brought up the rear. Initially, the others assumed Chinatsu intended to stay at the back, and her demeanor seemed nonchalant, leading them not to think much of it. However, it did not take long for her facade of calm to falter. Why are there several Nezuko's? Chinatsu's steps began to falter, and under the insidious influence of a small stone, she stumbled and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The others immediately turned back, calling out to her. But despite the commotion, Chinatsu succumbed to her drowsiness, closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber, even murmuring in her sleep. Chapter 65. Chinatsu's transformation time passed. And when Chinatsu finally opened her eyes, she found herself gazing at a ceiling that was both familiar and foreign. She refrained from commenting on the strangeness of the ceiling. As soon as she recognized it, she understood why she was lying in bed. Had she truly tripped over a mere stone while walking? How utterly humiliating. Chinatsu scrambled out of bed, her cheeks flushed with shame as she covered her face with her hands. Initially, she had been brimming with confidence, eager to engage in a fierce battle with Akaza, only to be brought low by a trivial stone, falling asleep in the process. After a moment of mortification and self-reflection, Chinatsu managed to regain her composure. She recalled the state she had been in while fighting Akaza, slipping into deep contemplation. Incredible. The swift regeneration coupled with the true injury of the Hekazai had propelled her strength to an entirely new level. Even if the side effect was excessive fatigue leading to prolonged slumber, she had to learn to harness that state. Yet, this raised a dilemma. Chinatsu gazed vacantly ahead, muttering softly, "Where should I begin? I can't just let someone beat me senseless. Although I wish to grow stronger, I certainly don't want to become a masochist." At that moment, the room she occupied was not her residence within the Demon Slayer Corps, but rather a chamber within the Butterfly Mansion. Nearly a month having passed since she had fallen unconscious, Butterfly Shinobu, skilled in the medical arts, found Chinatsu's condition perplexing. While she was undoubtedly human, her physique had undeniably traversed into the realm of demons. There was nothing to be done but await Chinatsu's awakening. By the way, Kaijiro, who had returned to the headquarters, was also confined to a sick bed, much to Butterfly Shinobu's astonishment, as he was surprisingly mobile despite his injuries. However, Kaijiro could not remain by Chinatsu's side until she regained consciousness. After half a month of rest, he had leapt from the sick bed, as ordinary individuals would require at least 6 months to recover from such severe injuries. During the initial days of Chinatsu's unconsciousness, Tanjiro and Nezuko had kept a constant vigil by her bedside, but they could not maintain this indefinitely. Channeling their grief into motivation, they diligently trained, visiting only once each evening. At this moment, under the midday sun, Tanjiro wielded his Nichirin sword in a wide-open space, practicing the Hinakami Kagura, stopping only when the pain rendered him unable to strike again. Each time he recalled the battle between his sister and Kaijiro against Akaza on the Mugen train, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Not enough. Not enough. He was still far too weak. At the very least, he needed to master the Hinakami Kagura to the realm of perfection. Next time, he must be able to assist. He could not remain a mere bystander any longer. Determination filled Tanjiro's eyes, and through his relentless efforts, he indeed noticed a marked improvement in the duration he could maintain the Hinakami Kagura, as well as in the precision of his swordsmanship. Looking up at the sun hanging high above, he thought it prudent to take a meal before heading back to his quarters. Just then, his keen sense of smell detected an unusual scent. It was his sister. Tanjiro abruptly turned toward the source of the aroma, which indeed emanated from the direction of Chinatsu's room. His body, exhausted from prolonged use of the Hinakami Kagura, suddenly surged with unimaginable strength. With a single step, he dashed toward Chinatsu with a speed surpassing that of Bolt. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu was outside the courtyard conversing with Kanaho when Tanjiro's sudden entrance startled them both. "I'm sorry, but my sister," before he could finish. He rushed into the room, leaving Shinobu and Kanaho momentarily stunned, but they quickly grasped the implication of his words. Chinatsu had awakened. They followed closely behind, and upon reaching the door, Tanjiro pushed it open, only to find his breath caught in his throat. What had he just witnessed? "Sister, is that you?" Tanjiro hesitated, for the bed was devoid of Chinatsu's form, replaced instead by a small girl with her back turned to him. Upon hearing Tanjiro's question, the girl turned slightly to glance at him, her droopy eyes responding languidly. "It's me, can't you tell?" As Chinatsu turned around, Tanjiro could hardly mistake her. The child seated on the bed was none other than his sister, appearing as she did when she was around 7 or 8 years old. Staring in disbelief at the shrunken version of Chinatsu, his mouth fell agape, a sense of astonishment that others outside the Kamadu family could never comprehend. The visual impact of his sister's transformation was incomparable to that of his younger sisters. Originally, she had been experimenting with the possibility of re-entering the combat stance against Akaza, only to discover that she had inadvertently developed the ability to alter her size at will. In the original narrative, Nezuko possessed a similar ability, able to change her form at her discretion. While Chinatsu did not feel disheartened by this newfound power, finding it rather intriguing, being scrutinized so directly by Tanjiro left her feeling quite awkward. Just moments later, Butterfly Shinobu and Kanaho arrived at the doorway, and upon seeing the childlike Chinatsu on the bed, even Kanaho, typically devoid of strong emotions, displayed a noticeable reaction. Shinobu blinked in shock. Having already struggled to comprehend Chinatsu's condition, this development left her even more perplexed. You are Chinatsu, right?" Though she already knew the answer, Shinobu asked for confirmation. "Of course, just a bit smaller," Chinatsu replied, nodding while maintaining her characteristic droopy-eyed expression. At that moment, Tanjiro, who had been in a daze, finally regained his composure and raised an arm earnestly. Seeing Tanjiro's sudden gesture, Chinatsu's droopy eyes brightened as she replied earnestly, "Tanjiro, please, go ahead." With her permission, Tanjiro lowered his arm and, looking at his younger sister, said with utmost seriousness, "Sister, can you stay like this for a while? I want to bring Nezuko over so she can see how you look now." Hearing Tanjiro's request, both Butterfly Shinobu and Kanaho were momentarily taken aback, pondering the rationale behind it. Chinatsu, feeling a bit strained, waved her hand and granted her approval. Upon hearing Chinchia's assent, Tanjiro swiftly turned and dashed out of the house. For none could predict whether Chinchia might suddenly revert. He thought it imperative to fetch Nezuko without delay. If he hesitated now, the opportunity might never present itself again. From Tanjiro's perspective, Nezuko, who was already smaller than him, seemed to shrink even further, eliciting merely mild astonishment. However, should she transform into a matured demon, her reaction would be one of sheer awe. In stark contrast, Chinchia, who was initially larger than Tanjiro, had suddenly diminished in stature, creating a visceral visual impact of an entirely different caliber. Upon Nezuko's arrival, she was greeted by the sight of Chinchia, now smaller than herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chinchia, feeling somewhat awkward, was almost treated like a doll by Nezuko until a summons from the master spared her from that fate. Nezuko, on the verge of tears, appeared ready to weep, prompting Chinchia to hastily reassure her that she would indeed shrink again in the future to play together. Only then did Nezuko manage to stifle her tears, asking, "Really?" "Indeed, truly so. Do you not trust my word?" Chinchia replied, attempting to reach out to stroke Nezuko's head, only to discover that she could not quite reach. After finally comforting Nezuko, Chinchia exited the house, gradually regaining her original height as she jogged toward the master's residence. This time, the master had summoned only Chinchia. Upon entering his abode, she found him looking frail and weak. "I apologize for calling you so soon after your awakening," he said weakly. Chinchia quickly waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. After such a long rest, I certainly need to stretch my limbs." A faint smile graced the master's pallid face, yet at this moment, he was completely blind, and his body had weakened significantly compared to before, having recently coughed up blood on occasion. This was the curse that had befallen their family due to the demon King Muzan, despite generations of marrying daughters of the divine. No one had lived past 30. Given the master's condition, he might not even reach 25, which weighed heavily on Qianxia's heart. She envisioned a perfect conclusion wherein, upon Muzan's defeat, the curse would lift, allowing the master to live healthily. I summoned you merely to have a chat, the master said calmly. As two children emerged from behind him, each pouring a cup of tea for both the master and Qianxia. Chatting? That sounds delightful. Please feel free to seek me out anytime, Qianxia replied, lifting her teacup. Although she was not particularly fond of tea, she felt it was only right to indulge the master. Just as she believed the conversation would steer towards lighter topics from her slumber, the master, in a composed tone, posed a question of great gravity. Qianxia, do you think our generation can vanquish Muzan Kibutsuji? Startled, Qianxia nearly spilled her tea, hastily swallowing the mouthful she had just sipped. Surely, master, one does not begin with such a bombshell. Yet answering this question was not particularly challenging. In Qianxia's mind, there was but one response. Yes, we can. In our era, we will undoubtedly eradicate Muzan, she answered with utmost seriousness. Though the master could not see her, he sensed the sincerity in her voice. Even if asked by other Hashira, their answer would likely be affirmative, yet the perceptive master detected a unique confidence in Qianxia's assertion. A month prior, when Kaijiro returned to report their successful slaying of Upper Moon 3, the master had coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in sheer joy. The upper ranks had remained unchanged for centuries, and to see one of them fall was unprecedented. Had another upper rank been defeated, he would have immediately summoned his children to bring a basin for the blood. When the master learned that Qianxia played a significant role in the victory over Upper Moon 3, his excitement was nearly uncontrollable. He had always held high hopes for her. Yet she had surpassed all expectations. The creation of the Nichirin blade, the fall of an upper rank. The future of Muzan's demise is upon us. The master's eyes, though pale, sparkled with fierce determination. He did not wish for death, yet he was unafraid of it. He was resolute that their generation must eliminate Muzan, even at the cost of his own life. After discussing such a weighty topic, the master finally shifted to casual conversation, while Qianxia sipped her tea, handling the dialogue with grace. She expressed her readiness for whatever topic the master might bring forth, confident she could remain composed. By the way, have you decided on your Hashira title? Feeling somewhat embarrassed and nearly fleeing, Qianxia excused herself from the master's residence. A title? My indecisiveness. She mused. Given I wield the fire god Kagura, perhaps son Hashira? But that seems rather mundane. If I aim for something more unique, the difficulty escalates dramatically. As she pondered this, she continued walking, soon returning to the vicinity of Shinobu's home. Realizing her swift return, she abruptly halted. Concerned that Nezuko's enthusiasm had not yet waned, and fearing she might plead to be shrunk once more. If it were merely a verbal request, Qianxia felt she could manage. But should Nezuko resort to her ultimate weapon, tears, Qianxia knew she would be unable to withstand it. I must stall for time. I must wait until Nezuko's excitement diminishes, Qianxia concluded, contemplating how best to occupy her time. Her thoughts drifted to the conclusion of the Mugen Train arc, which led into the Entertainment District arc. The prominent Hashira in that arc was the Sound Hashira, and thinking of him brought to mind his memorable line from the anime. I finished my score. The score referred to the unique technique mastered by the Sound Hashira, wherein he analyzed the rhythm of his opponent's attacks and translated them into musical notes, thereby fully grasping their offensive tempo. While executing this technique required time, making it challenging to employ in battles with significant disparities in strength, it proved immensely beneficial in encounters of comparable skill. Determined, Qianxia resolved to pay a visit to the Sound Hashira, hoping that the flamboyant ninja, who boasted 3 wives, would be at home. In the original storyline, the Sound Hashira was absent from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters when the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro, perished, as he was on a mission. However, having slept for nearly a month, it remained uncertain whether the Sound Hashira had returned. If he were not at home, Qianxia would have to devise another way to delay her return. Regardless, Qianxia had no intention of returning too soon, though it felt somewhat unfair to Nezuko. She prioritized her own desires, for being treated like a doll by Nezuko was no trivial matter. As Chica strolled through the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, she found herself hopelessly lost. After an arduous search, she finally encountered a member of the Corps, who assisted her in locating the residence of the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. Tenjin Yuzui, born into a family of ninjas, is a former ninja himself. In the general perception, the profession of a ninja faded into obscurity after the Edo period. Yet Yuzui's family is among the rare few ninja clans that have managed to remain hidden. From a young age, he was subjected to the cold, rigid education characteristic of a ninja family. Originally, there were 9 siblings, but only Tenjin and his brother survived. Unwilling to become as cold-hearted as his family, he chose to leave. By mere chance, Tenjin discovered the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and, alongside the 3 wives he encountered during his ninja days, began to serve the Corps, with his formidable physical prowess stemming from his ninja heritage and his relentless dedication. He quickly distinguished himself and ascended to the rank of Sound Hashira. Chica endeavored to recall information about Tenjin Uzui, the pivotal character from the original Entertainment District arc. Her impression of him remained vivid. If Kaijiro was the embodiment of the elder brother figure, then Uzui was undoubtedly the second brother. As she stepped into the courtyard of Uzui's residence, his voice suddenly resonated. Isn't this the glamorous girl Kaijiro spoke of? What brings you here? Chica quickly turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Tenjin leaning against the courtyard wall, arms crossed, gazing at her. Delighted to find him at home, Chica suppressed her excitement and replied with a faint smile, "We're colleagues, and I realized we hadn't had the chance to properly get to know each other. So I thought I'd come by." Lies. In the eyes of my illustrious Tengen-sama, your deceit is utterly transparent. If you have something to say, then say it outright. There's nothing glamorous about being coy, Tenjin remarked, observing Chica. He did not believe that Chica would come merely to engage in idle chatter. In fact, he, along with the other Hashira, had closely scrutinized her, arriving at a remarkably simple conclusion. Chica was a training fanatic. Upon discovering the true value of the Hinakami Kagura, all the Hashira began to focus on enhancing their grip strength, and Chica was the second person, following Kaneo Tsuyuri, to successfully unlock the Hinakami Kagura through grip strength. Yet, even so, Chica did not relent in her grip strength training. While others were striving to unlock the Hinakami Kagura, she succeeded. While others were still laboring to achieve it, she was working to shorten the time it took to unlock it. While others had finally unlocked it, she was still reducing the time required. Kaijiro was already strong enough, capable of unlocking it in 3 to 4 seconds, while Chica had honed her skills to do so in just over a second. Making friends, nurturing relationships? Surely, she must be here to spar. As Tenjin questioned her, Chica felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to drop the pretense. "Well, I heard you possess a technique called Soundwave, and I wish to learn it." Instantly, Tenjin felt relieved, thinking, now this makes sense. Discussing feelings is too sentimental. This aligns perfectly with your persona as a training fanatic. As for Soundwave, Tenjin scrutinized Chica closely, resting his chin in one hand. Feeling slightly anxious under his gaze, Chica wondered if he was reluctant to teach her. Although this technique was a closely guarded secret, she hoped he would not deny her. "Do you understand musical theory?" At that moment, a wave of cold sweat trickled down Chica's forehead. Musical theory? It wouldn't be entirely inaccurate to say she had some understanding of it. After all, she had played Rhythm Master during her childhood, so perhaps she could be considered somewhat of a rhythm game enthusiast. Observing the cold sweat beading on her brow, Tenjin sighed deeply. He didn't need Chica to respond. Her expression clearly conveyed her lack of knowledge. "It's not that I'm bragging, but my Soundwave technique is quite challenging to master. If you lack knowledge of musical theory, you'll need to start from the basics, which will require considerable time and effort," Tenjin stated, arms crossed. Chica understood this reality. Her previous training had been all about fighting, but if she wanted to learn Soundwave, she would have to engage her intellect. So not learning? Nonsense. She had to learn. Clenching her fists, her eyes ablaze with determination, she declared, "Please, I'm counting on you." "Now that you're committed." "Very well," Tenjin shrugged. He gestured for Chica to follow him into his residence. Unlike Chica's abode, which served merely as a place for rest, Tenjin's home was adorned with lavish decorations, a reflection of his own penchant for opulent jewelry, including several large diamonds embedded in his headpiece. Moreover, the ambience suggested the presence of 3 female inhabitants. Reflecting on these 3 wives, Chica couldn't help but find humor in the situation. It wasn't merely that Tenjin had 3 wives, but rather that they were essentially gender-swapped versions of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Hizuru, the female version of Tanjiro, exuding a calm, brave demeanor with a grand vision. Maki, sporting hair akin to Zenitsu's, but, personality-wise, resembling a more impatient and short-tempered version of Inosuke. Suma, with hair reminiscent of Inosuke's, but her character was decidedly a sweet, timid, and tearful embodiment of Zenitsu. Chica chuckled inwardly at the peculiarities of Tenjin's preferences. As Tenjin halted before a bookshelf, he began pulling out volumes, tossing one after another to Chica. Swish, swish, swish. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. Chica scrambled to catch the books Tenjin was tossing her way. In that moment, she palpably felt the seriousness and depth of knowledge pertaining to musical theory that a rhythm game enthusiast like Tenjin possessed. Chapter 68, The Practice of Sound Waves. Knowledge is power. In that instant, Chica truly grasped the profound truth hidden within this adage. To master the Sound Hashira's sound wave, one must possess a thorough understanding of musical theory, enabling one to seamlessly translate rhythm into melody amidst the chaos of battle. Here, read these books first. Once you've comprehended them all, you may commence practical training. Do you understand? Also, Chica clenched her fists, invigorating herself. Wasn't he at merely reading and studying? Having navigated 9 years of compulsory education, she feared nothing in her pursuit of knowledge. Taking a deep breath, she began to peruse the first book. After diligently reading a few pages, she suddenly froze. Indeed, it was challenging, yet it didn't seem insurmountable. After thoroughly examining a page, she flipped to the next but instead closed her eyes, attempting to recall the content of the first page. Every word, perfectly retained in her memory. A realization struck her. The fusion with demon blood had not merely enhanced her physical attributes and senses, but her intellect had also been elevated. Photographic memory? A light, melodious laugh escaped Qianxia's lips as she unexpectedly discovered that she possessed a remarkable ability akin to that of a protagonist from a novel. With a heart full of joy, she settled down to immerse herself in her reading. Page after page, her speed rivaled the most advanced techniques of quantum reading, leaving Tianyuan, who observed her in astonishment, utterly bewildered. Was reading truly this exquisite? Tianyuan held no doubts about Qianxia's seriousness. Her focus was unwavering and profoundly intense. It was no wonder she was regarded as the embodiment of miracles. He internally scoffed, acknowledging that this miracle was a consensus among the Hashira and higher-ranking swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the extraordinary events surrounding Qianxia were nothing short of miraculous, with each incident capable of standing alone as a testament to the extraordinary. However, no matter how formidable her quantum reading techniques were, mastering the score in a single day was an insurmountable challenge. As night fell, Qianxia could not linger at Tianyuan's side indefinitely. After delving through 2.5 books, she bid him farewell, promising to return the next day. Her comings and goings were swift, yet Tianyuan felt indifferent. He harbored a premonition that Qianxia might genuinely master her score, perhaps without expending an inordinate amount of time. Despite his status as a Hashira, Tianyuan did not consider himself a genius. Among the Hashira, he felt like an ordinary being, especially in contrast to the likes of the Mist Hashira, who ascended to their rank after merely 2 months of training, or the extraordinarily powerful Stone Hashira. He did not believe he could execute tasks with the same impeccable finesse as the Flame Hashira. With a resigned shrug, he exhaled, watching Qianxia's retreating figure before turning away. Oh, he mused. It had been a while since he had received any letters from Hinitsuru and the others. He hoped nothing untoward had occurred. Over the next fortnight, Qianxia practically resided in Tianyuan's home. Though she possessed an exceptional memory, the nuanced comprehension of the material still required the guidance of a teacher. On a bright morning, Qianxia's biological clock awoke her precisely on time. Regardless of whether she had dreamt, she rose from her bed at the appointed hour. Groggily, she opened her room's door and, after a brief tidying, meandered toward Tianyuan's quarters, her unsteady gait reminiscent of a somnambulist. Meanwhile, as she exited her room, Nezuko opened her eyes, stealthily peering at Qianxia's departing figure, her small lips forming a discontented pout. Her sister was off to see that man again. Though she had rarely encountered Tianyuan, her impression of him had been steadily declining in her internal rating system, for he had taken her sister away from her. After 2 weeks of diligent study, Qianxia had mastered the theoretical knowledge of music theory and successfully passed Tianyuan's assessments. Now, she engaged in rigorous practical training with him. The training ground outside Tianyuan's residence had become a chaotic landscape, bearing the marks of their intense practice. Tianyuan's swordsmanship, combined with his unique explosive techniques, wreaked havoc far more effectively than the elemental sword techniques employed by others. I've completed my score. I've completed my score again. I've completed my score yet again. At noon, Qianxia plopped down on the ground, her eyes glazed over as she stared blankly at the earth, absent-mindedly tracing circles with a finger. Compared to her as a novice, Tianyuan was completing his scores at an astonishing pace. Each time he finished a score, it felt as though the rhythm had dramatically shifted, effectively resetting her progress. While she could practice with others, such as Rengoku, he lacked the necessary scores, meaning her progress would not be reset if she trained with him. However, Qianxia refrained from doing so, intending to push herself further. Tianyuan's completion of the score was extraordinary, but in the context of high-level combat, achieving the activation conditions for a one-on-one matchup was quite challenging. If she could not surpass Tianyuan in activating her score, mastering the technique would be meaningless. Determined to continue her efforts, Qianxia inhaled deeply and stood up. Just as she was about to call for another attempt, when she noticed Tianyuan gazing thoughtfully into the distance. "What's the matter?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. You know I have 3 wives. They've gone to the pleasure district to gather intel on demons, and it's been a while since I received any letters from them. I'm a bit worried," Tianyuan explained, snapping back to reality. Qianxiao realized that her intense training had caused her to lose track of time. Indeed, they were approaching the events of the Pleasure District arc. Tian Yuan's 3 wives were infiltrating the area to investigate demon activity. Unbeknownst to them that the demon lurking within was Upper 6. Qianxiao pondered, though she had no intention of interfering with this part of the story. As Tanjiro and the others needed to grow stronger, Tanjiro was brimming with potential. He needed to level up to be able to contribute significantly in the fight against Muzan in the future. However, she could not completely refrain from intervening. What if the events spiraled out of control, such as the emergence of another upper moon? Thus, she deemed it prudent to accompany them, ensuring a safety net. With a smile, Qianxiao addressed Tian Yuan. Since you're worried, let's go directly. I'll accompany you, along with my little brothers. If the demons there are not too formidable, they can handle it as a means of training. Tian Yuan initially agreed with the first part of Qianxiao's statement, but he paused at the thought of bringing along a group of younger boys. After a moment of consideration, he found it reasonable. Qianxiao, has anyone ever told you that you're quite the little brother complex? Not until you, Qianxiao replied, unfazed by Tian Yuan's teasing. In her eyes, his response signified his agreement with her proposal. The Pleasure District, officially known as Yoshiwara, was a government-sanctioned red light district, a dazzling city that thrived day and night. And it was here that they were headed next. After bidding farewell to Tian Yuan, Qianxiao turned back toward her residence at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, where Tanjiro and the others were diligently training, particularly Tanjiro himself. The dance of the fire god was the most potent breathing technique, and Tanjiro dedicated himself to training with doubled intensity to not waste its potential. In his mind, Tanjiro continually replayed the image of Akaza. Although he had not fought with his full strength against Akaza, as Qianxiao had noted, battles of such caliber were invaluable experiences. He even simulated a phantom battle with a fictitious Akaza in his mind, the overwhelming might of Upper 3 making it difficult for him to breathe. Even in his imagination, he struggled to endure many exchanges, especially if Akaza unleashed the techniques he had used against his sister. Tanjiro's instincts warned him that taking on those 2 moves head-on would undoubtedly result in his demise. Yet, Tanjiro was not solely fixated on Akaza's strength. He was also deeply affected by Akaza's earlier praise of Rengoku, referring to him as possessing the highest realm, which lingered in Tanjiro's thoughts. His father had once mentioned the concept of domains, though it had been so long ago that Tanjiro's recollections were hazy, making it difficult to recall precisely what his father had conveyed. I wonder if my sister has ever heard my father speak of something similar, Tanjiro murmured softly, entirely unaware of Qianxiao's approach from behind. Pray, what occupies your thoughts? Suddenly, the voice of Kaneo, known as Shinatsu, resounded from behind. Tanjiro, exhausted from his earlier training in the dance of the fire god, nearly stumbled at the unexpected sound, causing Shinatsu to be momentarily startled by his reaction. While a little fright was inconsequential, she certainly did not wish for him to fall. Hastily, she extended her hand to assist him, inquiring, "Are you all right? You seem rather fatigued. It appears you did not sense my approach at all. It seems your breath was concealed exceptionally well." Tanjiro responded as he accepted her hand and rose from the ground. He did not attribute his lack of awareness to his own mental exhaustion. Upon hearing Tanjiro's words, Shinatsu was somewhat puzzled, as she had not deliberately concealed her aura. However, they did not dwell on the matter. Tanjiro recalled the thoughts that had been on his mind earlier and quickly asked, "By the way, sister, have you ever heard anything from father regarding a concept akin to domain?" Domain? Shinatsu paused, taken aback by Tanjiro's inquiry. The original owner of her body, Kaneo, possessed no memories related to this subject, yet Shinatsu could surmise what Tanjiro meant. The transparent world. Tanjiro's father, Tanjiro Kamadu, was frail and frequently coughed, yet even in the harshest winter, he could perform the dance of the fire god tirelessly for an entire day and night. He was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, lacked swordsmanship, and had never encountered demons, yet his realm transcended what even the Corps could attain, known as the transparent world. Just 10 days before Tanjiro succumbed to illness, a massive bear appeared near their home. To protect his family from the beast, Tanjiro ventured forth wielding an axe. The vast disparity in size and Tanjiro's precarious health made Tanjiro anxious, yet Tanjiro remained unfazed, leaping effortlessly to a height above the bear's head. In the next instant, before Tanjiro could process it, Tanjiro had effortlessly decapitated the great bear, allowing Tanjiro to witness the marvel of that realm. Naturally, Tanjiro remembered the event, but he could never have imagined that the transparent world spoken of by his father was such an ethereal and profound state, far beyond his understanding. Kaneo had never heard of such knowledge from Tanjiro, yet this did not prevent her from feigning familiarity. Domain? Oh, I've heard of it. I believe it's referred to as the transparent world. Upon reflection, my father's interpretation seems quite intriguing. Shinatsu feigned an expression of sudden realization and, after considerable effort to recall, recounted Tanjiro's words to Tanjiro. Listening to her retelling, Tanjiro's face illuminated with understanding, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Sister, it seems Akaza is approaching the supreme domain. Do you think this could be related to what father referred to as the transparent world?" "Perhaps there is a connection," Shinatsu replied ambiguously. Genuinely uncertain whether the transparent world was indeed linked to the supreme domain, Akaza had noted the surging aura of Kaijiro Rengoku, indicating his approach to the supreme domain. However, the transparent world was more accurately a state of selflessness, enhancing perception while concealing one's aura, an image starkly contrasting with the surging aura. Nonetheless, if one were to consider the pinnacle of martial arts as a return to simplicity, then the transparent world could indeed align with that notion. Regardless, the transparent world was undoubtedly a valuable concept worth pursuing. Tanjiro's active recollection of this idea considerably eased Shinatsu's mind, and in the future, she could perhaps promote this concept to the Hashira, much like she had previously advocated for the Hinakami Kagura. Let us set aside the patterns. We must first secure these two matters. Amidst her elation, Shinatsu did not forget the purpose of her return. She cleared her throat and announced, "By the way, please summon the others. We have a new mission." "A mission?" "Certainly." Tanjiro nodded enthusiastically and promptly dashed back toward the estate. It had been nearly 2 months since the battle aboard the Mugen train, and during this time, he had diligently honed his skills in the dance of the fire god. Eager to ascertain the extent of his growth, as Tanjiro's elder sister, Shinatsu was well aware of his thoughts. At that moment, within the bustling streets of Hanamachi, a courtesan known as Daki suddenly felt a chill run through her, as if foreboding something ominous. Chapter 70. Onward to the Yoshiwara Hanamachi. The Yoshiwara Hanamachi is home to numerous geisha houses, but 3 are particularly renowned: the Kayagaka House, the Jitoka House, and the Ajimoto House. Daki resided in the Kayagako House, where she was known as Warabiheim, a celebrated beauty of great renown. As she traversed the corridors of the Kayagaka House, regardless of who stood before her, all would tremble at the sight of her, hastily clearing the way. This was not merely avoidance, it was a matter of self-preservation. Daki's temperament was notoriously vicious, harboring disdain for the ugly and elderly. Even the slightest offense could provoke her wrath, and not even the proprietress could control her. Daki paid no heed to those who avoided her gaze, fixated instead on the matters concerning the Demon Slayer Corps. Despite having cast out bait, she pondered why no members of the Corps had yet taken the bait. Could it be that the offerings lacked value? Surely not. Her instincts assured her that these lures would attract a significant catch. Come forth, I shall slay you all and devour you whole." At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, under Tanjiro's summons, Zenitsu and the others had gathered. Though they had not undergone the grueling training Tanjiro had, his enthusiasm had nevertheless inspired them to increase their training regimen. In any other era, they would undoubtedly be worthy of the title of Hashira, yet in this age, they still fell short, as this generation of Hashira was among the strongest, second only to the Warring States period, each possessing extraordinary talents. Shinatsu led the group to Tungin's residence, where he awaited them outside, arms crossed, patiently anticipating their arrival. "You returned rather swiftly. Of course, now that everyone is present. Let us depart," Tenjin replied, nodding in acknowledgement as his gaze swept over those gathered behind Shinatsu. While Tanjiro and the others were expected, Tenjin paused when he noticed Nezuko standing behind Shinatsu, who now resembled a puffed-up cat, warily observing him. Tenjin, arms crossed, tilted his head in bemusement, unable to comprehend why Shinatsu's sister displayed a hostile demeanor toward him. "Never mind, let us proceed." Initially, Tenjin had contemplated investigating further at a later time. But upon hearing Shinatsu's words, an ominous premonition surged within him. "Objective, Yoshiwara Hanamachi. Let us set forth," Tenjin declared softly, turning to lead the way. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight in an instant, moving with astonishing speed to a distant point ahead. So swift, Tanjiro's eyes quivered in astonishment at Tungin's incredible speed. However, this was not a moment for surprise. Chica inhaled deeply and addressed those around her, declaring, "We must keep up." As her words echoed in the air, she surged forward with remarkable swiftness, prompting Tanjiro and the others to hasten in pursuit. They raced towards the Yoshiwara Flower District, departing in the afternoon and arriving under the cloak of night. Yet, it was precisely at night that the Yoshiwara Flower District revealed its true allure, far surpassing the mundane daylight. Contrasting sharply with the city's bustling vibrancy, the aesthetic of Yoshiwara was steeped in antiquity, imparting an entirely different atmosphere. Even in the darkness, there was no sense of impending closure to the day. The streets were ablaze with light, thronged with passers-by, while elegantly attired courtesans occasionally graced the balconies on either side. This was the Yoshiwara Flower District, a nocturnal realm interwoven with the vanities, desires, loves, and aversions of men and women alike. At this moment, Chica and the others were seated in 2 rickshaws, advancing at a leisurely pace. Beside Chica, Zenitsu and Inosuke were rendered speechless. One had only heard tales. Yet witnessing this city of night firsthand was truly astonishing. The other was even more affected. Despite donning a wild boar mask, the shock was unmistakable. "Look at all these people," Inosuke exclaimed, attempting to rise from the rickshaw, even considering a leap from it. Fortunately, Chica's reflexes were swift. In the instant Inosuke prepared to stand, she delivered a swift chop to his head. Even with the boar mask, Inosuke could not withstand Chica's blow, leaving him dazed and instantly subdued. "We are on a covert mission. Please maintain professionalism," Chica admonished, her tone exasperated. No sooner had she spoken than Zenitsu's head had bent at a 90-degree angle, fixated on a charming courtesan waving cheerfully from a nearby loft. His cheeks flushed as he instinctively grasped the rickshaw's railing, yearning to leap down. Yet, just then, Chica's hand chop arrived, halting his thoughts once more. With a frustrated pursing of her lips, Chica reflected on how, despite her efforts to cultivate their combat prowess, their personalities remained unchanged from the original narrative, which was quite taxing. Meanwhile, Tenjin observed the situation with a sense of admiration for Chica, then proceeded to explain the circumstances to the visibly steady Tanjiro and the still hostile Nezuko. The Yoshiwara Flower District was a place that slumbered by day and blossomed with brilliance by night. For demons, it was an ideal haven. Many of the courtesans had been sold into this life due to poverty and debt, finding shelter and sustenance here, though only a rare few would be redeemed by wealthy patrons to return to a normal existence. Among the courtesans, there existed a hierarchy, with the highest ranking among them, the Oiran, commanding respect even from the proprietors. Tenjin offered a brief overview, and soon the rickshaws halted at a resting inn within the Yoshiwara Flower District, where the group secured several rooms to convene a strategy meeting. The mission's focus was to locate the whereabouts of Tengen's 3 missing wives, a matter Zenitsu had already learned about from Chica prior to their departure. Despite this foreknowledge, Zenitsu wore a disgruntled expression, unwilling to comply. Tenjin, undeterred by his discontent, outlined his plan. The 3 must infiltrate 3 key geisha houses, Kayagakiya, Tomiyasu, and Ajimotoya, under assumed identities. Just as Tengen's gaze was about to settle on Chica, she raised her hand with a smile, interjecting, "Just to clarify, I will not be participating in this task." Tenjin raised an eyebrow, redirecting his attention toward Nezuko. As Tengen's gaze shifted, Chica smoothly positioned herself in front of Nezuko, declaring, "Neither will Nezuko." Chapter 71. Infiltration of the Yoshiwara Flower District. As Tenjin turned his attention to Tanjiro and the others, the trio involuntarily shuddered at the thought of infiltrating a brothel. "But we are males," they exclaimed, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. At that moment, a delivery arrived, intended for Tenjin to hand over to the innkeeper. "Cosmetics from the Taisho era? Worry not. My makeup skills are quite exquisite. Even with your appearances, you will effortlessly blend into the 3 major brothels," Tenjin proclaimed, retrieving vintage makeup from a small basket, eyeing the 3 who were about to be subjected to his whims. After a moment of internal deliberation, Chica raised her hand to halt Tengen's impending chaos. "Allow me to take charge." Tenjin relented, acknowledging, "Indeed, a woman is likely to apply makeup on women more elegantly than I could." Chica, however, felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She lacked the confidence to apply makeup for others. She merely believed her aesthetic judgment to be more refined than Tengen's. If Tengen's makeup skills were to be graded, they would undoubtedly receive a failing mark. In the original narrative, he had managed to go unnoticed solely because of the abstract nature of his execution: exaggerated red lips, oversized blush, and unnaturally long eyelashes, all topped with a thick layer of white foundation. The sight had nearly caused Chica to spew her milk tea across her phone screen. Now, as Chica picked up the basket containing cosmetics, though she couldn't name them, she turned to the 3, smiling as she asked, "Who would like to go first?" The trio, including Tanjiro, hesitated, none daring to step forward. Chica inhaled deeply, her frustration mounting. She wanted to exclaim, "I am trying to save you. Do not be so ungrateful." Chica's once cheerful expression darkened, though she maintained a semblance of a smile, one that seemed to emanate from a more sinister source. "Who will go first?" An hour later, Chica paused, adopting a subtly contemplative expression as she assessed her handiwork. This must be passable, at least better than Tengen's efforts. In the reflection of the room's mirror, all 3 beheld their transformed appearances. Their natural looks were not without merit. Even stripped of makeup, Tanjiro had not been immediately recognized as male in the original tale, while Zenitsu's appearance was more nuanced but certainly preferable to Tengen's disparaged looks. As for Inosuke, He appeared strikingly beautiful in the mirror, inheriting his mother's allure, to the extent that even a courtesan of Daki's caliber couldn't help but admire his beauty. Truthfully, if Inosuke refrained from speaking, no one would assume he was a boy. Chica gazed at her masterpiece with satisfaction, while Tenjin, with a hand on his chin, scrutinized the trio. Chica, your skills are rather mediocre. Chica was tempted to retaliate, yet her rationality prevailed, knowing that such an outburst would inevitably lead to chaos within the inn. No exaggeration. Since they are all prepared, I suppose I should get ready as well. Tian Yuan, upon finishing his words, raised his hand to remove his exquisite adornments, lightly cleansing his face of makeup. Dressed in formal attire, I am splendid. Even without makeup, I am still splendid. As Tian Yuan concluded his makeup removal, Zenitsu, standing opposite him, was momentarily rendered speechless, quickly replaced by disbelief and gritted teeth. What a joke. How could he be such a handsome man? The fact that he already had 3 wives was enough to incite envy, but discovering that his counterpart was a strikingly handsome figure only deepened his jealousy. So, how do you like my face without makeup? Still splendid, right? Tian Yuan looked at Qianxia, eager to gauge her reaction, only to find her surprisingly indifferent. Not splendid? Huh, are you asking me? Qianxia paused for a moment before smilingly replying, of course it's splendid. Tian Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Qianxia would be astonished by his alternate visage. Meanwhile, Nezuko's animosity towards Tian Yuan intensified. This man is undoubtedly trying to seduce my sister. Shortly thereafter, Tanjiro and the others donned female attire and stepped out of the inn. Qianxia and Tian Yuan walked side by side at the forefront, while Tanjiro and the others followed closely behind. As they emerged from the inn onto the street, many passers-by were captivated by this spectacle. After all, leading the group was the remarkably handsome Tian Yuan, accompanied by the exceptionally rare beauty Qianxia, and behind them was the heavyweight Inosuke, difficult not to attract attention. At that moment, a procession featuring the courtesan Koixia from the time-honored establishment was underway. Clad in an exquisitely costly kimono, Koixia gracefully traversed the street, flanked by a throng of onlookers. The status of a courtesan transcends mere association with prostitution. Countless suitors vie for her redemption, with the price for her release soaring ever higher. Yet, the proprietress of the geisha house would not easily part with her courtesan. For the courtesan's worth extends beyond mere monetary value. She elevates the entire establishment's reputation. Thus, unless a suitable replacement for her position emerged, it would be nearly impossible for her to be redeemed. As Koixia's procession drew near, a crowd gathered, but upon the arrival of Qianxia and her companions, those admiring the courtesan could not help but glance back at them. Among those spectators was the proprietress of the Ajimoto house, whose eyes widened as she scanned the group like a radar. What a handsome man, Tian Yuan exclaimed. An exceptional beauty. She could undoubtedly be trained to surpass the courtesans of both the Kyogaku and the time-honored establishments. However, judging by her demeanor, she doesn't seem to hail from a wealthy family. She must be someone extraordinary, Qianxia remarked. Just an ordinary girl, Tanjiro stated. This one's quite average, Zenitsu added. This one is. Inosuke interjected. The proprietress's gaze trembled. Inosuke's beauty had reached courtesan standards in her eyes, and judging by her aura, she was undoubtedly prey. The proprietress swiftly dashed over, her footsteps echoing as she soon caught up with Qianxia's group. That child is destined for the geisha house, right? Sell him to me. The proprietress's eyes sparkled with fervor, having resolved to pay a handsome sum to acquire Inosuke. Upon realizing that the individual before him was the proprietress of the Ajimoto house, Tian Yuan opened his mouth to offer Inosuke freely. However, before he could utter a word, Qianxia delivered a swift kick to his thigh, effectively silencing him. She turned to the proprietress of the Ajimoto house and inquired with a smile, "How much are you willing to offer?" Chapter 72. As long as the money suffices. Upon hearing Qianxia's words, Tian Yuan's expression turned to one of shock, as if to say, "Are you truly blinded by money?" Yet, Qianxia paid him no heed, continuing to focus on the proprietress. Was she truly blinded by money? Certainly not. To her, money merely served as a means to secure a comfortable life now and in the future. The salary and bonuses from her lord were more than sufficient. So why did Qianxia say this? To prevent suspicion from the proprietress of the Ajimoto house. In the original narrative, Inosuke's face had been concealed beneath white powder, rendering his true appearance unrecognizable to the average person. The proprietress approached with a mindset akin to a lucky draw, believing she had struck gold by acquiring Inosuke. Tian Yuan was naturally pleased to offer him for free. However, the situation had changed. Inosuke had revealed his astonishing visage, and with so many onlookers present, even if he were not sent to the Ajimoto house, word would soon spread, prompting numerous geisha houses to vie for him, driving the price even higher. If they were to give Inosuke away without charge, it would certainly raise suspicions, potentially leading to accusations of espionage from rival establishments. Thus, he could not be given away for free. However, Qianxia was uncertain of the standard price for a courtesan, so she discreetly placed the power of pricing in the hands of the proprietress. Upon hearing that she could set the price, the proprietress's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This woman is an expert. The proprietress calculated in her mind before extending one finger, then, after a few seconds, transformed it into 3. What do you think? She inquired. Her lips pursed as she carefully scrutinized Qianxia's expression. Qianxia displayed a conflicted demeanor, maintaining it for nearly half a minute before her expression shifted, and she exhaled a breath. All right, it's a deal. The proprietress immediately exhibited a look of joy, promptly reaching for her purse to hand over the money to Qianxia, then taking Inosuke's hand and pulling him to her side. By the way, you two are a couple, right? Such a handsome pair. The proprietress complimented Qianxia and Tian Yuan with a smile. However, both Qianxia and Tian Yuan remained impassive, one indicating misunderstanding while the other asserted, I already have a wife. The proprietress's face stiffened, and after offering an awkward smile, she turned and led Inosuke back to the Ajimoto house. Once the proprietress had departed, Tian Yuan questioned Qianxia about her earlier behavior. Upon understanding her reasoning, Tian Yuan was enlightened, remarking that Qianxia's approach was indeed sensible. As for the money in their possession, they could always repay it once they vanquished the 6th upper moon. Qianxia was indifferent to the money, after all. As long as it sufficed, that was all that mattered. Inosuke was secured. Now it was time to address Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Let's split up, Qianxia suggested. All right. I'll take this blonde one to the Kayagaka house, and you can take your brother to the time-honored establishment. After a brief discussion, Qianxia and Tian Yuan decided to part ways, motivated by the desire to avoid drawing attention and to expedite their mission. At the time-honored establishment, Qianxia and Tanjiro arrived at the entrance. When the staff inside saw 2 women approaching, one particularly striking, they promptly summoned the proprietress. Qianxia and Tanjiro were invited into a private room. Seizing the opportunity while waiting for the proprietress, Qianxia seized the moment to converse with Tanjiro. Tanjiro, I suspect that the demons lurking in the Flower District possess formidable strength. Please proceed with caution, understood? Understood, Tanjiro affirmed. Tanjiro nodded earnestly. In truth, even without Chica's admonitions, he would exercise caution, for the demons lurked in the shadows while humans remained in the light, even though they were currently concealing their identities. For demons accustomed to hiding in the dark, the distinction between light and shadow was scarcely significant. Just as Chica and Tanjiro had exchanged but a few words, the proprietress of the establishment entered from outside. Initially, the geishas had claimed that a stunning beauty had entered the shop, and the proprietress had thought them to be exaggerating. However, upon seeing the girl with her own eyes, she felt they had underestimated her allure. The courtesan epitomized extraordinary beauty, which, when described in a single character for women, would often be represented by the word beauty. Yet, the girl before her was unlike any other. While beauty could indeed describe her, it was a woefully inadequate term. Should she choose to pursue a career as a geisha, it would not take long for her to become the unrivaled courtesan of the entire Flower District. Of course, the proprietress understood that Chica had no intention of becoming a geisha. Her gaze gradually shifted from Chica to Tanjiro. Well, not bad, moderate level, she mused. Are you here to sell geishas? She asked symbolically, to which Chica nodded in response. Although Tanjiro did not command the same exorbitant price as Inosuke, he still managed to achieve an average standard, and Chica successfully facilitated Tanjiro's entry into the establishment. Meanwhile, at Kayagakuya, the process was remarkably swift. To the proprietress, the male Tenjin was evidently far more lethal than Chica. With Tengen's introduction, Zenitsu was similarly welcomed into Kayagakuya. Ajimotoya, Inosuke, Shitenya, Tanjiro, Kayagakuya, Zenitsu. Excellent. The arrangements for the 3 key tea houses were complete. Tenjin walked through the bustling street, his expression grave. He dared not relax, for his wife remained unaccounted for. Conversely, Chica emerged from Shitenya with a lightness in her step, for if all went according to plan, her involvement in this segment of the narrative would conclude here. She had no intention of interfering in the Flower District arc, nor did she wish for Tenjin to take action. If Tanjiro and the others could dispatch the 6th upper moon together, it would be a monumental success. As Chica strolled through the vibrant streets of the Yoshiwara Flower District, where the primary industry was that of the tea houses, the allure of culinary delights at night proved irresistible. She retrieved her wallet, containing her earnings and the bounty from slaying the upper moon, and approached the various food stalls lining the streets. Just as she was about to indulge in her leisurely night out, she caught sight of a stall selling Konpito not far away. Nezuko was still in their room, and Konpito was her favorite candy. Well, it would be rather dull for Nezuko to remain alone in the room, Chica thought, making her way to the nearby candy stall. She extended her finger toward the packaged Compito and said, "I'll have a large portion of Compito, please." Chapter 73, Daki 1. Yoshiwara Flower District, late night. Even as midnight approached, the vibrant streets remained aglow with lights, bustling with pedestrians, a situation unlikely to wane until around 2 or 3 in the morning. Tenjin stood atop a tall wooden structure, observing the entirety of Yoshiwara Flower District from his elevated vantage point. His breathing technique was the sound breathing, a branch of the thunder breathing among the 5 fundamental styles. With this breathing enhancement, his hearing and perception were exceptional. Yet, despite his diligent scrutiny, he had failed to detect any trace of the demons, which filled him with deep concern. The absence of anomalies only heightened his unease. It was peculiar that a demon could conceal its presence so skillfully. Was it a lower moon, or perhaps an upper moon? Tenjin pondered, feeling grateful that he was not alone in this endeavor. With Chica by his side, even facing an upper moon, they should be able to vanquish it with their combined strength. Exhaling, Tenjin resolved to temporarily place his hopes in Tanjiro and the others. Leaping down from the wooden structure to return to the inn, as Tenjin pushed open the door to the inn's private room, he froze momentarily, taken aback. There, before him, was a miniature version of Chica seated in front of a full-length mirror, while Nezuko, with a smile, styled her hair into braids. Upon Tengin's entrance, Nezuko immediately halted her weaving, enveloping Chica's head in a protective embrace, transforming into a spiky-haired cat, warily glaring at Tenjin. However, Tenjin had long since grown accustomed to Nezuko's spiky-haired demeanor. He smiled at the diminutive Chica, his curiosity piqued. "Chica, is this a form of ninjutsu?" he inquired. "How could it be? But this isn't blood demon art either. Aside from Nezuko and myself, I've truly never seen anyone capable of altering their size at will," Chica replied, spreading her hands in response. Tenjin was merely jesting. Ninjutsu was not some superpower. He casually found a vacant spot on the floor, sitting down, his expression quickly turning serious. "Chica, the demon hidden in Yoshiwara Flower District may very well be an upper moon," Tenjin stated earnestly, to which Chica reacted with an unexpected calmness. "Aren't you surprised?" he asked. Tanjiro has a keen nose. Demons below the lower moon cannot escape his senses. Your lack of findings upon your return makes it reasonable to speculate that the target is an upper moon," Chica replied nonchalantly, unable to turn her head as Nezuko was still braiding her hair. After all, she could not reveal that she was aware of the 6th upper moon's presence in the flower district. Tenjin listened to Chica's explanation, feeling a blend of rationality and an unsettling dissonance. If an upper moon lurked here, then the 3 little demons' infiltration was perilously dangerous. Perhaps it would be best to call them back. Tenjin, sitting cross-legged, arms crossed, sought Chica's opinion, believing Tanjiro's level to be too low, and that remaining could lead to unnecessary sacrifice. Survival is victory. We cannot let a moment of bravado squander the chance to live, especially since they are still young. Having witnessed the battle against the 3rd upper moon, if they survive and continue to grow, they may become stronger than us in the not-too-distant future. However, since these 3 were brought by Chica, Tenjin deemed it necessary to consult her. Upon hearing Tengin's words, Chica responded with an unwavering calmness. "Tenjin, you underestimate the 3 of them. Trust in their capabilities. They are more than sufficient to handle it." Within the Demon Slayer Corps, aside from the Hashira, there existed a hierarchy of ranks from strongest to weakest. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Without a doubt, Zenitsu and Inosuke had reached the level of A-class swordsmen among the current members of the Demon Slayer Corps, while Tanjiro, wielding the fire god Kagura, had already half-stepped into the realm of the Hashira. Days passed, and Tanjiro and the others became well acquainted with the various tea houses, simultaneously gathering vital information from Tengin's 3 wives. Zenitsu reported that the missing Hinetsuru from Kayagakuya had fallen gravely ill and left the tea house. Inosuke relayed that the missing Miku from Ajimotoya had confined herself to her room due to illness. Tanjiro shared that the missing Suma from Shitiniya had left a diary stating she had escaped. 3 days later, late at night, Zenitsu continued to diligently portray the role of a new geisha in Kayagakuya, navigating the corridors with utmost care, despite his usual unreliable demeanor in such critical matters. As he navigated the corner of the corridor, burdened by the items someone had asked him to carry, he brushed past a woman clad in formal and resplendent attire. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, both the woman and Zenitsu sensed an unusual aura about one another. Zenitsu thought to himself, "She is undoubtedly a demon. Could this oppressive presence be from an upper moon?" Daki, with a subtle smirk curving her lips, raised her leg and delivered a forceful kick aimed directly at Zenitsu. Bang! Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Zenitsu, devoid of his Nichirin blade, was unable to defend himself, resulting in a violent collision with the distant wall, producing a resounding crash. With this kick, Daki became increasingly convinced of her assessment. The person she had struck was indeed a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. The noise reverberated through the vicinity, rousing a few individuals from slumber, who were quick to emerge into the hallway. However, upon recognizing Daki, they hastily closed their mouths in silence. Within the Kygoku house, it was commonplace for Daki to engage in physical confrontations for various reasons. A behavior even the owner and proprietress could not curtail. With a fierce glare, Daki commanded those who had gathered in curiosity to disperse, before turning her attention back to the woman she had sent flying. At last, the long-awaited moment has arrived, though I suspect she is not the only one. Surely there are other Hashira as well. How delightful. This time, I can elevate my record of devouring Hashira from 7 to 8. Muttering softly to herself, Daki prepared to turn and ensnare a larger prize when she suddenly noticed that Zenitsu, whom she had kicked away, had not crumpled to the ground, albeit somewhat twisted. He remained upright. His eyes were pale, teeth clenched, having managed to dissipate much of the force from Daki's blow, though devoid of his Nichirin blade. This did not hinder him from employing the thunder-breathing techniques. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash sixfold. With his legs coiled like springs, Zenitsu surged forward with lightning speed, closing in on Daki, who had yet to react, and propelled her out of the Kygoku house and into the open air. The sound of thunder echoed around them, leading the bystanders to believe it was merely a typical storm, for at this hour, even in the famed Yoshiwara district, most had succumbed to slumber. However, Tanjiro and Inosuke were exceptions, having been stealthily conducting their investigation. They instantly recognized the thunderous noise as the signal of Zenitsu engaging in battle with a demon. At that moment, Daki, yanked from the Kygoku house by Zenitsu, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, unable to fathom how this individual, whom she believed to have rendered unconscious, could still be active. Feigning sleep? No. She was certain he had indeed been knocked out. Yet, could he be conscious while in a state of slumber? A dual personality, perhaps? Just as Daki prepared to launch her attack, Zenitsu's form shimmered with electric energy once more. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, altered. Clenching his teeth. Empowered by thunder-breathing, Zenitsu tightened his fist and delivered a thunderous punch to Daki's face. Daki's pupils dilated, and she froze in shock. The blow, though not severely damaging, was laden with humiliation. Grinding her teeth, Daki retaliated with a punch of her own, akin to a child's brawl, but aimed squarely at Zenitsu's face. Bang! Daki sent Zenitsu flying, propelling him toward the ground with astonishing speed. In that instant, Daki's instinct screamed that something was amiss. Rather than allowing the battle to remain grounded, where he could maintain his balance, why not take advantage of her superior aerial prowess? Caught in a trap, though Zenitsu's face twitched from Daki's punch, he paid little heed to the unfolding situation, as it inexplicably shifted in his favor. You wretched creature, perish! Daki gritted her teeth, unleashing a flurry of long, flowing silk ribbons, her adornments as a courtesan transformed into deadly weapons in her grasp. These ribbons, both resilient and sharp, would be formidable even against a Nichirin blade. Zenitsu endeavored to evade and adjust his position, but he still endured several strikes, resulting in multiple wounds across his body. Nonetheless, he landed safely, albeit with some difficulty. As Zenitsu reached the ground, Daki swiftly descended after him, her eyes seething with rage. Despite having devoured 7 Hashira, she never anticipated being humiliated by a lesser demon. Zenitsu, at a loss for his next move, realized that without his Nichirin blade, even with it, he might not stand a chance against the upper moon. Just as Daki was about to strike again, Tanjiro, who had hastened from the nearby Taimen house, finally arrived. Upon witnessing the emblem of Upper Moon 6 emblazoned in Daki's eyes, Tanjiro's expression darkened. Zenitsu, you go retrieve your Nichirin blade. I will handle this for now. Right? Be cautious. She is an Upper Moon, Zenitsu replied, nodding before turning away. Without his Nichirin blade, he would merely be a burden on the battlefield. Having assessed the brief confrontation, he deemed Daki somewhat dim-witted, believing Tanjiro could manage the situation. As Zenitsu retreated, Tanjiro swiftly transitioned from the standard water-breathing techniques to the dance of the fire god. While he struggled to maintain the latter consistently due to its immense difficulty, he still practiced water breathing regularly to gradually enhance his physical prowess. Observing this sudden change in combatants, Daki felt a surge of indignation. This was an affront to her dignity. Yet, as she furrowed her brow, she began to sense the unique aura emanating from Tanjiro. A mere child. Yet you are a Hashira? Daki was perplexed. Having encountered over 20 Hashira and devoured 7, she had never seen one as young as Tanjiro. With his Nichirin blade in hand, Tanjiro, known for his honesty, straightforwardly addressed Daki's inquiry. I am not a Hashira. I still have a considerable distance to cover. Stop with the deceit. You are not a Hashira? Little boy, while I am surprised you have become a Hashira at such a young age, I am an upper moon. Daki's disbelief was palpable, and Tanjiro, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that in this era, speaking the truth garnered little trust. No demon believed him. Yet, it was not entirely Daki's fault for misjudging. The Hashira of the Taisho era were indeed exceptional beings. The Hashira of previous times were still grappling with lower moons, while those of this era could effortlessly obliterate them. Faced with Tanjiro's earnestness, Daki felt further insulted. I am an upper moon. Just a mere Hashira. Blood demon art. 8-layered ribbon slash. With a swift motion, Daki extended her hands. And from behind her emerged 8 long, wide silk ribbons, their sharpness beyond question, capable of severing even steel with ease. I care not whether you are a Hashira. You shall all become my sustenance, empowering me further. In response to Daki's reckless determination, Tanjiro remained unflinching, contemplating how best to sever her neck. If that proved impossible, he would promptly adapt his strategy to buy time until his sister and Mr. Tenjin arrived to assist him. Exhaling, Tanjiro released a wave of fiery breath, the Nichirin blade in his grasp igniting into a blazing inferno. Dance of the fire god, sun, bright as the sun, under the calm intensity of Tanjiro's gaze. The Nichirin blade spun and unleashed a cutting arc, the fiery vortex obliterating all the silk ribbons that surged toward him. The dance of the fire god diverged from other breathing techniques in that even without the Hekazai, the Nichirin blade possessed a certain degree of true damage. Daki's previously smiling visage abruptly froze, replaced by waves of intense pain. Though these ribbons appeared to be mere extensions of her being, they were intrinsically woven from her flesh and blood. Upon being severed by Tanjiro, the ribbons erupted with sprays of crimson. What is this? This flame, could it be the breath of flames? No, it does not seem so. You claim you are not a Hashira, yet you are deceiving me. Daki barked through clenched teeth towards Tanjiro, who paid her no heed. Instead, he stepped forward, igniting his entire being with a radiant flame. With a resounding boom, Tanjiro charged towards Daki with tremendous speed. As Tanjiro approached, wielding his Nichirin blade, Daki instinctively leaned back, realizing her instinctual retreat. She gritted her teeth and flung her hands forward. The sound of air being sliced filled the space as countless ribbons shot forth. Yet they failed to impede Tanjiro's advance. With each flicker of blazing fire, one or multiple ribbons fell to his blade. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. As Tanjiro continued to slice through Daki's ribbons, he finally stood before her, prompting her to retreat in desperation. Daki fled, and Tanjiro pursued. Daki was taken aback. As an upper moon demon, she was accustomed to hunting humans, yet here she was being chased for the first time. Are the Hashira of this generation truly so formidable? Daki pondered in confusion, but at that moment, Tanjiro seized the opportunity amidst Daki's ribbon attacks, delivering a strike to her neck. In that instant, her neck transformed into a ribbon-like form, its formidable hardness and resilience thwarting Tanjiro's attempt to sever it without the Hekazai. Daki capitalized on the moment, unleashing another ribbon toward Tanjiro, who nimbly leaped back to evade her strike. As her neck returned to its original form, Daki gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down her face, while Tanjiro maintained his composure. Though the dance of the fire god demanded great physical exertion, his extensive training bore fruit. Tanjiro furrowed his brow, questioning why this upper moon demon seemed somewhat feeble. It cannot be. She must be withholding her true strength. After all, she is an upper moon. And I must remain diligent and cautious. Dance of the fire god, red sun mirror. Tanjiro leaped once more towards Daki, unleashing a series of precise slashes that sent torrents of fiery energy hurtling towards her. Daki's expression faltered. Her pride as an upper moon urged her to stand firm. Yet her instinct as a demon warned her that enduring these sword strikes would be far from mere discomfort. Daki clumsily evaded Tanjiro's onslaught, the distance between them stretching to 200 or 300 meters from their initial positions. The humiliation was etched on Daki's face, despite her status. She found herself powerless against Tanjiro's relentless advance. As Daki's numerous ribbons once again fell short, the two combatants found themselves at an impasse. Just then, Inosuke, wielding 2 Nichirin blades, arrived on the scene, having encountered Zenitsu on his way, who informed him of Tanjiro's battle with the upper moon demon. Tanjiro, allow me to lend you my strength, Inosuke declared as he landed dramatically between Tanjiro and Daki. He glanced at the disheveled Daki and then at the unscathed Tanjiro, his mind momentarily blank. Tanjiro, where is the upper moon demon? Tanjiro, wearing a look reminiscent of Zenitsu's lazy demeanor, gestured towards the woman in the other direction. Inosuke, though aware, was perplexed. How could an upper moon demon be subdued by Tanjiro alone? Was Tanjiro truly so powerful? While he begrudgingly acknowledged Tanjiro's strength, he felt he understood its limits. Thus, The answer must be that the demon was simply weaker, right? Without pondering as deeply as Tanjiro, Inosuke turned to Daki and remarked, "You are truly weak. Are you really an upper moon?" Upon hearing this, Daki erupted in fury, her hair seemingly standing on end, as if she might transform into a Super Saiyan. However, this did not intimidate Inosuke, who stood resolutely beside Tanjiro. Knowing that even in a one-on-one duel, Daki could not best Tanjiro, and now it was 2 against 1. Daki, her expression heavy with concern, focused intently on the two before her. At that moment, a strange male voice echoed within her mind. "It's enough. Allow me to take over." "No, I can handle this," Daki replied swiftly, determined to defeat the 2 humans alone to prove herself. After a moment of silence, the voice inquired, "What will you do next?" "Humph. Their strength does not exceed mine by much. I am a demon. Human swordsmen cannot maintain this level of prowess indefinitely. They will tire. While I need only consume 1 human to restore my strength and expedite my regeneration. I have a vast supply of humans stored away in the underground of the Flower District, untouched. Brother, just watch my performance," Daki proclaimed with pride and confidence. She believed the brown-haired boy before her could not sustain his combat capabilities, and as for the sudden appearance of the boar-headed one, he appeared to be an easy target. "The advantage lies with me." Just as Daki prepared to launch another offensive, her silk ribbon clones managing the underground caves relayed unsettling information. Beneath the once secluded underground of the Flower District, Daki's ribbons entwined around numerous beautiful women, all captured prey. Most were residents of various brothels, reported missing for various reasons. But in truth, they had been ensnared by Daki and sealed within her ribbons, left at her mercy. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the quiet confines of Daki's food reserve. "This place actually exists. Sanjuro, how did you find it?" "Haha, luck. The 2 individuals within the cave were none other than Kaiharu and Tenjin. The ribbon clone gazed upon them, its eyes trembling. After all, if Daki could mistake Tanjiro for a Hashira, one could only imagine the strength of Kaiharu and Tenjin. An overwhelming aura emanated from the 2, and before the ribbon clone could react, a resounding roar echoed through the cave, cleaving it into 7 or 8 fragments. Feeling the annihilation of her clone, Daki instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back, one hand covering half of her face, her expression one of disbelief. Another 2 Hashira? And even stronger than this little brat before her. In that moment, Daki finally comprehended the enormity of the catch she had reeled in, while right before her. Tanjiro and Inosuke had no intention of waiting for Daki to regain her composure. Seizing upon her momentary daze, they charged directly at her, without regard for martial ethics. Beast breathing, third Fong, tusk tear, dance of the fire god, flame of blessing. Chapter 76, Daki 4. In the underground cave, amidst the cacophony of slashing and roaring, the ribbons belonging to Daki's clone were reduced to mere shreds. However, the 2 had deliberately ensured that the portions sealing the humans within were preserved. With their combined efforts, one by one, exquisite young women emerged from the ribbons, as if brought back to life. Most of them remained unconscious, save for Tungin's 2 wives, who elegantly rolled in the air and landed gracefully, stirring up a cloud of dust. No injuries, just smoke. What is happening here? Although they instinctively landed with agility, the 2 were still perplexed until they raised their heads and spotted Tenjin, who had sheathed his blade and ceased his work. Only then did they realize they had been rescued by him. "I apologize for my tardiness, but seeing that you both seem unharmed brings me great relief," Tenjin remarked, turning his gaze towards Makio and Suma. "Lord Tenjin." Makio and Suma disregarded the presence of the third party and threw themselves into Tenjin's embrace. Upper line, envy not the Mandarin ducks nor the immortals. Lower line, only envy the sound Hashira every day. Horizontal inscription, gritting teeth. If this scene were to be witnessed by Zenitsu, there would be a 10 chance he would gnash his teeth in frustration and a 90 chance he would faint on the spot in anger. He, who had failed 7 times in his quest for a girlfriend, left with nothing but his undergarments, would surely be at a loss as to what he might be doing now had it not been for the Hashira rescuing him. Coming from a ninja family, Tenjin having 3 wives was hardly remarkable, and the 3 had no objections to this arrangement. Though it was an arranged marriage, their feelings for Tenjin were not mere happenstance. They had each been ninjas themselves, unaccustomed to the notion of death, wholly committed to their missions, a principle ingrained in them since childhood, for they were ninjas. Tenjin's presence and actions made them feel the value of their humanity. You need only to consider your own survival. Whatever you must forsake, return alive. Preserving your lives is far more important than the mission. I have elegantly and distinctly ranked the value of human life. Foremost are the 3 of you, followed by ordinary citizens, and then myself. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I must protect the helpless, but truth be told, I prioritize your lives above all else, so do not perish. amidst the sweet atmosphere of love. Love. Kaiharu, the third party caught in this affectionate display, crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly away, unable to suppress a sneer. By the way, Hinetsuru, where's Hinetsuru? Is she alright? After a moment of love-induced bliss, Makio suddenly realized someone was missing. Tenjin calmly replied, it's fine. Hinetsuru was not locked away with you. She is outside and has already been rescued. Upon hearing this, Makio and Suma breathed a sigh of relief, and it was at that moment they finally noticed Kaiharu's presence. Lord Tenjin, who is she? Kaiharu, the newly appointed Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, exceptionally splendid. Although Tenjin's introduction was exceedingly brief, anyone familiar with him could comprehend the gravity of such an exquisite title. The two hastened to apologize for their earlier neglect of Kaiharu, but she waved them off with an indifferent expression, acknowledging the earlier awkwardness. After rescuing Makio and Suma, the group returned to the surface. Although many others remained in the cave, it felt safer for them now that the upper moon had yet to be vanquished. As they ascended, they fortuitously witnessed the dramatic moment of Daki's decapitation. Inosuke charged at Daki with reckless abandon, yet due to the shattering of his hidden reserves, Daki, flustered, hurriedly swung her arms, sending countless ribbons flying toward Inosuke, all of which he effortlessly deflected and shredded to pieces. Meanwhile, behind Inosuke, Tanjiro leaped into the air, delivering a downward strike aimed at Daki's neck. Dance of the Fire God, Flame of Blessing. Spiral flames engulfed Daki from above as the Nichirin blade concealed within the flames targeted her neck, piercing through with a sword aura as fierce as the sun itself. With a swift sound, Daki, wide-eyed in shock, watched as her head fell from her neck, her body collapsing to the ground. The decapitation was a success. However, following this triumph, both Daki's astonishment and Tanjiro's bewilderment were palpable. Did I truly sever it? No way. Shouldn't she be struggling? An upper moon's neck shouldn't be so easily severed, right? One is upper 3, and the other is upper 6. Is this disparity truly so vast? Tanjiro was confused. And so was Daki. Since becoming an upper moon, her encounters with fierce battles had been few and far between. Never had she been beheaded by a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Overwhelmed by unprecedented humiliation, tears began to well in Daki's eyes, each droplet the size of a bean. Just as Tanjiro was astonished that Daki's head had not yet disintegrated upon hitting the ground, Daki closed her tear-filled eyes and emitted a voice of profound grievance. Brother. With this cry, an intense sense of crisis surged from Daki, causing Tanjiro to grip his Nichirin blade, ready to attack, but the oppressive aura hindered his movements, making them sluggish. As he swung his Nichirin blade toward Daki once more, a sharp metallic clash resonated, causing Tanjiro's eyes to widen in shock. His blade had been intercepted by a blood-red sickle. Before Tanjiro stood a gaunt, bare man, one hand wielding the blood sickle to block Tanjiro's blade, while the other gently lifted Daki's head from the ground, carefully placing it back onto her body. You could have let me out from the start. Just look at the state you've been reduced to. You truly lack sense. The thin man murmured soothingly as he caressed Daki's hair. Daki, sniffling, turned to her brother with a plaintive expression. Brother, avenge me. Kill them all. They are too despicable for ganging up on me. At this moment, the entire atmosphere of the battle seemed to undergo a profound transformation. A shift that everyone understood was instigated by the emergence of the gaunt, bare-skinned man with green hair. Tanjiro leaped backward, distancing himself while vigilantly observing his opponent. As the figure turned to face him, Tanjiro was astonished to discover that his eyes bore the same mark as Daki's, signifying the 6th upper moon. 2 6th upper moons? Or could he be the original? At this instant, Tanjiro's mind raced frantically. Although the aura he emanated differed from that of the 3rd upper moon, Akaza. In comparison to Daki, Tanjiro could finally say that he was truly in the thick of it now. Chapter 77, The Plan Changes. Jotaro, Daki's brother. He typically concealed himself within Daki, jointly wielding the title of 6th upper moon, and his formidable strength truly warranted the title of upper moon demon. Hearing his sister's grievances, he stretched his limbs, preparing to thoroughly deal with Tanjiro and Inosuke before him. My sister is foolish by nature. How can you torment her so? This is utterly unforgivable. Jotaro brandished a blood-red sickle in each hand, exuding an intense pressure that was leagues above the lower moons. Meanwhile, Chica and the others stood atop a wooden structure in the distance, observing the unfolding scene. Jotaro has entered the fray. Jotaro disregarded Inosuke's aggressive advance towards Tanjiro and launched a fierce assault instead. Oh, Zenitsu has returned with his sword, joining the battlefield with a flash. Zenitsu and Inosuke against Daki? That should be manageable. But Tanjiro facing Jotaro alone was undeniably a daunting task. Nevertheless, Tanjiro, I urge you to persevere and show me your growth, your tenacity. Chica's expression left Tengen's three wives somewhat bewildered. They had grasped the situation to a degree. The brown-haired boy currently being overpowered by the upper moon was Chica's brother. Yet, the trio felt compelled to voice their thoughts. Are you certain that the brown-haired boy is truly her brother? Which sister watches her brother endure such punishment with such fervor? Tengen, too, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. After leaving the underground cavern, he had prepared to intervene upon witnessing Jitaro's arrival, but was halted by Chica's presence. To think of using an upper moon as practice. In the past, Tengen would have deemed such an idea ludicrous. Had anyone proposed it near him, he would have scolded them loudly. Yet, at this moment, Tengen felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Was it due to the Hinakami? No, it was not. Tanjiro had not yet employed the Hinakami technique. Although the trio had mastered its fundamentals, they were far from capable of executing it single-handedly. What, then, brought Tengen comfort? It was naturally Chica beside him. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, Chica was widely regarded as a symbol of miracles, even before she awakened. Kayajiro had conversed with her about the events during the Mugen train incident. When Chica was flung into the ruins by Akaza, Kayajiro never doubted that she would rise again. And indeed, Chica not only stood from the wreckage but also inflicted a deep psychological scar upon Akaza. At this moment, Tengen's mindset mirrored Kayajiro's from that time. As Tanjiro and Jitaro clashed, they inadvertently found themselves outside the bounds of the entertainment district, in an open space. Tanjiro, wielding his Nichirin blade, struggled to fend off Jitaro's relentless onslaught. This was his inaugural battle against an upper moon, and Jitaro's rapid attack frequency left him struggling to keep pace. Was this truly the authentic strength of the sixth upper moon? Flame God Dance, Sun's Mirror. Flame God Dance, Scorching Bone Flame Sun. Flame God Dance, Azure Heaven. Tanjiro unleashed a series of sword techniques, yet the continuous exertion began to unsteady his breath. If he refrained from using techniques, and simply maintained the Flame God Dance breathing, he could endure for hours without a flicker of fatigue. However, employing sword techniques, especially at such intensity, was an entirely different matter. Why? Was it because my training was insufficient and my physical condition still fell short of the standards required to utilize the Flame God Dance? His ailing father, performing the Kagura dance amidst a heavy snowfall, could endure for an entire day and night without weariness. Why then could I not maintain the Flame God Dance for 24 hours without employing sword techniques? Tanjiro's thoughts abruptly ceased as Jitaro's attacks continued. And if he could not concentrate and confront Jitaro, he would truly be in peril. Even if he could not defeat his opponent, he must hold on until Mr. Tengen and his sister arrived. He could not afford to be a burden any longer. Tanjiro's eyes sharpened, and his fighting spirit surged, a change that Jitaro could distinctly sense. Not only was the intensity of his aura escalating, but so too was the speed of his Nichirin blade, the angles of his attacks, and the ferocity of his strikes. All were on the rise. Jitaro felt as though he had become a mere training dummy for Tanjiro, and gritting his teeth in frustration, he prepared to unleash his skills for an instant kill. Blood Demon Art, Flying Blood Scythe. Jitaro transformed his blood into razor-thin blades, and as he swung his dual sickles, a barrage of blood blades surged toward Tanjiro. Instantly, Tanjiro employed the Flame God Dance, Scorching Bone Flame Sun for defense, yet one of the blood blades grazed his shoulder. Glancing at the wound and confirming it merely drew blood, he assumed he was unscathed, until his pupils quivered, and he felt his strength waning. The blood blades were poisoned. This was the crux of Jitaro's menace. Whether through regular attacks or skills, they all bore venom, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. Tanjiro lacked Tengen's resistance to toxins, and the moment the poison entered his body, it began to take effect, leaving him weakened. Witnessing this, Chica let out a resigned sigh. This round Tanjiro had suffered from a lack of information, and the outcome was clear. She had to intervene. Just as Chica prepared to leap into action, she suddenly froze. Tanjiro had not given up. Gritting his teeth, he stood resolutely, gripping his Nichirin blade tightly, his gaze as fierce as a beast as it bore down on Jitaro. I cannot fall. Mr. Tengen and my sister have not yet arrived. I must endure. I must hold on. As the poison coursed through him, Tanjiro's body temperature began to rise under its influence, with his heart rate following suit. The increase in body temperature, the acceleration of his heartbeat. Tanjiro was about to. Chica thought to herself, this is not good. If Tanjiro is pushed to the brink of awakening his markings, not only would he shorten his lifespan to 25, but if he returned to the Demon Slayer Corps, it would infect others, leading to a calamitous fate. While the strengthened individuals might be easier to handle afterward, this was not the outcome Chica desired. Chica's expression darkened. She swiftly picked up Nezuko beside her and turned to Tengen, saying, plans have changed. We both go in and swiftly eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Tengen instantly felt invigorated. Gripping his two Nichirin blades tightly, and smiling as he replied, excellent. Let us make a splendid entrance. Chapter 78. Apologies for our late arrival. Jotaro gazed at the tense figure of Tanjiro before him, sensing a flicker of threat emanating from him. The little demon seems to be undergoing some transformation. Jotaro furrowed his brows, and not far away, Daki, who was being jointly subdued by Inosuke and Zenitsu, shouted in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that guy in front of you, then come help me." Upon hearing this, Jotaro turned to glance in Daki's direction. Seeing her entangled by two small demons, he immediately pivoted back to face Tanjiro. Blood Demon Art, Flying Blood. Blood Demon Art, Nezuko's Cosmic Toss. Suddenly, a shout erupted from behind Jotaro, causing him to momentarily freeze before turning around. In that instant, Nezuko, descending from the sky in a pose reminiscent of Ultraman, landed a powerful punch squarely on Jotaro's face. Bang! Jotaro was caught off guard, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent flying, his facial contortions rivaling those of a certain pain from the neighboring film set. Nezuko abruptly halted, regaining her footing, her arms stretched out joyfully. Chica was nearly compelled to produce a scorecard to award Nezuko a perfect 10. Nezuko? Tanjiro stared in astonishment at the suddenly descending Nezuko, momentarily distracted, which exacerbated the effects of the poison within him. Noticing this, Nezuko hurriedly placed her hands on Tanjiro, and with a resounding explosive blood, his entire body was engulfed in the unique flames of her blood demon art. His body was unharmed, the poison within him visibly incinerated by the flames. Tanjiro's form was restored to its original state in mere seconds. Nezuko, your flames can actually detoxify? Tanjiro gazed down at his body in disbelief, distinctly feeling the total disappearance of the poison that had once infested him. Hearing Tanjiro's astonished words, Nezuko placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head slightly with a proud hum, for she was well aware of the utility of her awakened abilities. Blood Demon Art, Explosive Blood. This technique proved immensely powerful when unleashed upon demons. When it struck a Nichirin blade, it could temporarily imbue it with a state akin to a scarlet blade. And when directed at a person, it could eliminate various negative effects imposed by demons. Given that Jotaro's poison was an integral part of his blood demon art, it stood no chance against Nezuko's flames. Such a power could indeed be described as not merely targeting one individual, but rather deeming everyone present as worthless. Feeling the toxins within him dissipate, Tanjiro gripped his Nichirin blade tightly, adopting a stance that conveyed his readiness to continue the fight. Just as he prepared to charge once more, the two individuals he had long awaited finally arrived. "Are you all right? Tanjiro, I'm sorry we're late." Chica quickly rushed to Tanjiro's side, her face etched with concern, a sight that made Tengen's lips twitch slightly. Had they not been allies, he might have been deceived by Chica's dramatic performance. Unbothered by Chica's theatrics, Tanjiro assumed that Tengen and Chica had been delayed by other matters. "It's fine. Nezuko has already cured the poison in me. I can continue fighting." Tanjiro gasped, tightening his grip on his Nichirin blade, with the toxins in his body vanishing. His body temperature and heart rate gradually returned to normal, prompting a sigh of relief from Chica. She had initially considered suggesting that Tanjiro rest for a while she and Tengen swiftly dealt with Jotaro and Daki, but witnessing Tanjiro's serious demeanor, she understood that she must not extinguish his fighting spirit at this moment. "Tengen, do you mind if we add another person to our ranks?" Chica glanced at Tengen, who shrugged in response, indicating his approval. Having observed Tanjiro's prowess during the previous battle, Tengen had already acknowledged his strength. "All right, then let us make a magnificent advance together," Tengen declared, channeling his power into his twin blades. In a brief surge of grip strength, both of his Nichirin blades transformed into scarlet blades. Chica followed suit. Her activation of the scarlet blade was nearly as swift as that of the stone Hashira, Jyomi I Himejima, requiring merely a second or two. Tanjiro gripped his Nichirin blade firmly. Although he could not activate it through sheer grip strength, he vowed not to hinder his companions. Just then, Nezuko grasped the blade's body with both hands, the blade cutting into her skin, and her crimson blood dripped onto the Nichirin blade. Explosive blood. A brilliant crimson flame erupted vigorously from Tanjiro's blade. And with Nezuko's explosive blood enhancing it, his Nichirin blade, though not a scarlet blade, surpassed it in potency. Explosive blood blade. Nezuko waved her hands in encouragement for Tanjiro, who nodded in gratitude, then focused intently on Jotaro, who stood not far away. At that moment, Jotaro was somewhat bewildered, gazing at the three figures suddenly appearing before him. Two of them exuded an even more formidable aura than the small demons he had previously fought. Another two Hashira? How bothersome. More than Chica and Tengen. What troubled him was Nezuko. Why, despite being a demon, does she stand with humans? And what is the nature of her blood demon art? How could she so easily eradicate the poison I implanted within the small demon? Jotaro glared at the three before him, his teeth clenched. as the striking combination of Tenjin and Chica drove him to madness. Daki despises the ugly and the elderly. Jitaro's own flaws incited jealousy towards the perfections of others. Jealousy. Jealousy, jealousy. Can you all just die? Die painfully, so that I can relish in your dismemberment. Jitaro's pupils dilated as a surge of intense negative energy erupted from him. At this sight, Chica suddenly felt compelled to exclaim, "This guy next to me has 3 wives, all of whom are beauties." Surely, if she uttered those words, Jitaro's negative energy would at least double. Chica exhaled sharply, her gaze sharpening as the flame-sword aura of the fire god Kagura burst forth from her scarlet blade. Let's finish this swiftly. Chapter 79, Annihilation. Jitaro charged at Chica and the others, his teeth gritted, oblivious to the gravity of his actions in that moment. Of course, in such circumstances, no matter what choice Jitaro made, it would be futile. He was willingly racing toward hell before the 3 armed with scarlet blades. Jitaro was indeed powerful. The title of Upper Six was bestowed upon him by Muzan himself, though Daki's presence granted Jitaro the ability to survive decapitation. As both their heads needed to be severed simultaneously, it also curtailed his full potential. Furthermore, as he was essentially a poison-wielding assassin, his role was ill-suited for direct confrontation. Yet, there was no alternative, for they had Nezuko, who could counteract poison, on their side. As Jitaro closed the distance between them, he finally sensed something amiss regarding the 3 Nichirin blades they wielded. However, by the time he became aware of it, it was already too late. In the span of mere seconds, Jitaro received 3 slashes from 3 different directions. The first strike came from Tenjin, whose speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Jitaro. Although Jitaro was taken aback, he managed to wield his blood-red sickle in defense at the last moment, only to have it severed in an instant. This was due to the fact that Tenjin's blade was a Nichirin sword, while his sickle was a product of flesh and blood, utterly incapable of withstanding the damage inflicted by the Nichirin blade. The second strike was delivered by Chica, whose speed was slightly slower than Tenjin's. However, after Jitaro endured the blow from Tenjin's Nichirin blade, he found his spirit momentarily shaken, resulting in his inability to block Chica's subsequent attack. The third strike came from Tanjiro, whose speed fell well within Jitaro's grasp. Alas, he was already wounded by the prior 2 strikes. It should be noted that these were Nichirin blades, which not only caused increased damage but also possessed a healing restriction effect. Jitaro felt that the pain he experienced since becoming a demon paled in comparison to the intensity of the 2 strikes he had just received. In the face of Tanjiro's assault, Jitaro gritted his teeth and let out a reluctant roar, as if to assert that just because the previous 2 had failed to withstand his attacks, it did not mean he would falter against Tanjiro's onslaught. Though he was weaponless, Jitaro declared that he still had his hands. In that fleeting moment, he conceived the audacious idea of catching a blade with his bare hands. To catch a blade with bare hands may be deemed as strength, but to catch an explosive blood blade is sheer audacity. As Jitaro's hands clashed against Tanjiro's explosive blood blade, he exerted all his might to clasp it, while Tanjiro brought down his blade with equal fervor. In that instant of contact, Jitaro felt a surge of confidence. However, in the subsequent moment, the flames from the explosive blood blade ignited his entire body. With a swift motion, Tanjiro felled Jitaro to the ground, his head rolling and clattering twice. Meanwhile, not far away on another battlefield, Daki stood frozen upon witnessing her brother toppled. She had originally called out to Jitaro to swiftly conclude his battle and assist her. "I told you to end the fight, not for others to end you." Daki, consumed by rage, unleashed a torrent of ribbons in an attempt to ensnare Inosuke and Zenitsu. Despite the sheer volume of ribbons, she was already incapable of handling Inosuke and Zenitsu, and in her frenzied state, it was even more so. Inosuke utilized his serrated Nichirin blade to create an opportunity for Zenitsu, who seized it to execute the first form of thunder breathing. The first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash, is a swift and formidable strike. Comprising 6 techniques, Zenitsu had mastered only 1, yet had honed it to perfection. Capable of executing a rapid 6-fold attack in an instant, alongside this ultra-empowered strike known as Godspeed. With a resounding clap of thunder, Zenitsu appeared before Daki, slashing at her neck with a speed that surpassed her reaction time. Had Daki been in a composed state, Zenitsu would not have dared to employ this technique, for it was uncertain whether he could sever her head. However, in her current frenzied state, Daki was a fraction too slow to defend herself. With a swift motion, Zenitsu's Nichirin blade pierced through Daki's neck, decapitating her. Daki's head tumbled through the air, finally rolling to rest beside Jitaro's severed head. Their eyes met, filled with shock, as they had never anticipated such an outcome. Everything had transpired too suddenly for them to comprehend. Indeed, Tanjiro too found himself momentarily bewildered. as the one who ultimately severed the head of the sixth upper moon was neither Chica nor Tenjin, but himself. Tanjiro's hands trembled with emotion. Recalling the sense of helplessness he had felt during the battle against Akaza on the Infinity Train, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. As tears threatened to spill, he lowered his head and hastily wiped them away. Now was not the time for tears. Observing Tanjiro's forced composure, Chica approached him, instinctively reaching out to pat his head. "What's wrong, brother?" "Nothing. I just suddenly wanted to pat your head." "Oh." Tanjiro showed no resistance to Chica's gentle gesture, allowing her to caress him. The warmth of their moment stood in stark contrast to the chaos of the two severed heads nearby. "Why did you lose?" "It's all because you lost that I was distracted and ended up losing my head to two mere little demons." "Huh. You still have the audacity to blame me? If you had let me out sooner, none of this would have happened. Are you an idiot?" "Who are you calling an idiot?" Jitaro's head and Daki's head faced each other, both gritting their teeth in a furious exchange of emotions. Initially mere complaints, their insults escalated into a frenzied exchange, unleashing words that had not been genuinely intended. "You're so ugly. There's no way you could be my brother. We don't even resemble each other. You're nothing but a useless brute, and now you've lost, leaving you nothing but a hideous waste." Daki, who despised the ugly, hurled her grievances at her disfigured brother, her words striking far deeper than previous jabs. Jitaro's pupils quivered as he gasped for breath. Just as he was about to lose control and retaliate, a flood of human memories surged forth, swallowing his venomous words. Indeed, his name was Jitaro, but his sister was not cursed with the unappealing name Daki. Her name was Yuumi. Chapter 80, Jitaro and Yuumi. Jitaro and Yuumi were born by the banks of the Rashomon River, the most impoverished area of the Flower District. Here lived a multitude of children who squandered their meal money, and children were viewed merely as burdens. Jitaro's existence was marked by numerous crises even before birth, and even after he was born, he frequently endured beatings and scoldings from his mother. His wiry frame and unattractive appearance became his labels. Fool, coward, and waste were his epithets. Being verbally abused while having pebbles hurled at him was commonplace in his inhumane existence, yet it did not break him. For in his moments of despair, he glimpsed the sun. Yuumi, his sister. Unlike Jitaro, Yuumi exhibited extraordinary beauty from a young age, leaving many adults feeling inadequate in comparison. Watching the admiration directed at Yuumi, Jitaro's feelings of inferiority dissipated. To provide a better life for his sister, he began to exploit his newfound talent for fighting, engaging in debt collection, and for the first time, he felt a sense of pride in his once terrifyingly ugly visage. Just as Jitaro believed that things were destined to improve, the light in his heart dimmed. Yuumi, who worked in a brothel, did not shy away from interactions with men. But everyone has their breaking point, and for Yuumi, that was her brother. On a certain day, a samurai uttered despicable words that deeply insulted Mizunoto. Unable to endure the affront, she gritted her teeth and seized her hairpin, plunging it into the samurai's left eye, an act that ultimately led to her suffering vengeance from him. He bound her and subjected her to a fiery execution. When Kabutsuji Taro arrived, he found Mizunoto lying on the ground, her visage grotesquely marred by flames, barely clinging to life. Gazing at his dying sister, his entire being trembled. She lay there, quivering in her state of agony and fear. In a frantic rush, he dashed forward and embraced his sister, the fleeting image of happiness in his heart dissipating into nothingness. "No, no, no. Do not take her away. You have given me nothing, yet you still wish to take her from me. I will not forgive you. I will not rest until my sister is restored." Kabutsuji Taro cried out to the heavens, his voice filled with anguish. At that very moment, the samurai appeared behind him, unexpectedly delivering a fatal blow to his back. "It is indeed him. Yes, I am immensely grateful to the samurai for this. He is utterly brutal, relentless in his pursuit of vengeance, heedless of counsel. It is a pity that Mizunoto has perished, but should I find another captivating child, I shall introduce her to you." The words of the samurai and the brothel owner reached Kabutsuji Taro's ears as he lay wounded on the ground, and with a surge of rage, he rose up and struck them down. Yet, what was the use of the samurai's death? Could it bring back his sister? He cradled the nearly lifeless Mizunoto and staggered through the dimly lit streets, devoid of any passers-by. Even if there were, none would extend a helping hand. In that moment, he encountered the then Lower Moon 6, Doma, who, through his intervention, transformed Kabutsuji Taro and Mizunoto into demons. Stripped of most of their human memories, they rapidly ascended to their current status as Lower Moon 6. In the realm of the living, as they regained their memories, they exchanged glances, and Mizunoto calmed, realizing the deeply hurtful words she had just uttered to her brother. Unfortunately, their demonic bodies could not sustain a prolonged conversation. As she opened her mouth to speak, her head disintegrated into dust. Kabutsuji Taro's pupils quivered, he too succumbed to the same fate, dissipating into powder after a mere few seconds of resistance. Gazing at the two demons turned to ash, Chica fell into contemplation. Despite her fierce and decisive demeanor, she had harbored a fondness for these two demons among the 6 upper moons. She had wept while watching their memories unfold in the anime. Regrettably, she was powerless in this regard. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba differed from other works where villains could easily justify their actions. The antagonist here had devoured countless humans and committed heinous crimes. Chica could only expedite their descent into hell, facilitating a swift atonement for their sins. Exhaling deeply, she acknowledged that the narrative arc of the Flower District was merely a transitional phase, primarily intended to cultivate the growth of Tanjiro and his companions. The sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, had indeed made a significant splash. However, the ease with which this battle was resolved left Tenjin himself feeling somewhat unfulfilled, pondering whether the term splendid was perhaps an exaggeration. Yet, there was no alternative. Compared to Kabutsujitaro, Taro, Chica's combat prowess was unparalleled. If the adversary had been Upper Moon 2, or even 1, it would have been a different matter. But pitting Kabutsujitaro Taro and Mizunoto against them was genuinely an unfair challenge. Reflecting on how a lengthy narrative arc was resolved with such simplicity, Chica felt a sense of elation, but a thought of the Demon King in the Infinity Castle swiftly sobered her expression. Steady yourself, do not falter. Placing a hand over her heart, she inhaled and exhaled several times. Very well, her mindset had stabilized. As the hour grew late, she suggested they return. Gazing at the sky, she estimated that dawn was still 1 or 2 hours away. If they departed now, they would likely arrive before noon. With both objectives achieved in the Flower District, Tenjin readily agreed to set off, feeling invigorated, and Tanjiro and his companions echoed the sentiment. This only served to make the situation for Mizunoto and Kabutsujitaro even more awkward. As they brushed off their garments in preparation to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Chica couldn't shake the feeling that something had slipped her mind. Instinctively, she reached for her belongings and, after rummaging through her belongings, retrieved 2 pouches of coins, one from Inosuke and another from Tanjiro. After a moment's thought, she tossed the pouches into their hands. Feel free to return these discreetly if you wish, though it's also acceptable if you choose not to. After all, we have genuinely helped eradicate a source of danger and aided in recovering numerous missing persons. At this point, Chica suddenly paused, recalling a matter that had eluded her memory until now. In the underground cavern, there still lay a multitude of young girls. In the original narrative, the Flower District had become a wasteland, and these girls had surely been dealt with discreetly. Setting aside how they were handled in the original, Chica felt that the current situation likely required their immediate intervention. Morning arrived. For the night-dwelling residents of the Flower District, dawn did not herald the time to rise. The inhabitants generally awoke late. However, due to the upheaval of the previous night, some residents found sleep elusive, prompting them to venture outside. Yet, as they opened their doors and gazed outward, they were instantly struck dumb. Countless missing girls lay upon the streets, each with their hands resting peacefully on their abdomens, as if they had ascended to paradise. Within an hour of discovering the girls, police and medical teams arrived on the scene, confirming that they were alive, albeit weak, showing no signs of illness or abuse. As the girls gradually regained consciousness, none could recall the events that had transpired, thanks to Doma's swift and merciless actions. Those captured had barely registered their predicament before being ensnared by her silken confines. Consequently, the events in the Flower District became as infamous as the explosion of the Infinity Train, evolving into a renowned urban legend that endured through the ages. Chapter 81. Steady yourself. Do not falter. First came the explosion of the Infinity Train, followed by the collective collapse of the Flower District's girls. These 2 urban legends continued to be discussed even a century later. Some dismissed them as mere rumors, others deemed them sensationalism, while still others believed them to be the work of malevolent spirits. Departing from the Yoshiwara Flower District, Chica and her companions swiftly returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters as planned, with the most significant exertion being the journey itself. As news of their triumph over Lower Moon 6 spread, the headquarters buzzed with renewed activity. The once bedridden leader sprang up with uncontainable joy, the pain in his body unable to quell his exhilaration. Rising from his prone position, he couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood, though he chose to disregard it, just as he had thought when Akaza was vanquished. If coughing up blood could exchange for an upper moon, he would certainly summon his children to fetch a large basin. The gears of fate have not only begun to turn, but their momentum is remarkably swift. This phenomenon is equally perceived by Muzan. In the demon's stronghold, the Infinite Fortress, Muzan had been engrossed in his experiments when he sensed the defeat of Kyogai. The test tube he had been holding was crushed in his grip. Kyogai has fallen? What a worthless fool. Muzan growled through gritted teeth. among his 6 upper moons. Aside from his business partner, Upper Moon 1, he held Upper Moon 3, Akaza, and Upper Moon 6, Hyogai, in particularly high regard. While Akaza was diligent and loyal, Hyogai's perceived value stemmed from Muzan's greed. Now, with both of his most esteemed subordinates defeated, how could Muzan possibly retain his composure? The remaining Upper Moons were summoned to the Infinite Fortress once more. The last time they were gathered was after Akaza's demise, and none anticipated they would be called again so soon. Another Upper Moon has been slain by the Demon Slayer Corps? When did that ragtag group become so formidable? Last time it was Akaza, and now who could it be? As they were summoned into the fortress, they glanced around and quickly deduced that Hyogai and Daki had been vanquished by the Demon Slayers. Upper Moon 2, Doma, knelt before the wrathful Muzan, a gentle smile gracing his face. I sincerely apologize. It was I who recommended Hyogai. Now that he has perished at the hands of the Demon Slayers, how should I atone? Perhaps I could offer you my eyes. What use have I for your eyes? Muzan's crimson gaze shot daggers at Doma, while behind him, Upper Moon 4, Hentengu, trembled in fear from the aura emanating from Muzan. Yet Doma remained unfazed, still smiling. The entirety of the Infinite Fortress seemed to quake under Muzan's terrifying presence. Suddenly, Gyako, standing behind Doma, gulped audibly and stepped forward, eager to curry favor. Lord Muzan, I have recently come across some information. Muzan's blood-red eyes shifted from Doma to Gyako, and before Gyako could utter another word, his throat was slit, his head rolling to the ground, staring vacantly at Muzan. Did I permit you to speak? That is your punishment for speaking out of turn. There will be no next time. Muzan's fury remained unquenched, as if he had ignited a fuse. Despite having lost his head, Gyako displayed no fear of Muzan, instead wearing an expression akin to euphoria. He hastily reported the information he had gathered. Within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps, there exist 2 regions of exceptional concealment, locations that the demons have searched for millennia without success. These regions are the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Swordsmith Village, known for forging the Nichirin blades, the ultimate weapon against demons. Gyako had recently obtained the location of the Swordsmith Village, though the intel was not yet 100% confirmed. He initially intended to investigate further before reporting, but upon witnessing Muzan's demeanor, he hastily disclosed the information, hoping to elevate his lord's spirits. However, Muzan's momentary gleam of delight quickly extinguished. The uncertainty of Gyako's information could lead to nothing but false hope. Raising his hand, Muzan grasped Gyako's head. You dare convey unverified information to me? Do you wish to bring me joy? If your intel is false, do you intend for me to be left with nothing but empty elation? Muzan's gaze bore into Gyako's severed head, yet Gyako's expression only intensified with exhilaration. Lord Muzan, your hand feels exquisite upon my head. Muzan's brow furrowed deeper at Gyako's words. In the realm of perversion, he would grant Gyako the title of the strongest. Go and confirm this information. If it proves true, allow Hentengu to accompany you. Do not let me down this time. Success is the only option. Should you fail, do not think you can return in haste. I do not tolerate inept subordinates like you. Upon concluding his orders, Muzan released Gyako's head, allowing it to drop to the ground. Thus, the narrative arc of the Swordsmith Village commenced without unexpected delays. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, in the residence of Chica, she lay upon her plush bed, exhaling deeply. Although her physical exertion in the entertainment district was minimal, mentally she felt drained, and the softness of the bed invited her into slumber. Soon, she drifted into dreams, but mere minutes later, she jolted awake, sitting upright, blinking vacantly. She gazed at the walls of her room, suddenly recalling a grave matter. Following the entertainment district arc, the Swordsmith Village arc awaited. In the original story, Tanjiro journeyed to the village after his blade shattered during his battle with Hyogai, and the swordsmith, Steel, refused to forge him a new blade out of spite, compelling Tanjiro to seek out the village. Now, the dilemma arose. If Tanjiro's blade had not shattered, how would the narrative transition into the Swordsmith Village arc? As a reincarnated individual, her greatest asset was her knowledge of the original plot's progression. Simultaneously, Chica feared that deviating too far from the general direction of the original story could provoke unforeseen and unmanageable events. For instance, if Muzan were to be pushed to his limits and unleashed chaos upon the populace, Chica would find herself branded a criminal. It was imperative to remain cautious. Stability was essential. Lowering her head, she breathed heavily and slowly, and as the seconds ticked by, a devilish idea materialized in her mind. In the dead of night, Tanjiro lay soundly asleep, and the door to his room quietly creaked open. Chapter 82, The Innocent Tanjiro. In the still of the night, Tanjiro's door was gently pushed open, and a small figure stealthily slipped inside. With appropriate background music, this scene could easily be deemed a contender for the year's best horror moment. However, the intruder was neither a thief, nor a lecher, nor a robber. It was, in fact, Tanjiro's sister, who was currently nestled in bed, soundly asleep. Chica employed her unique ability to alter her size, transforming herself into a 7- or 8-year-old version of herself, for the smaller she was, the less likely she would be detected. At this moment, her heart was laden with guilt, for she was preparing to commit a decidedly nefarious act. Tanjiro, forgive me. Chica's gaze swept across the room, quickly honing in on her target. The Nichirin blade, now under her scrutiny, seemed to tremble in terror, extending a trembling hand toward her, as if pleading, don't come any closer. Meanwhile, Tanjiro remained obliviously asleep on his bed, entirely unaware of the unfolding events within his room. This was hardly plausible. Tanjiro's vigilance was commendable, and having spent countless days by his side, Chica was acutely aware of this fact, which is precisely why she was so cautious, even resorting to changing her size. A glance at Tanjiro, who appeared genuinely asleep, eased her apprehension significantly. The last thing she wanted was for him to wake and catch her in the act of infiltrating his room. Chica was at a loss for words to explain her actions should he awaken. Qianxiao approached the bedside of Tanjiro, effortlessly grasping the sheath of his Nichirin blade. Without hesitation, she turned and exited Tanjiro's room, making her way to a vacant area outside the house. It was essential to perform the task at hand away from Tanjiro, as it would inevitably create some noise. Upon reaching the open space, Qianxiao swiftly drew the Nichirin blade from its sheath, scrutinizing the blade's body with meticulous attention. During her thorough examination, she discovered a nearly 1 centimeter crack in one corner of the blade. With a sharp exhale, a significant portion of her guilt dissipated. Tanjiro, this is not your sister trying to sabotage you. You simply overlooked it. Just look at this crack. If it were to break during battle in the future, what then? It would be wise to replace it with a new one. As dawn broke, Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, gradually rising from his slumber. He stretched and yawned, feeling refreshed from a restful sleep, especially after having contributed during the battle against the 6th upper moon. Prior to this, he had been mired in the overwhelming sense of helplessness faced during the confrontation with the 3rd upper moon, Akaza, aboard the Mugen train, tirelessly training day and night to avoid becoming a liability in future battles. While reminiscing about the events of the Flower District battle, a loud knocking echoed from his room's door. Thud, thud, thud. Tanjiro, are you awake? Tanjiro paused momentarily. He easily recognized his sister's voice. However, he recalled that under normal circumstances, he would typically rise before her unless something unusual occurred. Yes, I'm awake. Is there something you need? It has been quite some time since we practiced together. The weather is lovely today. Shall we have a spar? Sure. Tanjiro responded eagerly. He would never decline his sister's invitation, especially since it had been ages since their last practice together. Since leaving Master Urokodaki's tutelage, they had been tirelessly pursuing the hunt for demons. After responding to Qianxiao, Tanjiro quickly got out of bed, tidied his clothes, and grabbed the sheath of his Nichirin blade that leaned against the wall. He hurried out of his room and into the training area outside the estate, where Qianxiao was already waiting. I apologize for taking so long to prepare. Not at all. It has only been a few minutes. I should be the one apologizing for calling you out so early, Qianxiao replied with a smile. Tanjiro matched her smile, albeit with a hint of nervousness, as it had been a while since he had sparred with his sister, and he had lost every previous match. However, this did not deter him. Each practice was fueled by his resolve to surpass her. This time, I will definitely win, he declared confidently, gripping the hilt of his Nichirin blade and drawing it from its sheath. Yet, as he swung the blade after drawing it, disaster struck. There was a sharp crack, and a section of the blade shattered, embedding itself into the ground. Tanjiro stared in shock at the fragments on the floor. Is the blade broken? In Tanjiro's moment of bewilderment, Qianxiao expressed her surprise. It seems the crack was already there from the battle with Daki and Jotaro. At least it didn't break during the fight. Tanjiro stared at the fragmented blade in his hand, his mind swirling with thoughts as a storm brewed within him. Conjured by the name of the blacksmith, Haganazuka. Haganazuka was the one who forged Tanjiro and Qianxiao's Nichirin blades, and if their blades were to break, it would fall to him to reforge them. In fact, Tanjiro's Nichirin blade had shattered once before during the month Qianxiao was unconscious after the Mugen train battle. Due to the intensity of his training, the blade had sustained wear and tear, prompting Tanjiro to send it to Haganazuka for repairs. Haganazuka was remarkably swift. The blade was returned in just 10 days. However, upon delivering it, he had also brandished a kitchen knife, chasing Tanjiro for several hours in a fit of rage. My blade! How dare you break my blade! Haganazuka shouted fiercely as he lunged at Tanjiro, wielding the kitchen knife. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Tanjiro exclaimed, sprinting away while dodging Haganazuka's furious pursuit. The mere recollection of Haganazuka's wrath sent a shiver down Tanjiro's spine, observing her brother's trembling form. Qianxiao approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry. I will intervene and explain to Mr. Haganazuka on your behalf. After all, you fought against an upper moon. I am sure he will understand. With one hand on Tanjiro's shoulder, she gave him a thumbs up with the other. Sister. Tanjiro gazed at Chinchilla, gratitude evident in his expression, while Chinchilla turned her head slightly, attempting to hide her own emotions. You have only intensified my guilt, you know. Chapter 83, The Discreet Chinchilla. The Swordsmith Village stands as one of the two most vital regions for the Demon Slayer Corps, to prevent the intrusion of demons. Even the Hashira are not permitted to know its location. However, while the Hashira cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the Swordsmith Village, requesting permission to visit it is entirely feasible. With the justification of her brother's broken blade, Chinchilla simply submitted a request to the master, who promptly granted it. Upon approval, the master felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if he might cough blood, yet he managed to muster a subtle smile through his frailty. The journey to the Swordsmith Village was scheduled for the following day. In the meantime, Chinchilla advised Tanjiro to rest for a day due to his broken blade, while she sought out the flame Hashira, Kyujiro Rengoku, to discuss matters with him. Speaking of Kyujiro, he too had sustained considerable injuries after the battle on the Mugen train. After all, facing Akaza was no small feat. Even with the protection of his Nichirin blade, the force of his strikes had left Kyujiro with internal injuries. Typically, such injuries would require at least half a year of recovery, yet Kyujiro had risen from his sickbed after merely 2 weeks. Had he rested for another fortnight, Chinchilla would have seen him occupying the adjacent bed upon her awakening. During Chinchilla's and Tungan's time in the Flower District, Kyujiro continued his rehabilitation while also striving to break through the bottleneck of his current strength. Kyujiro had been deemed close to achieving the state of the transparent world, and now he was merely a step away from that realm. Chinchilla, having come to visit, expressed her intent to assist him in taking that step. In the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps, the two sat comfortably with teacups in hand, engaging in conversation. I heard you and Tenjin defeated the 6th Upper Moon? I must say, it's no surprise coming from you. Although my body has yet to return to peak condition, I believe I am well on my way to recovery. Kyujiro exclaimed optimistically while holding his teacup. Indeed, Shinobu is also concerned for you. It's best to ensure you are fully recovered before venturing out, Chinchilla replied. Observing Kyujiro sitting beside her, she could keenly sense the aura of determination radiating from him, which had significantly improved compared to the aftermath of the Mugen train battle. Amidst the fierce aura exuded by Kaijiro, Chica sensed a distinction not of quantity, as experienced during the battle on the Mugen train, but rather of quality. Indeed, Kaijiro was a prodigy, standing on the brink of comprehending the transparent world. It was likely that, without any guidance from Chica, he could eventually reach that realm on his own after a period of reflection. However, she still wished to give him that final push. The sooner Kaijiro entered the transparent world, the more effectively she could disseminate this concept within the Demon Slayer Corps through him. The blaze of the flame pattern would remain unexamined, but the Hekazai and the transparent world were essential. With these thoughts in mind, Chica took a sip of tea, casually presenting the notion of the transparent world. This concept had emerged during a recent conversation with Tanjiro, serving as a stepping stone to elucidate it to Kaijiro. Kaijiro, not lacking in intelligence, absorbed Chica's words as if struck by enlightenment, nearly exclaiming, I understand. The previously tenuous door was forcefully flung open by Chica, and she believed that, given Kaijiro's innate talent, it would not be long before he truly grasped the essence of the transparent world. Once Kaijiro mastered it, would he conceal such a technique? That was not in his character. With the matter settled, Chica departed with a pretext, unwilling to intrude upon Kaijiro's training. Shortly thereafter, she returned to her own residence, where she found Tanjiro, whom she had summoned for a rest, lying on the floor, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. The inability to train left him restless. The effects of prolonged competition had engraved a sense of discomfort within him. Without the drive to push himself, he felt unwell. Meanwhile, Inosuke and Zenitsu were also sprawled in the room, having initially risen from their beds, but now lying down again after seeing Tanjiro's despondent state, their own stress alleviated. Chica smiled and joined Tanjiro on the floor, observing the ceiling for a moment before closing her eyes. A bit of rest was indeed necessary. There were still tasks ahead. On the following morning, Chica, Tanjiro, and Nezuko arrived early at the entrance of the estate, awaiting their escort to the Swordsmith Village. As one of the two most pivotal locations within the Demon Slayer Corps, even the Hashira lacked the privilege of knowing its whereabouts. The individuals sent to guide them were also oblivious to the village's location, merely acting as a transit point. Their eyes would be covered as they were carried to a transfer station, where another person would take over the guiding responsibilities, repeating this process until they finally reached the secluded Swordsmith Village. Before long, a man and a woman from the inn swiftly approached. Upon seeing Nezuko, they momentarily paused. as their mission had specified only 2 individuals. How could they transport 3? Despite the masks obscuring their faces, Tanjiro discerned their unease. However, they were prepared. Although Nezuko had overcome her vulnerability to sunlight, the wooden box remained intact. After exchanging a glance with Nezuko, she shrank down to a child's size right before the 2 slipping into the box Tanjiro was carrying. Following this, Tanjiro flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up to the astonished pair, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ahem, please put on the blindfolds and earplugs. We will carry you both on the journey. One of the awkwardly coughed, retrieving the blindfolds and earplugs from his pocket. Tanjiro, with his keen sense of smell, even received 2 nasal plugs to insert into his nostrils. Although the were not combatants, but logistical support, their physical abilities were still superior to that of ordinary individuals. Even while carrying a person, they moved with grace. Though there were numerous transfer points, the duration of travel was relatively short. Once all preparations were complete, Chica and Tanjiro were hoisted onto the backs of the who swiftly made their way to the transfer station. Chapter 84, Arrival at the Swordsmith Village. The 2 bearing Chica and Tanjiro, raced forward. However, their task was merely to carry the 2 to the transfer station. The actual route was unknown to them. The true guide was a messenger crow trained specifically for the Demon Slayer Corps. The crow flew ahead, with the trailing behind. Yet they noted with confusion that this time the crow maintained a considerable distance, as if in fear of them. Even when they quickened their pace, the crow merely flapped its wings faster. This was indeed peculiar. The wore expressions of bewilderment, even questioning whether the crow had developed an aversion to them. Perhaps due to some unpleasant odor. The dislike was genuine, but it was not directed at the Rather, it stemmed from Chica, who was being carried. It was known that after the final selection, each combat member of the Demon Slayer Corps would be assigned a crow, and Chica was the exception. Nevertheless, being carried by the was a curious experience, at least from Chica's perspective. The journey to Swordsmith Village involved being hoisted by 7 or 8 different individuals, from morning to noon and then to dusk. Finally, under the care of the Chica and Tanjiro arrived at the entrance of Swordsmith Village. Nestled among the mountains and woods, Swordsmith Village was characterized by its traditional Japanese wooden structures, surrounded by lush trees that provided a cloak of secrecy. Chica removed her blindfold and earplugs, while Tanjiro took off his blindfold, earplugs, and nasal plugs. The moment they were liberated from those constraints, Tanjiro experienced a profound sense of revival. After all, the more acute one's senses, the greater their dependence on them in daily life. The release of sight, hearing, and smell all at once brought an overwhelming sense of freedom. Sister, I can smell it. There seems to be a hot spring nearby, Tanjiro remarked. Sniffing the air and instantly detecting the fragrance of natural hot springs from several kilometers away, the beside them displayed astonishment, realizing that their earlier decision to plug Tanjiro's nose had been prudent. With such a keen sense of smell, it would not have been surprising if he had used it to locate Swordsmith Village. Indeed, Swordsmith Village did possess hot springs that could alleviate fatigue. Afterward, you 2 can enjoy the hot springs for some rest. But before that, both of you. Before the could finish, they encountered Mitsuri, the love Hashira, who was regularly repairing her unique Nichirin blade within the village. Ah, Chica, and Chica's brother. What brings you here? Mitsuri cheerfully waved to Chica and Tanjiro. Tanjiro's Nichirin blade broke, so we came for repairs, Chica explained. Is that so? Then, Tanjiro, you should hurry and register with the village chief. Chica, I'm about to go soak in the hot springs. Would you like to join me? Mitsuri said as she approached Chica, wrapping her arms around one of Chica's. Tanjiro immediately chimed in. Sister, you should go with Miss Mitsuri. It's my blade that broke, so let me handle the ensuing matters. As she gazed upon Tanjiro's sincere expression, Chinatsu instinctively closed her eyes. She genuinely wished for Tanjiro to retain his innocence. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that if he were not so pure, she would be unable to deceive him. It was a contradiction, an overwhelming conflict within her. Chinatsu, you are truly wicked. She internally chastised herself. Observing Chinatsu's silence, Mitsuri mistakenly assumed her acquiescence and, delighted, took her hand, leading her towards the hot spring. This way. With remarkable agility, Mitsuri guided Chinatsu to the hot spring before Chinatsu could fully extricate herself from her guilt regarding Tanjiro. The hot springs of the Swordsmith Village were of exceptional quality, renowned for their myriad therapeutic benefits, be it for cuts, burns, hemorrhoids, anal fissures, gout, or constipation. In summary, they were remarkably potent. Since they were already there, experiencing the hot spring was a must. In her previous life, Chinatsu had never had the opportunity to indulge in such luxuries. She had never encountered an indoor hot spring, let alone a natural outdoor one. Stripping away her outer garments, Chinatsu immersed herself in the warm waters, a wave of indescribable comfort enveloping her from below. rendering her mind blissfully blank. Moments later, Mitsuri joined her in the spring, a seasoned patron of the place. Exhaling contentedly, she sighed. Indeed, this hot spring is the best. After soaking for a few hours, it feels as though all my fatigue has melted away. Chinatsu, in a state of mental shutdown, turned her head slightly to glance at Mitsuri. However, that mere glance transformed her mental stall into a complete freeze. So impressive, she thought, struck by the intense presence that Mitsuri exuded. In that instant, she recalled a video she had seen on Bilibili about a certain content creator. I calculated Mitsuri Kanroji's body measurements. Bilibili's number 1. The conclusion drawn in that video was simply, gee. Chinatsu's mouth fell slightly agape, as if a fragment of her soul had escaped through her lips. Mitsuri, oblivious to Chinatsu's reaction, tilted her head to the sky with a smile and asked, Chinatsu, you're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? At this, Chinatsu snapped back to reality, raising a hand to cover her forehead as she replied languidly, no. But Mitsuri, you must be interested in the snake Hashira, right? Upon hearing this, Mitsuri's face flushed a deep crimson, her hands instinctively covering her rosy cheeks. Is it that obvious with Mr. Iguro? She mumbled shyly. The budding romance between them had not gone unnoticed by the others in the Demon Slayer Corps. Among them, the stone Hashira was particularly perceptive. Yet, this pair tragically did not survive to see a happy conclusion. Both sustained grave injuries during the battle against Muzan in the Infinity Castle, ultimately perishing in each other's embrace. Reflecting on this, Chinatsu felt a profound stillness wash over her. She exhaled deeply and lifted her gaze to the starry night sky above. After the events in the Swordsmith village, the climactic battle in the Infinity Castle would soon follow. The information she had gathered from prior encounters could enhance their chances of success, but facing Muzan required genuine strength. Chinatsu stared at the breathtaking night sky and quietly closed her eyes. Rest assured, Mitsuri, you will undoubtedly attain a fulfilling resolution. I promise.